Crossing the primordial chaos, you become the first mosquito between heaven and earth. Familiar with the plot of the primordial chaos, you know that the blood-winged black mosquito was originally born with extraordinary potential, once on par with the Sanqing, Nuhua, and other primordial deities. However, in the struggle for mastery of the Blood Sea, it was severely injured by the river Styx, losing its 3 flowers on top and being expelled from the gloomy Blood Sea. Its realm plummeted from the Deluo Golden Immortal realm to the True Immortal realm. Fortunately, there is always a way out when things seem most hopeless, as the divine-level evolution system awakens at that very moment. By continuously acquiring evolution points, one can keep evolving. At this moment, your gaze falls upon the 10,000 evolution points provided by the system, prompting you to open it and browse through the skill evolution tree. Before you are presented with 3 evolution directions: mouthparts, wings, and body. Mouthparts represent attack power, wings symbolize mobility, and the body signifies defense. The strongest aspect of Mosquito Man lies in his mouthparts, as is well known. In the calamity of the deification of future generations, Mosquito Taoist drained the turtle spirit Holy Mother, a direct disciple of the Zhejiao Tongtian, who was being guided to the Western world, and also absorbed 3 of the 12 merits of the Golden Lotus, the treasure of the Western teachings that suppresses the teachings. This is a great supernatural power that even the saints of the heavenly Tao would feel wary of. It should be noted that the turtle spirit Holy Mother is no ordinary person. She is the incarnation of a spiritual turtle that has existed for thousands of years, a quasi-saint with great power. As a direct disciple of the Supreme Sage, she was born with exceptional talents, possessing an extremely strong defensive power. Ordinary spiritual treasures couldn't break through her defense or harm her physical body. However, Mosquito Taoist could effortlessly penetrate her defense, draining her completely dry, all thanks to his indestructible proboscis. Even more exaggeratedly, even the unparalleled 12-rank merit Golden Lotus among the innate 4 great spirit platforms could not withstand his attacks. It is known that this merit Golden Lotus is an unparalleled defensive treasure. Once deployed, it stands invincible in the innate realm. Unexpectedly, Mosquito Taoist could, with his own strength, break through the defense of the 12-rank merit Golden Lotus and absorb 3 ranks. From this, it can be seen that the attacking power of his mouth organ is simply no less than that of the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, he decided to use all 10,000 evolution points in his hand to evolve his mouthpiece. With a thought, you issued a command to the system. At the next moment, a vision suddenly appeared, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding world rushed towards you as if it were free. Gradually, more and more spiritual energy gathered around him, forming a huge cocoon that enveloped you within. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. With crisp cracking sounds, the tranquil valley, silent for 100,000 years, was once again disrupted by clamor, accompanied by a beastly roar that shook the heavens. The fleshy cocoon was torn apart into pieces and dissipated in an instant. After the dust settled, you emerged from the void. At this moment, your cultivation had leaped from the early stage of True Immortal to the early stage of Profound Immortal. In addition, in your hand, there was a blood-red, fiercely murderous spear, the Blood God Spear. Looking at the long spear in your hand, your eyes gleam with determination. This blood-red long spear is the companion spirit treasure formed after the completion of your mouth organ's evolution, and it is a high-grade innate attack spirit treasure. Once unleashed, its attacking power is unstoppable. What's even more impressive is that as long as you keep collecting evolution points, it can continue to evolve, reaching higher grades. In the primordial world of cultivation, cultivators rely 70% on their cultivation base and 30% on spiritual treasures when engaging in battles. For cultivators, spiritual treasures are rare opportunities that come unexpectedly. Especially high-grade innate spiritual treasures are even harder to come by. For example, the powerful demon clan leader, Donghuang Taiyi, can rival the ancestral witches of the 6 major witch clans with the chaotic clock in his hand, and the leader of the interception teaching, relying on the sword of slaying immortals, can easily contend with the 4 great saints. With a spiritual treasure in hand, you clearly gain much more confidence. However, to become stronger, you still need to travel outside, continuously earning evolution points. After making the decision, you didn't hesitate, but leaped up directly, turning into a stream of light shooting up into the sky, leaving the valley where you had cultivated for 100,000 years. According to the memories of your predecessor, Mosquito Taoist, the primordial world has already gone through the primordial calamity, the beast calamity, and the dragon Han calamity, and has now entered the era of the witch demon calamity. At this time, Hongjun, the ancestor of Tao, had not yet become a saint, and the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao had not yet been born. It was still a long time before the great war of the witch clan. At present, the 3 clears and Nuhua, and other great beings of the primordial world, had not yet appeared, and there were still many unclaimed opportunities scattered throughout the primordial world. If you could seize the opportunity first, intercept in advance, even if it was just to seize one or two of them, you could still benefit immensely. In the vast chaos, Mount Buzhou is undoubtedly the place with the most opportunities. Let's go to Mount Buzhou first. Thinking of this, you made up your mind. Just as you were about to set off, a myriad of visions suddenly appeared not far away. Amidst the billowing demonic clouds, the radiance of countless magical treasures and divine powers kept flashing, indicating that cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. Upon seeing this, you release your divine sense to investigate, and not far away, two true immortals are engaged in a battle. Realizing that their cultivation is inferior to yours, you decide to join in the fun and see some benefits. In the ruthless world of the primordial chaos, the strong prey on the weak, and most battles between the powerful are for the sake of seizing opportunities, spiritual treasures, or conflicting interests. These two individuals before you are likely no exception. For you, this is a great opportunity to profit from the situation. You quietly approached and took a closer look, your eyes widening in surprise. In front of you, a mid-stage true immortal tiger demon was engaged in a fierce battle with an early-stage true immortal snake demon. They were fighting over a medium-grade innate spirit root. Instead of intervening directly, you concealed your presence, observing in secret, waiting for the right moment. Not far away, the battle between the tiger demon and the snake demon rages on, accompanied by roars. The tiger demon leaps with its sharp claws, fiercely pouncing towards the snake demon, attempting to tear through its defenses. In pain, the snake demon, filled with anger, swings its long tail covered in silver spikes, viciously striking at the tiger demon. With both sides evenly matched, they engage in a fierce battle, back and forth, for 100 years, yet victory remains undecided. After a protracted battle, both sides were bruised and battered, their auras around them were low, and they had lost most of their battle power. It's time to strike. Seeing this, Rowan immediately made a decision. He directly struck out, verticalizing the blood god gun in his hand and pointing it straight at the snake demon. After this 100 years of covert observation, Luowan had already grasped the weaknesses of both sides. Snake demons have strong defense, but they move slowly. Although the tiger demon was fast, its offensive power was weak. Luowan had long since seen that with the tiger demon's attack power, he couldn't break through the snake demon's defense. As a matter of fact, even with ordinary spiritual treasures, they could not break through the thick scales surrounding the snake demon. But not Rowan. He had the incredibly sharp blood god gun in his hand. When it grew to a certain extent in the future, it could even break through the defense of the extreme innate spiritual treasure 12-pin golden lotus of merit. Right now, if he wanted to break through the snake demon's defense, it would be easy. It was too late. Pust. Only a bloody aura flashed by. Ow. The snake demon didn't have time to make any defenses before he was penetrated by Rowan's body with a single shot. Strike the snake 7 inches. Luo Wen's shot was impartial, stabbing right above the snake demon 7 inches. The serpent demon that suffered a heavy blow gradually lost its vitality, and its huge body collapsed violently, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The Great Terror. Once the snake demon died, the tiger demon next to him immediately panicked. When he turned his face, he only saw Luo Wen, who was holding the blood god gun, leering at him. It was as if an ancient beast was staring at a pair of bloody eyes, choosing to devour people. The tiger demon was so scared that his body shivered violently, and he lost all will to fight at that moment. He had fought with the snake demon for hundreds of years, so of course he knew how strong the other party's defense was. The opponent that he had been unable to defeat even after hundreds of years of hard fighting, and now he was actually stabbed to death by Luo Wen with a single shot. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid, so he immediately turned his body around and turned into a stream of light to vanish away. Looking at the blood dripping from his hands, Luo Wen licked his lips, and his eyes flashed with an exquisite aura. He was transformed by the blood-winged black mosquito, and was born with a great desire for blood. After 100,000 years of silence, the blood god gun in his hand had long been hungry and thirsty. But it's not time to enjoy the fruits of victory just yet. There's still a tiger demon that hasn't been resolved yet. Temporarily suppressing his bloodthirsty instincts, he once again leapt up and chased after the tiger demon in the direction it had fled. The tiger demon's cultivation realm was far inferior to Luo Wen's, plus the mana had already been mostly consumed. Panicked, he rolled and crawled, his movement speed greatly reduced. Pust. Soon, with a crunching sound, the blood god gun directly penetrated the tiger demon's front and back. The tiger demon didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream and directly died, turning into a corpse. Blood. Seeing the red liquid spewing out from the tiger demon's wound, Luo Wen could no longer hold down the desire for blood in his heart. He directly waved his big sleeve and used his mana to draw out the blood around the tiger demon. Along with the gradual withering of the tiger demon's corpse, a blood elixir condensed in midair. Luo Wen was so hungry and thirsty that he couldn't wait to swallow this blood dan in one gulp. Golem. As the blood elixir entered his stomach, Luo Wen's throat knots shrugged and the corners of his mouth curled up in a hint of intoxication. In the next moment, he only felt a sizzling sensation at his belly, which surged through his entire body in a matter of moments. Luo Wen hurriedly sat down and began to refine it. Chapter 4, Evolving Again, Toward Buzhou Mountain. Ding! Harvest 10 evolution points. Along with the completion of refining, a system beep once again sounded in Luo Wen's ears. A satisfied smile welled up on his face. 2 blood-red eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light. As long as you keep devouring the blood of living beings, you will be able to gain evolution points. This is great news for him. In the flood, there is a lack of everything, just not a lack of living beings. This also meant that Luo Wen could keep getting stronger as long as he kept killing. Although the evolution points could not be used directly to raise his cultivation, they could help him raise his bloodline power. It's the equivalent of directly helping him to elevate his heal. As we all know, in the flood, the cultivation of a monk is all about the heal. For example, great powers such as Panga Sanqing, Nuwa Fushi, and even Styx and Xuanhuang were born as Dala Golden Immortals and possessed a unique heal. Because of this, their realm advancement speed was millions of times faster than ordinary cultivators. As long as I keep seizing fresh blood, my fleshly bloodline will be able to evolve indefinitely, upgrading to the 9th, 10th, or even 12th grade. At that time, my followers will definitely not be much worse than the top innate powers such as Sanqing Nuwa. It's even head and shoulders above the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Thinking about it, Rowan had an excited look on his face. In the flood, 9 is the extreme of number. The highest of the cultivator's followers, the top 3 flowers would not be more than the 9th rank. And now with the help of the evolution system, Luo Wen had hopes of raising his own 3-flower heal to 12 or even higher. This is something that has never been done before or since. It should be known that even the highest known healer today, Hongjun Taoist, is only of the 7th rank. However, the process of evolving one's physical body to the 12th grade, which required the sacrifice of a massive amount of living beings as a price, was not as easy as one would imagine. It was absolutely impossible for Rowan to accomplish it, at least for a while. Right, there's also that snake demon's blood, it can't go to waste. After digesting the tiger demon's blood, Luo Wen once again leaped up and came to the snake demon's corpse. With a wave of his hand, he drew out the snake demon's blood and refined it as he had done. Ding! Harvesting 20 evolution points. Having received the evolution points, Luo Wen was overjoyed. Next, he planned to hunt down prey to collect blood while searching for a chance. And his first stop in his search for opportunity was at the Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain is the first ancestral vein of the flood, which was created by Pangu's spine. There are as many chances up there as there are people, and as long as you're lucky, the chances are randomly picked up. Almost forgot something important. Luo Wen said, and with a movement of his body, he came next to that medium-grade innate spiritual root. The tiger demon and the snake demon had lost their little lives fighting over the single innate spirit root. Try to see if you can exchange this innate spirit root for evolution points. Thinking of this, Luo Wen's thoughts moved, and he waved his big hand. Sacrificing a bolt of mana, it enveloped towards that innate spiritual rooting. Yet half the day passed and nothing happened. Once it didn't work, Rowan wasn't willing and tried a few more times in succession. Looks like I was overthinking it. After some testing, Luo Wen discovered that the evolution system was unable to directly convert innate spiritual roots into evolution points. Although he couldn't use it for exchange, Luo Wen could use the traditional cultivation method of refining the innate spiritual roots to enhance his cultivation or use it to break through the realm at a critical moment. With this in mind, he directly waved his hand and collected this innate spirit root, saving it for future use. Look to the hills to run away. 500 years have passed. During these 500 years, Luo Wen advanced towards the Buzhou Mountain while hunting and killing living beings to seize blood to exchange for evolution points. The flood world was vast, and the distance to Buzhou Mountain was still far away. However, during these 500 years, Luo Wen wasn't completely unproductive. He had killed quite a few demonic cultivators on the road and had obtained a considerable amount of evolution points. Based on these 500 years of combat experience, slaying an ordinary early heavenly immortal cultivator would earn you 1 evolution point, 2 points for a mid-heavenly immortal, 3 points for a late stage, and 4 points for a peak heavenly immortal, 10 points for early true immortal, 20 points for mid-true immortal, 30 points for late true immortal, and 40 points for peak true immortal. As for the prey of the Xuan Immortal realm and above, Luo Wen was still unclear. The highest he had hunted so far was only peak true immortal. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 1st grade 0/1000. Body, 1st grade 0/1000. Evolution points, 6,143. Magic treasure, medium grade innate spiritual treasure blood god gun. Finding a hidden valley, Luo Wen sat down on his knees. He opened the system and the familiar skill evolution tree appeared once again. Sharpening the knife. He planned to take some time to complete his evolution with the evolution points he had harvested from these 500 years. Last time, he used his evolution points directly on his mouthpiece and possessed a combat power beyond his realm. This time, he made some changes. Based on his experience in fighting over the past 500 years, he realized that simply having the power to fight was far from enough. There were a few times when I ran into opponents who were bursting with speed and aggression, and it was a struggle to cope with them, nearly guttering out. Right now he planned to evenly distribute the evolution points he had on hand, dividing them equally between the two items of his wings and body. Make up for your lack of mobility and defense. Chapter 5, Encountering a Great Opportunity, Hongmeng Creation Cauldron. Evolution. Luo Wen's mind moved and sent a command towards the system. Buzz. In an instant, a rush of heat surged through his limbs. Luo Wen had a pair of chaotic eyes, and the Tao essence aura flowed. He felt the blood boiling in his veins. Luo Wen stabilized his mind and once again condensed the surrounding heaven and earth aura, forming a giant cocoon to wrap himself in. Thousands of years have passed. Buzz. On this day, the valley where Luo Wen was located, a vision suddenly appeared. A blood-colored light steeply rose to the sky. He finally shed a shell and broke out of his cocoon. And nowadays, he was surrounded by peripheral essence shining, his breath was even more powerful, and his appearance had become even more handsome. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 3rd grade 0/3000. Body, 3rd grade 0/3000. Evolution points, 0. Magic treasure, medium grade innate spiritual treasure blood god gun. After reading the system statistics and feeling the aura around him, Luo Wen had an excited look on his face. After this 1,000 years of evolution, although his cultivation remained at the early Xuan Immortal stage without the slightest increase, but compared to his pre-evolution self, his battle power had increased significantly. Especially the speed and defense, it directly increased by more than 10 times, equivalent to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Rowan held out a hand. Buzz. A dark red flame rose from the center of his palm. At a closer look, that massive flame was actually densely composed of thousands of blood-winged black mosquitoes. This was a new divine ability that he had mastered after his bloodline had evolved. When used by surprise, it can instantly drain the blood from the opponent's body. One must know that Luo Wen's original body was transformed into a blood-winged black mosquito. Along with the continuous evolution of his bloodline, his control over his innate divine ability would also become more perfect. This was a very powerful group attack type spell. Imagine the sight of him holding the blood god gun and maneuvering countless ferocious blood-winged black mosquitoes across a battlefield surrounded by enemies. After doing this, Luo Wen was about to set off again when he suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt a burst of strange fluctuations coming from the valley not far away. It seems to hide some kind of big formation prohibition. Thinking about this, Rowan immediately became interested. You have to know that, generally speaking, this kind of remote valley is not some kind of heavenly paradise, and it is generally rare for people to ask for it. Much less would anyone be too full to build their cave in this barren land. Thinking of this, Luo Wen couldn't hold back his curiosity and flew over in the direction where the fluctuation came from. Soon, he came to a formation. There is actually an innate great formation hidden here. Rowan's eyes snapped open when he saw this. The innate formation was made innately. It usually contains great opportunities. I wonder what treasures are inside. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Luo Wen began to think about a way to break open the grand formation. There were two ways to open the innate formation. The first was simple and crude, directly relying on brute force to break the formation. The other was to attend to the great array and break the prohibitions on it one by one, refining it completely. With Luo Wen's strength today, wanting to violently break the formation would definitely not work. There was only the second way put before him. Compared to the first one, it takes longer, but it's better because it's safer and less invasive. With this in mind, Luo Wen sat down on the ground and began to enlighten the formation in front of him. Time is like a shuttle. 3,000 years passed quickly. Buzz. With a strange fluctuation, Luo Wen finally finished cracking this formation in front of him. Open. Luo Wen clenched his hands together and raised his hand towards the formation. Buzz. The formation in front of him instantly opened a one-person high opening. Without hesitation, Luo Wen lifted his foot and stepped into it. Raising his eyes, Rowan's eyes lit up. The place where he entered his eyes was surprisingly a worldly paradise-like cave. The ground was filled with spiritual plants and medicines everywhere, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was about to liquefy. Following the guidance of that chance, Luo Wen traveled forward. Lu also discovered two innate spirit roots. Come to the core of the big formation and take a look, only to see a broken cauldron unexpectedly placed not far away. Rowan came closer to take a look and his face changed. He realized that this great cauldron was actually an innate spiritual treasure. It was a big, unexpected find. Only a few large characters were written on top of the cauldron in innate Tao patterns. Hongmeng Creation Tripod. Luo Wen released his divine sense and had a number in his heart. This was no ordinary innate spiritual treasure. Instead, it was an extremely rare Chaos Supreme treasure. This great cauldron was one of the 4 great chaos treasures that were on par with the Pangu axe, chaos bead, and jade saucer of creation at the time of the opening of the chaos. Unfortunately, these 4 supreme treasures were damaged during the heaven-opening Great Tribulation. The Pangu axe split into 3, transforming into the chaos bell, Taiyi diagram, and Panga streamer. The chaos bead, on the other hand, disappeared into the void and was lost. The jade saucer of creation, on the other hand, shattered into many pieces and scattered in the flood world, and it was said that the largest of these pieces fell into the hands of Taoist Hongjun. This Hongmeng creation tripod, on the other hand, was split into 2, with one part transformed into the Qiankuan tripod, and the remaining part, the pile of fragments in front of him. Chapter 6, Turning Waste into Treasure, Companion Treasure Blood God Cauldron. What a shame! The Qiankuan tripod has been taken away by Taoist Hongjun. What's left is just a bunch of useless debris. One must know that this Hongmeng creation cauldron was an artifact that was used by the great god Panga to refine pills, possessing extremely subtle functions. Even the Qiankuan tripod that was divided after breaking had the miraculous efficacy of reversing the innate into the innate. Unluckily, however, Rowan came a step too late. This spiritual treasure has long been shortchanged by Hongjun. Rowan shook his head at the thought. Since this spiritual treasure was only a pile of useless fragments, there was no value for him to speak of. Just as he lifted his foot to leave. Right. Maybe spiritual treasures can also be exchanged for evolution points. The fragments of this spiritual treasure might still be able to be utilized. Right at this moment, Luowen suddenly had a flash of insight. A bold idea came to mind. Perhaps this spiritual treasure fragment could be used to exchange for evolution points. One must know that in the latter days, Mosquito Daoist was in existence that had sucked away 3 of the 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit. It wouldn't be difficult to eat the spiritual treasure fragment in front of him. Thinking of this, Rowan no longer hesitated. Directly with a big hand. Buzz off! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, clumps of black mist surged out from his sleeves. This black mist was created by thousands of blood-winged black mosquitoes. As soon as the black mist came out, it immediately entwined towards the fragment of the Hongmeng creation cauldron. Tea time passed. The fragments of the Hongmeng creation cauldron continued to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a matter of moments, it was eaten up by these thousands of blood-winged black mosquitoes. Ding! Gain 12,000 evolution points. At the same time, listening to the system beep in his ears, Luowen's eyes lit up. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 3rd grade 0/3000. Body, 3rd grade 0/3000. Evolution points, 12,000. Fabric, blood god gun. Ha ha, the system honestly doesn't deceive me. Looking at his system panel, Rowan was overjoyed. Unsurprisingly, his own blood-winged black mosquito could convert spiritual treasures into evolution points. That's a big find. In this way, it would be possible to turn waste into treasure, converting already damaged or poor-grade spiritual treasures into evolution points to help him quickly raise his bloodline heal. Got evolution points. Next, Luowen planned to use it all to evolve himself and raise his heal. This time, he planned to evolve his fleshly body and improve his defense. System, continue to evolve. With a command from him, the aura of heaven and earth around them converged violently. A huge cocoon formed around him, wrapping him in it. The flood does not count the years. 10,000 years passed. This day, Rowan finally broke out of his cocoon. With the concealment of the surrounding innate formation, he was able to safely complete his evolution. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 3rd grade 0/3000. Body, 8th grade 0/12,000. Evolution points, 0. Fabrics, blood god gun, blood god tripod. Open the system properties bar. Rowan's eyes burned. After 10,000 years of evolution, his body had jumped from the original 3rd grade to the 8th grade, and now his fleshly defense had reached the level of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ordinary early Xuan Immortal demon cultivators could not break through his defense at all. More noteworthy, just as his physical body completed its evolution, on the column of magic treasures, a new spiritual treasure had suddenly appeared. Blood God Tripod. That's a good one. Luowen waved his big hand and offered up a tripod-shaped spiritual treasure. Like the Blood God gun, this Blood God Cauldron was also a companion spirit treasure that he had obtained by completing his evolution. It was different from the extreme innate spiritual treasure Qiankuan Ding that reversed the innate into the innate. This Blood God Cauldron was more suitable for alchemy, possessing the magical efficacy of quenching heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mediating creation. The Blood God Cauldron condensed the spiritual liquid of creation, which could accelerate the growth rate of spiritual medicines. The Great Creation. Unable to hold down the excitement in his heart, Luowen couldn't help but shout out. Don't look at the fact that right now, this Blood God tripod contained 36 prohibitions and was only a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Along with Luo Wen's continuous evolution, the grade of the blood god cauldron would also continue to rise. The way is 50, and the heavenly diffusion is 49. Flooded treasures all have prohibitions. Below 12 prohibitions are lower grade, 13 to 24 prohibitions are middle grade, 25 to 36 prohibitions are upper grade, and 37 to 48 prohibitions are extreme grade. Now the blood god cauldron has 36 prohibitions. Luo Wen realized that these 36 prohibitions actually contained a complete alchemy inheritance. With this in mind, Luo Wen no longer hesitated and directly sat down on his knees, maneuvering the blood god cauldron to absorb the heaven and earth aura to condense the spiritual liquid of creation while comprehending the inheritance in the forbidden system. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. The blood god cauldron was bright and dark, constantly absorbing the heaven and earth aura and transforming it into the spiritual liquid of creation. Luo Wen also comprehended the laws of alchemy through this 1,000 years of enlightenment. Then, Luo Wen reached out and took out the medium-grade innate spiritual root he had obtained earlier. He planned to refine this medium-grade innate spirit root into a cultivation enhancement pill. Chapter 7, High-End Hunters Always Appear as Prey. Burn! Luo Wen clenched his hands together and pointed towards the blood god cauldron slowly. Buzz! Only a flame rose from the blood god tripod. Immediately afterward, Luo Wen threw the medium-grade innate spirit root into the furnace cauldron. Under the burning of the flames, the medium-grade innate spiritual root began to gradually melt. The impurities in it also slowly melted away, leaving only a strange liquid that shimmered with azure aura. Subsequently, Luo Wen threw his collection of various heavenly materials into the blood god cauldron, which was used to enhance the medicinal effect of the blood god pill. Buzz! 100 years have passed. Under the constant quenching of the blood god cauldron, all of the elixirs gradually merged and turned into a drop of golden liquid the size of a fingernail cap. Congeal. Seeing this, Luo Wen urged his mana and continuously struck out arcane spells towards that golden liquid. It didn't take long for a crystal-clear elixir to come out. Rowan closed his hand and made a move, grabbing that one elixir in his hand. Top-grade blood god pill, not bad, not bad. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Luo Wen nodded with satisfaction. Refining a top-grade elixir on his first alchemy was a very desirable result for him. Try the effects of this elixir, Luo Wen said, directly opening his mouth and swallowing this elixir. Buzz! Soon enough, the potion began to take effect. Only a flash of essence was seen in his eyes. Feeling a majestic and incomparable energy in his dantian violently flared out. Luo Wen hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to refine this energy. It took 300 years for him to completely refine this stream of energy. A blood god pill can actually compare to 10,000 years of hard cultivation. It worked better than I thought it would. Feeling the forbidden elevated cultivation, Luo Wen's eyes burned. With the medicinal power of the top-grade blood god pill, it should be able to help me raise my cultivation to the peak of Xuan Immortal. It's just the right time to strike while the iron is hot and raise my cultivation level. Thinking of this, Luo Wen continued to sit down on his knees and proceeded to refine the pills. As for the herbs used to make pills, there was absolutely no need to worry. Don't forget that the blood god cauldron was able to continuously condense the spiritual liquid of creation to help him catalyze the spiritual medicine. After spending 1,000 years, Luo Wen once again spawned a few mid-grade innate spiritual roots and dozens of heavenly materials and treasures used to aid in medicinal power. Along with the passage of time, Luo Wen continued to refine and spawn furnace after furnace of blood god pills. He relied on constantly swallowing blood god pills and his cultivation continued to rise. Getting high for a while, getting high all the time for a straight. Early Xianxian, mid Xianxian, late Xianxian, peak Xianxian. It wasn't until 3,000 years later that his cultivation finally came to the peak of Xianxian. However, no matter how hard he tried, the bottleneck of Xuan Immortal and Golden Immortal could never be broken through. In that case, it definitely won't work if you want to rely on swallowing pills to break through the bottlenecks of Xuan Immortals and Golden Immortals without a special chance. Thinking about this, Luo Wen's expression was slightly disappointed. Originally, he had planned to rely on swallowing pills to break through the bottleneck of his realm. It seems obvious now that this approach won't work. The only way is still to raise the bloodline heal. That is to say, if you want to break through the shackles of your realm, you still need to travel outside and collect a large amount of living soul blood to exchange for evolution points. It's time to leave. With this in mind, Luo Wen put away the blood god cauldron and directly leapt forward, turning into a stream of light and rushing away. Leaving the valley, next, he continued towards the direction of the Buzhou Mountain. 10,000 years passed. Billions of miles away from the Buzhou Mountain. An unknown valley. Buzz. Two streams of light, one Shen and one Xing, rushed up into the sky, breaking the peace that had existed in the valley for thousands of years. This is the site of great powers fighting. In midair, sand flew and smoke surged. The light of countless divine abilities and magic treasures shot out in all directions. That arcane light rolled around and transformed into a Taoist man holding a long spear and wearing a black robe in a matter of moments. This Taoist was no one else but Luo Wen. At this time, the green light that followed Luo Wen was an early Golden Immortal cultivator, a white elephant spirit with a huge body and thick tusks. Don't look at Luo Wen's current peak Xuan Immortal realm, but his actual battle power was enough to fight against Golden Immortal cultivators. Sparing the early Golden Immortal White Elephant spirits every effort, he was never able to get the upper hand on Luo Wen. What's the point of playing with your life for a mere innate spirit root? Rowan secretly spat while escaping. Don't look at this White Elephant spirit's huge figure, but its movement speed was no less impressive. Closely behind Rowan, unable to fight or shake him off if he wanted to. As he fled, Rowan's mind moved. The bucket under his feet shifted, and his surroundings suddenly changed. It was like entering another world. Strange innate Dao texts formed dazzling eye rails emerging from the ground in a 100-mile radius. This place is surprisingly hiding a large formation. This side of the large formation was extremely hidden, in which strange ons flickered and shadows were saved, constantly changing. Once the cultivator stepped into it, he was immediately attracted by the illusion and lost his mind. As soon as Luo Wen entered the formation, he immediately shook his body and concealed his form. Where to run? Die. A moment later, the White Elephant spirit also trailed behind. It was as if he didn't see Luo Wen, releasing divine spells one after another as if he was fighting the air. Obviously confused by the illusions in the illusionary formation. Hooked. Seeing this, Rowan smiled slightly. Then with a big hand, he offered the Blood God Cauldron. Collect! He pinched his hands together and the Blood God Cauldron hung upside down in the air, rising at the sight of the wind. The mouth of the tripod aimed at the White Elephant spirit and a huge attraction bubbled up. The White Elephant spirit that was compelled by the fantasy did not have the slightest defense and was directly sucked into the cauldron and disappeared. Chapter 8, Illusion of Life and Death, the Xuanhuang Dual Measure Illusion Formation. Refine me. After collecting the White Elephant essence, Luo Wen reached out and pointed, and a foreign fire ignited in the Blood God Cauldron. Ow. Accompanied by the White Elephant spirit's mournful wailing, the Blood God Cauldron continued to vibrate violently. Very quickly, the White Elephant spirit's cries gradually diminished, and the Blood God Cauldron gradually regained its calm. Buzz. After the refining is complete, Luo Wen made a big move with his hand and a drop of golden blood flew out from the Blood God Cauldron. This drop of golden blood was the life essence extracted from the White Elephant essence. Swallowing this drop of essence blood, Luo Wen had a face of enjoyment. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 3rd grade 0/3000. Body, 8th grade 0/12,000. Evolution points, 2000. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. After 1,000 years of hunting, Luo Wen had accumulated thousands more evolution points. Based on his experience of fighting in these 1,000 years, an early Xianxian cultivator is equivalent to 100 evolution points, 200 points in the middle stage, 300 points in the late stage, and 400 points at the peak. In contrast, an early Golden Immortal cultivator was equivalent to 500 points, and a mid-Golden Immortal was equivalent to 1,000 points. According to the current progress, we only need to kill one more mid-Jinxian demonic beast to evolve our wings to the 4th grade. In this way, with the bloodline reaching the 3rd flower in 4th grade, it's not difficult to break the shackles of cultivation. But with my current battle power, it's not an easy task to kill a mid-Golden Immortal demonic beast. With Luo Wen's current battle power, when he encountered a great power in the middle stage of Golden Immortal, he would have the power to fight. But it would take a small price to completely kill the other side. Forget it. This move is still too risky. It would be better to hunt a few more Xianxian Immortal Realm demonic beasts to be on the safe side. Thinking about this, Rowan had an idea. Based on the principle of obscene development, Luo Wen chose to progress gradually. In comparison, although hunting Golden Immortal level demonic beasts was highly efficient in harvesting evolution points, it was also accompanied by great danger. He is still in his developmental stage, and Go is finished. Xuanhuang Taiyi Formation. After making up his mind, Luo Wen's mind moved. Accompanied by the arcane aura, an illusory formation rose up from the ground underneath his feet. This formation was a masterless innate formation that he encountered by chance 10,000 years ago when he traveled through the flood. It took thousands of years to refine it with great difficulty. This formation was very subtle, and the formation formed a world of its own. Once offered, it constantly changes, which encompasses all things, true and false, transforming dust into the universe. As small as yin and yang, odd and even, rigid and soft, as large as heaven and earth, Xuanhuang, Xuankuan and the universe, the infinite laws of heaven and earth are all included. The illusion of life and death is just a thought away. The 4 directions of the grand formation are divided into 4 gates: life, death, illusion, and extermination. The White Elephant spirit is the one who has mistakenly entered the door of illusion and fallen under its spell. Only then did he fall into Luo Wen's path and was taken away by the Blood God Cauldron. In the flood, what could help cultivators improve their battle power, besides their own cultivation and spiritual treasures, were formations. In the latter days of the Great God Sealing, Nyang Sanxiao, with the help of the hands of the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, defeated the 12 Golden Immortals of the Hierophantism, eliminating their top 3 flowers, completing the amazing battle of the weak over the strong. And now Luowen was trying to utilize the power of the Xin Fantasy 2 embodied formation to help him complete the hunt and harvest the blood of living beings. After Luowen's enlightenment, he had already raised the power of this side of the grand formation to the extreme. Not to mention a Golden Immortal powerhouse like the White Elephant Spirit, even a Taiyi Golden Immortal would have to drink a pot of water if he entered it. Generally, large formations have treasure formations, and the Xuanhuang 2i formation is no exception. The more powerful the treasure used to suppress the eye of the formation, the more powerful the formation would be. Luowen was using the top-grade innate spiritual treasure Blood God Cauldron in his hand as a treasure to suppress the formation. With this Xuanhuang 2 Embers formation, it's twice as effective when used to hunt demonic beasts. Luowen waved his big sleeve, concealing the big formation. Then, he directly took out a lower-grade innate spiritual root and placed it in the center of the large formation as bait. Attract all kinds of demonic beasts to come and wait for the opportunity to behead them. And now that Luowen had the spiritual liquid of creation in his hands that could catalyze the birth of heavenly treasures, there were as many of these lower-grade innate spiritual roots as he wanted. If the visitor was strong, he would let the other party take the spirit root without much loss. After burying the innate spirit root, Luowen shook his body and disappeared into the void to hide his figure, patiently waiting for the demon to take the bait. 500 years passed. The scent of the spirit root had indeed attracted quite a few demonic beasts. Among them were 2 Xuan Immortal realm giant rat demons, a peak true immortal fire crow monster, and a mid Xuan Immortal 3-eyed mythical beast. Luckily, these unlucky fellows were not in a high realm. Luowen didn't even have to use the formation, so he directly beheaded these demonic beasts and took them to exchange them for evolution points. Until one day 500 years later, Rowan finally waited for a big fish. Surprisingly, it was a mid-golden immortal lion hump demon. At the sight of the innate spiritual root, that lion hump demon immediately came to be interested. He immediately pressed down on the cloud and came straight to the center of the illusion formation. Just as he was about to seize the innate spiritual root, buzz! Xuanhuang 2 Embers formation. Arise! Seeing this, Luowen, who was hidden in the void, immediately pinched his spell and directly sacrificed the Xuanhuang 2e formation. The Blood God Cauldron flew straight out, rising at the sight of the wind. A large formation rose up from the ground, enveloping the lion hunchback spirit along with the 100 miles around his feet. Chapter 9 Peak Golden Immortal, Golden-maned Wolf Demon Tribe. Not good. We've been ambushed. Seeing this, the lion hump demon was violently startled, and only then did he realize that he had been caught in a trap. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, his face covered in fear and anger. Who was so bold as to dare to scheme against this seat? The lion hump demon let out a roar that shook the heavens and shook the earth. He was worthy of being a mid-golden immortal powerhouse, and his strength was clearly incomparable compared to those small demons before. Sparing him all his efforts, he was never able to break through the encirclement of the big formation under the left and right dashes. Die! Pust! Right in the middle of a panic. A blood-on suddenly arrived. The lion demon's chest went cold. He looked down and broke out in a cold sweat, only to see that his front and back had long been directly penetrated by a scarlet-colored spear. The one holding this spear was none other than Luowen, who had been in ambush for a long time. Under the cover of the Xuan 2e Grand Formation, the lion hunchback demon unexpectedly didn't have time to scream in misery, and was directly and miserably decapitated. Collect! Luowen sacrificed the Blood God Cauldron and collected the lion hunchback demon's corpse. Then, he raised his hand towards the Blood God Cauldron, igniting a blazing fire. After a short while, the lion hunchback demon's corpse was completely refined by the Blood God Cauldron and turned into a golden blood dan. Luowen opened his mouth and directly swallowed this blood pill. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 3rd grade 0/3000. Body, 8th grade 0/12,000. Evolution points, 3000. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. Evolution. After completing the Devouring, Rowan got enough evolution points. Next, he planned to use the evolution points he received to evolve his wings to the 4th grade. Buzz. Accompanied by the convergence of the aura of heaven and earth, Luowen continued his seclusion and began to evolve. Very quickly, 1,000 years passed. He's finally finished evolving. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Xianxian. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 40/4000. Body, 8th grade 0/12,000. Evolution points, 0. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. Looking at the system attribute bar in front of him, Luowen's eyes burned. It's finally done. After the wing evolution was completed, my 3 flowers grade was also raised once again. At the same time, the bottleneck between Xuan Immortals and Golden Immortals no longer exists. It's time to continue raising your cultivation. After saying that, he once again sacrificed the Blood God Cauldron and the various spirit medicines he had collected and proceeded to refine the pills. Go! Luo Wen reached out and pointed towards the blood god Cauldron. The flames in the tripod rose once again. Immediately afterward, he threw no less than hundreds of heavenly materials into it. Tea time passed. These hundreds of spiritual medicines were all refined and fused with each other. In less than 100 years, a top-grade innate spirit elixir containing the equivalent of 100,000 years of cultivation was completed. Whether or not you can break through depends on you. Luo Wen sat down and swallowed this innate elixir in one gulp. As soon as the elixir was in his mouth, it immediately transformed into a stream of pure energy that filled his limbs and bones. Luo Wen's eyes closed tightly, stabilizing his mind and refining the elixir with all his might. 100 years have passed. Break me. Rowan suddenly opened his eyes. Pust. With a crisp chime, the bottleneck from Xuan Immortal to Golden Immortal was broken in response. A stern aura rose to the sky around Luo Wen. He had finally broken through the shackles of Xuan Immortal and reached the early Golden Immortal realm. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Early Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 40/4000. Body, 8th grade 0/12,000. Evolution points, 0. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. Is this the power of the Golden Immortal realm? Sure enough, it's going to be too much stronger than the Xuan Immortal realm. Feeling the majestic power within his body, Luo Wen's eyes burned. The next step is the peak of the Golden Immortal. Rowan didn't choose to stop. He continued to refine pills to raise his realm. The intention was to raise his realm to the peak of the Golden Immortal in one breath. 10,000 years passed. After the Three Flowers grade was raised, relying on a large number of pills to assist him, Luo Wen's realm advancement was like riding a rocket. It directly came from the early Golden Immortal stage to the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. At the same time, his comprehension of alchemy and formations had also improved greatly. Whether it was refining pills used to enhance cultivation or the technique of executing the Xuanhuang Tui Grand Formation, they were all more pure than before. With my current strength, I can hunt higher-level demonic beasts to speed up my evolution. Along with the increase in strength, the Luo Wen of today was confident in hunting demonic beasts at the early stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. He planned to continue deeper into the hinterland of the Buzhou Mountain, burying formations along the way to trap demonic beasts. 1,000 years later, Luo Wen encountered a demon tribe on his way to the Buzhou Mountain. This tribe consisted of thousands of silver-maned wolf demons. The strongest of them, the Wolf King, had already reached the early Taiyi Golden Immortal realm in cultivation. Other than the Wolf King, most of the remaining wolf demon minions were at Golden Immortal cultivation. Rowan saw this and made up his mind. Directly wipe out this entire tribe of wolf demons in one fell swoop and exchange them all for evolution points. After figuring out the group of wolf demons, Luo Wen ambushed the illusion formation beforehand and directly swaggered to the entrance of the tribe. Chapter 10 Slaughtering the Wolf Demon Tribe. Harvesting a massive amount of evolution points again. Who is the Demon King here? Hurry up and come out to meet me. Standing at the entrance of the silver-maned wolf demon tribe, Luo Wen let out a clear whistle. He held the blood god gun and stood in front of the wind in a powerful manner. Ow! Where did the little demon come from, to be so bold as to spread wildness in this seat's territory? Hearing Luo Wen's voice, the silver-maned wolf king let out a roar and led a group of wolf demons to poke their heads out from the tribe. Quickly report your name. Seeing Luo Wen, the wolf king showed his teeth and smiled disdainfully. You're not qualified to know my grandpa's great name. Luo Wen smiled disdainfully in response, then said in a cold voice, hurry up and hand over the spirit treasure in your hand, or I'll step on this entire wolf demon tribe of yours. Ha! Hearing Luo Wen's words, the wolf king froze slightly. Trample my tribe? Just you? When the wolf king heard this, he couldn't help but crane his neck, revealing a sardonic expression. He thought he had met some powerful character. It turned out to be a small demon at the Golden Immortal level. It just screams for a laugh. Unsuspecting little demon. Is it hard to be in over your head? Ha ha ha. I think 80% of them are a bit stupid. The surrounding wolf clan lesser demons were also up in arms, unable to stop snorting loudly. In their eyes, Luo Wen was just a Golden Immortal level small demon. It wasn't enough for a Taiyi Golden Immortal level wolf king to stuff his teeth. The opportunity has been given to you, and since you refuse to appreciate it, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing this, Rowan let out a bellow. He didn't have the patience to dry out with these wolf demons any longer. Xuanhuang 2 Embers Formation, rise. Buzz. His words fell. The foreign aura under his feet flashed. A great innate formation rose up from the ground. It enveloped 100 miles in a radius along with the entire wolf demon tribe. No good. When the silver-maned wolf king saw this, his face sank violently. He realized then that he had been counted. The crowd of wolf demons were trapped in the formation and a panic set in. Blood-winged black mosquito. Seeing this, Luo Wen took advantage of his opponent's chaos and directly struck out. Sacrificed the innate divine ability. Buzz off. The black mist spread out, wrapped in a terrifying buzz, winding toward the wolf demons in front of him. Ow. In the next moment, several wolf demons were directly engulfed by this black mist, letting out mournful screams. A few moments later, they were drained of blood and turned into white bones. The Great Terror. When the wolf demons saw this, they were scared out of their wits. That's how you know Rowan didn't blow awesome. For a while, all the demons were in disarray. They retreated and lost all intention to fight. Your Majesty, what can we do about this? The crowd of wolf demons looked at the Wolf King and asked anxiously. Damn it! Everyone, don't panic. Break his big formation first. When the silver-maned Wolf King saw this, he panicked and pressed his mind. He intended to use his realm advantage to break through the defense of the formation. With a roar, the Wolf King led his clan and slammed towards the barriers of the Great Formation. Boom! Accompanied by the shocking roar, the ground shook for 100 miles in a radius. Click, click, click. The Great Formation that was as solid as a golden soup unexpectedly showed traces of cracks. The silver-maned Wolf King was worthy of being a Taiyi Golden Immortal level demon with astonishing battle strength. If his realm was a bit higher, I'm afraid Luowen wouldn't be able to trap him with this Xuanhuang 2i formation. Ow. Along with the passage of time, quite a few more wolf demons were surrounded by blood-winged black mosquitoes and devoured alive in order to cover the Wolf King. The silver-maned Wolf King also suffered a considerable amount of injuries as he continued to break through the barriers of the Grand Formation. Seeing the tragic deaths of his own clan members, the silver-maned Wolf King gradually lost his will to fight. Lord Immortal, spare your life. I'm willing to hand over my clan's spiritual treasures. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me live. Seeing that he was unable to break the formation, it was futile to continue to be so recalcitrant. The silver-maned Wolf King simply gave up resisting and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Now you want to get up and beg for mercy? It's too late. Rowan let out a snort and said in a cold voice. He had no intention of letting go of this group of silver-maned wolf demons from the start. In the flood world, the weak are the strong. It is only natural for the strong to bully the weak. If the two-side situations were reversed, the silver-maned Wolf King would also choose to kill Luowen without hesitation. You made me. When the silver-maned Wolf King saw this, a cold and stern look appeared on his face. He urged his body's mana, and his body swelled rapidly as his surroundings flashed brightly and darkly. When he did that, it was obvious that he wanted to blow himself up. No good. When Rowan saw this, he was violently stunned. The power of a late Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator blowing himself up could not be underestimated. If you take a hit, you will be injured if not killed. Blood God Cauldron, give me the town. Luowen let out a cold snort, his hands pinched rapidly, and he mouthed the words. The Blood God Cauldron flew up in the air and came above the silver-maned Wolf King's head, suppressing it. Collect! Luowen said and pointed towards the Blood God Cauldron. Without waiting for the silver-maned Wolf King to react, a huge suction force arose from the Blood God Cauldron, taking his entire body in. My lord! Seeing the leader being suppressed, the surrounding silver-maned wolf demons sucked in a breath of cool air. They had no will to fight at this time, and they couldn't wait to hurry up and escape. However, under the suppression of the Blood God Cauldron, everything was futile. Rowan gave a big wave of his hand. This group of silver-maned wolf demons were all included in his Blood God Cauldron and exchanged for evolution points. Chapter 11, Climbing the Buzhou Mountain, Encountering Great Opportunities Again. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Early Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 7th grade 0/10000. Wings, 40/4000. Body, 8th grade 0/12000. Evolution points, 120,000. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. Having annihilated the silver-maned wolf tribe, Luowen had reaped a huge harvest. 10 upper-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, 20 lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, 3 lower-grade innate spiritual roots, 15 lower-grade Hotian spiritual roots. There's also the teeth and sharp claws of the silver-maned wolf demon that are good weapon smithing materials. Rowan began to clean up the battlefield and count the loot. After doing this, Luowen came to a hidden cave and sat down on his knees. Evolution. With a thought, he sent a command to the system. Infinite heaven and earth aura steeply converged to turn into a huge flesh cocoon wrapping his entire person in it. 10,000 years passed. The giant cocoon that Luowen was in flickered brightly and darkly. Boom! With a loud bang, Rowan broke out of his cocoon. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/1500000. Wings, 9th grade 0/1500000. Body, 9th grade 0/1500000. Evolution points, 0. Fabrics, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod. Looking at the system attribute panel, Luowen's eyes burned. After 10,000 years of evolution, he had already shed his bones, and his entire person had once again completed a metamorphosis. Regardless of the physical body, wings, and mouthpiece, nigh all reached the 9th grade. At the same time, his Blood God Lance and Blood God Cauldron also completed their evolution. From the original medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was upgraded to the level of superior-grade innate spiritual treasure. Accordingly, as the bloodline level rises, the number of points required for evolution multiplies again. And now that I've broken through the 9th grade bloodline, the bottleneck between a Golden Immortal and a Taiyi Golden Immortal no longer exists. The next thing to do is to refine the pills used to condense the 5 chi in the chest and break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal. With this in mind, Rowan murmured. As the saying goes, the 3 flowers gather together and the 5 chi are directed toward the center. The 3 flowers refer to the essence, and the 5 chi refer to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In order to break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal, one of the innate 5 elements must be condensed. It is as good as the Western Gangjin, the Southern Mingli fire, the Northern Medieval Decanter, the Eastern Ethel wood, the Central State Woorth and so on. As long as one of them could be condensed, one could condense the 5 chi in the chest according to the principle of the 5 elements being mutually exclusive. Refining pills isn't difficult, but I don't have enough materials of the 5 elemental types on hand. The next task is to search for spiritual objects that contain the 5 elements of the innate chi. Thinking about this, Rowan said darkly. As long as he found one of the innate 5 elements, he would be able to refine an elixir that would break through the shackles of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. After making up his mind, Luowen continued to set off in the direction of Buzhou Mountain. After 1,000 years, he finally arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, he kept searching, yet he didn't even find a single spirit that contained the innate 5 elemental auras. Aside from decapitating the occasional demonic beasts he encountered, he had gained almost nothing. And now at the beginning of the witch demon Quantum of Solace, the Buzhou Mountain neighborhood is covered with traces of the witch tribe everywhere. The witch race is warlike and quite powerful. The 12 ancestral witches had strong physical bodies, all of them being strong at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rowan only chose to make a detour, which took quite a bit of time. 500 years later, Luowen finally arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Is this the uncharted mountain? True to its name. Looking up at the uncharted mountain, Luowen's eyes burned. Feeling the enormous pressure above his head, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The great god Pangu has fallen for more than 100 million years, and the Buzhou Mountain still has such a strong pressure. It's hard to imagine how strong he was when he was alive. The closer they got to the Buzhou Mountain, the stronger this pressure became. The pressure left Rowan a little breathless. This Pangu mighty pressure is really powerful. It's just the right time to use it to toughen the flesh and tamp down the foundation. All along, Luowen had relied on swallowing spirit pills to raise his cultivation level. Due to the speed of cultivation increase being too fast, it was unavoidable that the foundation was unstable. It's the perfect opportunity to take advantage of this rare opportunity to stabilize your roots and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. With this in mind, Luowen gave up flying and lifted his feet 1 step at a time towards the Buzhou Mountain. At first he felt quite relaxed. Gradually, along with the increasing pressure of Pangu, he gradually felt a bit strained. Buzz! It was at this moment that he suddenly felt something in his heart. Discovered that not far away from the plug came a strange fluctuation. This meant that a great chance was calling to him here. Could it be that I've met another great opportunity? When Luowen saw this, his face was delighted. His purpose for coming to Buzhou Mountain was being here. Chance is something that can be encountered but not sought. It must be obtained by someone with great fortune and luck. If not, the treasures on Buzhou Mountain would have been dug up long ago over these many years. Follow the fluctuations of chance all the way. It didn't take long for Luowen to find a hidden innate formation. I wonder what treasures are hidden inside. Luowen said, and directly sat down on his knees and began to enlighten the formation. After spending an entire 3,000 years, Luowen finally finished completely comprehending this formation. He found that the refutation of the prohibitions on this formation was no less than the innate formation he had encountered when he discovered the Hongmeng creation cauldron. Chapter 12, Taiyi and Sun, Innate Spiritual Treasure Banana Fan. Open. Rowan reached out. A one-person high gash split open on top of the formation all of a sudden. He lifted his foot straight up and walked in. Arriving in the middle of the large formation, Luowen looked up and his eyes lit up violently. This place is surprisingly unique. Spiritual plants were all over the surrounding area, and the spiritual chi was rich. What attracted the most attention was the giant tree in the center of this cave sky. Rowan's eyes stared slightly as he approached. This giant tree had a peculiar appearance, with a few huge leaves growing abruptly from its dry branches. This is Innate Banana Tree. Rowan saw this and was enlightened. This place is the legendary top-grade innate spiritual root, the banana tree. It is said that when Pangu opened the sky, the flood world was not yet stabilized and the earth, water, fire and wind were rampant. This banana tree absorbed the power of earth, water, fire and wind and bore 4 leaves. Each of these leaves was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Someone has gone ahead of me and removed the 2 leaves that contain the power of earth and sundown wind. Of the 4 leaves on the banana tree, only 2 remain unripe, Taiyi decapitation and sun sea fire. Rowan's eyes burned at the thought. In later legend, the leaf with the sun sea fire was obtained by Laozi Tai Ching and refined into a banana fan, which was used to fan the fire of his 8 trigrams furnace. The remaining leaf possessing Taiyi decanter fell into the hands of the old man of the river Styx, and was given to the Rakshasa woman under his command, the Princess Xuanhuang, in the latter days of the journey to the west. These two fans, one to yang and one to yin. The most young sea flame banana fan can be used to fan the wind and light a fire, and nothing can be ignited by the 16 divine flames. The other, the supremely yin, decanter banana fan, is the opposite, restraining all flames such as the 16 divine flame. I don't know when these two remaining leaves will mature. After 100 years of bitterly waiting, Luowen was a little impatient. He couldn't keep waiting around. He still had to search for spiritual objects containing the 5 elements of the innate chi to enhance the power of his bloodline, and didn't have so much time to waste. Divine objects obscure themselves. Luowen had also had the idea of directly forcibly scooping up the innate banana tree. However, that would likely destroy the quality of the leaves on it, causing the grade of the spiritual treasure to fall in the future. Right, I almost forgot about the spirit of creation liquid. Right at this moment, Luowen suddenly had a flash of light and an idea. With a wave of his hand, he sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and took out some spiritual liquid of creation. These spiritual liquids of creation could be used to catalyze the innate spiritual roots. Maybe it will work on the innate banana tree as well. Say it and do it. Luowen raised his hand and pointed, dropping the spiritual liquid of creation onto the innate banana tree. Buzz! After absorbing the spiritual liquid of creation, the innate plantain tree immediately reacted. The upper 2 leaves, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to grow rapidly. When Luowen saw this, his heart rejoiced. In order to speed up the maturation of the spirit plant, he added a few drops of the spirit of creation liquid. Soon enough, the banana fan that had absorbed enough spirit liquid of creation and had the power of innate sea fire was the first to ripen. With a direct reach, Luowen plucked it off and pocketed it. Sure is good, baby. Feeling the fluctuation of energy on the spiritual treasure in his hand, Luowen couldn't help but sigh out in admiration. There were 36 prohibitions in the sea fire banana fan. It was a rare top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Along with time, another banana fan ripened. Rowan reached down and took it off. In contrast to the sea fire banana fan, the decannate banana fan is made of the essence of Taiyi. It was likewise a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that possessed 36 prohibitions. Once offered, it can restrain the fire of the world. One fan rests the fire, the second creates wind, and the third makes it rain. Just as the 2 banana fans ripened, the innate spiritual root banana tree also completed its mission and withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After collecting the 2 spiritual treasures, Luowen once again set off and climbed towards Buzhou Mountain. The higher he went, the more strained he felt. By the time he reached the shoulder of the mountain, he was consuming huge amounts of mana with every step he took. Cultivation for cultivators is like rowing a boat against the current. According to his character, he would never choose to back down just because of a small difficulty. On the contrary, as the Pangu pressure grew larger and larger, Luowen himself gradually entered a metaphysical state. Everything around him became more and more blurred in his eyes. Concentrating his entire body's mana, he took a step and climbed up along this upward path in his eyes. 10,000 years passed. Rowan finally stepped onto the last rung of the ladder. Successfully made it to the top of the uncharted mountain. Don't look at this time, his cultivation level was still at the peak of the Golden Immortal, but his actual cultivation foundation was much more compacted. When you're on top of a mountain, you can see all the mountains. Just as he was at the peak of the Buzhou Mountain taking in the scenery of the flood, suddenly the heart felt something. It seemed that another chance was calling to itself. Could it be another treasure? When he thought of this, a flash of joy flashed in the bottom of Rowan's eyes. Not caring about the scenery in front of him, he directly leaped up and flew violently in the direction of where the chance was. In the legends of later times, the demon race's heavenly court small world was located directly above the Buzhou Mountain. However, at this time, the heavenly court of the demon race had not yet emerged, and there was nothing else but the vastness of the starry sky. The Buzhou Mountain connected to the heavens and the earth, and Luowen soon zigzagged to the flooded starry sky. This place was outside the flood domain, containing 33 heavens and vastness. Chapter 13, Mustard Seed, Starfruit Tree, Innate Spiritual Roots. These 33 heavens consisted of a total of 365 ancient stars, 129,600 supernovas, and 480 million planets. This place is filled with earth, water, fire, and wind, and pins and gold. Ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals wouldn't dare to easily wade into this place. Luowen sacrificed the blood god Cauldron above his head, protecting his entire body, which saved him from the erosion of earth, water, fire and wind. 1,000 years later, Luowen finally found where the chance was in the third heaven. It was a palm-sized stone bead. This place is exposed in chaotic space, and there is no formation guarding it, so I wonder what this stone bead is from. Looking at the bead, a look of surprise was written all over Luowen's face. By all accounts, this stone bead would have been taken long ago if it really was some kind of exotic treasure. Curious, Luowen directly reached out and grabbed this stone bead in his hand. Buzz! Just as his hand touched the stone bead, surprised to find the stone bead seemingly lifeless. There's no difference from an ordinary stone egg. When Rowan saw this, a slight look of disappointment appeared on his face. It seemed that this so-called chance was nothing more than a beautiful misunderstanding. He was still undeterred and used his Yuanshan power to probe into the bead, preparing to refine it and find out what was going on. Just then, he suddenly had a splitting headache. A huge attraction unexpectedly erupted above the stone bead. It sucked Luo Wen's entire body into it. I only felt the sky spinning in front of me. Once he opened his eyes again, Rowan's eyes snapped open. It was discovered that inside this bead, it was actually a chaotic small world. The vastness of the starry river in front of him was vast, with countless stars flowing through it. The interior of the spiritual treasure unexpectedly possessed a small chaotic world that had yet to be opened up. This was clearly beyond Rowan's knowledge. Mustard seed Nasuya. Could it be that this bead is the legendary Chaos Beads? Looking at the strange sight in front of him, Luo Wen's mouth opened wide in shock. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary stone bead that couldn't be any more ordinary would have such a great origin. You know, the Chaos Bead is also called the Transported One. But it's an unadulterated chaos treasure. In the midst of the great calamity of the opening of the heavens, he disappeared into the void, and his whereabouts are unknown. I didn't expect to find it by myself. Buzz. Just as he was in disbelief, a strange wind suddenly swirled in the flatlands, involving his entire being mercilessly. Luo Wen only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils shrunk slightly. What appeared in front of him was actually a giant tree in the sky. The giant tree was 1,000 zhang high, more than 1,000 feet thick, and covered with dead branches and leaves. It's worth noting that almost every branch with withered leaves bears a fruit. The tree is full of fruits that look like lanterns flickering with different awnings, hanging down on the branches, bright and dark. The precious light is dim. It's... Shocked, Luo Wen came to the giant wood, released his divine sense to explore, and immediately came to an understanding. Star Fruit Tree. This giant tree was none other than the Star Fruit Tree of the legendary 10 great innate spiritual roots. I never thought I would actually encounter such a great chance. First, the Chaos Beads. And now the Star Fruit Tree. The more Rowan thought about it, the more excited he became. Divine objects obscure themselves. In the floodplains, an extreme innate spiritual root was something that could be encountered but not sought. As if the innate 10,000 years a blossom, 10,000 years a result of the 10 spiritual roots of the yellow and the plum. Each of its fruits contained no less than the mana of a great Luo Golden Immortal. There was also the innate gourd vine that gave birth to 7 superb innate treasure gourds, as well as the ginseng fruit tree and Jin Yuanzi's great immortals 5 truths, and so on. Not to mention an entire spiritual root. Even just a single fruit on it could set off a bloody storm in the floodplains. Similarly, although this star fruit tree was not well known, it was the most mysterious one among the 10 great innate spiritual roots. It is also rarely described in later legends. I can't imagine that this star fruit tree is actually hidden in the Chaos Pearl. It seems to have some mysterious connection with the Chaos Pearl, Luo Wen said, withdrawing his divine sense. The star fruit tree blossoms once in 10 yuanhui, bears fruit once in 10 yuanhui, and matures once in 10 yuanhui. Each time it ripens it produces a fruit. Once the fruit ripens, it transforms into a star and soars into the starry sky. And now the star fruit tree was already fruitful above it, bearing 365 fruits. Each one was equivalent to an innate spiritual treasure. It looks like the vitality of this star fruit tree is extremely dim. It seems like it's about to die. At the same time, Luo Wen realized that the star fruit tree's vitality was weak. Unsurprisingly, it would take another 10,000 years to die completely. This may also be the reason why the Chaos Pearl lost its vitality. Thinking about this, Rowan was enlightened. It looked as if some sort of subtle symbiotic relationship had formed between the star fruit tree and the Chaos Pearl. If the star fruit tree died, the Chaos Bead would lose its vitality as a result, turning into a worthless ordinary stone bead. No, something must be done. It was so hard to get the most precious treasure. Of course Luo Wen couldn't allow himself to just watch it turn into scrap. However, the star fruit tree was not an idle spirit root, and trying to save it was not an easy task. Thinking about it, Rowan suddenly had an idea. Chapter 14, Chaos Bead recognizes Master, Circumstellar Dipper Formation. Try the spiritual liquid of creation, it might be useful. He suddenly remembered that his blood god Cauldron contained the spiritual liquid of creation. This spiritual liquid of creation could be used to catalyze the growth of spiritual roots. It might also be possible to revitalize the starfruit tree again. With this in mind, Luo Wen waved his hand. Take out the spiritual liquid of creation from the blood god tripod. After long years of accumulation, and now the blood god Cauldron had stored a massive amount of spiritual liquid of creation. Coupled with the continuous evolution of the bloodline, the grade of the blood god Cauldron was once again raised, and the effects of the spiritual liquid of creation within it were correspondingly greatly increased. Buzz! Luo Wen lightly waved his sleeves and continuously sprinkled the spiritual liquid of creation on top of the starfruit tree. Gradually, the starfruit tree seemed to have a sense as well, emitting a dull roar in response. Under the nourishment of the massive amount of spiritual liquid of creation, the starfruit tree also gradually came to life. The branches and leaves that had already withered began to fill up again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as the star fruit tree regained its vitality, above Luo Wen's head, boundless star power steeply gathered. This boundless greatness fell steeply, spinning and fluttering around Luo Wen as if it was expressing gratitude to him. The star fruit tree was saved, and the chaos bead came back to life. The scene before Rowan's eyes suddenly changed. The next moment he opened his eyes again, he had already left the inner space of the chaos pearl. His attention once again fell on the chaos bead. The chaos bead had also taken him as its master, falling into his hands by now. He immediately sat down on his knees and began to communicate with the chaos pearl to refine it. Luo Wen wrapped the chaos pearl with his Yuanshen and refined it at the same time. Surprisingly, I'd made a new discovery. He realized that there was a jade piece in the chaos bead, and there was a purple chi in the jade piece. The jade disc of creation. A Hongmeng purple chi. He used his Yuanshen power to invade the jade piece again, figuring out where the jade piece and the purple energy came from. This jade piece was actually a fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure Jade Disc of Creation. It contained the laws of time and space. And this one violet chi is the foundation of sainthood, the Hongmeng violet chi. Rowan was even more delighted to see this. This is a great opportunity. I'm afraid that even the Hongjun Taoist ancestor would be red in the eyes when he saw it. Right now, these few treasures in his hand, casually taking out one of them would cause a bloody storm in the flood world. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, peak golden immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/150000. Wings, 9th grade 0/150000. Body, 9th grade 0/150000. Evolution points, 0. Treasures, blood god lance, blood god tripod, chaos bead, and 1 Hongmeng purple chi. Spiritual root, starfruit tree. Looking at the system prompt box in front of him, Rowan's eyes burned. The chaos bead has a strange efficacy. In addition to being able to use it for fighting, it also had the counterintuitive effect of shielding the heavens. With it in his hand, Luo Wen was the same as turning on invisibility mode. Even the omniscient and omnipotent saints of the heavens couldn't find him. With this in mind, Luo Wen continued to refine the chaos bead. As a chaotic spiritual treasure, there were 55 prohibitions in the chaos bead, 6 more than an innate supreme treasure. It was only a pity that it was damaged during the Great Heaven Opening Rebellion, resulting in a drop in grade. It was downgraded from the original Chaos Supreme Treasure to an upper-grade Chaos Spiritual Treasure. 10,000 years passed. The prohibitions in the Chaos Bead had already been refined by Luo Wen by a small amount. This was the limit of what he could do with his current cultivation. What was even more unexpected was that Luo Wen realized that the Chaos Pearl's prohibition was hiding a top-tier grand formation. Circumstantial Star Dipper Formation. That's a big find. There is a perimeter Star Dipper Formation hidden here, so it must have an inseparable relationship with that starfruit tree. You should know that there are 4 top-level formations in the flood. They were the 12 Dutian Divine Fury Formation, the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation, the 10,000 Immortals Formation and the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. In contrast, the 12 Capital Heavenly Goddesses Great Formation required the 12 Ancestral Witches to unite and activate it at the cost of their own essence blood. Once that formation was sacrificed and the true body of Pangu was condensed, it was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and could rival the Heavenly Tao Saints. The remaining Perpetual Star Dipper Formation was not as powerful as the Dutian Divine Fury Formation. It requires the river map and Luo book as the eye of the formation and the use of $365 Golden Immortals holding Starstreamers in order to activate it. As for the 10,000 Immortals Formation and the Immortal Execution Formation, the conditions for their activation were even more demanding, and their power could not be compared to the previous 2 formations. Although the Immortal Execution Formation is presided over by saints, it is claimed that it cannot be broken without the 4 saints. In actuality, it was the formation with the most obvious weaknesses and the easiest to crack of the 4 major formations. Dragon Han Great Hijacking, holding the Immortal Execution Sword Array Luo Shu was Hongjun Taoist ancestor united Shinkuan, Yin and Yang, the 5 elements and other 3 old ancestors defeated. In the latter days, the god of the Quantum Leap, Tongtian Godfather in front of the Boundary Card Pass set up the Immortal Execution Sword formation to kill the 4 directions, but the result was 2 Qing Laozi Yuan Shi Tianzuan United Western 2 Saints were defeated. In comparison, it was still formations like the 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Fury Formation and the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation that were a bit more stable. 100,000 years passed. Luo Wen finally finished refining a large portion of the Chaos Bead. The Chaos Bead also finished recognizing its owner, completely becoming Luo Wen's treasure. Chapter 15, Traveling in the East Sea, Searching for the 3 Immortal Islands of Panglai. Spending 100,000 years to use it to refine spiritual treasures is really delaying cultivation. I still have to hurry up and look for spiritual objects that contain the 5 elements of the innate chi, and strive to break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal as soon as possible. With this in mind, Luo Wen packed up his spiritual treasures and continued his journey. Now that Hongjun Daozu has not yet preached, and there is no door for all the beings in the floodplain to cultivate, the great Luo Golden Immortals are the topmost fighting force. If he could break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal, Luo, with the spiritual treasures and formations he now possessed, would have the power to fight even against opponents at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Buzhou Mountain has been explored. Where would be a good place to go next? Luo stood at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, overlooking the earth, and muttered. In addition to the Buzhou Mountain, and nowadays in the flood, like the Kunlun Mountain Xuan Mountain, such a famous heavenly paradise, has long been occupied by the various great powers. It's not easy to find a piece of virgin land that hasn't been explored yet. Right. The 3 immortal islands of Penglai shouldn't be out yet at this time of the year, so why don't we go to the East Sea and try our luck? Luo said, looking out in the direction of the East Sea, and his eyes snapped open. Legend has it that there are 3 islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhang, and Penglai. The origin of these 3 islands is extremely mysterious, and it is said that they were transformed by 3 pieces of chaos fragments of the great opening of the heavens. It contains all sorts of unexpected spiritual treasure opportunities. It is rumored that Huang Zhongli, the first of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, was born on the 3 islands of Penglai. If one could find these 3 immortal islands before the other great powers did, there would definitely be a considerable harvest. Thinking of this, Luo shook his body and transformed into a stream of light as he sped towards the East Sea. 1,000 years later, the East China Sea. Rowan's figure reappeared. Looking at the vast eastern sea, Luo's eyes burned. Trying to find the location of the 3 islands of Penglai in the middle of the vast East China Sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the fact that there are also innate formations guarding these 3 islands that conceal the heavenly chances, making them even more difficult to find. I'm here all the time, so I'll just have to take my chances. Rowan didn't have a better solution, so he could only take one step at a time. The East Sea was vast, and Luo kept going deeper and deeper. After 1,000 years of aimless searching, there was still nothing. Buzz. Just as he was at a loss, the spiritual treasure Chaos Pearl in his hand suddenly emitted a throb. The Chaos Pearl is reacting. Seeing this, Rowan immediately came into the spirit. He immediately exerted the power of his Yuan Shen and communicated with the Chaos Bead. Discovering that the long-dormant Chaos Pearl seemed to be resonating with some mysterious existence nearby. There must be something hidden here. Thinking about this, Rowan was enlightened. He immediately let go of his divine sense and enveloped the nearby 10,000-mile radius. There are formation fluctuations. Rowan, who was searching, suddenly saw a light. Just a few hundred miles to the east, there was a hidden formation fluctuation. The fluctuation was extremely weak and not easy to detect. It would have been easy to miss it if it wasn't for the hint of the Chaos Bead. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Luo leaped to where this fluctuation was. This formation's defense isn't very strong, but it's extremely stealthy. Rowan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after some probing. There are only 3 things that can determine how good or bad a formation is: attack, defense, and stealth. The concealment of this side of the formation at the moment was definitely second to none in the floodplains. Facing the large formation, Luo's eyes burned. He did not choose to violently break the formation. Instead, he chose a safer and more secure way, patiently attending to the great formation to break the prohibition. It is important to realize that the East China Sea zone appears to be calm and peaceful, but in reality, it is full of crises. There were the dragon clan of the 3 innate clans as well as various powerful aquatic cultivators hiding among them. If they make too much noise, they will inevitably cause others to covet them and cause unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Luo sat down on his knees, held his breath and began to comprehend the grand formation. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Luo had already cracked 99% of the prohibitions of this formation enlightenment. The origin of the formation was also understood. This formation is called the Chaotic Massive Heavenly Formation. This formation has almost no offensive power. The defense is also mediocre. The only thing he's good at is shielding the sky. As long as you are in this side of the formation, even a Heaven's Path saint who specializes in deduction will not be able to find your trace. Open. After the crack is complete, Rowan raised his hand and pointed. A manhwa opening opened above the formation. Luo had just lifted his foot and stepped into it when a cavernous paradise appeared in front of him. What came to the surface was an extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi. The aura within the formation is so dense that it's about to liquefy. I guess no one has yet ventured into it for billions of years, and the hidden chances in it are well preserved. Thinking about this, Rowan was elated. He directly leaped up and flew towards the core of this cave's blessed land. When he came to take a look inside the formation, there was a huge island in his eyes. All sorts of rare elixirs could be found everywhere on the island, and all sorts of unnamed rare and precious beasts walked among them. Chapter 16, White Lotus of the Pure World, Prying Eyes from Taoist Fire Dragon. As the saying goes, the river and mountains are beautiful, the earth's spiritual realm is victorious, and one is not an immortal until one enters Penglai. This should be Penglai Island. Rowan looked extremely far away with a face of excitement. Among the 3 islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhang, Penglai Island is the one with the largest area and the most abundant resources among the 3 islands. Unable to wait, Luo directly ignored the rare elixirs at the periphery of the island and flew towards the core of the island. The island of Panlai is vast. Its area was about the same as the earth where Rowan was in his previous life. Not long after, Luowen pressed down on the clouds and came to the center of Panlai Island. I only saw a lotus pond here, glowing with three-colored precious light. In the center of the pool swaying, there is a white lotus flower with 12 pints of blossoms. It's... Rowan's eyes snapped open when he saw this. Pure white lotus. He directly released his divine sense and enveloped the entire lotus pond. Immediately, he learned the origin of that white lotus flower. It turned out to be the famous Innate 5 lotus platform of the white lotus of the pure world. The pure white lotus flower blossomed in 12 grades, with 48 prohibitions within it, and was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Once it is offered, all evils will be repelled, all laws will not be invaded, and the innate will be undefeated. In addition to the white lotus of the pure world, Luowen realized that the water in that lotus pond was likewise a treasure of great origin. 3 Lights Divine Water. The 3 Lights Divine Water consisted of a combination of golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water. The sunlight divine water pins down gold and eats away bones, the moonlight divine water pins down souls and snatches away spirits, and the starlight divine water swallows and dissolves the true spirit in consciousness. Each of them is the world's most poisonous thing. But if these 3 kinds of divine water are fused together in one place, they can synthesize the first healing medicine of the floodplains that lives and dies. That's a lot of money. Having gained a great opportunity, Luowen was overjoyed. Whether it was the white lotus of the pure world or the 3 Lights divine water, they were both extremely rare heavenly treasures. Rowan got 2 of them at once. This is something that cannot be obtained by anyone other than a person with great chance and great fortune. Collect. Rowan slightly raised his hand and made a big move. Take the white lotus of the pure world into your palm. With the white lotus of the pure world, my ability to preserve my life has also increased a lot. Hurry up and refine it. Luowen sat down on the spot and began to refine the white lotus of the pure world. Just as Luowen was busy refining the treasures, outside the great formation of Panlai Immortal Island, a Taoist man with a dragon's horn on his head wearing a red Taoist robe appeared. This Taoist man had a gloomy appearance, with a powerful aura around him, and greed was written all over his face as he looked at the location of the chaotic Milky Way formation. This person was known as Taoist Fire Dragon, and with his cultivation of peak Taiyi Golden Immortal, he dominated 1,000,000 miles of land. Just a short while ago, while Luowen was cracking the Great Formation's prohibitions, he accidentally touched the prohibitions that Taoist Fire Dragon had planted beforehand. The Fire Dragon Taoist had sensed it and secretly followed it, hiding in the void and setting up an ambush. Just waiting for Luowen to come out of the big formation, he would directly strike, killing and seizing the treasure. Thousands of years have passed. A large portion of the 48 prohibitions in the 12 pure white lotus had already been completed by his refining. Collect. Immediately afterward, he sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and recited words under his breath towards a pool of water. A huge suction force was generated in the blood god tripod, and in a matter of moments, it collected all of the 3 Lights divine water in the pool. After doing this, Luowen didn't choose to leave immediately. The island was rich in spiritual chi, and all kinds of innate spiritual roots were everywhere. With Rowan's character of plucking feathers from geese, he certainly wouldn't let it go easily. He spent 100 years scouring the entire Panlai Island. As long as there were heavenly materials that were slightly valuable, all of them were pocketed by him. Only after completing all of this did Luowen leave Panlai Island reluctantly. After searching Panlai Island, the harvest is great. The only pity is that I didn't find any 5 elemental type heavenly materials. We can only try our luck on the other 2 islands. Opening the island protector formation, Luowen set off once again and continued to search for Yingzhou and Fangjiang islands among the 3 islands of Panlai. However, just as he had just stepped out of the chaotic massive heavenly formation, suddenly I felt the wind at the back of my head. A wave of mana fluctuated out of the void and came barreling towards him. Pure white lotus. In the heat of the moment, Rowan's thoughts moved. Subconsciously, he offered the white lotus of the pure world to protect his entire body. As soon as the white lotus of the pure world appeared, it immediately bloomed with a glistening white light, enveloping Luowen's entire being. Boom! It was accompanied by a shocking loud noise. A red flying sword wrapped in samadhi flame arrived swiftly and slammed into the defense of the pure white lotus. Fortunately, the flying sword failed to penetrate the defense of the pure white lotus and was repelled back. Sneak attack. Rowan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been pierced through the heart with a sword. Jia. A mere Golden Immortal actually managed to dodge my attack. I really do have some tricks up my sleeve. With a grim laugh, a figure dressed in a red Taoist robe stepped out of the void. It was the Fire Dragon Taoist who had been hibernating in the shadows for a long time. He had wanted to take advantage of Luowen's unpreparedness to kill him in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Luowen, who had a mediocre cultivation level, was prepared and easily resisted his attack. Looking at the white lotus of the pure world above Luowen's head, the Fire Dragon Taoist's eyes flashed with a greedy look. Chapter 17 Luowen's Mockery, Furious Flaming Dragon Taoist. Yellowmouthed child, how dare you trespass into the Forbidden Land and steal this seat's treasures? Don't you know that the millions of miles around this East Sea, including this entire island of Panglai, is my fire dragon Taoist's territory? Hurry up and hand over all the magic treasures you're carrying, or don't blame me for being impolite. Taoist fire dragon pointed at Luo Wen and screamed. After he said that, he shook his body and the pressure around him blossomed violently. Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Taoist fire dragon, Luo Wen's face sank violently. This person's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, only half a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. It was because of his high cultivation that he was emboldened to rampage across the East Sea and take by force. To know, nowadays, the flood world, quasi-saint mighty few, Dala Golden Immortal is the peak of the realm of cultivators. And now that he was facing an opponent who was a whole big realm higher than himself, Luo Wen also felt a huge pressure. Want my treasure? Come and get it if you can. With a strong enemy at hand, Luo Wen tried to remain calm and responded in a cold voice. And now, although his cultivation was lower than the other party, he was carrying a heavy treasure, so even if he really couldn't beat them, he could still keep a whole body and retreat. Humph! How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Samadhi fire, burn me! The fire dragon Taoist let out a cold laugh at his words. Immediately, his hands flipped and he mouthed the words. Buzz! He let out a violent shout and spat out a blazing fire from his mouth, wrapped in merciless killing intent, and lunged towards Luo Wen. Seeing this, Luo Wen didn't dare to be slow. What this fire dragon Taoist was using was the Samadhi True Flame, which was second only to the Sun True Flame in terms of power among the 10 great divine flames of the flood. Banana fan, rise! In a hurry, Luo Wen offered the banana fan of water and slammed it 3 times. With a fan, he directly extinguished the fire dragon Taoist's Samadhi fire. With another flap, a strange wind blew out of the flat ground, blowing the fire dragon Taoist back violently and flying away 3,000 miles away. Fanning 3 times, the sky clouded over and it was actually pouring rain. When Taoist fire dragon saw this, scorn was written all over his face. This kid actually has so many good treasures on him. Looking at the banana fan in Luo Wen's hand, he licked his lips and the greedy look on his face increased. The thought of wanting to kill Rowan in his mind became even stronger. Extinguishing the flame dragon Taoist's flames, Luo Wen smiled disdainfully and pointed at the flame dragon Taoist's nose. You're done fighting, it's my turn. Being passive is not his style. He flipped his hands over and mouthed the words, striking out directly and returning the favor. Buzz! Chaos beads, rise! He directly offered up his family's magic treasure, the Chaos Bead. When the Chaos Bead came out, there was a treasure light. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives. It was transformed in a flash into 365 precious beads that shone with the light of the stars. This was exactly the innate star bead transformed from those 365 fruits on the starfruit tree in the Chaos Pearl. As soon as the chaotic star bead came out, it immediately bloomed with bright starlight. It shook the fire dragon Taoist who couldn't open his eyes. Next moment, 365 star beads converged in one place and attacked fiercely towards Taoist fire dragon. No good. The star bead's attack was too fierce. It came from the sky. The fire dragon Taoist was unable to fight back, and took a few hard hits, unable to let out a wail of pain. Damn it! Suffering a wave of heavy blows, Taoist fire dragon was humiliated and annoyed. He directly shook his body and showed his true form. Surprisingly, it was a fire dragon lizard that was hundreds of feet long, covered in thick scale armor, and had a huge body. Eat you! In anger, the fire dragon Taoist opened his bloody mouth and attacked Luo Wen violently. With his thick-skinned body, he hardened himself against the chaotic star bead's attacks and grew more and more courageous as he fought. Don't look at the chaotic star bead's power, but Luo Wen was only a peak golden immortal after all. There was a whole great realm difference compared to Taoist fire dragon. So the damage inflicted on the opponent is greatly reduced. I thought this flame dragon Taoist had something to do with the dragon clan. So it's just a big lizard. Rowan was relieved to see this. As we all know, the East Sea realm is the territory of the dragon clan. He had originally thought that Taoist fire dragon was a member of the dragon race. If he were to behead him, he would not avoid inviting the dragon clan and causing unnecessary trouble. Although the dragon clan had declined during the Dragon Han cataclysm, but its underpinnings are still not to be underestimated. Among them, there was even no shortage of experts at the De Luo Jin Xian level. With Luo Wen's current strength, it was better not to actively provoke. The world says that dragons are lustful in nature, and although you, fire dragon Taoist, are not a dragon, you are tainted with a trace of dragon bloodline, and I don't know which dragon powerhouse has given birth to a wild seed by messing around outside. As he spoke, Rowan deliberately increased his voice. Dragons are inherently lustful. The dragon clan's great power is lustful by nature, and is recognized as the Sea King's scum in the flood world. They like to flirt around, mating with all sorts of strange races, seeing one and loving another as they come. Yellowmouthed child, how dare you insult me? The fire dragon Taoist sniffed and became furious, obviously poked by Luo Wen. Tear your mouth apart. In a fit of rage, he urged his huge body to attack violently towards Luo Wen. Chapter 18, Beheading Daoist Fire Dragon, Entering Yingzhou Island. Above the East Sea. The great battle between Luo Wen and the Fire Dragon Daoist continued. Just wait until both sides have closed the distance. Star formation, rise! Rowan didn't panic and bellowed. Radiant rails of light emerged from 100-mile radius beneath his feet. A great innate formation rose up from the ground. He deliberately provoked the other party in order to lure them into a trap. This side of the Grand Formation was the Star Grand Formation that he had set up by utilizing those 365 star beads in the Chaos Pearl. Since the complete Perpetual Star Dipper Formation required hundreds of great Luo Golden Immortals to complete, Luo Wen was simply unable to perform it alone. He got a simplified version of the Star Grand Formation that had been modified by himself to come out in order to deal with a strong enemy. Although its power is not comparable to the complete Perpetual Star Dipper Formation, it is more than enough to deal with the Fire Dragon Daoist in front of him. Endless starlight converged and violently suppressed down towards the Fire Dragon Daoist. Give me the town. Luo Wen urged all his mana, wanting to suppress Daoist Fire Dragon in one fell swoop. But it turned out that he had still greatly underestimated his opponent's strength. Top. Facing a titanic attack, the Fire Dragon Daoist clenched his teeth and let out a bellowing cry. Straightforward choice of hard carry. He was, after all, at the peak cultivation level of Taiyi Golden Immortal and was not a generalized person. Boom! The power of the endless stars descended violently, colliding fiercely with Daoist Fire Dragon's physical body, erupting in a terrifying battle aftermath. This aftermath wave rippled out, setting off boundless waves in the 10,000-mile circumference of the East China Sea realm beneath his feet. Resisting the attack of the power of the stars, Daoist Fire Dragon paid a small price. At this moment, his head was broken and bleeding, his scale armor around his body was badly broken, and he couldn't stop gasping for air. He had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. At this point, he had long since lost his will to fight and couldn't care less about the injuries on his body as he turned to flee. Want to go? It's not that easy. Seeing this, Rowan let out a loud shout. Directly verticalizing the blood god spear in his hand, he attacked fiercely towards the Fire Dragon Daoist. Pust! The Fire Dragon Daoist was already at the end of his strength at this point. He couldn't dodge, and was directly penetrated by Luo Wen's gun, splattering blood on the spot. You can't kill me. The Fire Spirit Ancestor will not let you go. The Fire Dragon Daoist, who had suffered a heavy blow, was still alive. Driven by the instinct to survive, he remained unchanged in his boldness and issued a threat to Luo Wen. Die! Rowan couldn't care less. Put! 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 Directly verticalizing the blood god gun in his hand, he stabbed several times at the Fire Dragon Daoist's vital points. No! Accompanied by wails of pain, Daoist Fire Dragon gradually lost his vitality and turned into a corpse. Collect! After killing the Fire Dragon Daoist, Luo Wen waved his big sleeve. In the middle of his sleeve, a black mist made up of blood-winged black mosquitoes saved up and came out. The blood of a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator was very coveted by Luo Wen. In a matter of moments, the blood-winged black mosquito had eaten all of Daoist Fire Dragon's corpse and turned it into white bones. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, peak Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/150000. Wings, 9th grade 0/150000. Body, 9th grade 0/150000. Evolution points, 30,000. Treasures, Blood God Lance, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, and 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi. Spiritual Root, Starfruit Tree. A peak Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator can actually transform 30,000 evolution points. While absorbing the Fire Dragon Daoist's flesh and blood, a stream of unfamiliar information came pouring into Luo Wen's mind. This is the memory of the Fire Dragon Daoist during his lifetime. Within this memory, there was a clear record of the location of the Daoist Fire Dragon's dojo, Fire Dragon Island. Legend has it that the dojo of Flame Immortal Luo Xian, a disciple of the Interceptor sect, is Fire Dragon Island. I wonder if this Fire Dragon Island is the legendary one. Except for the dojo of the Fire Dragon Daoist. Luo Wen also obtained a weapon refining inheritance from his memories. However, the content of this inheritance was very shallow and could only be considered entry-level. At best, it could be used to build some unimpressive Hotian spiritual treasures. Daoist Fire Dragon has been making his presence felt in the Eastern Sea realm for many years. His dojo must be hiding a lot of good treasures. But he mentioned a fire spirit ancestor before he died. One who can be honored as an ancestor by the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal realm's Fire Dragon Daoist must not be an idle one. With my current cultivation level, it's better not to trespass. It won't be too late to go and find out what's going on after your cultivation level has risen. After some consideration, Rowan made a decision. The immediate priority was to raise his realm. He still decided to follow the original plan and first went to Yingzhou Abbot 2 Island to look for 5 elemental-type heavenly treasures. After his cultivation level has risen, he will go back to the Daoist Fire Dragon's dojo to find out what's going on. After making up his mind, Luo Wen continued his journey and set out to explore the unknown regions of the East Sea. searching for the location of the two islands of Xuanhuang. It took 500 years. With the help of the Chaos Pearl, Luowen quickly found where Yingzhou Island was. Like Penglai Island, Yingzhou Island was likewise covered by a side of the massive heavenly formation. With the experience from the last time, Luowen merely took less than 100 years to crack the Great Formation's prohibition and enter it. This place is worthy of being a cavernous paradise on par with Penglai Island. I hope I can find a spirit medicine that contains the 5 elements of qi. Looking at the mountains filled with all kinds of rare spirit medicines, Luowen couldn't help but be a little staggered. However, he didn't choose to stay and directly leaped up, flying towards the center of Yingzhou Island. Come to the core of the island. Buzz. Dialing the clouds to see the fog-like Dao Meridescence awnings converged fiercely. A golden wheel of light formed in midair. Chapter 19, Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler, Innate 5-Needle Pine. Golden Wheel of Merit. Rowan's eyes snapped open when he saw this. He immediately recognized that this gigantic wheel of light was actually formed by the convergence of vast amounts of heaven-opening merit. In the flood, there are 3 methods of witnessing. One is said to cut off 3 corpses, one is said to be by force, and one is said to be by merit. Merit is a $1 million existence in the flood world. It can be used to enhance cultivation and break through the shackles of the realm. When one encounters a person who carries great merits and virtues, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the heavenly Tao has to be respectful to him and does not dare to mess with him easily. What was even more terrifying was that this golden wheel of merit before Luowen's eyes wasn't just any ordinary heavenly Tao merit. Rather, it was the opening merit of the great Tao that descended from the great god Pangu when he opened up the heavens and the earth. Such a majestic heaven-opening merit is enough to accomplish a heavenly Tao saint. Rowan's eyes burned as he saw this. In the flood world, the ultimate goal of cultivation pursued by monks was to witness the Tao and become a saint. To become a saint, 2 prerequisites are needed. One is the foundation of sainthood, the Hongmeng purple qi. The second is a great deal of merit. As the Penga 3 Qings Tai Ching Lao Zi, Yuanshi Tianzun, Tong Tian sect leaders' status is honored, in addition to benefit from their supreme heal high, but also because they are carrying one into the opening of the merit and virtue. In later generations, the Panga 3 Qing, Nuwa, and the 2 Western explanations became saints, relying on the same massive amount of merit and virtue to be added to them. Merit is a rare thing, and open heaven merit is even more rare. Ordinary cultivators are very difficult to encounter in a lifetime. If Terra Nova Island was not transformed by the fragments of chaos and preserved since the time of the opening of the heavens, it would have been absolutely impossible to keep this opening merit intact. Thinking about this, Rowan was overjoyed. With such a great benefit in front of him, of course he couldn't miss it. Collect. He directly struck out and offered the blood god Cauldron, wanting to pocket this golden wheel of merit. Buzz. However, just as he was about to get his hands on it, a sudden change occurred. That golden wheel of merit seemed to have turned on its spirit, and violently saved and went, dodging Luowen's attack. Next moment, boundless merit and virtue converged violently, gradually condensing into substance and transforming into a strange spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure was a ruler, 1 foot and 3 inches long, surrounded by purple qi lingering around it, engraved with innate Tao patterns, mysterious and mysterious. Between the endless divine light births and extinctions, 2 big words were revealed, measure of heaven. Hongmeng measuring ruler. Rowan's eyes snapped open when he saw this. He immediately recognized that this spiritual treasure was the legendary Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler. Legend has it that this treasure was born at the time when Pangu opened up the sky and the earth, and it was made by the convergence of 10% of the merits of the opening of the sky. With Taiching Laozihan heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Tower and called the latter-day merit and virtue to the treasure. This treasure is a supreme killing treasure. Once it is offered, it is indestructible and kills without any karma. Collect. As the supreme treasure appeared in the world, Luowen immediately came into the spirit. This is a great opportunity that comes along once in 100 lifetimes. Divine objects obscure themselves. The Hongmeng measuring ruler was not an ordinary treasure. Trying to take it in was by no means an easy task either. He flipped his hands and kept punching out spells. The blood god gun in his hand flew out directly and entangled with the Hongmeng heavenly ruler. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was worthy of being a treasure of merit. Its killing power was more than a notch higher than the top-grade innate spiritual treasure blood god gun. In the midst of the fierce battle, the blood god gun couldn't hold back and let out a mournful cry. Collect. Taking advantage of the fact that the Hongmeng measuring ruler was not paying attention, Luowen once again sacrificed the blood god Cauldron. It shrouded down with lightning speed, enveloping the Hongmeng measuring ruler. It's done. After collecting the treasure, the blood god Cauldron continuously emitted violent vibrations. The Hongmeng measuring ruler struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the blood god Cauldron. 100 years passed before it grew quiet. After completely conquering the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, Luowen let out a sigh of relief. He didn't choose to refine it directly. The current task was to find spiritual objects that contained the 5 elements of the innate qi to help him break through the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. It took 500 years. Scoured Terra Nova Island. After making sure to scavenge all of the island's spiritual medicines, Luowen left Yingzhou Island and continued his journey. The search for the last of the three immortal islands of Panglai, Fengshuan Island, begins. With the experience of Panglai Island and Yingzhou Island, finding Abbott's Island became a lot easier. It only took 100 years for Luowen to determine the location of Abbott's Island. After cracking the Great Formation and coming to take a look at Abbott Island, Luowen's eyes burned. Like Panglai Island and Yingzhou Island, Fengzhang Island is vast and a rare place of heavenly bliss. Spiritual roots and plants were everywhere on the island, and there were countless various heavenly materials and treasures. The one that attracted the most attention was the giant tree that stood in the center of the island. This tree has a crown like a canopy, a trunk like a gnarled dragon, and is ancient and vigorous. Surrounded by endless Tao rhythms, the 5 colors of white, green, black, red, and yellow divine light shone brightly, taking people's hearts and souls. This is innate 5 elements chi. Witnessing this, Rowan was agitated. On top of this giant wood, he felt the majestic innate 5 elements of chi. Could it be that this giant tree is the legendary innate 5 needle pine? With deep doubts, Luowen released his divine sense to explore and learn the origin of this tree. He had guessed correctly. This divine giant tree in front of him was the innate 5 needle pine, one of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots. The innate 5 needle pine blossoms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and matures once every 30,000 years. The fruits on the tree contain the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, respectively. It was precisely the best material to be used to refine pills for breaking through the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Chapter 20 Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal, Creating the Tao Palace of the Blood God. What a way to get to the top. With this innate 5 needle pine, I will be able to break through the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm and achieve a half step to the Great Luo. As we all know, the prerequisite for cultivating into a Dala Golden Immortal is the completion of the 3 blossoms and the 5 breaths. The 5 elements gathered in the fruit of the innate 5 needle pine. It could help Luowen finish condensing the 5 chi in his chest in the shortest possible time and raise to the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal realm in one breath. Thinking of this, Luowen directly took out the blood god Cauldron. The innate 5 elemental spirit fruits plucked from the tree paired with the innate spirit medicines obtained from the 2 islands of Panglai and Yingzhou were thrown into the cauldron to be refined. 100 years have passed. The elixir was finally refined. Rowan took it out and looked at it. Only the body of the elixir shone with 5-colored divine light, mysterious and mysterious. This is the 5 elements elixir. It contains the 5 elements of dung gold, bee wood, deck water, sea fire, and earth. It's finally time to break through. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Luowen adjusted his breath and concentrated. He directly consumed a 5 elements spirit pill. Buzz! The 5 elements elixir just went down. It immediately transformed into an incomparably pure innate 5 elemental chi that filled Luowen's body. Luowen tightly guarded his mind, slowly refining this innate 5 elements chi and running his entire body. It didn't take long for the power of this elixir to be completely refined by him. 1, 2, 3. It wasn't until the 10th elixir went down that the 5 elemental chi in Luowen's body finally reached completion. At the same time, his surroundings flashed with essence, and his cultivation directly broke through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Feeling the majestic mana surging within his body, Luowen's eyes burned. Don't look at just breaking through a realm. The strength of an actual Taiyi Golden Immortal was 10,000 times stronger than that of a Golden Immortal. If Luowen were to encounter Taoist Fire Dragon again right now, he would only need to kill him directly without utilizing the Chaos Pearl. After breaking through the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, Luowen didn't choose to stop. He continued to eat the 5 elements spirit pills in the blood god Cauldron, raising his cultivation with all his might. Thousands of years have passed. Thousands of 5 elements spirit pills were consumed. Luowen's cultivation level also continued to rise, reaching the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. With my current strength, even if I encountered the old flood powers like the Panga 3 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches, I would still have the power to fight, Rowan said, his eyes shining with essence. And now that I've gained some strength, it's time to establish my own dojo. The 3 islands of Panglai are all top-tier immortal blessings, so why don't we make this Abbott's Island my dojo? Since crossing over to the flood world, Luowen had been traveling in all directions without a fixed residence. Years of traveling to get the spirit root spirit medicine is more than enough to put. It would be better to find a place on this Abbott Island to plant these spiritual roots and open up a base. Luowen found an open space next to the innate 5 needle pine and opened up a medicinal field, planting the spirit medicines on his body on it. He also took out the 3 lights divine water and the spiritual liquid of creation and used them to water the land to make it more fertile. After the medicinal fields were opened up, Luowen planned to build another palace for living in. He had obtained a weapon refining inheritance from Taoist Fire Dragon's memories, which would come in handy right now. Thinking of this, Luowen sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and threw in the weapon refining materials he had obtained from his years of traveling through the flood. Thousands of years have passed. A magnificent palace was refined. Luowen named him Blood God Palace. The Blood God Palace was said to be a palace, but it was actually a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure that couldn't be used for battle. The dojo is almost set up. Next, Luo began to refine the spirit treasure. His cultivation had now reached the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, and he could refine more prohibitions in the spiritual treasure. Boosting the power of a spiritual treasure was equivalent to indirectly boosting one's combat power at the same time. 3,000 years have passed. Luo refined all the spirit treasures on hand. A large portion of the prohibitions in the White Lotus of the Pure World, the Chaos Bead, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven had been completed by his refining. As for the two top-grade innate spiritual treasures of the banana fans, they had all been refined. While refining the Hongmeng measuring ruler, an idea also surfaced in Luo's mind. In the latter days, Taoist lantern burner opened up 24 Buddhist kingdoms in the divine pearl of the fixed sea. Why didn't he follow suit and use the Hongmeng measuring ruler to open up a new world in the chaos pearl? In this way, not only could he set up a complete perpetual star dipper grand formation with his own power. What's more, with the power of the new world, one can accomplish the power to prove the Tao and cultivate into the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. But as good as this idea is, it's not going to happen for a while. At the very least, he had to wait until Luo had finished refining all of the Hongmeng heavenly ruler. The dojo has been arranged. Next I'm going to explore the Fire Dragon Taoist's dojo, maybe I'll find something new. After doing this, Luo prepared to go to Taoist Fire Dragon's dojo to hunt for treasures. To secure his dojo. When he was leaving, he also left one of his Yuanshan imprints on top of the Meitian Grand Formation. As long as someone broke the formation, he would be the first to notice. Fire Dragon Island is not far from Abbot Island. It took Rowan less than 100 years to arrive. After arriving on the island, Luo followed the memories in his mind and found Taoist Fire Dragon's dojo. Taoist Fire Dragon had opened up a medicinal field here. Over these billions of years, he had traveled the East Sea and collected quite a few spirit medicines. The grades of these elixirs were not too good though, but it is very suitable to be used as an adjunct to alchemy. After searching the medicine fields, Luo arrived at the core of Fire Dragon Island. A huge volcano sits at this location. Chapter 21 Great Battle Against the Fire Spirit Ancestor, Supreme Yin Overcoming Supreme Yang. The Fire Spirit Elder Ancestor the Taoist Fire Dragon said before he died should reside in this volcano. Luo released his divine sense to explore. Feeling the Tao fluctuations coming from the depths of the volcano. It means that there is a great chance hidden in this volcano. With this in mind, Luo's thoughts moved and he offered the White Lotus of the Pure World to protect his entire body. Immediately, his body shifted into a stream of light and flew into the volcano. Fiery magma tumbled and surged. It was as if a bloody mouth was going to devour and melt all living beings that entered the volcano. Under the protection of the White Lotus of the Pure World, Luo resisted the blazing magma burns. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the core of the volcano. Only a gigantic being whose entire body was condensed from flames was seen bathing in the magma. The enormous pressure around him that belonged solely to the early Dala Golden Immortal realm was revealed. This is the Fire Spirit Ancestor. Rowan fixed his eyes on it and his eyes lit up slightly. The so-called Fire Spirit Elder Ancestor was actually a huge lizard whose body was condensed from flames. He was said to be a living being, but in actuality he had no real entity, just a flame. Who is trespassing on my dojo and disturbing my purification? At the same time, the Fire Spirit Old Ancestor also sensed Luo's arrival. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar, he directly lunged towards Luo. Good coming. Seeing this, Rowan didn't panic. With the protection of the White Lotus of the Pure World, the attacks of the Fire Dragon Ancestor couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking roar, Luo's blood god gun and the Fire Spirit Ancestor's sharp teeth and claws collided violently. An extremely terrifying battle aftermath erupted. Pust! Luo saw an opening and directly stabbed out, striking the Fire Spirit Ancestor's left eye. Ow! The Fire Spirit Ancestor let out a roar all day long as he suffered pain. His left eye was directly pierced and he had a big hole in his head. However, Rowan's shot didn't cause any fatal damage to his opponent. On the contrary, by absorbing the power of the flames in the magma, the wounds of the Fire Spirit Old Ancestor quickly recovered as before. Fire Spirit Elder, when you meet fire, you live. Being in the middle of the magma, it is equivalent to having an immortal body, it can't be killed at all. After some trial and error, Luo had already gotten to the bottom of the Fire Spirit Ancestor. Don't look at the Fire Spirit Old Ancestor who was only at the early Dala Golden Immortal realm. As long as he was in the middle of the magma, he would have a constant supply of mana. The volcano will not die, the Fire Spirit will not be extinguished. Damn it! I'll burn you! After a great battle with Luo, the Fire Spirit Ancestor suffered a great loss and was humiliated and annoyed. He directly verticalized his huge body and lunged towards Luo. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, the Fire Spirit's fierce attack was once again dissolved by the White Lotus of the Pure World. So close! If it wasn't for the protection of the pure White Lotus, I'm afraid I would have been burnt to a crisp by the flames. Seeing this, Luo's heart palpitated and he secretly said to himself, if I want to defeat the Fire Spirit Old Ancestor, I must lure him out of the volcano. Although Luo's idea was good, the Fire Spirit Ancestor wasn't a little cutie. Trying to take him out is no easy task. There's a way. While he was at a loss, a flash of light came to Rowan's mind. He suddenly remembered that he still had the deciduous banana fan in his hand. The decanter banana fan is created by the banana tree absorbing the essence of the most Yin of heaven and earth. It can restrain the fire of the supreme yang. Just by using the deciduous banana fan might be able to restrain the fire spirit ancestor. Thinking of this, Rowan immediately took action. Sacrifice the banana fan. He violently waved his banana fan and slammed it towards the fire spirit old ancestor. With a fan, it directly extinguished the blazing fire on the fire spirit ancestor's body. Fanning twice, a strange wind suddenly blew out of the flat ground, blowing the fire spirit ancestor back violently and flying directly outside the volcano. Good chance! Rowan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Losing the volcano's enchantment, the fire spirit old man also lost his ability to be immortal. With this in mind, Luowen didn't dare to hesitate and directly transformed into a stream of light, flying towards the crater. After a short while, it came to the outside of the volcano. Being outside the volcano, the fire spirit old ancestor's surrounding pressure plummeted, and his size shrunk a lot. Luowen once again sacrificed his decanter banana fan and violently fanned towards the fire spirit old ancestor. Buzz! At this moment, the sky was overcast with clouds and thunder rolled, and in a few moments it was actually pouring rain. Zira! Heavy rain poured down from the sky, landing on the fire spirit ancestor at the same time. The fire dragon old ancestor immediately let out a heaven-shaking hiss of pain. The flaming cohesive body was also doused by the rain and turned into a charred heap. The decanter on the banana fan was the most Yin thing, and it just happened to restrain the most yang fire on the fire spirit old ancestor. Collect! Luowen directly sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and aimed it at the fire spirit old ancestor. At this time, the old fire spirit ancestor was severely injured and had not yet had time to recover. Facing the blood god Cauldron, there was no resistance at all, and he was directly sucked in. Entering the blood god Cauldron, the fire spirit old ancestor was still not honest and was still struggling. Buzz! Accompanied by a violent shaking of the blood god Cauldron, the fire spirit old ancestor unexpectedly managed to break free and climbed out. Ow! After seeing the sun again, the fire spirit old ancestor had already lost his will to fight, and stumbled towards the crater with a roll. Want to run? It's not that easy, Luowen said, verticalizing his blood god gun and chasing after him. Pust! Next moment. Accompanied by a terrifying wail, Luowen's blood god gun penetrated the fire spirit ancestor's head. Without the volcano's enchantment, the fire spirit ancestor also lost his ability to be immortal. In no time at all, it completely dissipated and turned into a fiery red pearl. Chapter 22, Entering the Eastern Kunlun Mountains, the Green Lotus of Creation. Luowen's gaze gazed at the precious pearl, only to see that its surface was surrounded by an innate Tao pattern, emitting a mysterious light. Collect! Luowen stretched out his arm and made a move, easily holding that precious pearl in his hand. He immediately released his Yuanshen to probe, and soon learned the origin of this precious pearl. Innate Fire Spirit Bead. This innate fire spirit bead belonged to one of the 5 innate spirit beads of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even though it was only a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, it contained a huge amount of flame origin power. Even more miraculously, this fire spirit bead was able to continuously upgrade its own spiritual treasure grade by absorbing all sorts of 10,000 fire origin. If one could reach the innate supreme treasure level, one could even create a brand new small world based on the principle of the 5 elements. Luowen had originally planned to open up a new world within the Chaos Pearl, and this fire spirit pearl was undoubtedly an essential and key item. After receiving the Fire Spirit Pearl, Luowen once again set off to leave Fire Dragon Island. He decided to continue traveling around the Flood Continent, searching for and hunting more living beings to obtain evolution points. Since breaking through to the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, his cultivation had once again hit a bottleneck. The only way to break the bottleneck was to raise the bloodline level. Only in this way can one truly become a strong man and traverse the world. 500 years later, Luowen's figure once again appeared on the shores of the East Sea. He exuded a powerful aura that made people dare not look directly at him. This time, his target was the Kunlun Mountains. Like the Buzhou Mountain, the Kunlun Mountain was also one of the ancestral veins of the flood, which contained countless opportunities and spiritual treasures. These treasures were extremely precious resources for cultivators, which could help them increase their strength faster. Following the old rules, he hunted demonic beasts while advancing towards the Kunlun Mountains. However, unlike the last time, this time he was no longer careful, but bold and aggressive all the way. With his current cultivation level, even if he encountered a Deluo Golden Immortal level demonic beast, he would have full confidence in killing it. 1,000 years passed in Luo when traveled all the way to the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountain is worthy of being the ancestor of all mountains, more than billions of miles in circumference, winding and coiled. It looks like a huge dragon, lying on top of the earth, majestic and breathtaking. The entire Kunlun mountain range, divided into East Kunlun and West Kunlun. East Kunlun is the dojo of Pangu and the Three Purities, while West Kunlun is the dojo of Western Mother. It was filled with mysterious power and endless opportunities, attracting countless beings to explore it. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/150,000. Wings, 9th grade 0/150,000. Body, 9th grade 0/150,000. Evolution points, 400,000. Treasures, Blood God Lance, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, and 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi. Spiritual Roots, Starfruit Tree, 5 Needle Pine. With a thought, a system attribute alert bar popped up in front of Luo Wen's eyes. It listed in detail the various monsters he had hunted and killed and the experience value he had gained over the past 1,000 years. Seeing that he was still 50,000 evolution points short of evolving again, Luo Wen couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation welling up in his heart. Before that, let's go up to the Kunlun Mountains to see if we can come across any chances, Luo Wen muttered. He decided to utilize this time to explore this mysterious place, maybe he could find some unexpected gains. Thus, Luo Wen's figure flickered and transformed into a stream of light as he flew towards the eastern Kunlun mountain range. Along the way, he traveled through the clouds and swept over the mountains, eventually landing on top of a peak. In the following days, Luo Wen began to travel through the eastern Kunlun mountains. He traveled through the mountains and forests, searching for the legendary spiritual treasures of chance. However, as time passed, his heart gradually sank. Although he had discovered many precious spirit medicines, he had never been able to find the opportune spirit treasure that moved his heart. Without realizing it, 100 years had passed. Rowan felt a little tired, and the expectations that had filled his heart gradually turned into disappointment. Just as he was about to leave East Kunlun and head to West Kunlun, a sudden throb came from the Chaos Pearl. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in Luo Wen's heart, as if something was calling out to him. This feeling instantly refreshed him, and his fatigue was swept away. He realized that there might be some sort of great opportunity hidden around him. Thinking of this, Luo Wen didn't hesitate to release his powerful divine sense, enveloping the 10,000 miles around. He searched every inch of the ground carefully, not missing a single trace. Finally, after some time, he detected a faint but unusually strong fluctuation of the formation. Luo Wen immediately followed this mysterious fluctuation and tracked it, and in a short time he came to a place where an extremely large-scale innate great formation stood, with clouds and mist inside the formation and spiritual light shining, as if it contained endless secrets and treasures. There must be a great chance in it. Luo Wen's heart was overjoyed, but he didn't act impulsively. Instead, he pressed down his inner excitement and sat down cross-legged directly on the spot, running his divine mind to start comprehending the prohibitions of this grand formation. Time has passed, and 1,000 years have passed. During these long years, Luo Wen was fully focused on drilling into the prohibitions of this grand formation, finally comprehending them all. Open! Luo Wen pinched his hands together and mouthed the words. As his words fell, the formation immediately responded. The originally tight formation slowly opened a one-person high opening. Seeing this, Luo Wen raised his leg and stepped into it without hesitation. In an instant, an extremely majestic creation aura came crashing down on his face, just like a surging ocean wave, making him unable to help but be moved by it. Creation aura is a rare thing in heaven and earth, and it's so dense here. Luo Wen felt the abundant aura around him, his eyes flashing with surprise. This kind of rich creation aura was rare, and it also meant that there was a big chance hidden here. Just at the instant Luo Wen stepped into the grand formation, far away in the eastern Kunlun Mountains 3 Qing Hall, in the middle of Pango's 3 Qing's dojo, on top of the cloud platform, the three people who were in closed-door cultivation, namely Tai Ching Lao Zi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, as well as Tong Tian sect leader, opened their eyes almost at the same time. Second brother, third brother, I suddenly sensed something in my heart just now, as if a great opportunity was about to descend. Old man Tai Ching counted with his fingers, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he spoke. We felt it too. The Tong Tian sect leader and Yuan Shi Tianzun on the side nodded in agreement. As I see it, this great chance is destined for us, the 3 Qing. Old man Tai Ching stood up, a powerful aura surging from his body, then he shifted and turned into a stream of light flying towards the distance, saying under his breath, second and third brothers, follow me. Good. Sect leader Tong Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzun answered in unison, and the two of them also transformed into 2 streams of light, closely following behind old man Tai Ching. In the Kunlun Mountain innate formation, Luo Wen traveled all the way through the heavy mists and finally arrived at the core of the formation. His eyes were drawn ahead, only to see a serene and mysterious landscape unfold before him. At the entrance, the first thing that caught the eye was a clear lotus pond, the water sparkling, reflecting the sky and the surrounding mountains. In the pool bloomed a green lotus flower, petals delicate, stamens flashing a light green light. The lotus flower swayed gently in the breeze, as if in a beautiful dance. This is... A curiosity welled up in Luo Wen's heart, and he immediately released his powerful divine sense, wanting to explore the mysteries of this green-colored lotus flower. As his divine sense explored deeper and deeper, he gradually understood the true identity of this green-colored lotus flower. The green lotus of creation. Luo Wen whispered in shock. This green lotus in front of him was unexpectedly the legendary green lotus of creation. According to ancient records, this green lotus is a spirit that was conceived at the beginning of chaos, containing endless vitality and the power of creation. A trace of excitement flashed in Luo Wen's eyes. He didn't expect that he could meet such a rare treasure here. He cautiously approached the lotus pond, feeling the rich vitality and aura. However, right at this moment, a strong fluctuation came from the center of the lotus pond, causing the entire space to tremble. Luo Wen's heart was startled, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, vigilantly eyeing the lotus pond. He realized that this green lotus of creation didn't seem to be simple and might be hiding some sort of danger or test. But in the face of such a rare opportunity, he was not willing to give it up easily. Thus, he took a deep breath and decided to take a chance and see if he could gain the approval of this green lotus of creation. Chapter 23, Absorbing the Green Lotus of Creation, Visit of the Three Pangu Purities. As we all know, in the flooded heavens and earth, there are 6 great lotus platforms. They were 12 golden lotus of merit, 12 black lotus of destruction, 12 red lotus of karmic fire, 12 white lotus of purity, 12 purple lotus of reincarnation, and 24 green lotus of creation. Among them, the 24th green lotus of creation was envied by heaven due to its super high grade, and was not tolerated by heaven and earth. This also doomed the green lotus of creation to certain destruction. Saffron flowers, white lotus roots and green lotus leaves, the 3 religions were originally one family. Later legend, the creation of the green lotus is divided into 3, into a white jade flat crutch, the 3 treasures of the jade rui as well as the green ping sword 3 treasures, respectively, for the 3 pango ching tai ching laozi, the beginning of the Tianzuan, the Tongtian sect master. It's fortunate that I came in time. The green lotus of creation had not yet matured, or else it would have been taken by the 3 chings first. Luo Wen said, sacrificing the blood god Cauldron and taking out the spiritual liquid of creation and pouring it on top of the green lotus of creation to help it mature faster. As the green lotus of creation continued to mature, the precious light on it flickered and dimmed, seemingly showing signs of imminent disintegration. The green lotus of creation is forbidden by heaven and earth, and once it matures it will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Something has to be done to help it avoid a destructive end. Rowan said, deep in thought. After a long time, a sudden flash of insight gave him an idea. Why don't we just suck the green lotus of creation away from the 12 grades and let his grade drop to 12, so that the heavenly Tao will have no reason to destroy him? After some weighing, Rowan made a decision. The same as the monk's healed 3-flower grade. Under the heavenly Tao, the grade of spiritual treasures could not exceed 12 grades. The 24th green lotus of creation was envied by the heavenly Tao because it was of too high a grade. As long as we find a way to lower its grade, we will be spared from the heavenly Tao's reproach. In the latter days of the great god's sealing, Mosquito Taoist sucked away 3 of the 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit and reduced it to 9 pints. And now he could do as he had done, and reduce the grade of the 24-point green lotus of creation to 12. Making it an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure on par with the 12 pieces of karma fire red lotus and the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus. Although it was a bit of a pity that the grade of the spiritual treasure had dropped, it was at least better than destroying it completely. Collect. Thinking of this, he waved his big sleeve. Buzz off. Within the cuffs, thousands of blood-winged black mosquitoes rushed out, surrounding the green lotus of creation and sucking it up frantically. Very quickly, along with the grades continuously dropping, the original 24 pints of the green lotus of creation were left with only 12 pints. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/150,000. Wings, 9th grade 0/150,000. Body, 9th grade 0/150,000. Evolution points, 450,000. Treasures, Blood God Lance, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, a Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation. Spiritual Roots, Starfruit Tree, Innate 5-Needle Pine. After finishing this, Luo Wen waved his sleeve and pocketed the Green Lotus of Creation. While obtaining the Supreme Treasure, he also gained 50,000 evolution points as a result. The harvest from this tour of Kunlun was simply beyond imagination. It's time to evolve again. Coming outside of the Grand Formation, Luo Wen was about to leave. Fellow Taoist, please stay. An abrupt voice came to his ear. 3 streams of light descended from the sky and landed in front of Luo Wen, transforming into 3 figures with powerful auras. These 3 figures were an old man, a middle-aged man and a young man. Seeing the face of the visitor, Luo Wen's eyes lit up and his heart was clear. These 3 people are the lords of the eastern Kunlun Mountains, the 3 pristine ones of Pangu. Standing in the middle, wearing a white robe, crane hair and childlike face as the head of the old man, is the chief of the 3 Qing of Pangu, Tu Qing Laozi. The middle-aged man on the left with a bratty face was Yuan Shi Tianzun, the second oldest of the 3 Qing. The young man on the right with the sword eyebrow and starry eyes and a heroic face is the last seat of the 3 clearings, Lord Tongtian. Poor old man Tai Chang. Poor Taoist Yuan Shi Tianzun. Poor Lord Tongtian. Greetings to this fellow Taoist. The 3 of them spoke directly, loudly announcing themselves. Sure enough, it's the 3 Qing. Rowan didn't say anything with his mouth, but in his heart, he said that it was not good. The three clearings appeared at this time, not too early or too late, and it was obvious that the visitors were not good. East Kunlun was the land of the Pango Three Pristine Ones. This place is also under the control of the three purities no matter how big or small the chances. Luowen had just gotten the green lotus of creation just a moment ago when these three people appeared. Their coming is self-evident. I've heard of the great names of the three Qing, poor Taoist Luowen, this is my salute. Pressing down the apprehension in his heart, Luowen calmly bowed and saluted. Fellow Daoist Luowen, not long ago there was an opportunity present here, I wonder if you have ever met it? Old man Tai Cheng made a bow in return and asked tentatively. A chance? Luowen sniffed, his eyes rolled, and he opened his mouth to respond, I won't hide it from you three fellow Taoists, there is indeed a piece of chance here, only that you guys came too late and it's already been taken away. Taken away? The three Qing's face sank when he heard this, and he immediately asked back, who took it away? That person has already left, it's too late for you guys to chase after him now. Luowen made a few perfunctory remarks, arched his hand, and made a gesture to leave. If there's nothing else for a few of you, poor Taoist will take his leave first. Slow down. Among the three purities, Yuanshi Tianzun stood out and stopped Luowen. Chapter 24, Fighting Pangu and the three Qing alone, shaking the flood. I see you kid looking sneaky and blinking, the treasure must be taken by you. The first heavenly father pointed at Luowen and shouted, hurry up and give an honest explanation, or I'll make you look good. You newbie old Taoist are so rude, you actually dare to threaten me. Seeing this, Luowen lost his temper and responded with a glare, so what if I took it? This thing of chance, if I find it first it's mine, none of your business? Rowan said, secretly strangling and preparing for battle. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, coupled with the fact that he was carrying a supreme treasure, even if he faced the three Qing, there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, even if he denied it, the three pristine ones would never believe it. Why don't we just admit it outright, big deal, we've done it before, and we'll see what happens in the fist fight. Asshole. How dare a vertical son be rude? Seeing this, the first heavenly father was furious, blowing his beard and eyes, and made a gesture to make a move. Luowen sneered and looked at the origin heavenly father without fear, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. Second brother and slow, something good to discuss, no need to use force. Tai Ching Laozi saw this, rushed to stand out to round off the scene. Luowen Taoist friends, I three Qing advocate quiet and in action, always do not like to make things difficult for others, but this treasure is indeed with my brother has a destiny, but also please Taoist friends to return it to me, there will be a reward in the future. Hump, there's no need to talk nonsense with him, just snatch it directly. The first heavenly father said in a cold voice, a hint of greed and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Second brother is right, a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, just kill it. Sect leader Tong Tian agreed, while offering up his spiritual treasures and getting ready for battle. Fellow Daoist Luowen, the second and third brother of mine don't have a good temper, so please hand over the treasures so as not to hurt the peace. Old man Tai Ching had a smile on his face, but his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Humph. I thought that the famous Pango Three Purities were people who were quiet and did not fight with the world, but I didn't realize that they were the same as those demonic cultivators out there who like to kill and seize treasures. Luowen couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart when he saw the three Qing acting in such a manner, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He had originally held a certain amount of respect for the Pango Three Pristine Ones, but at this moment, he realized that they were completely different from what he had imagined. However, Luowen wasn't intimidated by the three Qing's aura, instead, he straightened his spine and responded without fear, it's fine to want my treasures, it depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so. His voice was firm and strong, full of provocation. Since there was no way to avoid the conflict, let's face it openly and let the other parties see their strength. Yellowmouth child, you don't know how to die. Upon hearing Luowen's provocative words, the first heavenly father was instantly enraged, and a stern light flashed in his eyes. As one of the Pango Three Qing, he was in an honorable position, and for billions of years, no one had ever dared to provoke his majesty so openly. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else, and only wanted to immediately give this arrogant brat in front of him some color. Only to see his palm flip over, a thunderous light instantly condensed in his palm, which flashed with a dazzling light, as if it contained endless power and killing intent. Immediately after that, he slashed towards Luowen without hesitation, clearly wanting to defeat him in one fell swoop. Pure white lotus. Luowen had prepared for this, and when he saw Yuanshi Tianzun strike, he quickly reacted. He mouthed the words and pinched his hand, and a lotus flower as white as snow appeared out of thin air. This is the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the 12 pure white lotus. With the appearance of the white lotus of the pure world, the surrounding space was instantly enveloped by a holy aura, and the precious light illuminated the Kunlun Mountain's 10,000-mile radius. The light emanating from the white lotus of the pure world was like a shield, protecting Luowen tightly within it. Boom! This jade-clear divine thunder came blasting in violently, like a bright meteor crossing the sky, carrying endless might and energy as it ruthlessly smashed into Luowen. At the same time, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, erupting into a terrifying battle aftermath that surged like a tsunami, spreading out in all directions. The commotion caused by this battle was so great that it disturbed the surrounding great powers, who focused their gazes on this place, wanting to see who actually dared to provoke such a fierce fight here. The Pangu three pristine ones, who usually advocate tranquility and inaction, have actually fought with someone. This is going to be hilarious. Look at this, the three purities of the great Luo Golden Immortals are actually making a move against a junior of the Taiyi Golden Immortals. When the great powers saw this, they became interested. You know, the three Qing is the Pangu Yuanshan transformed, the status of the lofty, they are each carrying the opening of the merits, hundreds of millions of years has been to the Pangu authentic self-proclaimed. Their strength was unfathomable, causing countless living beings to be in awe. As a result, many great powers feared their prestige and looked up to them. There were even many people who voluntarily defected to the Three Clear sect, willingly committing themselves to be disciples just so they could receive their guidance and shelter. Now that the three of them had come out all together to fight Luo 1, they naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding heavenly powers. Everyone wanted to see what this person who dared to challenge the three Qing was capable of, and whether he could really withstand the three Qing's attacks. And at this time in the East Kunlun Mountains, the battle between the three Qing and Luo 1 is still continuing, and both sides are going back and forth, not giving way to each other. Each encounter triggered the heavens and earth to change color and the wind and clouds to surge, displaying incomparably powerful strength and aura. The three pristine ones didn't care about the attention of the surrounding great powers. What they had to do now was to suppress Luo 1 and retrieve the treasure. The first heavenly father, relying on his high level of cultivation, strikes at the drop of a hat. Directly offering his strongest divine ability, he fiercely blasted at Luo 1. On the contrary, Luo 1, under the protection of the pure white lotus, was unharmed. Chaos beads. Seeing this, Rowan let out a bellow. He's not a good old boy who doesn't fight back, directly sacrificing the chaos bead. Buzz. As soon as the chaos bead came out, a vision suddenly appeared. 1 life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 3 lives, turning into 365 star beads, slamming towards Laozi Yuan Tongtian and the others. When the innate star beads came out, the precious light was so bright that it shook people's eyes. With such an intensive attack, the three pristine ones simply couldn't dodge the raining attacks. When old man Tai Ching saw this, his face sank violently. Luo Wen's strength was clearly beyond his imagination. He flipped his hands and mouthed the words, Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda. As soon as the words fell, he was seen waving his big sleeve. Right at this moment, a small tower entwined with majestic Xuanhuang Qi suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. As soon as the small tower came out, it quickly grew larger against the wind, dropping down a channel of Xuanhuang Qi, wrapping Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian tightly in it. This was none other than the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda. Like the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda was transformed from 10% of the heavenly merit at the time of Pangu's opening of heaven, and ranked as the Hotian Merit Defense Supreme Treasure. Its defense was second only to the innate treasure Taiyi. Boom! At the same time, it was accompanied by a loud bang. The star bead launched a round of frantic bombardment. However, under the powerful defense of the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda, the three pristine ones and the others were surprisingly unharmed. Second brother and third brother, this son is holding an exotic treasure in his hands, do not take this lightly. Seeing this, old man Tai Ching's face revealed a deep look of scorn. Under such a fierce attack from the innate star bead, without the powerful defense of the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda, the three of them brothers would have suffered heavy injuries even if they didn't die. Tongtian and Yuanshi, who were on the side, were equally filled with scorn when they saw this scene. Each of the treasures in Luo Wen's hands was comparable to an extreme innate spiritual treasure or even an innate supreme treasure. Chapter 25, Breaking the Pangu Thunder Law, 3 Qing Failure. When they saw that Luo Wen was holding so many heavy treasures in the hands of a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, although the 3 Qing didn't say anything with their mouths, they were inwardly overwhelmed. Even if they considered themselves to be Pangu orthodox, innate deities who possess 10% of the merits of the opening of the heavens, they were unable to come up with such a home base. It wasn't just the 3 pristine ones, those heavenly powers who were watching the battle also let out gasps of astonishment. It's truly terrifying. This seemingly ordinary Taoist Luo Wen actually holds so many heavy treasures in his hands. Don't underestimate the fact that he's just a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even if the 3 Qings of the great Luo Golden Immortals were to attack together, it would still be difficult to take him down. If you meet him next time, you must deal with him carefully and cautiously, and never mess with him easily. Thinking of this, they urged their disciples to be careful in dealing with Luo Wen when they encountered him in the future, and definitely not to provoke him easily. On the other hand, after exchanging a round with the 3 Qing, Luo Wen was secretly surprised. He understood in his heart that the opponents he had encountered before were not comparable to the 3 purities at all. In terms of the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuang Linglong Tower in the hands of old man Tai Ching alone, it was a defensive treasure on par with the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Once it was offered, it was innately invincible. Second brother and third brother must not be taken lightly. We brothers will strike together. Elder Tai Ching gave an order. Yuanshi Tongtian nodded his head in response, and each of them offered up their watchman's magical powers, teaming up to pummel towards Luo Wen. Seeing this, Luowen didn't dare to be slow. In terms of cultivation, he couldn't be compared to any of the great Luo Golden Immortal level Pangu 3 purities. Not to mention the fact that it was still the 3 purities joining forces. Small perimeter star formation, rise. Luowen let out a loud shout. Once again, he offered the chaos bead. In a matter of moments it transformed into 365 innate star beads. Once the star beads were completed, they each returned to their positions according to the orientation of the stars in the heavens, receiving the power of the endless chaotic stars. Boom! Accompanied by the strange light rails underneath his feet, a majestic innate formation rose up from the ground. The Taiyi 5 Thunderbolt Gang Technique. Jade Clear Divine Thunder. Xuanhuang Thunder Sword. Laozi Yuan Shi Tongtian and the 3 of them flipped their hands and choked in unison as they let out a bellowing cry. The 3 divine thunderbolts of green, red, and white steeply coalesced into a single strand and slashed toward Luowen. Break for me! Luowen let out a furious roar, and the small perimeter star formation instantly erupted. Countless starlight flickered, forming a sturdy barrier that resisted the 3 divine thunderbolts as much as it could. However, this is only the beginning. Seeing this, Laozi Yuan Shi Tongtian and the 3 of them once again exerted their divine abilities, and more divine thunderbolts rained down towards Luowen. Luowen, on the other hand, continuously operated the small perimeter star formation to defend against the attacks of the 3 Qing. The 2 sides are at a stalemate. During the intense battle, Luowen gradually realized that although the attacks of the 3 purities were powerful, the coordination between them was not as tacit as he had imagined. So he decided to seize the opportunity and launch a counterattack. For Rowan, one-dimensional defense has never been his style. He prefers to take the initiative and use offense instead of defense. Luowen focused his energy and manipulated the small perimeter star formation, sending out a powerful beam of starlight towards the 3 Qings. The 3 purities were caught off guard by the sudden counterattack and retreated to avoid it. Pango Thunder Law, condense for me. Seeing this, the 3 Qings' hands fluttered and their mouths recited words. Took out his killer. This Pangu Thunder Law was a supreme thunder law that the 3 Qing had comprehended from the inheritance of the great god Pangu. From the time of his descent to the present day, he has yet to meet an opponent who can match him. Ow! Countless thunder lights condensed and transformed into a purple thunder dragon that was 10,000 feet long. As soon as this thunder dragon came out, it opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards Luowen. Seeing this, Luowen's eyes condensed, and the blood god gun in his hand shone brightly. A blood-colored pattern surfaced on it, as if there were countless living beings struggling and wailing in it. With a furious roar, he directly sacrificed his blood god gun, like a burning meteor, carrying endless might and power, and zipping straight towards the thunder dragon. Ow! The thunder dragon suffered a heavy blow from the blood god gun and let out a terrifying cry of grief. The purple thunder light on its body instantly dimmed and dissipated without a trace in a matter of moments. How is this possible? When the 3 purities saw this scene, they were shocked, with looks of disbelief on their faces. The scene in front of them really made them feel overwhelmed. Luowen unexpectedly used his own strength to easily decimate the lightning magic aptitude that the 3 of them had combined their efforts to cast. To know, at this time, Hongjun has not yet opened the altar sermon. The 3 Qing hands do not have too much can get out of the powerful magic treasure. In addition to the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda, which was the main defense, their most powerful means of attack at this stage was only the lightning magic aptitude that they had comprehended from Pangu's inheritance. However, it was such a divine ability that was so easily cracked by Luowen, how could it not shock them? Right at this moment, Luowen struck again, shouting lowly under his breath, "Star power, give me the town." As his words fell, a mysterious and powerful force surged out from his body, quickly spreading to the surroundings. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen, becoming unusually heavy. When the 3 purities felt this powerful pressure, their faces suddenly changed, and an ominous premonition welled up in their hearts. Just as the 3 clearings were lost in thought, Luowen seized the moment and let out a bellowing cry that resounded through the heavens. He pushed the small perimeter star formation with all his might, bringing together the power of the endless stars as if it were a surging torrent, violently suppressing it towards the 3 Qing. Not good. Laozi Taiching's face suddenly changed. He was well aware of the power of this force, and immediately, without hesitation, he urged the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda in an attempt to resist this terrifying power of the circumstantial stars. However, the 2 sides were of equal strength, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between the winners and losers, falling into a stalemate. Under the powerful support of the Chaos Pearl, Star Fruit Tree, and the 365 innate star beads, Luowen was like a fish out of water, communicating closely with the constant flow of star power, and getting more and more courageous the more he fought. In contrast, the 3 purities are gradually looking out of their depth. If they continue to delay like this, they were afraid that the mana they used to maintain the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda would be depleted sooner or later. Damn! As time passed, Old Man Taiching's mana gradually dried up, and his body began to tremble, clearly having difficulty supporting it. "Big brother, I'll help you." Seeing this, Yuan Shi Tongtian on the side immediately mobilized his entire body's mana and poured it into the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda. The 3 of them worked together to resist the suppression of the power of the stars. Time passes in a hurry, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The two sides were still at a stalemate, but the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for the three pristine ones. Second brother, third brother, the good man refuses to be defeated beforehand. Taiyi Laozi finally could not support, pale as paper, forehead cold sweat beaded down, turned his head to the beginning of the Tongtian said, today temporarily retreat, later to find this kid to settle the score. Good. As soon as old man Taiyi's words fell, Yuanshi Tongtian immediately comprehended his intentions. The three Qing originally have the same breath, each other's heart. Just a look will be able to understand each other's heart. In the next instant, old man Taiyi did not hesitate to put away the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong pagoda, and together with Yuanshi Tongtian, they transformed into three streams of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. Finally, we've driven them away. Looking at the departing back of the three pristine ones, Luowen let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since he had descended into the flood world, he had experienced countless battles of all sizes, but this confrontation with the three purities was undoubtedly the most perilous one. This is a place of wrongdoing. It's not advisable to stay for long. Luowen knew that he had already attracted the attention of many powerful people and had to find a safe place to complete his evolution as soon as possible. Thus, without any further hesitation, he quickly put away his spiritual treasure and sped in the direction of West Kunlun. The great powers of the heavens and the worlds who had witnessed this thrilling battle, on the other hand, had let out gasps of awe and emotion, calling out that it was too much. Chapter 26, Mistakenly Entering the Western Kunlun Spiritual Spring, Angry Queen Mother of the West. Too strong. It's unimaginable that a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal realm would defeat the great Luo Golden Immortal realm's Pango 3 Qing. It's really unimaginable. This Luo is carrying a supreme treasure, he must be from a great source, hurry up and feel him out. Witnessing Luo and the three purities in a great battle, the great powers of the heavens let out earth-shattering gasps. Many people were curious about the mysterious Luo, pinching their fingers and trying to figure out Luo's bottom line. However, they didn't know that Luo was carrying the Chaos Pearl to cover up the heavenly chances. No matter how hard the great powers tried, there was a mist before their eyes, and they couldn't see through it at all. One could only watch as Luo's figure disappeared into the void once again. 1,000 years later, Luo's figure appeared in Zikanlun. Since the battle with the three Qing, the news that he had defeated the three Qing with his own strength had also spread throughout the flood. It was important to know that the three purities were the top existences in terms of battle power in the flood. The three of them together were unexpectedly unable to defeat a Taiyi Golden Immortal. This battle made the three Qing face lost face. They can only hide in the East Kunlun Mountain closed cultivation, ashamed to see people. It's a slip of the tongue. The news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing an uproar. For a while, the entire floodplain was discussing this matter. The crowd murmured and speculated about Luo's origin and identity. Some believed that he was the reincarnation of the ancient chaos demon god. Some thought that he had obtained some kind of powerful magic treasure or inheritance. And more than a few were in awe of him. After all, to be able to defeat a powerhouse like the three pristine ones, their strength must be extraordinary. This news quickly spread throughout the four directions of the land, causing the attention and shock of great powerhouses from all walks of life. Luo, on the other hand, rose to fame with this battle and became the center of attention in the entire flood world. Rowan was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. After all, he possessed the Chaos Bead, which could obscure the heavens, and even the heavenly Dao saints would not be able to detect his whereabouts. Thus, he didn't need to worry about those mighty ones coming to his door. In the western Kunlun Mountains, Luo found a secluded and hidden place and began his closed-door cultivation. Although this place couldn't be considered an excellent heavenly paradise, it was full of spiritual qi, and there was even a naturally formed spiritual spring, which was very suitable for closed-door cultivation. Next, he planned to first refine the green lotus of creation that had just arrived. Thousands of years have passed in a hurry. On this very day, above the spirit spring in the Kunlun Mountains, a stream of light drifted down leisurely. When the light dissipated, a graceful figure was revealed. This person had a delicate face and a graceful figure, with a dazzling phoenix crown on her head, dressed in a gorgeous palace outfit, and exuding a powerful pressure around her that only a great Luo Golden Immortal could possess. The visitor was no one else but the Lord of Western Kunlun, Queen Mother of the West. When she came to the side of the spiritual spring, she first released her own divine sense and carefully probed, confirming that there were no idle people within a radius of 10,000 miles, before she felt relieved to shed her clothes and slowly step into the spiritual spring. The Queen Mother of the West was already a supreme beauty, and she treasured her body and skin even more. Every 1,000 years, she would make a special trip here to bathe in the spiritual spring, washing away all the lead and keeping her skin pure. However, she didn't know that just inside a cave less than 100 meters away from her, Luo was cultivating in seclusion. Due to the fact that Luo had the shelter of the Chaos Pearl on his body, clouding the heavens, even a great Luo Golden Immortal like the Queen Mother of the West was unable to detect his presence. At this time, Luo was fully engaged in refining the green lotus of creation, and was oblivious to the arrival of Xuanhuang. Finally managed to refine 36 prohibitions. This is already the limit of what I can achieve at the moment. Luowen secretly celebrated in his heart. Over the past 1,000 years, Luowen had been working on refining the prohibition of the green lotus of creation, and now he had finally made significant progress, having successfully refined most of it and being able to freely manipulate it. When the last trace of the prohibition was refined, Luowen stretched in satisfaction before turning his head to look at the spiritual spring next to him. There's actually such a hot spring on this rare snowy mountain, it would be a waste if we don't utilize it. Why don't we take a nice hot bath here and relax? Thinking of this, Luowen didn't hesitate to take off his clothes and jumped into the spirit spring with a plop. Ah! There are perverts! The moment Luowen jumped into the spirit spring, a sharp shriek suddenly reached his ears. The sudden sound startled Rowan. This place was deserted, and it wasn't exactly a heavenly paradise, so Luowen never expected that there would be people who chose to come here to take a bath just like him. He looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Only in the hazy mist, a woman with black hair falling like a waterfall on her fair skin, like a fairy descending from the earth, appeared in front of her. Especially her delicate figure, hidden in the water, added a bit of hazy beauty. Where did the lecherous man come from? How dare you peep at my bath? Are you tired of living? Western Queen Mother was ashamed and annoyed, letting out a petulant scolding. She flew out of the spa in an instant and draped herself. Under the shame, she blushed, her willow eyebrows stood up, and she was so angry that she lost her color, and she hated that she couldn't eat Luowen alive. It is worth mentioning that here, in addition to her blooming anger, there was also a slight surprise in her heart. She couldn't figure out how Luowen had silently come to her side when she had clearly released her divine sense in advance to check out all of the 10,000 miles in every direction. One must know that the Queen Mother of the West was a famous and renowned innate deity in the flood, on par with the three pristine ones, Niwa, and the Duke of the East. Anyone who could make a bad move under her nose was certainly not an idle one. This woman is actually a great Luo Golden Immortal. I'm sure it's not an idle one. On the other side, hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, Luowen's face sunk slightly as he turned. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The poor Taoist came here 1,000 years ago for a retreat, and I didn't expect to run into you bathing here. I have offended you with my abruptness. Please don't be offended, he said while an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that he was definitely not the kind of shameless person who would peek at a woman's bath. But the thing is, he's already seen what he should and shouldn't have seen. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, the facts are right in front of us, and jumping into the Yellow River won't wash it away. Chapter 27, It's Not a Fight, Shock from Queen Mother of the West. Humph. Men's mouths, deceitful ghosts, do you think I'm so gullible as a 3-year-old? The Queen Mother of the West didn't believe Luowen's explanation at all. She let out a cold snort, a hint of anger flashing across her face, and then she flicked her sleeve, striking out a bolt of mana towards Luowen. This strike appeared to be light, but in actuality, it had condensed the Western Queen Mother's circumference of mana, and its power was enormous. Only to see a purple light speeding in like lightning, carrying an astonishing sense of might and oppression. Not good. Facing the furious Queen Mother of the West, Luowen didn't dare to slack off. He knew that the Queen Mother of the West was powerful, and if he didn't deal with her carefully, he might suffer a loss. Thus, he quickly offered the pure white lotus to protect his entire body. Don't look at the Queen Mother of the West. Although she is a woman, the actual cultivation is not bad, never generalized generation. Like the three purities, she was an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal existence. Its divine powers were vast and should not be underestimated. Break for me! Luowen shouted, deciding to take the initiative and attack as defense. He concentrated his entire body's strength and swung his fist forward to meet the Western Queen Mother's attack. Boom! This punch had condensed Luowen's surrounding mana, and its power was extraordinary. One must know that, and now, his fleshly strength had reached the 9th grade, equivalent to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even if one were to harden the attack of the Queen Mother of the West, it wouldn't be weak in the slightest. As his fist swung out, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted, as if the entire space was shaken. Under the momentum, Luowen's punch collided violently with the Western Queen Mother's mana, causing the ground to shake. The power of both sides fiercely clashed in the air, forming a dazzling light and shockwave. Humph, this smooth-talking womanizer, I didn't expect to have some tricks up his sleeve. The Western Queen Mother was secretly surprised in her heart. She originally thought that with Luowen's cultivation, it would never be possible to withstand her full-force strike under her anger. However, the truth was beyond her expectations. Not only did Luowen manage to resist, but he didn't seem to have been affected too much. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Please raise your hand, fellow Taoist. Luowen arched his hand and said, but immediately afterward, he turned his words around. If you continue to be so rude and unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. He wasn't the kind of guy who couldn't walk away from the sight of a woman, much less a weakling to be rubbed the wrong way. The other party was a woman, but if she got the better of him, he would never sit idly by. Obviously it was you who molested me first. How dare you bite back and say I'm being unreasonable? Mother of the West was so angry that she could hardly breathe at the words. She never expected Luowen to reverse black and white like this. Today, I need to make you pay a heavy price for your shameless behavior. Kunlun mirror. Accompanied by a petulant shout, the Queen Mother of the West waved her sleeve and offered up a copper mirror magic treasure. Buzz. As soon as this mirror appeared, it emitted an endless arcane light that was frightening. Amazingly, when the light from the copper mirror shone onto a certain place, the flow of time in that place was significantly slowed down a lot and a strange fluctuation phenomenon appeared. One must know that the Queen Mother of the West was one of the oldest great powerhouses of the Flood era, possessing numerous spiritual treasures in her hands. Now that she's moved on, the consequences can be unthinkable. Not good. Luowen's heart sank when he saw this. Buzz. Immediately after, that gray light released by the Kunlun mirror quickly enveloped Luowen's entire person completely. Even though he had the white lotus of the pure world as a body protector, Luowen still felt an unprecedented sense of immense pressure and bondage. At the same time, the flow of time around him slowed down significantly, and his own speed of movement was greatly affected as a result, becoming abnormally slow. The scenario was both bizarre and comical, as if the whole world had gone into a slow-motion shot. It's actually a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror. According to legend, this treasure is an extremely powerful spatial supreme treasure, possessing the magical ability to reflect all things and reverse time and space. Since that's the case, then I must also show some real strength. Hongmeng, measuring ruler of heaven, break through this for me. Luowen shouted out, and without hesitation, he offered up the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. It slashed fiercely towards the Queen Mother of the West. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the gray light of the Kunlun mirror instantly shattered. The might of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler did not diminish and continued to slash at the Queen Mother of the West. When the Queen Mother of the West saw this, her face became extremely ugly. She hadn't anticipated at all that Luowen would actually be able to break through the Kunlun mirror's boundaries. You've already lost. Do you still need to continue fighting? Luowen said, putting away the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. I admit that you do have some strength. You're the first one to break the Kunlun mirror's bonds with the realm of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. After an exchange of blows, Queen Mother West's tone became much milder. My name is Queen Mother West. What is your name? In the Flood world, the strong are respected. After sensing Luowen's great strength, Queen Mother of the West began to re-examine him. Innate spiritual treasures are rare in the world and extremely hard to come by. Not to mention a latter-day merit supreme treasure like the Hongmeng measuring ruler. From this, it was clear that Luowen had come from an extraordinary background and was by no means an ordinary person. So your excellency is the Queen Mother of the West. I've heard a lot about you. Luowen arched his hand in return and exclaimed, Poor Taoist Luowen, I salute you here. Please bear with me if I have offended you. He had detected the powerful aura and mysterious aura emanating from the Queen Mother of the West from the very beginning, and secretly speculated about her identity and background in his mind. The facts proved that his suspicions were not empty. When she heard the name Luowen, the Queen Mother of the West's heart shook and a stunned expression appeared on her face. She clearly remembered that she had heard of Rowan's hefty reputation. He was none other than that legendary figure who had managed to repel the Three Qing by virtue of his personal power 1,000 years ago. Luowen. East and West Kunlun are closely neighboring each other, and even though there is no deep friendship between Queen Mother of the West and the Panga Three Pristine Ones, she still has heard a little about their strength. In the entire Flood world, cultivators who were able to repel the three purities on their own could be described as few and far between. And Rowan became the first person since the beginning of time. Rumor has it that although this person's cultivation only reaches the realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal, he holds numerous treasures in his hands and has a mysterious and unpredictable life. Thinking of this, clarity gradually dawned in the Western Queen Mother's mind. Even though she had the upper hand in terms of cultivation, yet the magic treasure in her hands was slightly inferior to the other party. If this battle continued, she was bound to lose. Thus, she snorted coldly, Hump, today's shame, this palace has made a note of it. After saying that, the Queen Mother of the West turned around and left, disappearing above the clouds. Leaving Luowen standing in place, looking at the distant back of the Western Queen Mother, a light flickered in his eyes as he secretly sighed in his heart. This Kunlun Mountain is truly a magical place. In just 1,000 years, I've actually encountered 4 great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouses in a row. This place is indeed a place where great powers gather and should not be underestimated. It seems that in the future, I need to act more cautiously and try to avoid incurring unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Luowen decided not to stay any longer to avoid any complications. Thus, he leaped and turned into a stream of light, quickly leaving the same spot. His figure cut through the air as brightly as a shooting star. Chapter 28, Meeting Again, the Queen Mother of the West under siege. Time flies, the years go by like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed by. The Kunlun Mountains are vast and sprawling, like a huge treasure trove, hiding endless secrets and treasures. However, even after spending a full 500 years, Luowen still failed to cross the border of Western Kunlun. Buzz! Just then, a low humming sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a loud boom came. Not far away, thick smoke rolled out, and between the smoke, a brilliant and colorful divine ability magic treasure glowed in all directions. Clearly, a fierce fight is on. When Luowen saw this, his heart lit up. Sandpiper! How could he miss such a good opportunity? Luowen quickly rushed to the scene and released his divine sense to carefully investigate. Amidst the rolling smoke, several figures with powerful auras were fiercely exchanging blows. Beneath their feet, a party of innate great formations shone with channels of strange rails of light that were brilliant and glittering. That was a sign that a spiritual treasure was about to come out. It looked like what the crowd was desperately fighting for was precisely the spiritual treasure that was about to appear in the world. There are a total of 8 people. 7 of them are Taiyi Golden Immortal realm cultivators, and the other one is a strong early Dala Golden Immortal. After understanding the situation clearly, Rowan had a bottom line in his mind. He purposely suppressed his own aura and cautiously approached the battlefield, wanting to find out what was going on. Luowen fixed his eyes on the crowd and suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure among the people who were fighting in front of him. It's her! He couldn't help but blurt out. It was only 7 Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivators that were surrounding a female immortal. That female immortal faced pretty, phoenix crown cape, wearing a palace dress, tossing and turning in a beautiful posture, like a shock. It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than the Queen Mother of the West, who had a meeting with Luowen not long ago. Seeing this scene, Luowen was shocked in his heart. He secretly pinched his fingers and realized what was going on. As it turns out, not long ago, this place's spiritual treasures came out and erupted into heavenly anomalies. When this vision came out, it immediately attracted the covetousness of the nearby cultivators with powerful cultivation levels. This naturally includes the Queen Mother of the West. However, with many wolves and little meat, all of them wanted to keep this spiritual treasure all to themselves. As a result, the cultivators fought at the drop of a hat and started a bloody fight. This great battle lasted for a whole 100 years, and countless cultivators with weaker cultivation levels were eliminated from the game. And in the end, only the Queen Mother of the West and 8 others survived. Since Xuanhuang's cultivation level was a bit higher than the other 7, she became their priority target to remove and was surrounded by the remaining 7 cultivators. At first, relying on her profound cultivation and the powerful spiritual treasures in her hands, the Queen Mother of the West met the 7 cultivators on her own and did not lose out in the slightest. However, as time passed, the battle situation gradually changed. Facing the fierce attacks from all directions, the Queen Mother of the West began to feel exhausted and was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Good chance! Seeing this scene, Luowen immediately offered his blood god gun and joined the battle without hesitation. Kill her! The treasure is ours! The crowd of cultivators were completely immersed in the fierce battle at this time, and were unable to distract themselves. They didn't even notice Rowan's arrival. Pust! It was at this moment, with a dazzling red flash, a wolf demon in the middle stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal suddenly let out a wail of pain. His front and back were pierced by a bright red spear, and he instantly lost his vitality, dying on the spot. What man? When the crowd heard the voice, they were all horrified and hurriedly stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction the voice came from, and everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Only to see that in the void, a young Taoist wearing a black robe and holding a red spear slowly stepped out. His figure was like a ghostly one, making people shiver. Luowen waved his hand and offered a black mist, and in a matter of moments, the wolf demon's corpse was turned into white bones. It's him! The Queen Mother of the West was slightly stunned when she saw this. Immediately recognizing that the visitor was no one else but Luowen, who he had met not long ago at the Kunlun Mountain Spiritual Spring. However, at this moment, Luowen had a stern face and a murderous aura surrounding his body. He was practically a different person from before. Fellow Western Queen Mother, we meet again. Luowen said, floating to the side of Queen Mother of the West, smiling and proposing, spiritual treasures come out of the world to those who see them. Instead of fighting alone, why don't we choose to join forces and drive the others away before sharing the treasures equally? What do you think? You want to join forces with me? When Mother West heard this, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she showed a look of suspicion. She looked Luowen up and down and pondered in her mind for a moment before finally shaking her head and saying, how do I know that after driving the others away, you won't take the treasures all by yourself? After all, the Queen Mother of the West and Luowen had just met not long ago and had experienced a misunderstanding, so it was really difficult to completely trust each other. If I wanted to keep the treasure all to myself, the one who died just now wouldn't be that wolf demon, but you. Luowen shook his head, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile as he said in a low tone, besides, with this young man's strength, to deal with you few unknown casual cultivators, it's the same with or without your help. You! Mother of the West sniffed and her body trembled violently with anger. She stared at Luowen with wide eyes and dead eyes, but she couldn't refute his words, because she knew in her heart that what Luowen said was true. How about it, did you accept my offer? Luowen asked as he looked at Queen Mother West with a smile on his face. The Queen Mother of the West was silent, a clear look of unwillingness and anger spreading across her face. However, she also knew that she had no choice at this point. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default. Rowan smiled triumphantly. The Western Queen Mother clenched her teeth and finally nodded in agreement. After receiving the Western Queen Mother's approval, Luowen nodded his head in satisfaction, then turned around and pointed his gun at the 6 surrounding cultivators, sweeping his cold gaze across, saying in a chilling voice, "The treasures here have all belonged to me. Those who are sensible will leave quickly. If they are entangled again, I will not be blamed for being merciless." "Asshole!" A cultivator shouted angrily, anger flashing in his eyes. "The treasure was discovered by us first. How can we allow you to be so brutal and overbearing? That is, the treasure should belong to everyone. How can it be monopolized by you alone?" Another cultivator chimed in. "Hump, who do you think you are? How dare you speak up here?" The third cultivator mocked with a disdainful face. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Luowen didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a light laugh. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Treasures are naturally won by those who can. This young man's strength is stronger than you guys, so these treasures now belong to me. If you are not convinced, you can come up and try." Hearing this, those 6 cultivators immediately showed a difficult expression. They knew that Luowen's strength was unfathomable and not easy to deal with. However, they were unwilling to return empty-handed and had their swords drawn, surrounding Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 29 Unevenly Dividing the Spoils, Extreme Innate Spiritual Root Huangzhongli. The atmosphere over the western Kunlun Mountains was unusually tense. Numerous cultivators held their magic treasures and looked stern as they tightly surrounded Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West. Luowen's gaze was cold and his voice was icy. "I'll warn you once more, hurry up and get the hell out of here. If anyone else refuses to leave, there will be consequences." As soon as his words fell, a powerful aura suddenly surged around him, an aura that belonged to the pressure unique to peak Taiyi Golden Immortal powerhouses, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on the surroundings. In an instant, a huge wave of air rose from the flat ground, surging and pounding all around. Although the crowd of cultivators felt intimidated by Luowen's strength, the greed in their hearts prevented them from giving up easily. They looked at each other and seemed to make up their minds. One of the cultivators shouted loudly, "Everyone doesn't need to be afraid. Their cultivation is indeed a step above ours, but after all, there are only 2 of them. As long as we work together and strike together, we may not be unable to defeat them." The other cultivators chimed in with their approval. With a shout, the crowd of cultivators unleashed their respective spirit treasures together and attacked towards Luowen. For a while, colorful rays of light intertwined together, forming a brilliant and colorful scene. However, in the face of the crowd's attacks, Luowen had no fear on his face. He looked at these cultivators indifferently, the corners of his mouth rising slightly in a disdainful smile. Luowen said softly, "The opportunity has already been given to you, but unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you and have to seek your own death. Since that's the case, then I won't blame you for my ruthlessness." As he said that, he extended his right hand and swung it with force. Suddenly, the chaos bead in the sky flashed with a dazzling light, followed by a rapid split into 365 star beads. These star beads were like dense raindrops, slamming towards the 6 cultivators at an astonishing speed. Those 6 cultivators didn't even have time to react in any way before they were struck by the oncoming star beads. Accompanied by a miserable howl, their bodies were instantly smashed to smithereens, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. After finishing off the 6, Luowen sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and collected all of their corpses, converting them into evolution points. Witnessing this scene, the nearby Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine and break out in a cold sweat. Secretly, she was glad that she had just made the right choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have already become a dead soul under Luowen's gun by now. "You have a lot of spiritual treasures on you." Mother of the West looked at Luowen in shock and fear. From the very first Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, the blood god gun, the blood god tripod, to the chaos bead and now the 365 star beads. In less than 1,000 years, Luowen had already taken out so many spirit treasures in succession. And every single one of them was a top grade, extreme grade or even higher existence. In the face of Queen Mother West's questioning, Luowen smiled faintly and responded in silence. He knew that all of these treasures were hard-won and had been obtained through his own efforts of cultivation and chance. But for the Queen Mother of the West, these treasures were just too shocking. After all, it was unimaginable for a person to possess so many spiritual treasures in his body. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. During these 100 years, one after another batch of beings who came to seize the treasure died under Luowen's gun one after another. Faced with the temptation of treasures, the crowd of cultivators went forward as if they were moths to a flame. Luowen stood in place, harvesting living flesh and blood to his heart's content. He understood in his heart that these people were all driven by greed. Knowing that they were not his opponents, they still chose to take the risk. However, their greed will only lead them to destruction in the end. As time passed, more and more cultivators noticed that something was wrong. Gradually, fewer and fewer people came to seize the treasure. In the end, there was no longer anyone who dared to come forward to provoke Luowen. Rowan had also used this to accumulate a massive amount of evolution points and earned a fortune. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 9th grade 0/150,000. Wings, 9th grade 0/150,000. Body, 9th grade 0/150,000. Evolution points, 1.05 million. Treasures, Blood God Lance, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, a Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5-Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. This is not a bad way to earn evolution points. Luowen sighed in his heart as he looked at the evolution points in the system attribute bar. After this incident, he had gained a revelation. He could use the spiritual treasures coming out of the world as bait to attract the surrounding cultivators to come and get killed, which was really a good way to earn evolution points. Once he mastered this technique, his efficiency in hunting demonic beasts would greatly increase in the future. Just as Luowen was thinking about it, he suddenly heard Xuanhuang's cry, "The spiritual treasure has come out." He followed the sound and realized that the formation guarding the treasure was gradually dissipating. Immediately afterward, they saw an immense tree. The tree was full of fruits, each of which had the word Huangzhong written on it in innate Taoist script. Huangzhongli. Luowen's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately recognized the giant tree. As it turned out, it was one of the legendary 10 extreme innate spiritual roots, Huangzhongli. This kind of spiritual root only blooms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and requires another 30,000 years to mature. Only 9 bear fruit at a time, and their flowers are shaped like lotus blossoms, while the fruits are like vermilion stamens. With such a supreme treasure right in front of them, Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West both had golden eyes. There's only one yellow medium plum, how are we going to split it? The Western Queen Mother looked at Luowen with apprehension in her heart. She was worried that Luowen would temporarily renege and make a move to kill. After all, Luowen was powerful and had strange methods, so if they really fought, they might not be a match. The fruit tree goes to me, the fruit goes to you, fair and reasonable. Luowen looked at Queen Mother of the West and smiled faintly, saying, "I killed all the enemies, so of course I should take the lion's share." He held the spiritual liquid of creation in his hand, which could help the yellow mediumly to catalyze the fruit, greatly reducing the time cost. So the fruit on this tree was of little significance to him and could be let out. Then I'm not at too much of a disadvantage. Hearing Luowen's words, the Queen Mother of the West's face sank, somewhat unhappy. There were only a total of 9 fruits on the yellow medium plum, and they were gone after eating them. And the one who owned the fruit tree would get 9 fruits every 90,000 years. Although it seemed like she was taking advantage of it now, in the long run, she was at a big loss. Take it easy. Listen to me finish. Rowan smiled mysteriously and continued, "Actually, I have a better way." Chapter 30, Surviving the Heart Demon Robbery, 3 Treasures Divine Elemental Flower. What method? Queen Mother West immediately couldn't wait to ask back after hearing Luowen's words. Only to see the corners of Luowen's mouth rise slightly, revealing a hint of a bad smile. "You and I are married, this treasure is our common property as husband and wife, so we don't need to share it anymore." What? When the Western Queen Mother heard this proposal, her eyes widened with astonishment. She never expected Luowen to give such an answer, and for a moment she actually froze. Rowan, on the other hand, couldn't help but snicker at her dumbfounded expression. "Roll. You're taking advantage of me again." Mother of the West came back to her senses and was so angry that she stomped her feet and scolded petulantly, "I never want to see you again." After saying that, she waved her hand and plucked 9 fruits, then turned into a stream of light and flew away without looking back. She had to admit that the encounter had caused her to develop some special feelings for Rowan, but Rowan's offer was so unexpected that it made her ashamed and annoyed. Looking at the distant back of the Queen Mother of the West, a playful smile appeared on Luowen's face. He didn't realize that the joke he had casually uttered had already planted a seed of affection in the heart of the Queen Mother of the West. Perhaps one day in the future, the two would really be able to cultivate their relationship and become a divine couple. After receiving Huangzhongli, Luowen once again flew up and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. He found a secluded valley, laid down a simple defense formation, and then began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, he decided to use the massive amount of evolution points he had accumulated in his hands to complete his evolution once again. He took a deep breath and thought. Buzz! Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth aura began to surge wildly, sweeping towards him like a flood that broke the dike. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a thick layer of aura, forming a huge cocoon-like structure that wrapped him tightly. He could feel a mysterious and extremely powerful force constantly filling his physical body, causing him to feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and pleasure. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 10,000 long years had passed. Rowan finally completed his evolution and slowly opened his eyes. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 10th grade 0/500,000. Body, 10th grade 0/500,000. Evolution points, 0. Treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, 1 Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5-Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. After 10,000 years of evolution, while the power of Luo Wen's bloodline had increased tremendously, it had also invariably opened the shackles of the realm from Taiyi Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was certainly a huge breakthrough for Rowan, but he wasn't satisfied with it. Next, he faced an important task, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. In order to break through to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must complete the cultivation of the 3 blossoms and the 5 breaths, and become the first person in the flood of the blossoms of the 10 pieces. However, it is not easy to achieve this goal. The Blossom 10th grade not only required a strong physical body, it also required the Yuanshan to reach a certain level of strength. Now that Luo Wen had completed his evolution, his physical strength was at its peak, and the only shortcoming was the strength of his Yuanshan. To boost the strength of the Genjutsu, you can do it in 2 ways. The first way is to undergo the weight of the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations. In other words, one needs to experience countless natural and man-made disasters in order to increase one's sense of life. However, there is an obvious drawback to this method, which is that it is too time-consuming. After all, it takes an eternity to go through an infinite amount of time. Although time was probably the least valuable thing in the Flood world, for Luo Wen, he couldn't wait that long. Don't forget that in the future God-sealing cataclysm, he would also have to face the threat from the Western Reception Saints. It was necessary to keep improving strength in the shortest time possible to do so. The second is to directly sever the obsessive thoughts in one's heart, so that one's thoughts are enlightened and one can forcibly pass through the heart demon tribulation. The so-called heart demon robbery is really just facing your deepest fears head-on. After all, as the saying goes, anything that doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And that is at the heart of this approach. As long as one continually overcomes one's inner fear, then one's Yuanshan can be sublimated and ultimately complete its metamorphosis. Compared to the first method, this way of crossing the heart demon tribulation saved time, but it was also more dangerous. Because there was only one such opportunity, if one failed, they would suffer a severe backlash that could even lead to a shattered Dao heart. If it is a little light, at most it will be a regression in cultivation, but if it is unlucky, then it will be the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao. That's why Rowan had to be fully prepared for this. Before crossing the heart demon tribulation, one can use the power of the elixir to raise one's Yuanshan power to its strongest state. Luo Wen secretly pondered, the best elixir that can enhance the power of the Yuanshan is naturally the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. However, it was not an easy task to refine the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. Before that, he still needed to cultivate the main medicinal herbs needed to refine the elixir first. Now that Luo Wen had medicinal materials in his hands that could be used to refine the 9 turns rejuvenation pill, he was still missing a main medicine called the 3 treasures divine elemental flower. This kind of spirit plant wasn't rare, and Luo Wen had their seeds in his hands right now. However, what was different was that this spirit plant was extremely demanding in terms of its growing environment. There are 3 treasures in the human body, named Essence, Qi, and Shen. The 3 treasures divine element flower, on the other hand, is the very thing that uses one's essence as nourishment. Therefore, this elixir must cut off the cultivator's top 3 flowers and use the power of his flesh and blood vitality as nourishment in order to become viable. Due to the extremely treacherous cultivation method and the extremely low success rate, this also led to the scarcity and preciousness of the 3 treasures divine elemental flower. Looks like a massacre is inevitable. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Wen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. Not long ago, he happened to have learned a brand new way of hunting living beings, which could come in handy now. Luo Wen first created a party illusion formation to protect his body. Then, he sacrificed his spiritual treasure, the white lotus of the pure world, and urged the mana in his body with all his might, pouring it into the spiritual treasure in a steady stream. Instantly, the precious light shone brightly, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. When the living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles saw this scene, they thought that there was a spiritual treasure out of the world, and under great joy, they all turned into streams of light, and like moths to a flame, they frantically surged towards this place. However, Luo Wen didn't say too much. For those who dared to come and send themselves to their deaths, he showed no mercy and killed them all. The top 3 flowers of all the enemies were mercilessly chipped away, and their flesh and blood became the nutrients that nourished the 3 treasures divine elemental flower. 1,000 years passed in an instant, during which the 3 treasures divine elemental flower was nourished by a constant stream of living beings' flesh and blood, and eventually blossomed as desired. Meanwhile, the nearby living beings were almost killed to the point where less than 10% remained. Witnessing this, even though Rowan wasn't a Madonna, he understood that it wasn't wise to fish with all one's might or to burn the forests. It's time to move on to a different place to continue the hunt. Luo Wen muttered to himself, then without hesitation, he removed the formation and resolutely left the valley. Chapter 31, The Great Battle Against the Heart Demon Sticks, a survival in the face of desperation. After another 2,000 years, on top of that mountain of bones, a flower emitting a golden glow was blooming splendidly. After 3,000 long years, Luo Wen finally managed to cultivate the 3 treasures divine elemental flower. Next, it's time to start refining the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. Luo Wen muttered, then without hesitation, he sacrificed the blood god Cauldron. He threw the precious spirit medicines he had scavenged over the years into the furnace cauldron along with the 3 treasures divine elemental flower. After a long wait of 490 years, after a long and arduous refining process, the 9 turns rejuvenation pill was finally refined and successfully released. Surprisingly, a total of 2 precious pills were refined this time. Luowen was so excited that he immediately sat down on his knees, calming his mind and concentrating his spirit as he prepared to take one of the 9 turns returning Yuan Dan. The other one was carefully kept by him for future use when he broke through the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. When the elixir was placed in his mouth, it instantly transformed into a stream of incomparably pure mana that rapidly filled his limbs and bones. Under the powerful impact of this majestic mana, 100 acres of celebratory clouds emerged above Luowen's head, and a dazzling light shone around him. At the same time, his Yuan Shen power reached an unprecedentedly strong state. Start crossing the heart demon tribulation. With his inner decision, Luowen's aura around him dropped drastically as he entered a state of seclusion, as if he had turned into a lifeless stone statue. Suddenly, Rowan felt a darkness in front of his eyes, followed by the strange phenomenon of a bucket turning under his feet, as if he had fallen into a huge vortex. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find himself in a sea of blood. Underworld Blood Sea. Facing the strange sight in front of him, Luowen's heart instantly understood. At this moment, he had left the real world and arrived in a party of illusions conjured up by the heart demon robbery. This fantasy realm visualizes the very birthplace of Mosquito Taoist, the underworld sea of blood. I am the lord of the blood sea, who is so bold as to trespass my dojo. Accompanied by a bellowing cry, shocking waves churned in the sea of blood. Luowen fixed his eyes and his eyes lit up violently, only to see a figure with a powerful aura parting the water in the sea of blood not far away. The figure wore a blood-colored robe, held dual swords, and stepped on a red lotus burning with karmic fire under his feet. Old ancestor sticks. Recognizing the identity of the visitor, Luowen's heart sank violently. A pound of familiar and unfamiliar memories came flooding back. This was the memory of the predecessor of this body of flesh, the Mosquito Taoist. Back then, Mosquito Taoist and Styx were born in the sea of blood at almost the same time. Both of them were innate deities with superior strength. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as 2 days in heaven and 2 masters on earth. In order to fight for the control of the Blood Sea, Mosquito Taoist and Styx fought a protracted battle. Both sides fought back and forth, each displaying their own skills. However, the bare-handed Mosquito Taoist was clearly no match for the Stygian old ancestor who was armed with a special treasure. The final result, however, was not in doubt, and the Mosquito Taoist lost miserably. Ever since Mosquito Taoist lost to old ancestor Styx, this obsession unexpectedly accumulated in his heart and couldn't be dissolved, eventually becoming a heart demon. Luowen saw this and realized something in his heart. It turned out that Mosquito Taoist's obsession was so deep that it had become his heart's demon. In order to successfully cross the heart demon tribulation, one had to defeat the Stygian ancestor illusion in front of them. Luowen took a deep breath, and with a thought, he simultaneously sacrificed his blood god lance and pure white lotus, preparing himself before the battle. Although the Styx in front of him was only at the early Dala Golden Immortal realm, Luowen knew how powerful Styx was. Taoist Styx was an innate deity and possessed 2 extreme companion spirit treasures at birth. One was the killing supreme treasure Yuan Tu on Yao twin swords, once sacrificed, killing without touching karma. The other one was the extremely high-quality defense spiritual treasure of the 4 lotus platforms of the innate heaven, the 12-pinned red lotus of karma fire. With these 2 spiritual treasures by his side, under the integration of offense and defense, Old Man Styx's strength was greatly enhanced. On top of that, he had the advantage of the underworld blood sea as a location. It is said that the sea of blood will not wither, and the river of the underworld will not die. As long as Styx does not leave the underworld blood sea, it is an immortal existence. Even if it is beaten and torn apart, it can drip blood and be reborn in a very short period of time. It was due to this powerful recovery ability that compared to the Pango 3 Qing, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others, the Taoist of the River Styx was clearly superior. Facing such a strong enemy, Luowen didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He gripped the blood god gun tightly and raised his own power to the extreme. The white lotus of the pure world radiated a soft light, protecting his surroundings. Go! After making sufficient pre-battle preparations, Luowen did not hesitate to take the initiative. The 2 men exchanged hands, instantly triggering an earth-shattering battle, and the resulting aftermath of the battle set off a bloody rain on top of the sea of blood. The Great War lasted a full 1,000 years. During these long years, Rowan had used almost every means at his disposal. Despite repeatedly pushing the Stygian river old ancestor to the brink of extinction, each time, the other party was able to use the power of the sea of blood to quickly recover as before. In Luowen's eyes, Styx was like a small powerhouse that could never be defeated, and the 2 sides were locked in a fierce and grueling battle. 2,000 years. 3,000 years. 4,000 years. Thousands of years have passed in this long and fierce battle. However, Luowen still failed to defeat Styx. To make matters worse, Styx was getting better and better at fighting, and his fighting spirit was getting higher and higher. Meanwhile, Luo Wen's Yuanshan power was rapidly depleting, and was expected to last less than 1,000 years at most. It's really unexpected. Old ancestor sticks is much tougher than I thought, Luo Wen muttered, gazing at the battle in front of him with a grave expression, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. At this moment, his mind was constantly thinking of ways to deal with it, trying to find a way to defeat the river Styx. But no matter how one extrapolates, the conclusion is the same: one is doomed. If we want to restrain Styx's ability to constantly regenerate, we must find a way to lure him out of the underworld blood sea. Luo Wen knew this deep down, but the problem was that it was almost impossible to forcefully take Styx away from the blood sea. He had even once envisioned using a banana fan to fan the river Styx into the confines of the Sea of Blood, but quickly realized that the idea was not feasible. After all, the vastness and boundlessness of the Sea of Blood was beyond imagination, and it was simply impossible to do so with his current strength. Just as Rowan was deep in thought, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned his gaze to the vast starry sky above his head, and his eyes lit up slightly. There! He couldn't help but shout out of breath, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. At this moment, he finally remembered that he still had a treasure in his hand. Perhaps this treasure could be the key to restraining the river Styx. Chapter 32, Once the devil in my heart is broken, today I know I am me. 3 Light Divine Water. With a soft shout from Luo Wen, a jade bottle appeared in his hand with a flash of light. When the mouth of the bottle was opened, a liquid as clear as water flowed out of the bottle and was suspended in the air. This was none other than the 3 Lights Divine Water, a legendary treasure. The 3 Lights Divine Water was known as the holy medicine for healing in the flood, which could make the dead alive and flesh white. It is a fusion of daylight, moonlight and starlight divine water. And conversely, if daylight, moonlight, and starlight divine water were used separately, they would become the world's #1 most poisonous things. This characteristic made the 3 Lights Divine Water a very mysterious and powerful magic treasure. At this moment, facing the constantly resurrecting river Styx, Luo Wen had a plan in his mind. He decided to utilize the toxicity of the 3 Lights Divine Water to restrain Styx's immortal body. Thinking of this, Luo Wen gripped the blood god gun with both hands and stabbed forward. This shot was as heavy as a titanic mountain, carrying an endless might that instantly penetrated Styx's body. Ah! Styx let out an agonizing scream as a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, his face becoming extremely gloomy. He stared angrily at Luo Wen, a malicious light flashing in his eyes. Damnable fellow, you think you can kill me like this? Ha ha! After saying that, a rich blood chi emanated from Styx's body and began to recover from his injuries. After only a few breaths of time, Styx's body had completely recovered, as if the fatal injury just now had never happened. He laughed coldly and said to Luo Wen, I possess an immortal body and can recover quickly no matter how much trauma I receive. There's no way you can kill me. Hearing this, the corner of Luo Wen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. As he looked at the recovering Styx, he thought in his heart, as expected, this guy is really hard to deal with. However, let's see how long you can still laugh. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that Styx hadn't fully recovered yet, and immediately waved his sleeves and sprinkled the 3 types of divine waters, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, into the air. The 3 types of divine water intertwined together in midair, forming a brilliant and colorful curtain of light. Afterward, this curtain of light sprinkled down towards the river Styx like a heavenly maiden. Each drop of divine water contained a powerful toxicity, and once it came into contact with an object, it would react violently. When these divine waters dripped down on Styx, wisps of black smoke immediately emerged from his body. It hurts. Styx felt an intense and sharp pain, and he couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Damn thing, how dare you use such tactics against me? Zira! Along with an ear-piercing sound, the 3 types of divine water were like 3 sharp swords that plunged straight into Styx's body. Ah! A pig-killing miserable howl resounded throughout the Sea of Blood, only to see Styx's flesh, under the erosion of the strange poison, rapidly blackening and darkening, with a pungent stench emanating from his body. And his original amazing recovery speed had actually slowed down a lot compared to before at this moment. Effective! A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Wen's eyes as he muttered under his breath, this triple light divine water is really powerful. Give me the town! Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve and sacrificed the blood god Cauldron, only to see the blood god Cauldron dribbling around in the air, instantly becoming immense, like a small mountain, blasting down towards the river Styx. Styx, who had lost his ability to recover, saw his battle power plummet, and it was too late for him to escape. Buzz! Accompanied by a dazzling red light, the river Styx was directly sucked into the blood god Cauldron. Good chance! Seeing this, Luo Wen was ecstatic in his heart. He hurriedly controlled the blood god Cauldron, constantly shaking it violently in an attempt to completely suppress Styx. However, what shocked Luo Wen was that under the toxic influence of the 3 types of divine water, although Old Man Styx's recovery slowed down, it did not stop completely. With his cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, it would only take a time for him to once again recover as before, and even break through the blood god Cauldron's restraints. Thinking of this, Luo Wen didn't dare to have the slightest delay. He couldn't be happy in time. He directly jumped up and turned into a stream of light and rushed to the sky. After a short while, they arrived at the starry sky outside the flood domain. This place is far from the Sea of Blood. Being in the middle of this starry sky, Styx also temporarily lost the advantage of immortality. Buzz. With a violent shaking, a blood aura emerged from the blood god tripod. In a matter of moments, this blood aura transformed into a humanoid form, and it was none other than the old man of the river Styx. This is beyond the flooded domain. Damn it! When Styx River realized that he was outside of the flood domain, he immediately panicked. Because without the support of the underworld blood sea, he also lost his greatest advantage. Thinking of this, he hurriedly transformed into a blood aura and fled by taking the road, attempting to quickly return to the sea of underworld blood to regain the advantage. However, it was too late to escape at this moment. Just then, a bloody aura cut through. Pust. Old man Styx's forehead and back were directly pierced through by the red blood god spear in Luowen's hand. I am not willing. After a short while, old ancestor Styx turned into dust and dissipated into the air. After finishing off Styx, Luowen breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved, but he still felt fear in his heart. This battle, if it had been delayed for another 100 years or so, then the one to die would have been himself. After surviving the heart demonic calamity, Luowen's consciousness gradually returned to the real world. When he slowly opened his eyes, he realized that he was still in that familiar valley, and the thrilling battle with Styx River just now seemed to have turned into an illusory dream at the moment. Once my heart is broken, today I realize I am me. This life and death battle had given Luowen a deeper knowledge of himself. His body was permeated with an aura of having survived the vicissitudes of life, as if the years had left deep imprints on him. Successfully defeating his heart demon not only made his Dao heart stronger, but even the strength of his Yuanshan was significantly improved. With the dissipation of the heart demon, the wisp of residual thoughts belonging to the former mosquito Taoist in the Yuanshan also completely disappeared. Take a pill to suppress the shock. At this moment, Luowen felt mentally exhausted and was in dire need of rest and recovery. Thus, without hesitation, he took out a pre-prepared 9 Revolutions Divine Elemental Pill, put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Once the 9 Revolutions Divine Elemental Pill was consumed, it immediately transformed into a pure to the core vitality power that swept through Luowen's entire body like a torrent. Under the nourishment of this powerful vitality, the 1,000 acres of celebratory clouds above Luowen's head gradually appeared, presenting a breathtaking sight. Then, the 3 golden lotus flower silhouettes above his head slowly emerged. Chapter 33, Promoting to the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, going to the underworld blood sea. 1 pint, 2 pints, 3 pints, 6 pints, 8 pints, 10 pins. Along with the passage of time, the 3 flowers above Luowen's head gradually blossomed and emitted dazzling light. Eventually, it managed to open up to 10 pints. A satisfied smile appeared on Rowan's face as he knew that he had finally succeeded. At this moment, he felt a powerful force surging through him, and his cultivation level broke through again as a result, reaching the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Just then, a mysterious and spectacular sight suddenly appeared before Rowan's eyes, a long white river. This long river flowed far and wide, as if connecting everything between heaven and earth. This is... Luowen looked at the long river in front of him in surprise, an inexplicable feeling welling up in his heart. He realized that this could be the legendary River of Destiny. Luowen immediately realized that this long river in front of him was the very existence in the flood world that united all the living beings in the heavens and spacetime. Each drop of water in it represents a living being. They converged into a river, forming an endless force of destiny. Buzz. In the next moment, a radiant true spirit imprint flew out from the river of fate, quickly rushing towards Luowen like a meteor and merging into his mud pill palace. In a matter of moments, the true spirit seal disappeared without a trace, but Luowen felt an unprecedented change. From now on, Luowen jumped out of the river of fate and was no longer bound by it. He possessed eternal life and became an existence beyond the earthly world. The next thing to do is to raise your cultivation, Luowen muttered. Although he had broken the shackles of his realm, he didn't choose to stop and enjoy the results, but continued to think about how to further enhance his cultivation. After cultivating into a great Luo Golden Immortal, ordinary pills had lost their effect on him. If you wanted to raise your cultivation level, you had to find heavenly herbs and earthly treasures with stronger medicinal power. Luowen secretly pondered, and suddenly had a flash of light. Right, how did I forget about Huang Zhongli? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to offer up that mysterious and powerful innate spiritual root, the yellow medium plum. It was said that by eating 1 fruit of the yellow medium plum, one could achieve the position of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and its medicinal effects were heaven-defying. It couldn't be better for a quick realm boost. It was a pity that there were only 9 fruits left on the yellow medium plum tree today, and they had already been taken away by the Queen Mother of the West. In order to savor its deliciousness, Luowen would have to patiently wait for new fruits to regrow. However, the growth cycle of the yellow medium plum is extremely long, taking 90,000 years to blossom, bear fruit, and mature. In other words, Luowen would have to wait at least 90,000 years before he could harvest those precious 9 fruits. However, this difficulty naturally couldn't defeat Rowan. Don't forget, he was holding the miraculous spiritual liquid of creation in his hands. It can increase the growth rate of spiritual roots by 30 times. The yellow medium plum, which would have taken 90,000 years to mature, now takes only 3,000 years to mature. With his mind made up, Luowen quickly took out the precious spiritual liquid of creation from the blood god cauldron and carefully poured it on top of Huang Zhongli. Buzz! With the nourishment of the spiritual liquid of creation, Huang Zhongli immediately produced a marvelous change. Only 9 delicate flower bones instantly sprouted from the branches of the tree, as if foreshadowing the splendor and magnificence of the upcoming bloom. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luowen's heart was filled with anticipation, but he also understood that the only thing to do at this moment was to wait quietly. Thus, he sat down on his knees once again, closed his eyes, and entered a state of seclusion. He had just completed his breakthrough not long ago, and it was just the right time to take advantage of waiting for the yellow medium plum to blossom and bear fruit to stabilize his cultivation. Time is running out. Without realizing it, 3,000 years had passed by quietly. The yellow medium plum has finally reached its harvest time, with 9 plump fruits growing once again on the boughs. Each one exudes a tantalizing aroma, as if it contains endless life force and energy. Right at the same time as the yellow medium plum fruit ripened, Luowen also ended his long seclusion and slowly opened his eyes once again. His gaze revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. Eat one first and see what kind of effect this yellow medium plum can bring, Rowan said softly, then carefully picked a yellow medium plum and put it into his mouth. When that fruit entered his abdomen, an unimaginably powerful force instantly erupted. Buzz! As soon as the fruit was consumed, it immediately transformed into a stream of extremely pure mana, as if it were a torrent, rapidly filling Luowen's limbs and bones. The massive energy made Luowen feel as if he was in the middle of an ocean, and his body was flooded with surging mana. Feeling the tremendous energy that was constantly surging within his body, a bright light flashed in Luowen's eyes. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. His stomach actually began to swell uncontrollably, growing larger and larger. Luowen was startled in his heart and hastily utilized his entire body's mana in an attempt to suppress the energy bursting inside his body. However, the energy was just too powerful, making him feel overwhelmed. After some grueling efforts, Luowen finally took a lot of effort and barely managed to suppress the surging energy in his body. With such pure mana, if an ordinary cultivator were to eat it, he would only explode and die. Luowen was secretly glad that he was strong enough, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, his eyes became extraordinarily burning as he felt the majestic mana surging around him. After spending 1,000 years, it was not easy to digest the mana from the first yellow medium plum. Luowen did not choose to stop. He once again took out a yellow medium plum and ate it. 10,000 years later, Luowen, who had eaten 9 yellow medium plums, had directly jumped to the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal in his cultivation. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, Middle Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 10th grade 0/500,000. Body, 10th grade 0/500,000. Evolution points, 0. Treasures, Blood God Lance, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, a Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. Looking at the system prompt box in front of him, Rowan's eyes flashed with excitement. He secretly sighed in his heart. The great Luo Golden Immortal realm is truly as terrifying as it is. Just eating the entire 9 precious and incomparable yellow medium plums only allowed his cultivation to rise by just a small realm. However, fortunately, Luowen possessed the innate spirit root yellow medium plum and the spiritual liquid of creation used to catalyze the spirit root in his hands. This meant that he could continue to spawn more yellow medium plums for consumption whenever he wished. Thinking of this, Luowen didn't hesitate to take out that miraculous spirit liquid of creation once again and carefully poured it onto the yellow medium plum trees in anticipation of them bearing fruit once again. While waiting for the yellow medium plum to ripen, Luowen cast his eyes in the direction of the distant underworld blood sea. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind and an amazing idea popped up. Legend has it that the underworld blood sea was evolved from the tainted blood at the navel of the great god Pangu, so perhaps it can likewise be extracted with valuable evolution points. The moment this thought appeared, it burned like a flame, making Luowen excited. Thus, without hesitation, Luowen set off on his journey once again, flying rapidly in the direction of the Sea of Blood. As he continued to evolve and make breakthroughs, the amount of evolution points he needed to consume became increasingly huge. As for the vast and boundless territory of the underworld blood sea, if he could convert the energy contained in this endless seawater into evolution points, then it would be possible for him to constantly obtain an ample supply of evolution points. In this way, his cultivation path would be smoother and more unhindered. Chapter 34, Opening the Underworld Blood Sea, Mutated Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. The years are long, the time is short, and 1,000 years have passed in the twinkling of an eye. Luowen's figure once again appeared in the sky above the underworld blood sea. Standing on the shore, he looked out and saw an infinite sea of blood, with rough waves and scarlet waves constantly lapping at the reefs along the shore, splattering countless blood flowers. The sea breeze whistled past, bringing with it a strong bloody odor and an endless aura of killing. Here all year-round birds are extinct, fish and shrimp do not live, is the flood world as famous in the barren land. A dense baleful aura filled the air, and if an ordinary cultivator stepped into the sea, he would definitely be eroded by the hostile aura and his mind would fall into insanity. Collect! Luowen lightly shouted and offered up the blood god Cauldron and began to draw on the seawater from the underworld blood sea and attempted to refine it. Refine it for me. Luowen raised his hand and flicked his finger at the blood god Cauldron. Instantly, a blazing fire burned within the blood god Cauldron and began to refine the seawater of the blood sea. Time passed quietly, and 100 years passed in a flash. Suddenly, a drop of dark red blood flew out of the cauldron of creation, resembling a brilliant jewel that emitted a faint glow. It's a pity. Rowan sighed slightly, a look of disappointment on his face. After careful perception, he realized that although this drop of dark red blood originated from the sea of blood, it had suffered from the contamination of living beings' grievances and baleful energy, and had lost its original purity. Thus, it was nearly impossible to convert it into the blood energy he needed. Even worse, the blood energy contained in this dark red blood was extremely limited and useless to Luo-1. Compared to other methods, the efficiency of obtaining evolution points through this method was far less rapid than directly hunting demonic beasts. For the next 500 years, Luowen continued to fly towards the depths of the blood sea. Along the way, he had also tried extracting seawater from different seas in order to refine the blood in them, but the results were still unsatisfactory. That's just it, it's still more reliable to hunt demonic beasts. Luowen sighed helplessly, understanding in his heart that the idea of extracting evolution points from the sea of blood was a bit impractical. The large underworld blood sea in front of him simply didn't have the slightest use for him. Buzz off! Thinking of this, Rowan intended to leave this place. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a strange buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. He followed the voice and his face instantly changed, only to see that a black, pressurized cloud was rolling in mid-air. And it was from this black cloud that the buzzing sound came out. After fixing his eyes for a closer look, Luowen couldn't help but light up. It turned out that this black shadow was actually made up of thousands of mosquitoes. The bodies of these mosquitoes appear black with bright red wings. Blood-winged black mosquito! Luowen shouted in surprise. He had never expected that in this sea of blood, besides himself, there was still the existence of the blood-winged black mosquito. The blood-winged black mosquito is a flood fae, extremely rare and vicious. For ordinary cultivators, encountering a blood-winged black mosquito was tantamount to a disaster. However, for Luo-1, it was a great opportunity that could be encountered but not sought. You have to know that Luo-1's body is the blood-winged black mosquito, and these big mosquitoes with blood-red wings and black bodies in front of him are from the same family and the same origin. Since he was met by Luo-1, it was natural that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Collect! With this in mind, Luo-1 directly moved his thoughts, wanting to pocket the blood-winged black mosquito in front of him. However, this blood-winged black mosquito was not one to be messed with. How should I subdue these blood-winged black mosquitoes? Faced with the sudden change of events, Luowen unexpectedly scratched his head a bit. Use a magic bullet to fit them in? That's obviously not going to happen. One must know that this blood-winged black mosquito was an existence capable of destroying spiritual treasures. If the blood-winged black mosquito sucked away the origin of the magic treasure causing the grade to drop, then he would have to lose a lot of money. Buzz off! The blood-winged black mosquito was extremely fast and flew in front of Luowen in the blink of an eye, not allowing him to think any further. After wandering above the sea of blood for countless years, these blood-winged black mosquitoes had long been hungry and thirsty. As soon as they saw Rowan, they immediately surrounded him, ready to attack him. These blood-winged black mosquitoes were tainted with the blood sea bane and had long since lost their minds. At this moment, they only knew how to crazily suck blood in aura. However, whenever they encountered a living being, regardless of their enemy, they would directly launch an indiscriminate attack. See Fire Banana Fan. Seeing this, Luowen hurriedly sacrificed his banana fan, wanting to use the power of sea fire in the banana fan to repel these blood-winged black mosquitoes. One could only see that once that banana fan was offered, it released boundless 6 divine flames, which instantly transformed into blazing flames, forming a powerful hurricane that swept towards the group of blood-winged black mosquitoes. However, unexpectedly, these blood-winged black mosquitoes actually had no fear of the 6 Jin's divine flame, and they directly used their wings to resist this inflamed gale, continuing to pounce towards Luowen. Seeing this, Luowen couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated backward in an attempt to distance himself from these blood-winged black mosquitoes. At the same time, he quickly took out the 3 lights divine water from his bosom and split it into the 3 divine waters of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight before waving it towards those blood-winged black mosquitoes with force. Only a clattering sound was heard as daylight, moonlight, and starlight divine water were sprinkled on the blood-winged black mosquito's body, but they caused no reaction. The 6 Din Divine Flame and the 3 Light Divine Water didn't work. These blood-winged black mosquitoes are truly invulnerable to water and fire, they're too powerful. Thinking about this, Luowen had a realization in his heart. After a long baptism of years, they were colored by the karma firebane in the sea of blood and underwent some sort of mutation. While being surprised, Luowen decided in his heart that he must find a way to subdue these blood-winged black mosquitoes. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that the group of blood-winged black mosquitoes in front of him kept gathering together and eventually converged into a huge force. I've thought of a way. Looking at the blood-winged black mosquitoes that were coming in front of him like rolling black clouds, Luowen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Without hesitation, he sacrificed the pure world White Lotus. Once the White Lotus of the pure world appeared, it immediately radiated a dazzling light, as if it was a treasure light. Suddenly, the endless purifying divine light blossomed violently, like a round of radiant sun, dispelling the turbid mists around him and enveloping Luowen and the 10,000-mile radius of the realm beneath his feet in a dazzling light. The group of blood-winged black mosquitoes in front of them had already lost their minds due to their long immersion in the fury of the sea of blood. And the purifying divine light released by the White Lotus of the pure world was precisely able to remove the baneful contamination from their bodies. Buzz off! When the White Lotus of the pure world appeared, the group of blood-winged black mosquitoes immediately had a strong reaction, and they fled in all directions in terror, not daring to take another step closer. It really works! Luowen's eyes lit up and his heart rejoiced. Without hesitation, he continued to fully activate his body's mana, continuously pouring it onto the White Lotus of the pure world, causing it to continuously spawn more purifying divine light. The purifying divine light was like a clear spring, wrapping the blood-winged black mosquito tightly within it. Under the baptism of this powerful purifying power, the blood-winged black mosquito gradually regained its senses, no longer attacking frantically, but instead hovering and flying around Luowen. Go! When Luowen saw this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he violently forced out a drop of essence blood. This drop of essence blood was like a shining star, emitting a rich aura of life. When those blood-winged black mosquitoes saw this drop of essence blood, it was as if they had seen the most precious treasure in the world, and they pounced on it regardless. Surprisingly, when these blood-winged black mosquitoes were tainted with Luowen's essence blood, a subtle bond arose between them and Luowen. This bond made these blood-winged black mosquitoes fill Luowen with awe and dependence, and they all expressed their willingness to submit to him. Chapter 35, Underworld Ghost Flame, Lord of the Blood Sea appears. Collect! With Luowen letting out a soft shout, he could only see him waving his big sleeve, and in an instant, the blood-winged black mosquitoes that were flying all over the sky transformed into dots of essence blood and merged into Luowen's body like a torrent. Ding! Gain 10 evolution points. Ding! Gain 20 evolution points. Ding! Gain 50 evolution points. Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant system beep, a satisfied smile appeared on Luowen's face. The blood-winged black mosquitoes, on the other hand, were continuously fusing with Luowen and transforming into massive amounts of evolution points. At the same time, countless information about the blood sea surfaced in Luowen's mind. This information came from the memories of the blood-winged black mosquitoes. These blood-winged black mosquitoes had been wandering in the blood sea for hundreds of millions of years, and had a deep understanding of the terroir and landscape of the entire blood sea. There are actually treasures in the sea of blood. Luowen secretly marveled in his heart. Gotta hurry up and check it out, he said impatiently. Thus, Luowen followed the guidance of the blood-winged black mosquito's memories and leapt towards the depths of the blood sea. In less than 100 years, a small island appeared before his eyes. This small island was filled with white bones, and the deathly aura was so eerie and terrifying that it made people shudder. It turned out that this entire island was made from the skeletons of living beings after their deaths. Coming closer to take a look, Luowen couldn't help but widen his eyes as he suddenly realized that there was a strange spirit root growing on that bare island. It had a unique appearance, with a body as bright red as blood, emitting a faint smell of blood. Blood God Flower. Luowen immediately recognized the origin of this spiritual root. The blood god flower was a rare spirit medicine in the flood. It contained a powerful medicinal power that could refine precious pills. Unlike other spiritual plants, the blood god flower's growth environment was extremely special, requiring the absorption of massive amounts of fatal chi in order to keep growing. This also makes it very rare and valuable. Collect! Luowen didn't talk nonsense and directly exerted his magic power to carefully pocket the blood god flower. He decided to keep it and use it for alchemy when he needed it later. As time passed, 100 years passed. Luowen had been following the memories in his mind, searching for more treasures. Finally, he found another island. Similar to the previous island, the island in front of us was also made of countless skeletons. Rowan's heart rejoiced, knowing that he had gained something again. When he came closer to take a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized that a strange flame was floating on this bare island. The flames took on a bizarre green color, in which countless skeleton shadows were faintly visible. These skeleton silhouettes seemed to dance in the flames, emitting a creepy deathly aura. Underworld Ghost Flame. Luowen was shocked as he immediately recognized the flame. It turned out that this was the legendary Underworld Ghost Fire, one of the 10 great divine flames of the flood. It possessed unparalleled power, capable of burning everything, even souls, into ashes. Luowen didn't think he would be so lucky to find such a treasure. In today's flood world, the hell reincarnation has not yet been born, so after the death of living beings, their souls don't have a place to go, and can only wander aimlessly in the middle of the underworld sea of blood. And this ghostly fire of the underworld was the convergence of the residual yuan shen and grievances of countless living beings after their deaths over hundreds of millions of years. Fire spirit bead. Luowen saw the scene in front of him and instantly showed a joyful expression. Immediately afterward, he didn't hesitate to offer up the fire spirit bead, wanting to take in this underworld ghost flame. After all, the fire spirit bead was condensed from the essence of 10,000 flames, and it could continuously improve its quality by absorbing all kinds of flames in the flood. If he could absorb this underworld ghost flame, then the grade of the fire spirit bead would be upgraded once again. Buzz. However, just when Luowen had just offered up the fire spirit pearl, that ball of underworld ghost flame seemed to suddenly have a spirit, and began to struggle desperately, as if it was very resistant to fusing together with the fire spirit pearl. Pure world white lotus, suppress me. Seeing this, Luowen immediately sacrificed the white lotus of the pure world once again and shot out a ray of purifying divine light. One had to know that the underworld ghost flames were condensed from things like a living being's baleful chi and grudges, and the purifying divine light happened to be their nemesis. Thus, under the powerful suppression of the purifying divine light, the underworld ghost flame ultimately had to be obediently absorbed into the fire spirit bead. After absorbing the underworld ghost flame, the fire spirit bead began to undergo a marvelous evolution. One could only see 12 prohibitions condensing directly within it, each of which contained a mysterious and powerful power. The fire spirit bead, which was originally only a lower grade innate spiritual treasure, now unexpectedly jumped up to middle grade in one fell swoop. This made Luowen overjoyed, and he knew deep down that the value of this treasure would become even higher. After successfully subduing the underworld ghost flame, Luowen's confidence doubled and he once again rose up and flew towards the core of the blood sea. However, just then, there was a sudden, earth-shattering bang. Along with a huge pressure descending, the entire sea of blood immediately rippled. Boundless waves of blood tumbled and surged, setting off a frightening rain of blood. Who is so bold as to trespass my dojo and disturb my purification? Accompanied by a deafening, bell-like roar, the sea of blood miraculously split into two, from which a figure with a powerful aura stepped out. This figure was a middle-aged man, dressed in a blood-colored Taoist robe, holding dual swords, and stepping on a red lotus burning with karmic fire under his feet. Suddenly, a surging wave of blood rose from the sea of blood, and a terrifying figure slowly rose from the sea of blood. The figure exuded a creepy aura, as if it was capable of freezing one's soul. This person was none other than the legendary old man of the river Styx. Seeing the appearance of old ancestor Styx, Luowen's heart tightened violently, as if he was facing a great enemy in life and death, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. You have to know that this river Styx in front of you is not a phantom in the heart devil's tribulation, but is the real river Styx's original ancestor. Luowen knew what a powerful existence he was facing. When he fought with Styx, he had once lost miserably to the other side, almost dying in the Yellow Springs. If he didn't have billions of blood-winged black mosquitoes, I'm afraid that he would have already been dispersed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Therefore, now that he was facing this strong enemy again, Luowen naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. I am the Lord of the Blood Sea, who is so bold as to dare to make a scene here. Styx River let out a bellow and continued. Poor mosquito Taoist Luowen. Old ancestor Styx, do you still remember me? Facing the river Styx, Luowen responded with a subdued, catchy face. Mosquito Taoist? Hearing Luowen's words, Styx frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization. I seem to have some impression. A trace of surprise flashed faintly in his eyes. He then remembered that Luowen in front of him was the same great power that was born in the Blood Sea billions of years ago, and the mosquito Taoist who lost at his hands. Hump. A defeated general under your command, how dare you come to die? Old ancestor Styx looked at Luowen and smiled disdainfully, his eyes filled with scorn and mockery. To him, the mosquito Taoist was nothing more than a small episode in his long years, simply not enough to fear. And now, for the mosquito Taoist to take the initiative to come to his door was simply asking for death. Chapter 36, The Great Battle of Styx, Shock from the Great Powers of the Heavens. Styx, the grudge between you and I in the past, today is the right day to make an end to it. Luowen said angrily, while taking a deep breath, a touch of determination showing in his eyes. He came to the Sea of Blood this time, and apart from searching for treasures, his most important purpose was to seek revenge from Old Man Styx. When he first passed through the Heart Demon tribulation, he had already repeatedly projected countless ways to defeat Old Man Styx. Now that he had stepped into the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he definitely had enough confidence to defeat Old Man Styx. Immediately afterward, he tightly gripped the blood god gun in his hand and prepared himself to start a life and death battle with the Stygian River Old Ancestor. Let go of your horse. Accompanied by Luowen's furious roar, his body suddenly transformed into a lightning-like radiance as he rushed towards the Stygian River Old Ancestor. Hump. Unconscionable Griffin. However, old ancestor Styx did not panic and leisurely offered up the red lotus of karma flame as well as the Yuan Tu and Abi swords to meet Luo Wen's challenge. Both sides went back and forth, the battle was exceptionally fierce, and it was difficult to tell the winner from the loser for a while. The huge battle aftermath caused turmoil in the heavens and earth. For a time, heaven and earth changed color and the sun and moon were lost. When this shocking vision appeared, it immediately drew the attention of the great powers of the heavens, turning their gazes here. Look, old man Styx is fighting someone in the sea of blood. The opponent is actually him. It's Rowan again. Witnessing this great battle, the great powers of the heavens let out gasps. Since the last time Luo Wen defeated the Pangu Sanxing, he had disappeared for a while, but now he had surprisingly reappeared once again. The great powers of the heavens were very interested in Luo Wen, who had come from a mysterious source, and they looked at this place with unblinking eyes, fearing that they would miss a single detail. Rumble! Above the sea of blood, the battle between Luo Wen and Styx continued. Their magic treasures clashed against each other, erupting in a deafening roar, and the entire sea of blood was shaken to the point that it set off shockwaves. Old ancestor Styx was worthy of being one of the greatest powers in the world in terms of strength. Luo Wen broke through his defenses several times and broke through Styx's physical body, but Styx continued to recover from his injuries with the power of the sea of blood. In his hands, the Yuan Tu Arboreal, warmed in the sea of blood, possessed the power of supreme bloodshed. The red lotus of karmic fire under his feet could spew out constant spurts of karmic fire, searing the fleshly body and Yuanshan. Coupled with his cultivation of the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he could be called the existence of the ceiling of the flood warrior power. Even if the Pango 3 pristine ones were here, they wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. Seeing this, Luo Wen recited words under his breath. He directly sacrificed the white lotus of the pure world and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. The white lotus of the pure world was a supreme treasure of defense, possessing the light of purification that could withstand the baneful aura of the Yuan Tu Abai in the hands of Styx and the red lotus karmic flame. And the Hotian Merit supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring heavenly ruler was enough to break through the defense of the 12 karmic fire red lotus. Once these two magic treasures were out, Luo Wen's strength was instantly multiplied. When old ancestor Styx saw this, his heart was shocked. This son actually holds such a heavy treasure in his hands. As the saying goes, a scholar should be impressed. He didn't expect Luo Wen to have such a powerful magic treasure. Not only was it old ancestor Styx, the great powers of the heavens also sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this. Spend your days hunting geese, and you'll end up being pecked blind by them. The always unrivaled old man Styx has kicked the bucket this time. The old ancestor of the river Styx sits on the land of the sea of blood and claims to be immortal. He is by no means easy to deal with. This is going to be a good show. The great powers of the heavens saw this and talked about it. In this big battle in front of us, it was still hard to say who would be the final winner. Styx was focused on the battle at the moment, and had no idea about the discussions of the heavenly powers. Although he was a bit wary of Luo Wen's strength, he didn't feel intimidated by it though. The blood sea would not be destroyed, and the river Styx would not die. As long as he could utilize the power of the blood sea, he would definitely be able to defeat this strong enemy in front of him. Being in the sea of scarlet blood, a pungent bloody scent filled the air around Styx, and it was as if his body had fused with this sea of blood, becoming the existence of an immortal body. Even if he faced the most pinnacle of power in the flood world today, he was confident enough to be able to handle himself. Break it for me! Luo Wen waved the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler in his hand and continuously launched a fierce attack at old man Styx. On the other hand, old ancestor Styx relied on his own red lotus of karmic flame and the Yuan Tu and Abi dual swords to tenaciously fend off Luo Wen's attack. As time went on, the battle became more and more intense. 1,000 years had passed, and the fight between the two sides had entered a white-hot stage. Luo Wen held the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler like a god of war descending into the world. Each swing of the ruler brought with it a terrifying power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Old man Styx's defense looked so fragile in front of him, easily broken. The old ancestor of the river Styx suffered successive losses. His heart was ashamed and annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. It was because he was simply unable to resist the invulnerable might of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. Luo Wen waved the Hongmeng measuring ruler once again, and a powerful ray of light cut across the sky, directly shattering the flesh of old man Styx. This strike caused old ancestor Styx to suffer an unprecedentedly heavy blow, and his aura instantly became extremely weak. However, old ancestor Styx was, after all, a giant on one side, and with a single movement of his mind, and with the help of the endless might of the sea of blood, his tattered flesh unexpectedly began to heal at an astonishing speed. In just a few moments, he was restored as before. But Luo Wen obviously wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of old ancestor Styx like a ghost, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand swung out once again. Luo Wen held the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler in his hand and was as majestic as a god of war. Every time he swung the ruler, he released a powerful force that destroyed heaven and earth. Styx's defense was like fragile paper in front of his eyes, easily broken. Styx was continuously defeated. His heart was both ashamed and angry, but he was powerless to resist the might of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Luowen swung the Hongmeng heavenly ruler once again, directly shattering Styx's physical body. This strike caused Styx to receive a heavy blow, and his aura instantly became shriveled. However, with a thought in Styx's mind, with the power of the Sea of Blood, his shattered and unbearable flesh unexpectedly healed rapidly at an astonishing speed. However, Luowen didn't give Styx any time to catch his breath. His wide sleeves flicked, and from the cuffs of his sleeves gushed out a cloud of pitch-black, ink-like mist. These black mists were none other than his innate divine ability, the blood-winged black mosquito. As soon as the blood-winged black mosquito appeared, it circled and flew around Styx and kept sucking his blood. Get lost! When Styx saw this, he was instantly enraged. He kept waving his sleeves in an attempt to disperse the blood-winged black mosquito. At the same time, he cast the red lotus of karmic flame, spitting out a blazing red lotus karmic flame in an attempt to incinerate the blood-winged black mosquito. Chapter 37, Harvesting the 9 Karmic Flame Red Lotus, Trespassing on the Immortal Fire Mountain in Danger. Above the Sea of Blood, the battle between Styx and Luowen had lasted for 3,000 years. Facing Luowen's blood-winged black mosquito, Styx felt a huge headache. He directly sacrificed the red lotus of karma fire, wanting to burn the other party to death. However, these mutant blood-winged black mosquitoes seemed to be not the least bit afraid of the attack of the karmic fire. They were like moths to a flame, persevering in their harassment of the river Styx. This made the river Styx have no time to care about his own injuries, and could only continue to use means to drive these annoying things away, but with little effect. The existence of the blood-winged black mosquito caused Styx's recovery ability to be greatly limited. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his wounds from bleeding, and he had trouble healing. As time passed, Styx gradually felt overwhelmed, and he realized that he could no longer fight against Luowen. Damnable brat, wait for me. Finally, Styx chose to flee. He collected his magical treasures and aptitudes and transformed into a blood-colored radiance as he sped towards the distance. Humph. Luowen looked at Styx's distant back, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. He did not choose to go after it. After all, old ancestor Styx possessed a very powerful recovery ability, and it would be difficult to truly annihilate the other party without a complete decapitation. In that case, it would be better to leave it at that, so as not to prolong the night. Moreover, through this battle, it also allowed Styx to see his own strength, believing that if he encountered it again in the future, the other party would definitely not dare to easily provoke himself. When the great powers of the heavens saw this, they were so shocked that their minds stopped. The Great Terror. Styx, who occupies the right place at the right time, actually lost to Luowen. This son, Luowen, is as terrifying as he is. Since the last time he defeated the three Qing in the Kunlun Mountains, Luowen had once again refreshed the impression that the great powers of the heavens had of him. Just as the great powers of the heavens let out an exclamation, Rowan began to inspect the battlefield. He carefully searched every corner, hoping to find some useful loot. Suddenly, he noticed a lotus seed on the ground. This lotus seed emitted a strange light and seemed to contain endless power. Luowen's heart stirred as he carefully picked it up and pocketed it. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Middle Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 10th grade 0/500,000. Body, 10th grade 0/500,000. Evolution points, 1,000,000. Treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, 1 Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Red Lotus of Karmic Fire. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. This trip to the Sea of Blood made Luowen reap a full harvest. Not only did he obtain a large amount of evolution points, but he also managed to defeat the old man of the river Styx and obtained the 9 pieces of Karmic Flame Red Lotus. After packing up the Karma Fire Red Lotus, Luowen resumed his journey and flew towards the south. Coming to the southern part of the floodplain, Luowen set off on a journey to the Immortal Volcano. There are many volcanoes here, and most of the beings that live here have the fire attribute. Back then, during the period of the Dragon and Han Quantum succession, the 3 clans fought fiercely, and the Phoenix clan was chastised for committing a great crime and was suppressed in this place. Now, Luowen personally came to this mysterious place, hoping to find some precious fire attribute heavenly treasures. The area where the Immortal Volcano was located was very barren, with few living beings and generally low cultivation levels. Luowen slowly flew along the volcano when a strong sensation suddenly surged within him. This feeling told him that there was a great opportunity hidden here. He then immediately let go of his divine sense and launched a careful search of the surrounding area of 10,000 miles, but did not find anything unusual. However, Luowen didn't give up. He firmly believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong, so he continued to probe deeper in the direction of the chance, even going so far as to dig into the ground. After a long period of time, he finally found the location of that chance in the depths of the earth. When he saw the sight in front of him, his heart couldn't help but surge with a feeling of joy. It turned out to be a ball of innate sea fire origin. This was an extremely rare treasure that contained the power of endless fire. Without hesitation, Luowen reached out and took out the sea fire origin and carefully loaded it into the innate fire spirit bead. With the integration of the sea fire origin, the innate fire spirit bead once again underwent a marvelous change. The 3 prohibitions that had already coalesced became even stronger, while 3 new prohibitions coalesced. The appearance of these prohibitions made the power of the innate fire spirit bead even more powerful and made Luowen look forward to the future. After collecting the sea fire origin, Luowen didn't stay for too long before continuing on his path. Time passed, and 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Along with his continuous deepening, the infinite magma under his feet tumbled and raged as if it was going to devour everything. The temperature around him was also getting hotter and hotter, as if even the air was set on fire. In such a harsh environment, Luowen was extraordinarily determined and persistent. He kept traversing the many obstacles and eventually came to the legendary immortal volcano. This volcano towers over the mountains, its summit spewing hot lava, creating a spectacular flaming waterfall. And at the foot of the mountain, there was a huge lake, the water of which was eerily red in color, emitting gusts of hot air. Luowen stood at the edge of the lake and felt a powerful pressure. This is the heart of the undead volcano. I am Xuanhuang, who is so bold as to trespass on my territory. A clear phoenix cry resounded through the clouds. This phoenix cry carried an endless might that seemed to tear apart this heaven and earth. At the same time, in the middle of the immortal volcano, another clear chirp came out, a hint of dissatisfaction and majesty in its voice, making people shudder to hear it. Immediately afterward, an incomparably huge phoenix flew out from the crater. This phoenix was covered with burning fire, and its wings were 1,000 miles long. With the appearance of the phoenix, the temperature in the sky instantly soared to the extreme, and the earth began to melt. After the phoenix circled in the air for a few times, it slowly transformed into a female immortal with a phoenix cape and a fiery red palace dress, appearing in front of Luowen. This female immortal had red hair that burned like flames, emitting a slight wave of heat as it fluttered in the wind. Her eyes shone with a blazing light, like 2 bright pearls that one could not dare to look directly at. This female immortal was none other than the Phoenix clan's oldest ancestor, Xuanhuang. Since the fall of the 3 tribes in the Dragon Han Quantum of Solace, Xuanhuang was suppressed by the heavenly Tao under this immortal volcano in order to clear his karma, and he was never allowed to step out of the flood for an eternity. However, today, Luowen's arrival broke the silence of these billions of years, causing the immortal volcano to once again set off a flutter. As soon as Xuanhuang appeared, the terrifying pressure around her spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, causing the entire space to tremble. Feeling that powerful pressure on Xuanhuang, Luowen couldn't help but slightly side-eye her. He knew that this Xuanhuang was definitely not a character to be messed with. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Although he had already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, it was still a bit difficult to withstand such a powerful pressure. He could sense that the cultivation of this female immortal in front of him had reached the level of a paramount saint. To know, in today's world, there are only a handful of great powers that can reach the level of quasi-saints, and apart from Hongjun Daozu, I'm afraid that only the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn ancestors of the 3 clans during the Longhan Quantum Revelation period have this kind of strength. Late generation Luowen, meet senior Xuanhuang. Luowen didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and hurriedly arched his hands in respect. However, Xuanhuang did not give him a good look. She snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, "A mere junior dares to commit a crime against my immortal flame mountain, how audacious." After saying that, she waved her sleeve and offered a majestic magical power that sped towards Luowen like a shooting star. When Luowen saw this, his face changed and he hurriedly offered the white lotus of the pure world to block it in front of him. Only to hear a loud boom, the mana ruthlessly impacted on top of the white lotus of the pure world, erupting a strong shockwave that instantly swept through the entire space. Luowen was shaken by this force and retreated back, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 38, Battle against Xuanhuang, Shock from a Paragon Powerhouse. Only the white lotus of the pure world radiated a brilliant light, forming a shield that protected Luowen within it. Xuanhuang's strike seemed easy and casual, but it contained infinite power, as if the entire heaven and earth were under her control, inspiring awe. Only heard a loud bang, Luowen like a cannonball was sent flying out, instantly disappeared at the end of the sky, in the blink of an eye has flown out millions of feet away. After Luowen suffered a heavy blow, his face was incredibly pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of essence blood, his face filled with shock. A casual strike has such power. The strength of a paragon is unexpectedly so terrifying. He had never thought that the gap between a paragon power and a great Luo Golden Immortal would be so great. In reality, Luowen didn't know that Xuanhuang had only used 30% of his power in this strike. As the ancestor of the innate Phoenix clan, her cultivation had long since reached the peak of paragon. Coupled with the immortal Fire Mountain's boost, Xuanhuang's strength had even multiplied. Small perimeter star dipper formation, rise. Seeing this, Luowen didn't hesitate to offer up the Chaos Bead. As soon as the Chaos Bead appeared, it immediately transformed into 365 star beads, which were integrated into the small perpetual star dipper grand formation. A great innate formation was erected under his feet in a 100-mile radius, and the starlight shone brightly in all directions. Small perimeter star dipper formation, rise. Luo Wen's expression was grave. He knew deep down that he was facing a paragon Sate-level existence and didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, only to see him offer up the Chaos Bead without hesitation. As soon as the Chaos Bead appeared, it immediately radiated a bright light and transformed into 365 star beads, which quickly merged into the small perpetual star dipper grand formation. In the blink of an eye, 100-mile square innate formation was formed under his feet. A mere great Luo Golden Immortal actually has some tricks up his sleeve. Xuanhuang was slightly surprised to see this scene. At a glance, she could tell that the small perimeter star dipper grand formation had an extraordinary aura, and a hint of threat was hidden. Give me the town. Luo Wen didn't say much nonsense, fully energizing his body's mana and continuously adding it on top of the grand formation. As he pinched his spell, the large formation burst into dazzling light, coalescing into an incomparably powerful force that suppressed down towards Xuanhuang like a titan pressing down on an egg. Nanmingli fire. Seeing this, Xuanhuang let out a deep cry and spat out a blazing flame from his mouth. This fire is her native aptitude, Nanmingli fire, which is the leader of the 10 divine fires of the flood. The Nanmingli fire appeared in the world, instantly triggering a shocking vision. The surrounding void was burned and distorted, as if it was about to melt. In a matter of moments, the endless starlight was directly dissolved by this flame and turned into nothingness. Nanmingli fire, it really lives up to its name. Luo Wen witnessed this scene and was shocked and afraid in his heart. He knew he had met a truly formidable foe. Admittedly, compared to several other types of divine flames, the power of the Nanmingli fire was indeed not the strongest. However, if one were to utilize its power to the fullest, it would be none other than Xuanhuang. Although his own strike had been successfully diffused by Xuanhuang, it had also caused her to reveal a crack. Blood God Gun, break! Luo Wen grasped this rare opportunity tightly, choked with one hand, and without hesitation, he offered up the Blood God Gun and stabbed it with vigor. Yunxia 5-colored cape. Seeing this, Xuanhuang knew the power of this shot and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. She only saw her hands rapidly dancing and her mouth chanting as she exerted all her strength. In the blink of an eye, he offered up one of his own shawl spirit treasures, the cloudy colorful cape. This Yunxia 5-colored cape was Xuanhuang's companion spiritual treasure, possessing endless mysterious features. As soon as the Cloud Haze 5-color cape was offered, it immediately transformed into 5 bright and dazzling divine lights of green, red, white, green, and purple, just like the shadows of 5 sturdy phoenixes, swooping towards Luo Wen with a thunderous momentum. Rumble! With a deafening roar, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The Yunxia 5-colored cape and the Blood God Gun collided together without reservation, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound of gold and iron striking each other. Buzz! After a fierce tussle, the Blood God Gun suddenly let out a low, mournful sound, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and was directly sent flying. On the other hand, the cloudy colorful cape took advantage of the victory and continued to furiously pounce towards Luo Wen. Click, click, click. Under the ferocious attack of the Cloud Haze multicolored cape, the protective barrier of the pure White Lotus began to show obvious signs of cracks and breakage. This made Luo Wen realize that the White Lotus of the pure world might not be able to withstand the mighty power of the 5-colored cape of Yunxia anymore. In the emergency, Luo Wen quickly summoned his own magic treasure, the Green Lotus of Creation. As it appeared, the surrounding space was instantly filled with dazzling light and endless pressure. The powerful force emanating from the Green Lotus of Creation managed to withstand the impact of the 5-colored cape of Yunxia, causing the two to fall into a stalemate. An innate treasure. When Xuanhuang saw the Green Lotus of Creation, her face became surprised and shocked. She was well aware of the preciousness and rarity of this treasure, and a hint of greed could not help but well up in her heart. Luo Wen felt a surge of nervousness, but still maintained his composure and said, "The late generation has no intention of offending your place, please be merciful, senior." At the same time, he was secretly on guard as he understood that even a quasi-sane powerhouse like Xuanhuang would find it difficult to suppress the desire to snatch such a tantalizing innate treasure in the face of it. Just as Luo Wen spoke, he quietly released the Chaos Bead and prepared to flee at any time. However, Xuanhuang seemed to have sensed his worries and put away the magic treasure in his hand after a slight smile. "There's no need to worry, I won't harm you," she calmly explained. "Since the end of the Three Clans War, I was punished by the Heavenly Tao and was forced to be suppressed in the Immortal Fire Mountain in order to clear my karma, unable to leave this place for life. And now that I have long been disillusioned with the world, your magic treasure means nothing to me. Thank you, senior, for being merciful, then senior will leave first." Hearing Xuanfeng's words, Luo Wen's heart was relieved, but he still didn't dare to be careless. After all, the difference in strength between Xuanfeng and him was like an abyss. If she truly wanted to take his life, even if he possessed the Chaos Pearl, I was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Knowing the time, he hurriedly made a cursory salute and turned around to leave. "Wait, did I let you go?" Suddenly, Xuanfeng let out a chorus and stopped Ron. Immediately afterward, she was seen flipping her hands and offering 2 blazing flames. "Not good." Hearing Xuanfeng's voice, Luo Wen's heart thumped violently, screaming that it was not good. Could it be that Xuanfeng had temporarily changed her mind and wanted to go after him? But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. "It's fate that you and I met here." Xuanhuang said softly, a hint of gentleness in her tone. I observe that you have extraordinary strength, and are by no means a pool animal, and I have some good feelings for you. After saying that, she smiled faintly and handed the two flames in her hand to Luowen. This is the Southern Brightness Flame Origin and the Nirvana Flame Origin, consider it a gift for you. Chapter 39 Xuanfeng's Pact, Enlightenment of the Laws of Killing. Senior wants to give me these two flame origins? Looking at the scene in front of him, Luowen's eyes burned, his heart filled with shock and surprise. One must know that the Nanmingli Flame and the Nirvana Flame were both one of the top 10 flames of the flood, belonging to the rare and exotic treasures of heaven and earth. And now, Xuanhuang was actually planning to give them to Luowen for nothing. How could he not be surprised? You don't have to feel strange. The reason why I gave you the Nirvana Flame and the Southern Brightness Flame is actually because I wanted to make a good karma with you. Xuanhuang slowly opened her mouth to explain, one day in the future, when the opportunity is ripe, I still have one more thing to ask of you, and I hope you won't shirk it then. I see. After hearing what Xuanhuang said, Luowen came to a realization. Sure enough, there was no gift in the world without a reason. Xuanfeng's willingness to give away these two precious and incomparable flame origins clearly had a deeper meaning. However, as to what exactly that unspoken purpose was, Luowen could only put it down for the time being. After all, since the other party was unwilling to disclose more information, he couldn't pursue it either. Since it's a piece of goodwill from Senior, then Junior will respectfully accept it. Luowen carefully received the two clusters of flame origin and gratefully arched his hand in thanks. However, he still couldn't help but inquire, it's just that, how should I repay this karma that Senior owes to the Phoenix clan? There is no rush. After you have broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm, then come here to find me, and I will tell you what to do then. Xuanhuang said, his body gently swayed, and instantly disappeared into the air, only leaving behind a sentence, remember, if you want to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, the only way is to cultivate the way of the laws, and that's the right way. Comprehending the way of laws? Looking in the direction Xuanhuang had left, Luowen's eyes flashed with a blazing light. In fact, as a traveler, even without Xuanfeng's reminder, Luowen knew very well in his own heart. There are three ways to be a quasi-saint. One is to prove the way with merits, the second is to prove the way by chopping off 3 corpses, and the last one is to prove the way by law. Comparatively speaking, the person who achieves quasi-sainthood through the Tao of laws has the most powerful strength among the three. However, whether it was the Tao of merit or the Tao of cutting 3 corpses, both had certain flaws and shortcomings. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 paths, but they all lead to the same destination. The way of the law is also the most difficult of the three. When the level of comprehension of the way of laws reaches more than 70%, one can cultivate into the early stage of paragon. When the level of comprehension reaches 80%, one can cultivate into the middle stage of paramount sainthood. When the degree of comprehension reaches 90%, one can cultivate into the late stage of paramount sainthood. Comprehending it to 10%, one could cultivate to the peak of paragon. 70% was a watershed, and after 70%, both the difficulty and power of comprehension would be drastically increased. However, because of the system boost, Luowen's breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm relied on all the pills and had no time to comprehend the laws at all. So up until now, Luowen's comprehension of laws was basically zero. In comparison, through the battle with Xuanhuang just now, it was not difficult to see. The reason why the opponent's Nanmingli fire was powerful was because she had already mastered the laws of fire. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Luowen arched his hand as a salute in the direction Xuanhuang had left and said, farewell, Senior. After leaving the immortal fire mountain, Luowen didn't rush back to Panglai Island, but instead found a secluded place and took out the innate fire spirit pearl. Luowen quietly gazed at the innate fire spirit bead, feeling the blazing aura it emitted. Unlike ordinary spiritual treasures, although the innate fire spirit bead was a mid-grade spiritual treasure, it had a prohibition that surpassed that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. He had once tried to use his divine sense to communicate with the mysterious prohibitions in the bead, but realized that they were so complex that they were impossible to break. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he studied these prohibitions more attentively. He realized that these prohibitions seemed to have some sort of connection with the laws of fire, and as long as he could break them, he might be able to comprehend the deeper levels of the laws of fire. Thus, Luowen took out the Nanmingli fire and Nirvana fire origin that he had previously obtained from Xuanhuang. He thought to himself that if these two powerful fire sources were incorporated into the innate fire spirit bead, there might be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, integrating the two fire sources into the innate fire spirit bead. With the integration of the Nanmingli fire and Nirvana flame origin, the prohibitions in the innate fire spirit bead unexpectedly unlocked a few of them automatically. Luowen was overjoyed and continued to increase his efforts, injecting more fire source inside the beads. Just like this, in the continuous attempts and explorations, the prohibitions in the innate fire spirit bead were gradually unlocked, and Luowen's comprehension of the laws of fire became more and more profound. Finally, when Luowen incorporated all the fire sources into the innate fire spirit bead, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of prohibitions in the innate fire spirit bead had increased to 25. This meant that the bead had successfully stepped into the ranks of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and its power was even more incomparable. Luowen was ecstatic. He knew that the harvest this time was absolutely huge. Not only that, he had also learned a lot about the laws of fire from it, which would play a crucial role in his future cultivation. Xuanhuang is right. The next thing I need to consider is comprehending the way of laws. Luowen muttered, his eyes firm and full of determination. Just what law is better to comprehend? He frowned and fell into deep thought. Throughout the entire flood world, the path of laws was as numerous as the stars, roughly as many as 3,000. And among these many laws, there were some that were exceptionally powerful and unique. As the saying goes, time is honored, space is king, destiny is not out of the picture, and causality is king. The most powerful of these are undoubtedly the laws of time, space, fate, karma, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the laws of killing, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. These laws represent the most fundamental power in the universe, and mastering them will enable one to possess extraordinary strength. There were 2 choices before Rowan now. The first is the law of killing and the second is the law of fire. The only way to keep getting stronger is to continue evolving. Luowen knew his goal well, and the bloodline needs to hunt living beings and seize blood to enhance itself. Thinking of this, his mind moved. How about practicing the law of killing? Once this thought arose, it was like a seed taking root in Luowen's heart. He decided to embark on this path full of bloodshed and challenges, using killing to achieve his own glory. After making up his mind, Luowen set off once again and flew towards the eastern part of the floodplain. He knew that there was the place that was truly suitable for him to grow. Time passes like a shuttle. Without realizing it, 1,000 years have passed. During these long millennia, Luowen traveled eastward, traversing countless mountains and rivers, seeing all sorts of strange sights and powerful existences. Finally, he arrived at the shores of the flooded Eastern Sea. This is where the eastern continent of the flood and the underworld Blood Sea meet. On one side, there is a cave of blessed land that is vibrant, rich in spiritual energy and resources, while on the other side, there is a barren land where birds do not fly, and fish and shrimp do not live. Luowen found an unknown valley here and decided to stay here for a while to enlighten himself on the laws of killing. Chapter 40, Comprehending the Law of Killing, Encountering the Snake Demon Sisters and Fighting the Fire Crows. In the valley, Luowen sat cross-legged and began his seclusion. 10,000 acres of celebratory clouds above his head beckoned as if it were a sea of clouds, in which 3 golden lotus flower silhouettes blossomed with dazzling golden auras, illuminating the entire valley. During the days in seclusion, Luowen devoted himself to comprehending the laws of killing. He felt everything around him with his heart. On one side was a cave paradise full of spiritual roots, infested with spiritual beasts, and the changes in the aura between heaven and earth. On the other side was the blood sea of death, which was rough and filled with a bloody and deadly aura. The vibrant eastern continent represents life, while the underworld sea of blood, which is full of death, represents death. He tried to find the true meaning of the law of killing in this way. As time passed, Luowen's understanding of the law of killing grew deeper and deeper. He found that killing wasn't just a simple act of killing, but a reverence for life and a pursuit of power. Only by sensing the cycle of life and death in killing could one truly grasp the essence of the law of killing. In this way, Luowen remained in seclusion in the valley for an entire 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, he continuously observed his memories of hunting demonic beasts over the years to comprehend the law of killing, and finally succeeded in comprehending a trace of the mysteries of the law of killing. In addition to cultivating in seclusion, he also ate all of the remaining Huang Zhongli in his hand, and his cultivation level once again gained a leap to the late Dala Golden Immortal realm. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, late Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 10th grade 0/500,000. Body, 10th grade 0/500,000. Evolution points, 1,000,000. Treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, 1 Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Red Lotus of Karmic Fire. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. After completing this, Luowen decided to return to his dojo on Abbot Island. It's been quite a few years since I last left and traveled out of the country, so it's time to go back for a visit. On his way back, he suddenly saw a burst of demonic clouds rolling in from the distant sky in front of him, accompanied by the radiance of countless divine magic treasures that lit up the entire sky. Luowen's heart stirred and he instantly realized, it looks like someone is fighting. At that moment, with a flash of his body, he hid in a white cloud and flew towards the place of the fight. Soon, he saw both sides of the fight, and it turned out to be 3 demonic beasts that were fiercely fighting. On one of the sides was a Taoist dressed in black, with a terrifying aura emanating from his body, clearly a powerful demonic beast. On the other side, there were 2 wonderful women dressed in white and green. Luowen could tell at a glance that these 3 were all transformation stage demons, but their strength was quite extraordinary. Especially that black-clothed Taoist, the surrounding pressure was extremely majestic, giving off a huge sense of oppression. Ever since he was born in the flood world, Luowen had already seen too many times the brutal fights between demonic beasts in order to compete for benefits. Therefore, every time he encountered such a situation, he would choose to watch the fire from the other side of the shore, quietly observing the development of the situation, waiting for the best time to strike and reap the benefits. It certainly wouldn't be any different this time, as each additional demonic beast killed would result in more evolution points. One must know that things like evolution points could be too precious, and Rowan wouldn't mind having too many of them. When Rowan arrived at the battlefield, his eyes lit up. It turned out that the black-clothed Taoist was actually a great expert at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the two women opposite him, one wore white clothes and the other wore green clothes. Their strengths were at the level of peak Taiyi Golden Immortal and mid Taiyi Golden Immortal respectively. This battle was literally fought to a standstill, with both sides trying their best to defeat the other. GGG. The black-robed Taoist man suddenly let out a burst of bizarre laughter, which was full of lechery and greed. You two little beauties, as long as you honestly listen to me and be my woman, I will definitely let you enjoy glory and wealth, and live as happy as the immortals. Otherwise, I will refine you into a furnace, so that you all beg for your lives and beg for your deaths. Ha 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 ha. Shameless man. The white-clothed woman was trembling with anger, her beautiful eyes glaring round, her face filled with anger and disgust. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her voice cold and firm. Even if we sisters die, we will definitely not submit to scum like you. Sister is right. The green-clothed woman next to her, holding dual swords, her figure nimbly weaving between the sword chi, her powerful sword chi constantly attacking towards the black-clothed Taoist like a blizzard, loudly agreed. There's nothing to say to this kind of despicable villain, just kill him directly. Humph. You two little girls who don't know the heights of heaven, you're really honoring yourselves. The black-clothed Taoist was completely enraged, and his face became extremely gloomy. He let out a cold snort, and a powerful aura emanated from his body that was uniquely belonging to the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortals. In an instant, his body underwent a shocking change, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge crow with a blazing flame around him. This crow spread out its broad wings, covering the sky, and spewed out a blazing flame from its mouth, lunging towards the two women with an aura of destroying everything. As the flames approached, the air around them seemed to be set ablaze, and the temperature rose dramatically. The two women felt an unprecedented pressure, but they didn't retreat. Instead, they tightly gripped the weapons in their hands and prepared for this battle of life and death. Sister, fight him. When the woman in green saw this, a flash of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she chanted. Between the flashes of light on her body, she shifted and transformed into a green-colored python that was about 100 feet long and as thick as the mouth of a well. One could only see that this green python had a huge body, and its scales were as hard as steel, glowing with an icy green light. It opened its bloody mouth, and the fangs in its mouth were sharp and chilling. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spewed out a rich green poisonous gas towards that fire crow Taoist. This poisonous gas was very powerful, containing strong corrosiveness and toxicity, able to turn the poisoned person directly into pus. Damn it! Taoist fire crow was unable to dodge and was sprayed by this poisonous mist. His body was scorched black and emitted an unpleasant odor. He became infuriated and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of seal spirit treasure. As soon as this seal came out, it rose against the wind and instantly became enormous, emitting a powerful aura as it directly suppressed towards the green snake. Not good. Witnessing this seal crushing towards her as if it were a titan, Green Snake's face sank violently. Even though she urged her entire body's magical power in an attempt to resist, she still felt overwhelmed. Sister! The woman in white was shocked when she saw this. Without hesitation, she shifted and transformed into a huge white python. This white python was also 100 feet long, covered with a layer of scales as white as snow, like a jade dragon, emitting a holy aura. She quickly swam to the green snake and joined it in fighting against the suppression of that seal. However, as time passed, the sisters' mana gradually ran out, and their bodies began to tremble, slowly bending down as if they would be crushed at any moment. Chapter 41, Beheading the Fire Crow Taoist, Conquering the Snake Demon Sisters. Bold demon, let go of those two beauties and let me do it. Just in the nick of time, a strange sound came out as if space was being torn apart. Immediately afterward, Luowen appeared beside the two women like a ghost. His figure was like a phantom, making people unable to catch him. Only to see his hands brace upwards, a powerful force erupted from him, directly lifting that fire crow seal out of the air. This sudden scene stunned both the woman in white and the woman in green. They stared at Luowen with wide eyes, full of astonishment. Prior to this, they had been engaged in a fierce battle with the fire crow Taoist, fully focused on the battle, and completely unaware of Luowen's presence. At this moment, Luowen's appearance was like a savior that had fallen from the sky, making them feel incredibly surprised. On the other side, Luowen couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw this thrilling battle in front of him. He was originally just passing through the area, but the battle gave him a sudden flash of insight and quickly revised his plans. He remembered his Abbot Island dojo, where although there were already quite a few disciples, there was still a lack of a few attendants who could help take care of the dojo and handle miscellaneous affairs. And these two snake demon beauties in front of him not only had pretty looks, but their cultivation levels were also quite impressive, perfectly matching the ideal candidates in his mind. So, he decided to help out by taking these two beauties under his wing and bringing them back to the Abbot's Island dojo. Who is it? How dare you ruin this Taoist's good deed? Taoist Firecrow roared with rage, gritting his teeth. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent, as if he wanted to eat Luo when alive. He had thought that he was winning, but he didn't expect that someone would intervene at the critical moment and ruin his plan. This made the anger in his heart burn more and more vigorously, hating to immediately crush Luo into pieces. Obviously, for this Luo who had ruined his plans, he had already moved to kill. The corner of Luo's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, his voice cold and firm. You're not qualified to know my name yet. The corner of Luo's mouth rose, revealing a trace of a contemptuous smile as he coldly responded, these two beauties now belong to me. If you still have some eyesight, get the hell out of my way right now. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Hearing these words, the Firecrow Taoist's face instantly became gloomy as he glared viciously at Luo and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Where did the rabid thief come from? How dare he take food from my Firecrow Taoist mouth? It's simply self-importance, not knowing how to die. Even though he sensed that Luo's cultivation had reached the late Golden Immortal stage, he wasn't fearful because of it, and he wouldn't back down easily. After all, he was also a powerful person on one side, having dominated for many years in the billions of square miles of land. Immediately afterward, Taoist Firecrow let out a cold laugh and said with a face full of disdain, Humph, a tiny mole cricket that dares to speak out of turn? What a way to seek your own death. Let this Taoist teach you what reverence means today. After saying that, he turned his spear and waved his huge fire plume like a burning meteor, carrying endless heat and might as he turned to attack towards Luo. When Luo saw this, his eyes turned cold and he secretly snorted in his heart. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. Since that was the case, let the other party see his true strength. Only to see Luo reach out and wave his hand, a blood-colored lance instantly appeared in his hand, which was none other than the Blood God Lance. With a flick of his wrist, the Blood God Lance instantly transformed into a bloody light, like a red dragon, whistling to meet it. For a time, fire and bloodlight intertwined in the sky, creating a splendid and terrifying scene. The breaths of the two sides collided in the air, triggering loud reverberations, as if the entire world was trembling. The two great Golden Immortal great powers entangled in one place, as if they were two meteors colliding in the air, immediately erupting into a shocking aftermath of the battle. That sound of gold and iron striking each other was like thunder in the nine heavens, shocking the hearts of the people and causing the entire world to tremble. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, smoke and dust rolled out and the sky and earth changed color. This fierce battle lasted for a whole 100 years, with both sides going back and forth without giving way to each other. Plop! Accompanied by a mournful cry of grief, the blood god gun in Luo's hand was like lightning as it pierced through Taoist Firecrow's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the sky red. The great battle was finally divided, ending with the death of Taoist Firecrow. Luo once again sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and took the corpse of the Firecrow Taoist into it, exchanging it for valuable evolution points. He had gained a lot from this battle. Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. With Luo's help, the Snake Demon Sisters finally defeated their powerful enemy and gained their freedom. White Snake and Green Snake were grateful, tears glistening in their eyes. They changed back into beautiful women's forms, revealing their graceful and delicate bodies, and bowed their heads deeply towards Luo. They looked at Luo with awe on their faces. The Firecrow Taoist, as a mid-stage great Golden Immortal, was easily defeated by Luo, which made the two women realize that the strength of this immortal in front of them was unfathomable. They hurriedly stood up with a respectful attitude. Many thanks, Supreme Immortal. White Snake arched his hand in a bow and respectfully asked, dare I ask what is the name of the Supreme Immortal? Luo responded frankly, I am the Lord of the East Sea Abbot Island Dojo, Luo. Then he changed his mind. My East Sea Abbot Island Dojo is now lacking 2 attendants who can help take care of the dojo. I see that you two have extraordinary skills. I wonder if you have the will to follow me? The Snake Demon Sisters looked at each other with a hint of surprise on their faces. After hesitating for a moment, White Snake said softly, I can't thank my little daughter enough for your love, Supreme Immortal. It's just that. Luo smiled and shook his head, no harm done. If you two are unwilling to accept my invitation, I won't force you. I will let you two go. Alright then. White Snake and Green Snake finally made a decision after some thought. The two of us are willing to follow the Supreme Immortal and pay homage to our master. No need to be polite. Luo smiled faintly and stepped forward to help them up, then raised his hand and pointed at the two of them. From today onwards, I will give you two a new name. You'll be called the White Lady. Luo looked at the beautiful and moving White Snake in front of him and said with a smile. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was as clear as a fairy, so people couldn't help but fall in love with her. He then looked at the woman in green clothes next to him and said with a gentle gaze, you, on the other hand, are called Xiao Chang. This woman in green clothes was equally beautiful and attractive, with a competent and resolute temperament, giving off a feeling of killing and decisiveness. Upon hearing the name Luo had given herself, both women's faces revealed a satisfied smile as they said in unison, many thanks to Master for the name. They were extremely happy with this new name, their hearts filled with joy. After completing the bestowal of their names, White Lady and Xiaoqing officially became Luo Wen's servants. Luo Wen was in a happy mood as he brought his 2 daughters and set off on the road back to the Abbot's Island dojo. The scenery along the way was picturesque and beautiful. Time passes like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The 3 of them finally arrived at Abbot Island. Chapter 42, Entering the Immortal Island, 9 White Lotus of Purity. This island was like a fairyland, surrounded by clouds and overflowing with spiritual energy. There was a grand and magnificent dojo blood god palace on the island, which was exactly where Luo Wen practiced. Rowan led the 2 girls into the dojo. Wow, what a rich heaven and earth aura. Feeling the rich spiritual chi here, Little Green couldn't help but let out an exclamation under her relaxed heart. Her eyes were wide and sparkling with excitement as she looked around curiously. The richness of the aura of heaven and earth here far exceeded any place they had experienced before, as if they were in a world full of immortal aura. Looking around, one could only see that the entire island was covered in lush vegetation, a vibrant scene. Various kinds of exotic flowers and plants competed with each other, their colorful petals swaying and emitting a charming fragrance. Especially those precious spirit medicines were a sight to behold. This land is like a natural treasure trove, containing endless vitality and vigor. The White Lady was similarly shocked by the beauty before her, and her awe for Luo Wen grew deeper in her heart. She knew deep down that an owner who could possess such a cavernous land was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. And this mysterious Luo Wen in front of him clearly had extraordinary strength and depth. Luo Wen smiled faintly and led the 2 girls to continue walking deeper into the island. Not long after, they arrived in front of a vast medicinal field. Sister, look what's that? Surprisingly, it's an innate 5-needle pine. Xiaoqing's voice trembled with excitement. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed ahead at the tall, straight pine tree with its bright green needles and a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Then, the White Lady also followed Xiaoqing's gaze and was immediately shocked by the sight before her. She was equally thrilled and cried out in surprise, "There's also the yellow medium plum." Saying that, she quickly stepped forward and walked to the tree, scrutinizing the golden yellow fruits hanging from the tree and feeling the powerful spiritual energy contained within. At this moment, Luo Wen smiled and stood on the side, looking at the surprised expressions of the 2. He continued to show them other precious innate spiritual roots, such as the enlightenment tea tree and so on. None of these spirit roots were rare treasures in the floodplains, and each one of them was worth a fortune. After White Lady and Xiaoqing strolled around the medicinal fields, their faces were always filled with excitement and awe. They are keenly aware of how amazing the masters they follow are. Especially those 2 5-needle pines and the yellow Chinese plum. They were one of the 10 extremely rare innate spiritual roots in the floodplains. The presence of these 2 types of spiritual roots filled the entire medicinal field with a divine aura. Even a contemporary supreme power like Sanqing Yuhua might not necessarily be able to possess them. Luo Wen even possessed 2 plants on his own. The depth of his heritage was truly staggering. White Lady and Xiaoqing looked at Luo Wen and secretly resolved in their hearts that they would serve him well to repay this favor of knowing him. While I'm away, the main job of the 2 of you is to take care of the medicinal fields. Luo Wen instructed the 2 girls. Don't worry, master, we will definitely take good care of these spirit roots and herbs. The White Lady solemnly nodded her head in response. Luo Wen was their lifesaver, and was as gracious to them as a mountain. This was the only thing they could do for Luo Wen if they wanted to repay the favor. This is the 3 Light Divine Water. It is the #1 healing elixir in the floodplains. If you find a spirit root elixir dying, put a few drops of this divine water on it and bring it back to life. Luo Wen said, taking out a jade bottle and handing it over to the White Lady. 3 Light Divine Water. White Lady and Little Cheng both looked at the jade bottle with surprised faces. Looking at the crystal clear 3 Lights Divine Water in the jade bottle, emitting a brilliant light, the 2 women could not help but have their beautiful eyes widen roundly, their pretty faces slightly red, and their eyes flickered with an incredulous look of surprise. They all knew very well in their hearts that the 3 Lights Divine Water was an extremely rare heavenly treasure in the flood. It is rumored that this water contains the 3 extreme powers of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and not only possesses the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but is even able to revive the dead and bring white bones to life. And each drop can be considered a treasure of great value, which countless people have sought for. However, at this moment, Luo Wen didn't hesitate to use such precious divine water to save those elixirs. It was simply a waste. When the 2 women thought of this, a trace of heartache couldn't help but well up in their hearts, and the look in their eyes toward Luo Wen was filled with flesh pain. Seemingly sensing the 2 women's strangeness, Luo Wen smiled faintly and said softly, "You don't have to worry, this 3 Light Divine Water is not something scarce to me. As long as you need it, you can come to me and ask for it at any time." Then, he patiently explained to the 2 of them, "You see, this medicinal field of mine has been nourished by the spiritual liquid of creation, so its vitality is extremely tenacious, and as long as it doesn't suffer from that kind of irresistible natural or man-made disaster, the spirit medicines in here usually won't die easily. I'm also giving you this 3 Light Divine Water just as a precaution for those spirit medicines that have just been transplanted here, in case they develop a problem with the soil and water. With the 3 Light Divine Water they will be able to recover quickly." Hearing this, the surprise in the hearts of the two women could no longer be described in words. Luowen unexpectedly treated such precious three-light divine water as if it was something ordinary, even with a few disdainful tones. This kind of grandiose gesture and unfathomable depth was truly smacking. Subsequently, Luowen reminded as if he had thought of something. Right, there is one more thing that needs to be taken care of, for example, that five-needle pine as well as the yellow medium plum and other spiritual roots. Once the fruits they bear mature, they must be immediately picked and properly stored, otherwise they will easily wither over time. Don't worry, master, we will definitely take good care of these spirit roots. Xiao Qing hurriedly patted her chest and assured. After all, she knew clearly in her heart that these spirit roots were rare treasures and absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes. After explaining all of this, only to see Luowen unhurriedly stretching out his right hand and gently waving it, an illusory storage space immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Immediately after, he carefully took out 2 lotus seeds that were as white as jade and emitted a faint fragrance, as well as a bottle of liquid that was as turquoise as emerald, and handed them over to the White Maiden and Xiao Qing together. Luowen explained with a solemn face, these 2 lotus seeds, which are born by the white lotus of the pure world, contain powerful vitality and strength. And this bottle of spiritual liquid of creation can accelerate their growth and development. As long as you plant them in the West Lake and water them with the spirit of creation liquid, you will be able to catalyze the birth of 2 ninth-grade white lotus of the pure world, which will serve as a spiritual treasure for your side. The 9 pure white lotus? That's a top-grade spiritual treasure with 36 prohibitions. Even though its defense was slightly inferior to the 12 pure white lotus, it was enough to withstand most attacks. In this way, the safety of the White Lady and Xiao Qing was undoubtedly greatly guaranteed. As if they had been given the most precious treasure, both the White Lady and Xiao Qing could not help but show joyful faces, and their hearts were even more joyful. They were naturally clear about the preciousness of these 2 treasures, and immediately both knelt down and thanked them gratefully. Many thanks, Master. Chapter 43, Evolution Again, Hongjun becomes a saint. Looking at the Snake Demon Sisters' excited expressions, Luowen smiled faintly and waved his hand in a gesture. There's no need to be polite. I hope you guys can make good use of these 2 treasures to enhance your strength. He then encouraged, you should cultivate hard and strive to break through the cultivation bottleneck as soon as possible to become a strong Luo. White Lady and Xiao Qing were grateful and nodded their heads in agreement. In the end, Luowen waved his hand and let them retreat. Looking at their departing backs, Luowen secretly thought in his heart, with these 2 spiritual treasures, their strength will be greatly enhanced, and they will be able to better protect themselves when they encounter danger in the future. Thinking of this, he nodded in satisfaction. After explaining all this, Luowen returned to the Blood God Palace and prepared to start his closed-door cultivation. This seclusion was crucial for him, and he decided to use the remaining evolution points to complete his evolution and raise his strength. He walked into the center of the large hall and came to sit down on his knees on the cloud platform and closed his eyes, and with a thought, he sent an evolutionary command towards the system. With a movement of his mind, the evolution system in his body began to operate. The evolution points were like a bright star, shining brightly as they were injected into his body. These evolution points nourished his body like sweet rains, causing every cell of his body to glow with new vitality and vigor. Rowan felt that his body was undergoing a marvelous change. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Late Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 11th grade 0/1000000. Body, 11th grade 0/1000000. Evolution points, 0. Treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, 1 Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Red Lotus of Karmic Fire. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. 100,000 years passed. Finally, after a long period of seclusion, Luowen completed his evolution. He opened his eyes, and there was a sharp glint in his eyes, as if he could penetrate everything. He stood up, feeling the powerful strength surging through his body, his heart filled with confidence and determination. At this time, he was no longer the weak Luowen from the beginning, but had become an immortal with great strength. He looked up and saw 10,000 acres of celebratory clouds beckoning above his head, and 3 golden lotus flower shadows looming. During these 10,000 years, Luowen used the remaining evolution points to complete his evolution once again. His 3 flowers grade had also increased to 11th grade. In the future, just waiting for the 3 flowers on top of his head to unite, he would be able to condense the Great Luo Dao fruit and cultivate into the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Next, I'm going to continue to comprehend the way of laws. After completing his evolution, Luowen didn't choose to leave the gate. He planned to take Yuan Feng's advice and start comprehending the way of laws, preparing for the future breakthrough to the Paragon realm. Just as Luowen was about to continue his seclusion, all of a sudden, the entire flooded earth began to tremble violently, as if something big was about to happen. Immediately after that, a strange light and colorful haze appeared in the sky, just like a fairyland. With the appearance of these visions, a low and majestic voice came from the sky, lying high in the 9 clouds. The futon had the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth. Xuanhuang, I am the head of the teaching respect. Panga gave birth to the Taiyi, the 2 instruments and 4 elephants follow. The Shenmen all lead the show. A gas transforms Hongjun. This voice resounded throughout the entire flood world like a great bell, causing all living beings to feel an inexplicable awe and shock. For a time the sky was full of flowers and the earth was full of gold. Countless golden lights, golden lotuses, necklaces, and pendant beads roamed the sky, like rainwater flowing continuously in front of the eaves. Endless heaven and earth merits turned into fine rain, moisturizing the earth. Various famous mountains and rivers are rejuvenated with their former vitality and vigor. Hearing this voice, countless living beings were terrified, kneeling down in worship, their bodies trembling. Their hearts were filled with awe for this mysterious existence, and some beings were even so excited that they burst into tears. I am Hongjun, today has become a saint. Pity the flood of living beings struggling to seek the great Tao but cannot enter the door. 1,000 years later, will be outside the 33 days of the chaos of the purple heavenly palace in the opening of a pulpit to preach. Have the destiny of the people can come to listen to it. Suddenly, an old and majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. This voice was like a great bell that shook the hearts of the people, causing everyone to be moved. Luo Wen's heart shook when he heard this sudden voice, and he couldn't help but raise his head and cast his gaze to the sky. His eyes shone with a burning light, as if he wanted to penetrate the clouds and gain insight into the endless mysteries. Hongjun has become a saint. Luo Wen secretly marveled in his heart. He knew that this meant that the entire flood world was about to usher in an unprecedented change. It won't be long before the entire flood world will undergo a radical change. Luo Wen muttered. As a traveler, he had a deep understanding of the impact and significance of Hongjun becoming a saint. Ever since the Dragon Han Cataclysm, the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin retired from the flood stage, and the entire flood world was plunged into a state of chaos and silence. During this period of time, although the living beings were eager to seek the way, due to the lack of systematic cultivation techniques, their path of cultivation became exceptionally difficult. The highest cultivation level was only the Dala Golden Immortal realm, and going further was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. However, with the beginning of Hongjun's sermon, all of this will be completely broken. With the appearance of Hongjun, countless quasi-saintly powerhouses would spring up like rain in the flood. It was only necessary to wait for the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa, and the 2 Western interpreters of heaven to become saints, and then the entire flood wasteland would officially step into the age of saints. In this era, all saints and below were as small as ants. Even quasi-saint level powerhouses were just slightly larger ants in front of saints. I really didn't expect this to come so quickly, Rowan said emotionally, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. For him, Hongjun becoming a saint was not good news. According to the development of the Orthodox flood situation, Luo Wen would be captured by the 2 saints of the West in the future God-sealing cataclysm, and would eventually end up dead. With Luo Wen's personality, he naturally wasn't willing to let others dominate his fate, so he had to closely follow the footsteps of the times and possess strength enough to compete with the Heaven's Path saints. And in order to rapidly increase one's strength, one must be proficient in the way of the laws. Originally, Luo Wen planned to cultivate the law of killing and realize the Tao of killing and proof through slaughtering living beings. However, now that Hongjun had become a saint, it completely disrupted his plans. Thus, he had to find a more efficient method. Thinking of this, he once again waved his sleeve and offered up the innate fire spirit bead, only to see that the fire spirit bead was surrounded by a blazing fire, and that flame seemed to be alive as if it was constantly pulsating. It contained the majestic laws of fire, as if it was surging like a volcanic eruption, with endless flame power surging through it. As long as one was able to fully comprehend it, it would be like grasping the essence of the flames, and one could condense a Daolord fruit by virtue of one's comprehension of the laws of fire. Just as Luo Wen was immersed in his thoughts, the respectful voices of Xiao Chang and Bai Nangzi suddenly came from outside the main hall. Xiao Chang and Bai Nangzi request to see Master. Luo Wen was slightly stunned, then he collected his thoughts and answered, "Come in." As his words fell, the door to the hall slowly opened. White Lady and Xiao Chan walked quickly into the main hall in a panicked manner. They came under the cloud platform and bowed their heads to Luo Wen. The white maiden wore a worried look on her face and said in a grave tone, "Master, the sudden appearance of such a vision between heaven and earth has made my sister and I uneasy in our hearts. What exactly is that Taoist Hongjun and the heavenly Tao sage you spoke of?" In this vast flood world, the cultivation realms were numerous and complex. From the lowest level of Earth Immortal, True Immortal, and even Golden Immortal, Taiyi Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, etc. Each realm represented a different strength and status. And above the great Luo Golden Immortals, there were even more profound and mysterious existences. These existences were all powerhouses that stood at the pinnacle, and their every move could affect the pattern of the entire flood world. For a small snake demon like White Lady and Little Green, facing such strong people, they would naturally feel incomparable fear and awe. Chapter 44 Hongjun's Calculations. All the great powers go to the Purple Heavenly Palace. In the flood wasteland, there are many levels and many realms. Luowen smiled as he explained to the snake demon sisters in front of him. As we all know, there are many different levels such as Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Xuan Immortal, Golden Immortal, Taiyi Golden Immortal, as well as Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, do you guys know what exactly is the realm above the Great Luo Golden Immortal? When the snake demon sisters heard this, the two of them looked at each other with a blank look in their eyes. Seeing this, Luowen smiled slightly and continued to explain. Above the Great Luo Golden Immortal is the Paramount Saint realm. Above the Quasi-Saint, there exists the even more profound and desirable realm of the mixed Yuan Dala Saints. In the realm of the Saints, their Yuanshan is anchored between the heavenly Tao, all laws are hard to invade, karma is untainted, they do not die or perish, and they cannot be worn down by 10,000 tribulations. Hearing this, a strong curiosity welled up in the White Lady's heart, and she boldly guessed, could it be that Taoist Hongjun is the first saint between this heaven and earth to step into the realm of mixed Yuan Dala? That's right, exactly. Rowan nodded slightly, affirming her guess. Surprisingly, it is a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. White Lady and Xiao Qing sniffed. Both could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with shock and awe. In their impression, the Great Luo Golden Immortal was already the highest realm a cultivator could reach. However, nowadays there was actually the emergence of the mixed Metamorphosis Immortals that were far above the Daeluogen Immortals. This was simply a complete reversal of their perception of the cultivation world. In fact, it was no wonder that the two women were making a fuss. After all, in the flood world, the birth of a saint was undoubtedly a major event that was enough to shake heaven and earth. Master, just now Hongjun said that he will open an altar to preach at the Zixia Palace outside the 33 heavens in 1,000 years, so are we going to go and listen to him preach as well? Xiao Qing finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and opened her mouth to ask Luowen. Of course we have to go. Luowen nodded his head without hesitation and responded, immediately adding, it's just that the environment outside the 33 heavens is extremely treacherous, so it's not an easy task to get there smoothly. Hearing what Luowen said, Xiao Qing nodded her head obediently to show that she understood, but her face still carried some confusion as she continued to pursue, but I really can't figure out why Hongjun chose the location of his sermon to be in such a distant and dangerous place? Luowen smiled faintly and explained, this is exactly where Hongjun is brilliant. Although he threatened that anyone with a destiny could go and listen, in reality, this is just a front. If he really wanted to universalize all sentient beings, he should have located his sermon in the flood world where everyone can reach, not in a barren land like the outer heaven of the 33 heavens. Xiao Qing suddenly realized that this was the case. However, she was still a little worried as she asked, then master, how should we go? Luowen pondered for a moment before replying, the chaos domain is incredibly dangerous, full of chaotic storms that pin gold to the bones. Without a magic treasure to protect them, ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals wouldn't dare to venture into it easily. If we forcefully cross the void, not only will we not be able to reach the Purple Heavenly Palace, but we will also lose our lives. Therefore, we need to be fully prepared and look for suitable magic treasures to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Xing couldn't help but frown and said worriedly, wouldn't that mean that a lot of people wouldn't be able to go? Luowen nodded and said, that's right, Hongjun intentionally located his sermon in the chaotic Purple Heavenly Palace, which in actuality eliminated a large portion of the cultivators in the flood who had poor cultivation and follow-through. This Hongjun is really cunning. Xiao Qing sighed and said with some frustration, and now that my sister has cultivated into a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and I'm the only one who is still a Taiyi Golden Immortal, it seems that I'm not qualified to listen to Sage Hongjun's sermon. In the past 100,000 years, with the rich cultivation resources, the Binyangzi, who had a slightly thicker foundation, had already broken through the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal and passed through the Heart Demon Tribulation, reaching the early stage of Dala Golden Immortal. Even Xiao Qing, who was at a shallower cultivation level, had reached the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Sister, don't be sad. Although I am already a Great Luo Golden Immortal, my foundation is still shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the Purple Cloud Palace. White Lady held on to Xiao Qing and comforted, sister, stay with you. Since the birth of the flood, the two sisters have depended on each other and could not bear to be separated. You guys don't have to worry, with my cultivation, I guarantee to take you through the 33 heavens and safely arrive at the Purple Heavenly Palace. Luowen said confidently with a slight smile. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was in charge of the Jade Saucer of Creation and was proficient in the way of laws, which was of great benefit to Luowen's cultivation. And now that Luowen wanted to break through to Quasi-Saint, he was worried about not being able to comprehend the way of laws. Hongjun's sermon was just a rare and good opportunity, he had to go for a walk. He believed that as long as he could get the guidance from Ancestor Hongjun Dao, not only could he benefit greatly enough to break through to the Paramount Sage realm faster, but he could also help the White Lady and Xiao Qing to improve their cultivation. Just as Luo Wen and the others were preparing to move to the Purple Heavenly Palace, East Kunlun Mountain. In the Hall of the Three Purities. Above the cloud platform, the three pristine ones were in seclusion. Ever since they lost to Taoist Luo Wen in the eastern Kunlun Mountains several Xuanhui ago, they had been in seclusion, trying to raise their realm. At this time, sensing the heaven and earth vision of Hongjun becoming a saint, Taiching Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Shangqing Tongtian opened their eyes. Hongjun has become a saint. The three clearances looked to the sky, surprised with a few moments of loss. Pangu Sanqing was an innate deity that was transformed by the Yuanshan of the great god Pangu, carrying 10% of the merits of the opening of the heavens, and had always viewed themselves highly. And now that Hongjun had gone ahead of them to prove his sainthood, the news was a big blow to them. Hearing the way is not successive to reach the teacher. Tai Ching Laozi stroked his beard and said lightly, the great Tao is vast, we have been practicing hard for many years, but we have never been able to enter it. Instead of holding on to it ourselves, why don't we put down our stature and go to the purple heavenly palace to seek for the saintly Tao law? Tai Ching Laozi has always advocated tranquility and inaction, and although he also regarded himself as a Pangu Zhangzong, he was not as headstrong as Yuan Shi Tianzun. Saints preaching that is a great event between heaven and earth. For the three purities who were eager to improve their realm, it was no less than a great opportunity. Good. Hearing Laozi's words, the nearby Yuan Shi Tong Tian nodded. I wonder if I'll meet that Luo Wen Taoist on this trip, Tong Tian secretly said in his heart. Ever since he lost to Luo Wen in the Battle of East Kunlun, this matter had struck Tong Tian too much, and had actually become his heart problem. The most important thing for people who cultivate the way is the state of mind, seeking a thought that is clear. As a matter of fact, not only Tong Tian, but in the hearts of the three Panguqing, Luo Wen had become an insurmountable barrier. In order to defeat Rowan, they had to keep getting stronger. After saying that, the three of them transformed into three streams of light, green, red, and white, and flew towards the Chaos World. Chapter 45, All Immortals in Chaos, each showing their god's ability. Buzhou Mountain, Pangu Hall. Above the Great Hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered with solemn faces. Like the three purities, these 12 ancestral witches were also transformed by the essence blood of the great god Pangu, and boasted of the existence of the Pangu authenticity. Due to inheriting the legacy of Pangu, each of them possessed a strong law of heaven and earth. The difference is that the sorcerer race was born with strong physical bodies, disrespecting the saints of heaven and earth and respecting Pangu alone. Under the infestation of the turbid chi of the opening of the heavens, except for the ancestral witch of the earth, Ho-Tu, the remaining 11 ancestral witches did not have Yuanshan. Hongjun has become a saint and will open a sermon in the Zixia Palace in the near future. Big brother Di Jiang, are we also going to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the sermon? Among the ancestral witches, the ancestral witch of earth, Ho-Tu, opened her mouth and asked. She was the youngest of the 12 ancestral witches and the one who was highly favored by several of her older brothers. Her proposal also immediately drew the attention of the Empyrean ancestral witch. My witch race doesn't cultivate Yuanshan, and Hongjun Dao is incompatible with my witch race, so even if I go, I won't understand it. Hearing Ho-Tu's words, Space Ancestor Witch Di Jiang responded. Ancestral Witch Di Jiang was the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, and likewise the one with the highest combat power, and all the ancestral witches looked up to him. Hongjun is the first sage in heaven and earth, and all the powerful great men from all walks of life in the flood will go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, so if my witch clan doesn't go, it will look like we can't get on the stage. Time Ancestor Witch Candle Joeen spoke up. Why don't we let Sister Ho-Tu be the representative and go instead of our witch race? Candle Joeen was recognized as one of the wisest among the witch clan. Even Ancestral Witch Di Jiang obeyed his advice. Good. Let's do as Ancestral Witch Candle Nining said. Di Jiang directly clapped his hands. It'll be Sister Ho-Tu who will represent my witch clan to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the sermon. Yes. Having received the handpit from the Emperor River ancestral witch, Ho-Tu nodded and directly transformed into a stream of light, rushing away into the sky. Outside the flood domain, the sun star. This place is made of the right eye of the great god Pangu. The true fire of the sun, which is the most masculine and strongest, burns all year round. At the core of the sun star, a giant tree grows. It was the Fusong tree of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots. At this moment, under the Fusong tree, there were two figures with powerful auras sitting. They were none other than the two innate powers birthed on the sun star, Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East. Behind the two of them, a three-race golden crow silhouette continuously loomed, erupting with an incomparably powerful pressure. Hongjun became a saint, will open the altar in the Purple Sky Palace to preach in the near future. This is a great opportunity that is rarely encountered in hundreds of millions of years. Di Jun raised his eyes and said towards the East Emperor Taiyi next to him, when the time comes, all the great powers from all sides will gather, you and I brothers will go to join the fun. Good. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi nodded. As soon as the words fell, the two of them shook their bodies and used the divine ability of the golden crow transforming into a rainbow, transforming into two streams of light that flew towards the outer heaven of the 33 heavens. Western Mount Sumeru. Under the Bodhi tree, a fat and a thin Taoist man sat opposite each other. They are the innate deities that have been birthed in the Western world for billions of years, the Junti Greeters. Sage Hongjun came out of the world and opened his altar to preach at the Purple Cloud Palace outside the 33rd heaven. This is a great opportunity, we can't miss it. Taoist Guiding smiled and said to Junti next to him. What senior brother said is very true. Taoist Paramount nodded his head in response. There are many people going to hear the way this time, so let's set off earlier, and we might even meet some nice beings along the way, and transform them into my Western world. Good. The two of them had already decided on their deliberation, and they directly shook their bodies, transforming into two streams of light, and rushed away into the sky. West Kunlun. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event when Tao Father Hongjun opens his altar to preach. The Western Queen Mother looked at the sky and murmured, he should be there as well. Saying that, a familiar figure appeared in the Western Queen Mother's mind. With anticipation, the Queen Mother of the West transformed into a stream of light and floated away. The Sea of Underworld Blood. Old Man Styx sat on top of the red lotus of karma fire. Since he lost the battle with Luo Wen's blood sea tens of thousands of years ago, his Tao heart was damaged and he suffered a considerable blow. He could only choose to stay hidden and spend the whole day in seclusion and cultivation, trying to improve his cultivation. At this time, when he heard the news of Hongjuan's sainthood, a flash of surprise appeared on his ancient and unperturbed face. Hongjun has become a saint and will be opening a sermon in the Purple Sky Palace in the near future. Old Ancestor Styx said, a sinister smile appearing on his shadowy face. For such a big event, Taoist Luo Wen will definitely be there as well, I must not fall behind him. After saying that, Styx's body shook and transformed into a bloody aura, rushing away. Accompanied by Hongjuan's announcement of the opening of the sermon. Wanshou Mountains Jin Yuanzi, Fire Cloud Caves Red Cloud Taoist, East Sea's Purple Mansions Duke Dongwang, Buzhou Mountains New Wafushi Siblings, the Northern Underworld's Kuanping, Taiyin Stars Sisi, Changxi, and other great powerhouses all stepped out of their caves, transformed into streams of light, and flew towards where the Purple Heavenly Palace was located. Just as the great powers of the heavens were scrambling to fly to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Abbot Island. It's time to set off for the Purple Heaven Palace. There was less than 1,000 years left before Hongjuan's sermon. With a wave of his sleeve, Luo Wen brought along the White Lady and Xiaoqiang, transforming into three streams of light and flying towards the outside of the chaos domain. Chaotic worlds, overlapping and overlapping, one heavens beyond the other, 33 heavens in total. Each heavy sky was filled with chaotic air currents, pinning gold and etching bones, and was extremely dangerous. Luo Wen sacrificed the White Lotus of the pure world, dropping down arcane awnings that enveloped himself and White Lady Xiaoqiang, smoothly passing through the chaotic air currents. The chaotic world is truly treacherous, just this chaotic air current alone is not something Taiyi Golden Immortal can resist, Xiaoqiang said with a grave expression. Master, the vast chaos is as vast as the sea, where exactly is the Purple Heavenly Palace? Witnessing the cruelty of the chaotic world, the White Maiden opened her mouth without worry and asked. I don't know, Rowan shook his head and continued, I can only follow my feelings. His mind was filled with confusion and uncertainty, but he knew that the only way to find the answer was to keep moving forward. They continued to fly, traversing stream after stream of chaotic air. Every crossing is a life and death test, and the slightest mishap can lead to ashes. But they didn't flinch and flew forward with determination. As time passed, they finally traversed the last layer of chaotic air currents, and the sky opened up before them. An endless starry sky was displayed in front of them, starry and beautiful. However, the Purple Heavenly Palace was still missing. Could it be that we're looking in the wrong direction? Xiaoqiang frowned and said anxiously. Like the spiritual treasures of chance in the flood world, listening to the saints' teachings also required one to rely on one's own karma. If there is no destiny, even if you step through the iron shoes, you still can't find it. Without realizing it. 500 years passed. A plain and simple palace appeared in front of Luo Wen. Although this palace looked ordinary, it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had existed for endless years. Master, little green look. The White Lady excitedly pointed ahead, her eyes glittering with excitement. That should be the Purple Cloud Palace. Xiaoqiang followed suit and shouted out, her face overflowing with anticipation and excitement. Seeing that the Purple Heavenly Palace was right in front of him, Luo Wen's hanging heart fell. The closer they got to the Purple Heavenly Palace, the surrounding chaotic storm gradually weakened. Although the Purple Heavenly Palace appeared to be close at hand, it was actually hundreds of millions of miles away. Rowan and his group couldn't help but quicken their pace. However, just as they were about to arrive at the Purple Heavenly Palace, an abrupt voice came from behind them. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Hearing this voice, Rowan's heart sank. He knew the meaning of the words well enough to know that he was in trouble with something else. Chapter 46, The Innate Human Seed Bag, Beating Up Guiding Junti. Hearing the call from behind, Rowan slowly turned around. Looking back, he saw a fat and a thin Taoist man appear before him. The fat Taoist was short and stumpy looking, with a meaningful smile on his face, and in his hand he held a branch that shone with the light of 7 precious glazes. The thin Taoist, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face and was holding a ragged bag that shone with arcane aura. Junti, guiding. Luo Wen secretly screamed in his heart, he didn't expect to meet these two people here. These two people were clearly the biggest marketing group in the flood, the two Western saints, Junti and Jain. Both Junti and Jain were important figures in the Western sect, and were even more famous for their shameless behavior in the flood world. At this moment, their sudden appearance here was obviously not a coincidence. Western Paramount Guiding, meet fellow Taoist. Guiding Junti said, smiling and welcoming, arching his hand and bowing. Luo Wen took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm. What a coincidence you two Taoists are. I wonder what you are doing here. Junti smiled and said, "We heard that Taofather Hongjun will be giving a sermon in the Violet Sky Palace and have come to attend." Reception also nodded in agreement. Yes, this event is really not to be missed. Luowen screamed in his heart. He was obviously about to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Junti and Jain. He was well aware of how difficult these two were to deal with, and he still needed to deal with them carefully. Dao Ancestor Hongjun is about to start his sermon. I have to hurry, so I won't bother you too. After Luowen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave with White Lady and Xiaoqiang. However, Junti suddenly stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, since meeting is fate, why don't we go to the Purple Heavenly Palace together? These two dead mom things definitely don't have good intentions. Luowen cursed in his heart, but he couldn't excuse himself, so he only nodded his head and said, "Alright, let's go together then." Thus, the atmosphere became a bit tense as the group flew towards the Purple Heavenly Palace. Just as the crowd was about to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace, while Luowen and the others weren't paying attention, Junti and Guiding exchanged a quick glance. Without hesitation, Guiding picked up the rag bag in his hand and aimed at Luowen and the others. This seemingly ordinary cloth bag was actually an incredibly powerful innate spiritual treasure, the human seed bag, which was specialized in catching people and taking things. Along the way, they had already sneakily captured quite a few cultivators with this human seed bag and planned to ferry them to the Western world. Now, facing Luowen's trio, they similarly planned to repeat the same trick, taking advantage of their unpreparedness and sneak attacking from behind. "Collect it for me." With a low shout, the cloth bag in his hand suddenly opened up, emitting a burst of mysterious light as he attempted to suck Luowen and the others into it. Not good. Luowen's heart sank when he saw this. He had long since anticipated that Junti and Jain were unsettled, so he had remained vigilant. Pure World White Lotus. With a thought, the White Lotus of the Pure World above his head burst into dazzling light. The powerful force directly bounced back the light released by the human seed bag. Great terror. When Junti and Guiding saw the scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. They never expected that the seemingly ordinary Luowen would possess such a powerful magic treasure and extreme innate spiritual treasure. Western second release, truly shameless. Seeing this, Luowen was furious in his heart. He directly moved his mind, "Give me death." After saying that, Luowen sacrificed his blood god gun and swung it violently towards the Junti Guiding. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking sound, blood-red light flashed as if it was about to tear through the void. Junti Jain's two faces changed greatly. They didn't expect Luowen to be so powerful. They hurriedly exerted their mana to resist, but they still couldn't resist the terrifying power. The duo let out a miserable scream and directly flew backwards, being caught in the passing chaotic air currents and instantly disappearing. Humph! Luowen snorted coldly and put away his blood god gun, not bothering to bother. And now that Hongjun is about to open the altar to preach, he doesn't have that much free time to waste. Let's go! After saying that, he led the two women to continue flying towards the Purple Cloud Palace. 100 years have passed. After some twists and turns, Luowen's trio finally arrived in front of the gate of the Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, the gate of the Purple Cloud Palace was tightly closed and had yet to be opened. However, the square in front of the gate had already been densely packed with thousands of cultivators. Without exception, these cultivators were all experts at the Deluo Jin Xian level. The arrival of Luowen and the others didn't attract too much attention. Only Tai Ching Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzun, Tom Tiansek leader, and Styx instantly recognized him, their faces instantly becoming gloomy. Among them, Laozi, Yuanshi and Tom Tian had fought with Luowen in East Kunlun, resulting in a disastrous defeat and fleeing in a sorry state, disgracing themselves in front of all the great powers, which had always been nagging at them. In addition, old ancestor Styx had lost his last encounter with Luowen in the Sea of Blood, and was still fearful of him to this day. But after all, the Purple Heavenly Palace is the Saints' dojo. Even if they are angry in their hearts, they don't dare to make trouble here easily, and they can only tolerate it for the time being. In addition to these people, among the many great powers, Luowen also discovered a familiar figure, the Queen Mother of the West, who wore a phoenix cape on her head and a gorgeous palace dress. It was worth mentioning that at this time, beside the Queen Mother of the West stood a middle-aged Taoist in a golden robe, tall in stature and with a majestic face. It was none other than the Duke of Donghuang, the first young Qi of the Innate in the Flood, who was famous for his greatness. "Go away and leave me alone, I'm not interested." The Queen Mother of the West didn't seem to be very interested in the Duke of the East as she kept moving her feet, wanting to get away from the other party. "Fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West, don't go away, let's have a good chat. I really feel that we're destined for each other." For his part, the Duke of Donghuang chased after the Queen Mother of the West like a fly. The Duke of the East King has been dominating the Purple Mansion of the East Sea for many years and has always been ambitious. He constantly recruited soldiers and horses, recruiting the scattered cultivators of the floodplains to join his forces, with a view to conquering the floodplains and the heavens and the earth one day. Flood cultivators are concerned with wealth, couple, law, and land. The Duke of the East King was majestically located in the Purple Mansion of the East Sea, and the great Luo Golden Immortal was not lacking in either cultivation, spiritual treasures, or a dojo. What he lacked the most right now was a dawn guard. The Queen Mother of the West was quite a match for him. As the saying goes, alone yin will not be born, and alone yang will not grow. The Duke of the East is the first ray of the innate supreme yang qi, while the Queen Mother of the West is the first ray of the innate supreme yin qi. Driven by this natural law of attraction, the Duke of the East launched a direct courtship attack on the Queen Mother of the West. On the contrary, however, the Queen Mother of the West didn't seem to be very interested in the good-for-nothing Duke of the East, but on the contrary, she was a bit disgusted. What was especially annoying to her was that in the face of her rebuff, the egotistical Prince of the East was not at all impressed and continued to stalk her. Rowan. Just as the Queen Mother of the West kept fleeing from the Duke of the East, a light suddenly shone before her eyes. She found a familiar figure in the crowd, Luowen Daoren. Seeing Luowen, it was as if the Queen Mother of the West had found a life-saving straw and immediately greeted her. Chapter 47, Encountering the Jealous Lord of the East, all the great powers contend for the holy throne. So its fellow Western Queen Mother, long time no see. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West, Luowen clasped his fists and saluted. Luowen, let me ask you, back then in the Western Kunlun Mountains, didn't you say that you wanted me to be your Dao couple? Ignoring the crowd's gaze, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly took hold of Luowen's arm and said in a pretense of intimacy, does that still count now? At this sudden question, Rowan was slightly stunned. He hadn't thought that the Western Queen Mother, who had been as cold as ice before, had actually become so passionate as fire now. However, in the next moment, accompanied by the appearance of the Duke of the East, Luowen immediately understood what the Queen Mother of the West was attempting to do. Who is he? What is your relationship? Seeing the Queen Mother of the West dive headfirst into Luowen's arms, the Duke of the East hurriedly chased after her and said with some exasperation, the hatred of blocking the way, the hatred of taking love. The Duke of Donghuang has always had a high opinion of himself and cannot accept that the woman he has his eye on is throwing herself at someone else. Not to mention, in addition to the Queen Mother of the West in his arms, Luowen was also followed by the White Lady and Shaoqing behind him. Each one of them is 1,000 beautiful and charming, dumping the existence of all the people. Seeing this, the Duke of Donghuang was even more jealous and sour in his heart. He stared at Luowen with an angry face, as if he had seen an undying enemy. His name is Luowen, he's my Dao couple. Without waiting for Luowen to open his mouth, the Western Queen Mother responded in a bad humor, it's not your turn to meddle in the personal matters between me and him. What did you say? You guys are Dao couples? How come I didn't know that? The Duke of Donghuang sniffed and his face rose to a pig's liver color in anger. He knew that this was clearly the Queen Mother of the West changing her mind to be angry with herself. At the same time, the sound of thin chatter came from the ears of the Duke of Donghuang. It was then that he realized that he had become the center of discussion for the surrounding great powers. Facing the teasing gazes around him, the Duke of Donghuang was so ashamed and annoyed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Rowan? I remember you. He let out a cold grunt and whisked his sleeve away. He didn't dare to mess around because the Purple Heavenly Palace was a saint's dojo. Otherwise, it would have been a long time ago that he would have fought against Rowan. Seeing the Duke of Donghuang leave, Luowen smiled faintly. He knew that this was the Queen Mother of the West using herself as a gun. Harmed himself by somehow creating another enemy. However, a three-legged opponent like the Duke of Donghuang was not enough to pose much of a threat to him yet, so he laughed it off. White Lady, Little Green, come over here. Luowen introduced the Snake Demon sisters behind him. She's my Taoist partner, Queen Mother West, that is, your main mother. Good day, Mother-in-Chief. Hearing Luowen's words, White Lady and Shaoqing very obediently bowed to Queen Mother West. Main mother? Mother West sniffed and her face reddened to the roots of her ears. You just know how to bully me. Ignore you. In the face of Luowen's molestation, the Queen Mother of the West obviously couldn't afford it, only to see her pouting, twisting her head and drilling into the crowd to disappear. Ha ha, don't worry, when I break through to Quasi-Saint, I'll go to Kunlun Mountain to marry you. Seeing this, Luowen laughed out loud, half joking, half serious. Buzz. Just then, with a heavy boom, the gate of the Purple Haze Palace slowly opened. From them stepped two powdered children, their figures pulling out a slender shadow under the light reflected from the Great Hall. Those beings who had come to listen to the Great Tao, after witnessing the aura that flowed out of these two children, which was difficult to reach even at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, the reverence for Sage Hongjun arose within their hearts, like the water of a river that flowed in an unceasing stream. Jiang Chen's gaze flowed over the two children as he secretly pondered in his heart, these two, they must be Haotian and Yaoqi, right? Haotian, who came out of the innate Yang Yuan stone, Yaoqi, who came out of the innate Yin Yuan stone. Their followers, in this flood world, were also among the top few existences. It was because of their breathtakingly deep followers that they could later be seen by Sage Hongjun and hand-picked as the Lord of the Three Realms. The Purple Heavenly Palace is now open, fellow Taoists, please. In Hao Tian's words, he was majestic without losing his humility and gentleness. As Hao Tian's words fell, those living beings who came to listen to the Tao, as if they were pulled by an invisible force, could not wait to fly towards the inside of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Stepping inside the grand and magnificent Purple Heavenly Palace, Luowen's eyes lit up slightly. This space seems unusually wide, furnishings are simple but not lose solemnity, a number of stone pillars stand in between, carved on the columns of the dragon and phoenix pattern vivid, as if at any time can rise up in the air. Especially eye-catching, the center of the palace, a high platform stands tall, in front of which 6 futons are placed, attracting people's imagination. The beings who came to listen to the great Tao were all leaders in the cultivation world, and as they looked at the 6 futons, they all realized that there must be a deep meaning behind it. Second and third brothers, follow me. Seeing this, the 3 Qing Tao lords tacitly joined forces. Laozi sacrificed the heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda, and its precious light shone brightly, firmly protecting the 3 brothers. At the same time, Yuanshi Tianzun and Tong Tian sect master also exerted their divine abilities, forcing the surrounding living beings to retreat one after another. Only to see a clear light flashed, the 3 Qing had already sat firmly on top of the first 3 futons. The swiftness of the movement was breathtaking. Brother Fuxi, let's join together. Sister Nuwa, go away and leave me alone. Fuxi and Nuwa's siblings also reacted quickly, and they joined forces to move forward, like 2 streaks of lightning cutting through the sky, rushing straight to where the futon was. Despite their high level of cultivation, the other beings were not idle, and for a while, the fight became more and more intense. At the critical moment, Fuxi stepped forward, knowing full well that someone had to hold the enemy at this moment in order for Nuwa to have a chance to occupy the futon. Thus, he resolutely stepped in front of Nuwa and used his strength to secure the 4th seat for her. The red cloud, as the first cloud of the innate day to take shape and become a living being, was astonishingly fast. Old friend Red Cloud, come here. Thank you, Dao brother. Under Jin Yuanzi's full protection, he was like a bolt of red lightning that instantly sat on top of the 5th futon. All of you, get out of my way. Seeing this, Taoist Xuanpeng pushed aside the crowd and took the lead. In terms of speed, he was second only to the space ancestor which, Di Jiang, but in this Tao listening event today, Di Jiang did not show up. Thus, Xuanpeng's speed became the best among all living beings. However, he was alone, facing the competition of many strong enemies, and even with his speed, he could only barely snatch the 6th futon. Watching the crowd of great powers snatch away the 6 golden bushels in the front row, Luowen appeared indifferent. As a traveler, he certainly knew that these 6 bushels represented the heavenly Tao sage fruit. However, the heavenly Tao saint's original spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, although it seems to be powerful and incomparable, in reality, it is subject to the heavenly Tao's jurisdiction, losing its free will, and ultimately falling into the hands of Hongjuan's marionettes. Chapter 48, late to the reception of the Paraclete, the red cloud to give way to the Xuanpeng eat defeat. Luowen had no interest in being a heavenly Tao puppet, and wasn't interested in these 6 futons at all, so he took the white lady and Xiaoqing to find a few seats at the back and sat down. After all the great powers were seated, Hongjun was still slow to show up. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Haotian and Yaoqi were about to close the temple door of the Purple Cloud Palace's main hall, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the doorway. It was the Western duo, Guiding and Junti. Earlier, when they met with Rowan, the 2 of them made a bad move behind his back and launched a sneak attack on Rowan. As a result, not only did he not manage to subdue Luowen, but instead, he was beaten up by the other party, and he was involved in the chaos storm and suffered a lot, almost losing his life. It took 1,000 years to escape from the chaos storm with great difficulty, and now he was walking with a limp, not to mention how wretched he looked. Junti Jane's cultivation is not below you and me, how come he came so late, and looked so wretched? When the great powers saw this, there was a lot of discussion. It's possible that they encountered some kind of accident in the midst of the chaos. With their skills, it's already a blessing that they made it to the Purple Cloud Palace alive. Luowen said indifferently, putting on an air of being unconcerned. He didn't move on the surface and sneered in his heart. He only hated that he had struck lightly and had not been able to directly eradicate these 2 shameless people completely. As a matter of fact, Junti Jane was a heavenly ordained saint and was sheltered by the heavenly Tao. Plus, being in a saint's dojo, naturally one would not die so easily. Damn Rowan, it's all because of this kid. Seeing Luowen sitting on the futon, Taoist Junti's anger itched. Haters will see each other. This is the man who made himself late. When the nearby Taoist receiver saw this, his face was gloomy and bitter. But even if they were angry, they didn't dare to do anything to Luowen now. The duo circled around the large hall, but surprisingly, they didn't even find a seat. Helplessly, the 2 of them looked at the 6 futons in front of the high platform, and a feeling of sadness surfaced in their hearts as they cried out in pain. Bitter, also bitter. The Great Dragon Han robbery, the Luo Shu rebellion, the Western spirit vein is destroyed. The 2 of us for the revival of the Western world of the great responsibility to come to seek Taoism. I did not expect to come late. Even a seat is not available. If I hear the way in the morning, I can die in the evening. If I can't seek the way, and I'm ashamed of the Western living beings, what's the point of me living? It would be better to die headfirst. The acting skills of the paramount Taoist, which can be described as perfect, he was in tears and grief, as if he had really resolved to go to his death. With such superb acting skills, the Flood world owes Junti an Oscar. When the great powers saw this, they all revealed looks of disgust. The Western duo was infamous, having done bad things long ago, and were disliked by all the great powers. We are all old men, how can we be easily fooled by such poor acting skills of the duo? However, unexpectedly, among the 3,000 great powers, one really stood up. This person was none other than Red Cloud, who was sitting on top of the 5th futon. Witnessing this scene, he felt compassion and slowly rose to his feet, speaking earnestly, "Fellow Taoists, heart to seek the way for all beings in the West is moving. I, Red Cloud, am ashamed to be inferior to your great perseverance and wisdom. Therefore, I would like to relinquish this position to you. Old friend Red Cloud must not." Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi hurriedly tried to dissuade Hong Yun, but it was too late, as Taoist Junti had already quickly pushed Jain on top of the 5th futon. After Xuanti took his seat, he immediately changed his face, and his head was held high in a villainous manner. He then swept his gaze over the beings on the other 5 futons, wanting to find another spot for his senior brother, guiding. Among the 5 people here, the 3 Qing's cultivation is profound, and they have a deep friendship with each other, so he naturally does not dare to offend easily. Although Nuwa is a woman, her cultivation is extraordinary, and Fushi is right behind her, so she is not an easy person to deal with. Only Koan Pang, alone, seemed to be an easier target for him. Koan Pang, Air District, a demonic devil cultivator, flat hair, what qualifications are there to sit with us in the same hall? Taoist Juanti's tone was stern and his words were sharp. What did you say? Looking for death. Koan Pang sniffed and was furious. He was about to argue with Taoist Juanti, but he didn't expect the next Yuan Shi Tianzun to intervene. Junti has a point. You scaly and horned, wet-born and ovipositing generation, are indeed not qualified to sit with us innate deities. Why don't you leave quickly, so as not to make a fool of yourself? The first Heavenly Father has always despised the demon race, and at this moment, he is even more unforgiving. How dare you join forces to ostracize me? Facing the interrogation of all the great powers, Koan Pang knew that he had lost face, and his angry face rose to the color of pig's liver. The faces of the demon race great powers such as Di Jun and Donghuang Taiyi beside him became ugly when they heard this. However, due to the fact that this is a saint's dojo, they did not dare to act out and did not stand up for Koan Pang. Koan Pang knew that he was alone. If he really started to fight, not only would he lose face, but he might also offend Sage Hongjun. After weighing the pros and cons, he can only hold his tongue and give up his position. Damn Red Cloud, it's all because he gave up his seat, causing me to have bad luck as well. However, the 3 clearings and the 2 Western explanations were both ruthless characters that he didn't dare to mess with at all, so he had to take his anger out on the innocent Red Cloud. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and his resentment towards Red Cloud grew stronger. On the other side, just waiting for Koan Pang to give up his futon, Taoist receiver happily sat on his butt. These 2 Taoists, Juanti Guiyin, are really shameless. How could they use such a nasty means to snatch 2 futons? White Lady and Little Green secretly spat. It's only my fault that I was a bit lighter in my approach and didn't get rid of these 2 scourges. Seeing this, Rowan shook his head slightly. Taoist Paramount is worthy of being the first shameless person in the flood. It was also the one with the thickest skin and blackest heart among the heavenly Tao saints. In the latter part of the great god-feuding catastrophe, even Pango 3 Qing were caught up in the way of the 2 of them, and ultimately made the exponents, intercepted the 2 religions fell into the end of the destruction of the end. Everyone be quiet. The Taoist ancestor is here. Just as the crowd was still reeling from the fight for seats, an old man with white hair and clad in a clean white Taoist robe seemed to step out from the void and wordlessly stood on the high platform in the center of the palace. This old man was none other than Taoist Hongjun. When the 3,000 great powers in the purple heavenly palace saw this, they were horrified in their hearts, and not a single one of them even noticed Hongjun's arrival. Even Luo Wan, whose 3 blossoms grade had reached 11th grade, failed to detect the slightest bit of it. Hongjun's gaze was deep and calm, slowly sweeping over every living being present, and then his voice was steady and powerful, echoing throughout the palace. From now on, when you listen to the sermon, you will be arranged according to this seating arrangement, and you may not make any unauthorized changes. Now the sermon begins. I am in charge of the Heavenly Tao Creation Jade Saucer, and will deliver my sermon in 3 installments, each lasting 9,000 years, with each installment separated by 30,000 years. After speaking, Taoist Hongjun formally began his sermon. Each of his words contained endless wisdom and power. The sound of the Tao was dazzling, his body seemed to be surrounded by the Tao, and his words were even more marvelous, like a lotus blooming, and the ground was even filled with golden lotuses, which was breathtaking to behold. Chapter 49, Hongjun establishes the Xianmen sect, and the chance of the Buzhou Mountain appears in the world. In the Purple Haze Palace, bathed in the saintly Tao, the 3,000 great powers listened as if they were mesmerized, as if they were in a sea of Tao, unable to extricate themselves. Even Luo Wen, who possessed a unique cultivation method, benefited greatly from this sermon, deepening his understanding of the Tao by a few more points. This sermon lasted a full 9,000 years. In the first 3,000 years, Hongjun elaborated on the method of cultivation. From the 4 stages of the mortal transformation realm, all the way to the peak realm of the Dala Golden Immortal was narrated, giving the beings present a clearer understanding of the path of cultivation. In the middle 3,000 years, Hongjun turned to the Tao of Dan, the Tao of weapons, and the Tao of formation, each of which was in depth, allowing living beings to gain a deeper understanding of the use of the Tao. In the last 3,000 years, Hongjun then taught the divine spells, which included the 36 major divine powers of the Big Dipper and the 72 minor divine powers of the Earthly Fury, each of which was infinitely powerful and breathtaking. The 10,000-year period passed in an instant, and Taoist Hongjun slowly stopped preaching. "Thank you for your generous preaching, teacher, we have benefited greatly." Only then did the beings within the purple heavenly palace wake up as if from a dream, and they stood up and made a deep bow towards Hongjun, their gratitude overflowing. "The Shinmen Tao does not set up writing, outside the teachings of other passages. I pass on with you the Avatar Tao, are all the supreme principles of heaven and earth. You need to be reverent, do not lightly pass on." Ancestor Hongjun's face was indifferent, revealing an unquestionable majesty between his words. His voice echoed within the violet sky palace, causing every living being present to feel an invisible pressure. "Disciples honor the teachings of the ancestors." 3,000 living beings responded in unison, their voices filled with awe and devotion. They either sat or stood, all of them treating each other with a teacher's salute, filled with endless admiration for Ancestor Hongjun. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze slowly swept over all the people, finally resting on the 6 people sitting on the futon. These 6 people were all innate deities with profound cultivation and excellent followers, and they were also the disciples that the Heavenly Tao had carefully selected for Grandmaster Hongjun. "Do you guys have any more questions?" Ancestor Hongjun asked, his voice obviously much milder, "but there's no harm in asking." As the head of the 3 Qings, Laozi Taiching bowed and respectfully rose to ask, "Teacher, I dare to ask if there is a method to follow on the path of proof?" Upon hearing Laozi's words, the purple heavenly palace instantly quieted down, and all eyes focused on Ancestor Hongjun. Old man Taiching's question was also a common doubt in the hearts of all the people. Ancestor Hongjun pondered for a while and slowly spoke, "There are indeed 3 ways to prove the way. The first is to prove the way by force, need to have the power to shock the sky and earth, in order to break the void, to prove the supreme Tao. The second is to chop off 3 corpses to prove the way, need to chop off the good and evil thoughts, in order to be able to have no distractions, to prove the true self. The third is the merit to prove the way, need to accumulate good karma, benefit the living world, in order to be able to complete the merit, to prove the right fruit. Of these 3 methods, the most difficult is to prove the way by force, the second is to prove the way by chopping off the 3 corpses, and the way of proving the way by merit is relatively easy, but the achievement is also the weakest." When the first Heavenly Father heard this, he frowned slightly and asked archly, "Dare I ask, teacher, which method did your old man use to certify the Tao?" Ancestor Hongjun glanced at Yuanshi Tianzuan and said indifferently, "I am the one who beheads 3 corpses to prove the Tao." When Sect Master Tongtian heard this, his heart stirred and he bowed and asked, "Teacher, I am a humble disciple, may I ask what is chopping off 3 corpses to prove the Tao?" Although there was a record of the method of proving the Tao by force in the inheritance of the 3 Qing, this method was too difficult, and no one had ever succeeded since the opening of the flood. Although the 3 brothers thought highly of themselves, they didn't have the slightest certainty about proving the way with power. Merit to prove the way also seemed too mediocre, so they were naturally unwilling to choose. Including the 3 Qing, all the great minds are most eager to understand the mysterious and unpredictable method of chopping off 3 corpses to prove the Tao. Beheading the 3 corpses to prove the Tao is a unique way of proving the Tao that I created myself after endless years. Hongjun's voice was melodious and profound, as if it contained the supreme truth of heaven and earth. The so-called 3 corpses are the good corpse, the evil corpse and the ego corpse. The good corpse represents the good thoughts in the heart, the evil corpse symbolizes the evil thoughts and desires in the heart, and the ego corpse is the embodiment of self-knowledge and obsession. It is necessary to use the innate object as a support and go through a lot of trials and tribulations before these 3 corpses can be chopped off. When the 3 corpses are all chopped off, and the 3 corpses are finally united, it is the time to witness the Tao and become a saint, transcending the other shore. Hongjun's words were concise and profound, causing all the living beings present to be in awe. He gave a slight beat and continued, "The next sermon, I will elaborate on the specific cultivation steps and precautions of the method of chopping off the 3 corpses. You and others need to listen attentively, and perhaps you will be able to comprehend from it your own path to the path of witnessing." In the violet sky palace, the 3,000 living beings heard the words, their eyes flickered with light, filled with endless anticipation and yearning for the upcoming next sermon. As the ancestor of the witch race, Ho-Tu knew the limitations of the witch race's inability to cultivate Yuanshan, and a trace of worry could not help but well up in her heart. She bowed and respectfully asked, "Dare I ask, ancestor, as my witch race has a special bloodline and is unable to cultivate the Yuanshan, is there a solution to the method of chopping off 3 corpses to prove the Tao?" Glancing at Ho-Tu, Hongjun's face was as calm as water as he said lightly, "The bloodline of the witch race contains the turbid chi of the earth, which is incompatible with the cultivation of the way of Yuanshan. Unless one is able to shed the body of the witch race and reassemble a body suitable for the cultivation of the Yuanshan, it is indeed difficult to embark on the path of chopping off 3 corpses to prove the Tao." When Ho-Tu heard this, her heart sank slightly and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. If she were to give up her witch body in order to attain sainthood, would she still be considered a true witch? This sermon has been completed, and I will give another sermon in the Violet Sky Palace in 90,000 years. You and others may leave first and realize what you have learned today. After Hongjun finished speaking, his figure slowly dissipated into nothingness on the high platform. When the beings in the purple heavenly palace saw Hongjun leave, they also got up and left individually. Luowen sacrificed the white lotus of the pure world, protecting himself and the white lady and Xiaoqiang within it, transforming into a stream of light and flying towards the depths of the flood. It didn't take long for them to rejoin the vast, sprawling flooded land. Coincidentally, Luo Wen and the others came to the flooded earth and once again encountered the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West, this hearing of the sermon has benefited me greatly. When I break through the paramount realm in seclusion, I'll go to the western Kunlun Mountains to marry you. You must wait for me. Luo Wen pretended to be affectionate and flirted. Get out! When the Queen Mother of the West heard this, her face turned violently red, only to hear her let out a pout, and without looking back, she turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Xikanlun. This, just now in the purple heavenly palace, was still in a strong mood, but now she's flipping her face and disowning people. Looking at the Western Queen Mother's departing figure, Luowen shook his head with a smile and turned to the White Queen and Xiaoqing by his side and said, White Queen, Xiaoqiang, I still have some things to take care of, you two go back to the Abbot Island first. Master, won't you come back with us? Hearing Luowen's words, the White Lady's eyebrows knitted lightly, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. Her eyes as clear as autumn water stared at Rowan, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Luowen smiled gently and said, I have a feeling in my heart that there will be a treasure coming out of the Buzhou Mountain, and this treasure is destined to be with me, and may be a great help on my cultivation path. Chapter 50, The Great War is imminent, the innate gourd vine comes into being. Don't listen to Luo Wen's mouth saying that he had sensed the so-called great opportunity, but in actuality, it was simply improvised nonsense. He had no sense at all about the chances of the uncharted mountain. This big chance also had a predetermined fate in the underworld, and it could be said that it had nothing to do with him. Relying on the foresight of a traveler, he had long known that the legendary innate gourd vine was about to appear on Buzhou Mountain after the end of Old Man Hongjuan's first sermon. Knowing that this innate gourd vine was a first-class treasure between heaven and earth, he certainly couldn't miss it. Even if it's by robbery, he's going to get it. Thinking about this, he secretly made up his mind to head to Buzhou Mountain to try his luck. If he could find that innate gourd vine in advance, it would naturally be a great chance. Even if he couldn't find it, he had to try to get a piece of the innate gourd vine when it came out, and he mustn't miss out on this kind of treasure for nothing. After understanding Luo Wen's intentions, the White Lady's mouth curled up into a gentle smile as she praised, Master is indeed a person of great fortune, and mysterious chances in the flood can be sensed. Her voice was soft, and her tone was full of admiration and joy, feeling heartfelt happiness for Rowan. Next to Xiaoqing was straightforward in nature and said directly, Master, why don't we go with you, and when we find the treasures and then go back to Abbot Island together, there will also be a caretaker. Luowen shook his head slightly, his gaze firm. I'll be fine going alone. You guys just finished listening to Old Man Hongjuan's sermon. This is the right time to close the door to digest your senses and improve your cultivation. Don't lose out on this rare opportunity to cultivate. When the Snake Demon sisters heard this, they looked at each other and both saw recognition and reluctance in each other's eyes. They know what Luowen said is very true. This Hongjun sermon really let them benefit a lot. Now it is the key moment to close the door to digest their feelings and consolidate their cultivation. Then we'll go back first. Take care, Master. The two sisters said in unison, with a few moments of reluctance in their tone. Afterward, their figures flickered and transformed into two streams of light as they sped in the direction of Abode Island. Seeing the Snake Demon sisters leave, Luowen turned around and flew in the direction of Buzhou Mountain with anticipation. Coming to the uncharted mountain, Luowen's eyes burned. After millions of years, the magnificence of the landscape came into view once again. The Buzhou Mountain is still lofty and upright, as if it has remained unchanged for eternity, its peaks sticking straight up into the clouds, sharing the same lifespan as heaven and earth. The mountain was cloudy, making the whole mountain seem even more mysterious. I remember the first time I came to Buzhou Mountain, my heart was full of expectation and longing, and now millions of years have passed, but that obsession has not been reduced by half. However, fate did not seem to favor him, and despite his hundreds of years of searching on this mountain, the innate gourd vine was as elusive as a phantom. Just as Luo Wen's heart was in despair, a dazzling treasure light suddenly bloomed from the waist of Buzhou Mountain. This precious light was brilliant and dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire valley and igniting the fire of hope in Luo Wen's heart. He looked up to where the precious light was, and in his heart he said, there should be no mistake this time. Luo Wen's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he flew towards the mountainside. However, when he rushed to the location where the innate gourd vine was located, he realized that this place had already been taken first. Sister Nuwa, I sense that the chance seems to be right here. Go down and take a look. Aha! A male and a female figure with powerful auras descended from the void. It was none other than Fu Shi and Nuwa, the brother and sister of the mighty Fu Shi and Nuwa of the Buzhou Mountain. The two of them were originally beings born on Buzhou Mountain, and they were the first to know when a chance appeared on the mountain. Coming to take a look at where that chance was, the crowd's eyes snapped to attention. He only saw that the formation guarding the innate gourd vine had already dissipated, but the 7 gourds on the vine were still verdant, as if they were still sucking the essence of heaven and earth and had not yet fully matured. Looking at these gourds, Luo Wen's heart was both happy and sad. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Luo Wen." Fuxi and Nuo smiled and saluted Luo Wen. They were both hearers of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace and had long been acquainted with each other. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Fuxi and Nuo." Luo Wen smiled and returned the greeting as well. Fuxi looked at the 7 gourds on the vine and said, "There are 7 gourds on the gourd vine, so we can each take what we need, no need to hurt the peace." Although the tone was calm, it hid a faint flavor of smoke, obviously a first courtesy. Luo Wen nodded slightly, understanding in his heart that he had lost the chance to take the 7 gourds all by himself. Even if he was as strong as he was, he couldn't cope with many great powers on his own. Just then, 3 clear lights flew from a distance and landed in front of the innate gourd vine. Luo Wen fixed his eyes on the 3 great powers, namely Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Their arrival made this fight over the innate gourd vine even more severe. These 3 people were obviously here for the gourd on that legendary innate gourd vine as well. Fuxi looked at the crowd, performed a salute, and slowly opened his mouth to propose, "Fellow Taoists, we may as well wait patiently, and after the gourd has matured, then we will discuss how to distribute it." "How? Good." Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian sect leader among the 3 purities nodded as they heard this. Just as fellow Taoist Fuxi said. Laozi lightly stroked his long beard and answered in a deep voice. After he said that, his gaze looked around and lingered on Luo Wen for a moment, his eyes revealing a few hints of ill will. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, the 3 of them had made some karma with Luo Wen in a big fight, and now that they were meeting each other on a narrow path, it naturally made them feel a bit wary in their hearts. However, this was the critical moment to take the treasure, and they were unwilling to lose out on the big picture by making a small mistake and creating a side issue. Time rushed by and 100 years passed. 2 more figures flew in the sky. It was the twin emperors Jun and Taiyi of the demon race. Immediately after that, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, a pair of inseparable best friends, also joined forces. Fuxi's gaze swept over the crowd once again, his mind calculating, there are only 7 gourds, while we have 10 Taoists here, what should we do? With a few moments of gravity in his gaze, he swept over the crowd. In that case, the rules will have to be changed. Seeing this, the corner of Luo Wen's mouth hooked up into a playful smile as he lightly proposed, "Gentlemen, how about this? After the gourd matures, we'll each rely on our own skills, and whoever snatches it will be counted as whoever gets it. How about that?" "Good." At Luo Wen's proposal, the crowd nodded in agreement. The 3 Qing are in the same breath, each other's mind, relying on the number of people, naturally, is a good idea. Fuxi and Nuo are brother and sister, and naturally they are united. As the twin emperors of the demon clan, Di Jun and Taiyi had always acted together whenever they encountered a major event. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud have a deep friendship, and are also good brothers who share the same advance and retreat and share the same life and death. Only Rowan, alone and unsupported. The offer seemed fair, but it was most unfavorable to Rowan. However, each of the people had their own calculations in their minds, but none of them raised any objections, and they acquiesced to the proposal. Chapter 51, This is my qualification, come and fight if you don't like it. Buzz. Accompanied by the blossoming of a Tao of precious light. The first purple golden gourd hanging from that mysterious vine finally emitted a bright and dazzling light under the attention of all, announcing its maturity. Good chance. The heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda. Lao Zi, the oldest of the 3 purities, had sharp eyes and did not hesitate to take the lead. He flicked his hands and offered up the mighty heaven and earth Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda. The pagoda instantly flew to the top of their heads, dropping down a channel of Xuanhuang qi that enveloped all 3 of their brothers Lao Zi, Yuanshi Tianzun, and Tong Tian sect leader like a canopy, forming an impenetrable protective barrier. The first heavenly father and sect leader Tong Tian, on the other hand, were on alert, their eyes like torches staring at the surrounding crowds of gawking tigers. Their auras were overpowering, as if as long as anyone dared to take a step to snatch that purple gold-colored gourd, they would not hesitate to step in and block it, defending the portion of chance that belonged to them. There were 7 gourds on the gourd vine, each of which contained supreme divine power. With the strength and status of the 3 purities, it was only natural to share one of them. Therefore, even though the surrounding crowd was red-eyed, they didn't dare to make a move to grab it, and could only watch that purple gold-colored gourd being pocketed by old man Tai Cheng. It didn't take long for the second gourd on the vine to reach its maturity. This time, the gourd took on an attractive purplish-red color with a tantalizing aroma. The Earth Book of Mountains and Seas. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi hurriedly offered up his defensive extreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earthly Book of Mountains and Seas. The mountain and sea scripture shone brightly, enveloping the Red Cloud and providing it with a strong defense. Red Cloud, on the other hand, relying on his extraordinary speed, under the protection of the Mountain and Sea Sutra, rushed out like a red lightning bolt and managed to snatch the purplish-red gourd into his hands. Immediately following, a third gourd also ripened quickly. This gourd took on a unique purple-white color, emitting a mysterious and unpredictable aura. As the emperor of the demon race, Taiyi was naturally not willing to show weakness. Chaos Bell, give me the town. He sacrificed his innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. When the Chaos Bell came out, the mysteries were infinite and the creation was endless. The sun, moon and stars, earth, water, wind and fire surround the clock body, and the mountains, rivers and earth, and all the tribes of the floodplains are hidden within the clock body, emitting a palpitating pressure. There is the supreme power of suppressing the world of Hongmeng, the inexplicable power of reversing the time and space of the heavens, the supreme mystery of evolving the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and the supreme magical power of refining the earth, water, wind, and fire. Such power was enough to imprison the river of time, blockade the domain of space, and cause all things to tremble under its will. It can both rebound any treasures and divine weapons of the overpowering attack, but also can ignore all the divine spells of the inexplicable damage, truly a combination of offense and defense, impeccable. Buzz. The Chaos Bell stood on top of Taiyi's head, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. That was the symbol of innate invincibility, the absolute power to suppress all enemies. Taiyi gently waved, the Chaos Bell then turned into a stream of light, instantly blocking the surrounding space, and steadily ingested that purple and white gourd into his hands. Witnessing this scene, scorn was written all over the faces of the surrounding great powers, especially Yuan Shi Tianzun. At this moment, a trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The Chaos Bell, that was one of the three treasures of the opening of the heavens left behind by the great god Pangu, possessing supreme power. And he, as a Discordian Orthodox, had not possessed it. At this moment, this supreme treasure has fallen into the hands of a flat-haired man. How can he not let his heart be indignant? Just then, the fourth purple and green-colored gourd finally matured, emitting a tantalizing glow. Fuxi sacrificed his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Fuxi Qin, which sounded melodiously and escorted Nuwa as she gently removed the purple and green-colored gourd. Seeing this, Luowen stepped forward and said aloud, "Fellow Taoists, you've all taken the spiritual treasures of your choice, so you can go back. As for the remaining three, I, Luowen, will take them all." Hearing Luowen's words, all the great powers had their faces sink. Among the three Qings, the first Heavenly Father stood out, his face blue as he pointed at Luowen and said angrily, "Luowen, what big words are you talking about? You're just a casual cultivator. What qualifications do you have to monopolize the remaining three gourds?" Noisy. Facing Yuan Shi Tianzun's questioning, Luowen sneered and stepped out lightly, each step accompanied by heaven and earth anomalies. Accompanied by his hands fluttering, the precious light around his body was greatly expanded. The green lotus of creation that emanated the majestic mediation of the chi of creation slowly rotated under his feet. The Hongmeng measuring ruler gleamed in his hands, as if it could cut through all obstacles. The chaos bead that shimmered with brilliant light transformed into 365 star beads suspended around him. Surrounded by this radiant treasure light, Luowen stood in front of all the great powers and proudly said, "This is my qualification. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to come up and fight to see if they can withstand this supreme divine power of mine." Witnessing the scene in front of them, all the great powers unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. Hotian Merit Supreme Treasure Hongmeng Measuring Ruler. Extreme Innate Spiritual Treasure 365 Innate Star Treasure Beads. And the Innate Treasure, the Green Lotus of Creation. Their gazes coincidentally focused on the green lotus of creation at Luowen's feet, their eyes filled with unbelievable astonishment. Even the nature of the arrogant and empty-eyed demon clan mighty Donghuang Taiyi, at this moment, the eyes also flowed out of the light of the war. It was so hard for him to meet a cultivator who possessed an innate supreme treasure just like him. The wariness within was like a flame that had been ignited, burning brightly, almost unable to hold back the desire to compete with Luowen. As a matter of fact, millions of years ago, Luowen defeated the Pango 3 Qing with his own strength, shaking the entire flood world. From that moment onwards all the great minds of the heavens were filled with scorn for the name Luowen. Now that Luowen is facing a dozen or so great powers in the flood such as Sanqing Nuwa Donghuang Taiyi, not only does he not have the slightest fear, but he also openly issues provocations. This was enough to cause the great powers present to feel incomparably shocked. As if he could see what was on the mind of the East Emperor Taiyi, next to him, Di Jun stopped him and said in a deep voice, "Second brother, a little impatience will lead to a big plan. We've already obtained a gourd, which is determined by heaven's number. There's no need to make enemies for no reason, so as not to create an extraneous branch. I'll listen to big brother." Only after hearing Di Jun's advice did the Eastern Emperor Taiyi press down on the desire to seek battle in his heart and retreated to the side. The duo did not choose to leave immediately, but stood aside, waiting for things to unfold. Seeing that East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun had given up fighting, the two siblings, Fuxi and Nuwa, glanced at each other and already had a plan in their hearts. With the strength of their two siblings, it was already considered good to get one gourd, and there was no need to stay and fight with Luowen for the remaining three gourds, so as not to offend this powerful person who possessed an innate supreme treasure. Thus, Fuxi smiled faintly towards Luowen and said, "Fellow Taoist Luowen, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, he took Nuwa and transformed into two streams of light, flying away. As soon as Fuxi Nuwa left, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also stepped forward. The two of them, on the other hand, are quiet in character and have always been out of touch with the world. They knew deep down that it was unwise to offend Luowen for a gourd. Thus, the two of them also arched their hands towards Luowen and said, "We admire you, Taoist Luowen, for overpowering the group with your own strength. Come to my 5 Xuanhuang as a guest sometime." After speaking, they transformed into 2 clear winds and floated away. Chapter 52 Great Victory, Harvesting the 3 Great Treasure Gourds. Nuwa, Fushi, Jinyuanzi, and the 4 great powers of Red Cloud were gone. Only the Panga 3 Qing remained on the scene. At this time, each of the 3 Qing's faces were gloomy and their hearts were harboring fire. Last time when Luowen was still at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, they were not able to fight. Now that Luowen was already at the late stage of Luo Golden Immortal and possessed the innate supreme treasure, they were even more aware that they were by no means his enemy anymore. Damnable! How unjust is this world of 5 turbid evils! Among the 3 purities, the first Heavenly Father was even more ironic. As a Pangu Zhang Zong, the pride and self-respect in his heart made it difficult for him to accept the facts before him. He was so jealous that he almost went mad. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and in his heart he said, "Why is it that I, as a Pangu Orthodox clan, have no supreme treasures to protect me? And yet these scaly and horned men, the wet-born ovipositors, possess so many supreme treasures." On balance, all 3 Qing took a deep breath, their gazes flickering with complex emotions. "Second brother, third brother, a good man is not a good man, let's go." In the end, under the leadership of Old Man Tai Qing, the 3 of them decided to temporarily endure this bad anger, and with a shake of their bodies, they transformed into 3 streams of light and flew away directly. When Di Jun and Taiyi saw the 3 Qing leave, they glanced at each other, a hint of celebration flashing in their eyes. They didn't linger much either, turning their bodies into a brilliant rainbow light, like meteors piercing through the sky, speeding toward the sunstar, leaving a long string of trails. Seeing the crowd leave, Rowan let out a sigh of relief. Riches and riches! Faced with so many top floodworld powers, he wasn't sure that he would be able to retreat in one piece. Fortunately, relying on his superior courage and profound depth, he was finally able to scare off the great powers. Buzz! Just as he was lamenting, on that innate gourd vine, the 5th violet-green gourd and the 6th violet-yellow gourd finally reached their moment of maturity. The luster of the gourd's surface flowed and emitted a faint aura, as if it contained endless mysterious power. Rowan smiled slightly and gently picked them off, holding them in his hands and feeling their heavy weight. In myths and legends, these 2 gourds were obtained by the first Heavenly Father and the Tongtian Godfather respectively. The purple-green gourd was regarded as a precious treasure by Yuanshi Tianzun and used to nurture magic treasures, thus it was honored as the spiritual treasure gourd. The purple and yellow gourd was used by the Tongtian Godfather to contain the essence of 2 Qilin, 1 water and 1 fire, which was so powerful that it was called the Water and Fire Gourd. 42 forbidden extreme innate spiritual treasures are indeed extraordinary. Luowen nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He carefully put away these 2 gourds, then looked at the 7th purple-black gourd with a burning gaze. That purple-black gourd had not fully matured at the moment, but it had already vaguely revealed a palpitating aura. However, the vitality of the innate gourd vine was nearing exhaustion, and I was afraid that it would be difficult to support it until the purple-black gourd matured. In that case, let me help you out. Luowen's mind moved, and without hesitation, he took out the 3 light divine water and gently poured it onto the innate gourd vine. Under the nourishment of the 3 lights divine water, the vitality of the innate gourd vine rapidly recovered, as if it had been reborn. Immediately afterward, Luowen took out another 1,000 drops of spirit liquid of creation without stinting and hypnotized the innate gourd vine. Under the magical effect of the spiritual liquid of creation, the 7th purple-black gourd finally reached its moment of maturity. Luowen carefully plucked the purple-black gourd off the vine. The surface of the gourd was glowing with a faint luster, as if it contained some kind of ancient and mysterious power. Legend has it that the 7th gourd on the innate gourd vine regrettably died before it was born, and it is impossible to know what magical effects this one gourd actually has. Curious, he gently unscrewed the lid of the gourd, and a sudden light dawned before his eyes, only to see that the gourd is actually a tiny chaotic world inside, in which clouds and mist, as if there is the scene of the first birth of all things. It's unbelievable, this 7th gourd actually contains the chaotic world origin, no wonder even the heavenly Tao is afraid of its emergence. Luowen muttered, surprise and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Like the innate fire spirit bead, this chaos origin, too, was one of the important elements used to create the world. For Luowen, the spiritual treasure had come at a very timely time, just in time to help him with his use of opening up a world in the Chaos Pearl. Thinking of this, Luowen moved his thoughts and pocketed the Chaos Gourd. At the same time, right after he plucked the 7th gourd, the innate gourd vine in front of him gradually withered. He knew very well that innate spiritual roots usually did not lose their vitality until their fruits matured. And this innate gourd vine, it was in order to nurture this chaotic origin of the gourd, exhausted its own essence and vitality, only to wither and fade before the fruit was ripe. After putting the purple-black gourd in his bag, Luowen found a bright green gourd seed remaining under the gourd vine, which seemed to contain new life and hope. He gently picked up the gourd seed and carefully put it away. Subsequently, Luowen uprooted the withered gourd vine, only to see that at the root of the vine there was actually a piece of divine soil emitting a faint glow. It was precisely the first divine soil of the floodplains, the 9 heavenly resting soil. This 9 heavenly resting soil is the ancestral source of earth, which contains endless vitality and power, is a rare treasure in the world. 1 grain can be transformed into 100,000 mountains. Today is really rewarding. Rowan's face was overflowing with unconcealed joy. He put the 9 heavenly breath loam into the spatial magic treasure along with the withered gourd vine. He knew that in the future, when Nuwa created man, these 2 things would be indispensable and crucial things. At that time, it might be able to help himself achieve another great chance. It's time to return to Abbot Island. Luowen raised his head to look in the direction of the East Sea. A feeling of returning surged in his heart. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and sped in the direction of Abode Island. Even though he failed to find the innate gourd vine in advance this time, being able to harvest these treasures was not a wasted trip. 500 years have passed since the passage of time. Luowen's figure once again appeared in the sky above Abbot Island. Master, you're back. The snake demon sisters who hibernated on the island immediately felt something in their hearts and captured the aura of Luowen's return. Without hesitation, they ended their closed-door cultivation and walked out of the cave with joy to welcome Luowen's return. Luowen smiled, took out a gourd seed emitting a faint glow from his sleeve, and handed it to Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, this is a precious gourd seed left behind by the innate gourd vine. If you plant it carefully in the spiritual roots garden, it might be able to bring more surprises for us. Receiving the gourd seed, Xiaoqiang's eyes glittered with excitement. Another rare spirit root will be added to Master's spirit root garden. I will definitely take good care of it and let it thrive. Chapter 53, The Demon Heavenly Court emerges, gathering the great Luo Dao fruit. After arranging everything, Luowen inquired about the sisters' cultivation during his absence. Xiaoqiang's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. This time, listening to the sermon has benefited me greatly, and I am convinced that I can break through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal before Sage Hongjuan's next sermon, and that I will be able to blossom into the 9 pieces of 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 the 9th pieces of the 9th piece of the 9th piece of the 9th piece, and achieve extraordinary things. Rowan nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention back to the White Lady. The White Maiden smiled faintly and said in a slightly humble manner, I'm not fully confident of breaking through to the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal for the time being, but my foundation has become much more solid and stable as a result. Luowen heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of relief in his heart. You're all very good, you haven't failed my expectations. Remember, the path of cultivation should not be rushed, but slowly polish the foundation. After hearing Luowen's heartfelt praise, both snake demon sisters' faces blossomed into brilliant smiles, their eyes glittering with joy. They glanced at each other, that tacit understanding and joy flowing through each other, and then nodded their heads one after another, with determination and gratitude in their voices. We will. Definitely won't fail your expectations. Looking at these 3 sisters, Luowen felt a sense of relief in his heart. He knew that he hadn't misjudged at first. These 2 sisters were not only exceptionally talented, but also tough-minded, and would definitely be able to go farther on the road of cultivation in the future. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation, so you guys go and cultivate as well. After giving a few simple instructions, he rose up and his figure was like a breeze that gently swept past everyone's line of sight, disappearing at the entrance of the Blood God Palace in an instant. Inside the Blood God Palace, Luowen came to sit down on his knees on top of the cloud platform and began his journey of closed-door cultivation. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating, shutting out all the noise and disturbance of the outside world. Next, he planned to comprehend the laws of fire in the innate fire spirit bead, condense the Tao Lord fruit, and at the same time break through his cultivation to the peak of Tao Lord Golden Immortal. It was during these 10,000 years that Luowen was in seclusion. The Flood Continent has also seen a lot of big events. Since the end of the first Hongjun sermon, countless great powers have come into prominence, and the most notable among them, the demonic powers Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East, the 2 giants of the demon race. Since returning from the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon, Di Jun and Taiyi have planted the seed of world domination in their hearts. The 2 of them joined forces to launch an operation, intending to use this to unify the various demon forces scattered across the floodplains. The younger brother, East Emperor Taiyi, holds the innate treasure Chaos Bell, which can be called the ceiling of the battle power of the demon race. He suppressed countless demon tribes in the floodplains with his own power, subduing demonic powers such as Yinghua, Jimeng, Bear Iron, Xiangyang, and Qin Yuan. His brother, Di Jun, on the other hand, with his city wisdom and excellent leadership, established his prestige among the demon race and subdued the great powers of the demon race, such as Bai Zhe, Ghost Che, 9 Infants, Fei Lian, Bai Feng, and so on. The 2 brothers worked hand in hand, and the power of the demon race was as strong as ever. As the power of the demon race under Di Jun and Taiyi expanded like a snowball, their position in the demon race became increasingly secure. However, in addition to the increasingly sharp conflict with the sorcerer clan, they themselves faced a serious problem. That is, although the demon race under them has been unified in name, but in reality is still a scattered sand, the major demon tribes scattered in the flood world to do their own thing, lack of cohesion and centripetal force. Dijun and Taiyi knew that if they wanted to truly dominate the flood, they had to solve this problem. After some deliberation, the duo came to the conclusion that what the demon race lacked the most right now was a base of their own. However, there are already hundreds of billions of demons, and there will be more in the future. Which piece of precious land in the floodplain can accommodate so many demons? The brothers are in a state of limbo over this. On this day, Emperor Jun was preparing to return to the solar planet. He was calculating many matters in his mind, but he was also looking forward to leaving everything behind for a while and returning to Fuzanji to recuperate. As he passed by the top of the lofty Buzhou Mountain, the sky suddenly changed in wind and clouds, and there were a lot of visions. A radiant and glittering heavenly avenue appeared from the void, like a heavenly ladder, plunging into the clouds, while the roiling clear air was like silken wisps, gently drifting, carrying an ineffable peace and holiness. Emperor Jun's heart stirred and he stepped onto this mysterious heavenly ladder without hesitation. Passing through the illusory yet real passageway, it was as if he had crossed the boundaries of time and space and arrived in a very different world. In front of him, a majestic gate tower stood tall, and on the purple golden plaque, the three big words South Heavenly Gate were engraved in ancient innate Taoist script, glittering and revealing a sense of majesty and solemnity. Stepping into the South Heavenly Gate, the scene inside is even more breathtaking. The pavilions and halls are strewn together and surrounded by immortal qi, with golden light and red neon intertwined, and 1,000 streaks of auspicious qi and purple mist erupting. Ha, truly the heavens have helped me. Dijun couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, his eyes glittering with surprise and excitement. He had never expected that in this vast floodplain, there was such a mysterious and powerful heaven and earth hidden. He realized that where he was at the moment was the legendary Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is vast and sprawling, with a total of 9 heavens, spreading out 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure temples. Among them, the most magnificent is that the Lingxiao Palace, gold nails saved jade households, colorful phoenix dance Zhu door, complex corridor winding, everywhere exquisite, 3 eaves and 4 clusters, layers of dragon and phoenix soaring, showing the majesty of the Heavenly Court and sacred. Sitting at the topmost position of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Jun's gaze was like a torch, and his body exuded a domineering aura of being the only one. He secretly pondered in his mind, the aura of the Heavenly Court is so rich, if I can move the demon clan under me into this place, it will be convenient to unify the command, and will also greatly enhance their cultivation speed. At that time, besides that powerful witch race, who else can stop me from dominating the flood? Thinking of this, Dijun couldn't wait to leave the Heavenly Court and hurriedly return to the demon clan's territory, ready to discuss the matter of relocating the clan with the 10 great demon saints. In the meantime, Abbot Island. Inside the Blood God Palace, Luowen sat quietly in the dark and solemn cultivation room, his body surrounded by a circle of crimson light, like a fiery red auspicious cloud draped around him. The Tao essence surged like a tidal wave, and the entire hall was filled with this mysterious and powerful force. Above his head, celebratory clouds appeared like a dream, and the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and God were gradually merging in a mysterious and unfathomable way, as if the essence of heaven and earth were all converging in his body at this moment. Congeal. Luowen let out a low and firm soft drink that echoed through the cultivation room like thunder. With this soft cry, the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit were finally completely united, coalescing into a radiant and dazzling Tao fruit. On top of this Tao fruit, flame-like dancing red streaks intertwined and twisted, forming a law seal that represented the supreme law of fire. It's finally done! Luowen slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling glint flashed under his eyes, the joy and pride of finally reaching his goal after 10,000 years of hard cultivation. After 10,000 years of seclusion and hard cultivation, he not only comprehended the laws of fire to the realm of 60%, but also successfully condensed the legendary Great Luo Dao fruit, and his cultivation broke through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Chapter 54, Laying out the Witch Demon War in Advance, the 12 Ancestral Witches' Decision. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 11 items 0/1000000. Wings, 11th grade 0/1000000. Body, 11th grade 0/1000000. Evolution points, 0. Treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Bead, White Lotus of the Pure World, 1 Hongmeng Purple Breath, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Red Lotus of Karmic Fire. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. The hurdles are difficult to pass. To comprehend the laws, one must pass through 10 difficult levels, and just the 6th level is already an insurmountable bottleneck. Luowen secretly pondered in his heart, but as long as we break this bottleneck, our cultivation will be able to go even further and break through to that legendary quasi-saint realm. However, how can this bottleneck be so easy to break? I still have no clue so far. Thinking about this, Rowan couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew deep down that a bitter cultivation was not a good strategy to break through bottlenecks. Thus, a thought sprang up in his mind, Why don't we go to the flooded earth for a while? Perhaps we can gain some insights during our travels, and by the way, we can also hunt some demonic beasts to sharpen ourselves with actual combat. With his mind made up, Luo then came out of the gate. He utilized the sound transmission technique and summoned the White Lady and Xiao Qing over. Luo Wen's gaze was firm and his voice was steady as he said to the Snake Demon Sisters, I've decided to travel to the Flood Continent. During this period, I hope that you guys can dive into seclusion and devote yourselves to cultivation, striving to make a breakthrough and reach a new realm during my absence. When the White Lady heard this, a trace of expectation flashed in her eyes as she softly pleaded, Master, please allow me to follow you along. With our sister's cultivation nowadays, we will definitely be able to help you at critical moments and face strong enemies together. Rowan sighed softly, his gaze revealing a few moments of tenderness and helplessness. He patiently explained, White Lady, I understand your feelings. However, this time, I am traveling mainly to break through the bottleneck in my cultivation and seek to improve my state of mind. Everything is full of variables, and I don't know when I'll be able to return, so it's not very convenient to bring you along. The Snake Demon Sisters sniffed and glanced at each other, disappointment and reluctance showing in their eyes. However, they also understood that their master's decision had its own deep meaning. Thus, they respectfully lowered their heads and said in unison, Master, we understand. We will cultivate here without fear and wait for your return. Please take care of yourself, achieve a breakthrough soon, and return safely. Luo Wen nodded slightly, a trace of a pleased smile on his face. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a dazzling golden light, like a meteor that cut through the sky, and sped towards the direction of the Flood Continent. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth in front of him, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. I am Demon Emperor Jun, East Emperor Taiyi, and today I am standing in the small world of Heavenly Court at the top of Buzhou Mountain to establish the territory of the demon race, so that I can gather the power of the group of demons in the world and seize the authority of the flooded heavens and earth, and the Heavenly Tao will recognize this. Heavenly Court, establish. It was accompanied by a loud bell-like voice. In the direction of the Buzhou Mountain, infinite meritorious golden light blossomed violently. Countless dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and auspicious beasts' shadows came and went. Heaven is out. Witnessing this strange sight, Luo Wen's eyes burned. He didn't look surprised, though. The emergence of the demon Heavenly Court is the general trend of the flood, and it is not an accident. This likewise means that the first witch-demon war is about to begin. Just as the Heavenly Court came out, countless streams of light rushed up above the flooded earth, saving up in the direction where the demon race's Heavenly Court was located. Upon learning of the news of the emergence of the Heavenly Court, countless demonic great powers left their caves and tribes and went to join under Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East. The demon race and the sorcerer race are mortal enemies, and now that the demon race's Heavenly Court has come out with growing power, the sorcerer race definitely won't sit back and watch, and there will inevitably be a big battle between the two, which is a good opportunity for me to collect evolution points. Thinking of this, Rowan sped up his flight. He had to lay out his plan ahead of time and be ready to harvest the evolution points. Inside the Pangu Temple, the atmosphere was solemn. In the Great Hall, the 12 ancestral witches were gathered, each of them looking grave. The Heavenly Court of the demon race came out with great vigor. It also poses a huge threat to the witch race. With Di Jun and Taiyi leading the demon race into the Heavenly Court, the strength of the demon race will surely continue to grow. Di Jun's gaze was steady and powerful as he swept through each of the ancestral witches present one by one. This is no small threat to my witch race. What are your opinions on this? What other insights can there be? Directly mobilize the army, kill to the demon race Heavenly Court, and pluck the bird feathers of the two flat hairs of Di Jun Tai. Xuanhuang ancestral witch spoke. He was meant to be a simple-minded, four-legged muscle-bound man who spoke and acted in a simple and brutal manner. Over the years, there have been frequent clashes between the witch race and the demon race under Emperor Jun, and Xuanhuang has even had direct encounters with Emperor Jun and Taiyi, but regrettably, not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, he suffered a not-so-small setback instead. Thus, whenever Emperor Jun and Taiyi were mentioned, the anger in his heart was difficult to contain. Xuanhuang, you just know how to talk big. You have fought with Emperor Jun Taiyi no less than 10,000 times over the years, and as a result, not only did you fail to behead them, but you were instead forced to retreat by them. Gong Gong's words were like sharp blades, relentlessly piercing into Xuanhuang's sore spot, as if he still had to sprinkle a pinch of salt on it. Water and fire is difficult to compatible poles, perhaps because of this, the water ancestor which Gong Gong and fire ancestor which Xuanhuang between, always full of tit-for-tat disputes, sometimes even evolved into a fierce fight. What did you say, Gong Gong? How dare you look down on me? Xuanhuang was enraged by Gong Gong's words and said with an iron face, if you have the guts, let's go out and compete right now, so you can see my true strength. Will I not fear you? Gong Gong was tit-for-tat and did not flinch. Enough! Emperor Zhang's voice rang out like thunder, his brows tightly locked as he let out a loud cry, instantly silencing Xuanhuang and Gong Gong. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the time ancestor which candled Join, with a bit of solemnity and anticipation in his tone, second brother, what is your high opinion on this matter? The time ancestor which candled Join was one of the few wise men among the witch race. Whenever Emperor Jiang encountered a tricky dilemma, he would look to him for a solution. Jun and Taiyi have decided to fully relocate the demon race under their command to the heavenly court, a move that will undoubtedly greatly enhance the cohesion of the demon race. Imagine, in that spiritually rich place in the heavenly court, the cultivation speed of the demon race will definitely get a qualitative leap. Candle Join said here, a slight change in tone, and slowly said another thought. However, things always have advantages and disadvantages. When hundreds of billions of demon tribes migrate, pouring into the heavenly court at the same time, the flooded earth is also empty, a large area of heavily blessed land. This is also a good time for us, the witch tribe, to grow the size of the tribe. Xuanhuang sniffed and frowned slightly, interjecting with a slight sense of urgency. Second brother, you said so much, yet you haven't mentioned how we should respond. Candle Join looked at Xuanhuang's anxious expression and sighed in his heart. Among the witch clan, most emphasized the physical body over the Yuanshan, and tended to be more limber than simple-minded. Dissecting the stakes with them is like talking to a cow, it's just a waste of effort. Thus, Candle Join adjusted his tone and said in a firmer and more persuasive tone, my opinion is, kill them all. Chapter 55 Witch Demon Battle, Luo Wen collects corpse. Brothers, although our witch race doesn't cultivate Yuanshan, the strength of our flesh is enough to shake heaven and earth. In the face of the migration of the demon race, our witch race should take advantage of this opportunity to quickly occupy a favorable position on the flooded earth, consolidate our foundation, and take control of the flooded earth. At the same time, we must also pay close attention to the dynamics of the demon race in the heavenly court, in case they take the opportunity to grow stronger and pose a threat to us. Only in this way can we ensure the future of the witch race and stand tall in this heaven and earth. Candle Join spoke with an undeniable determination in his tone. Jun's ambition is so great that he is trying to annex the three realms and rule the heavens and earth through the power of the heavenly court, and in the future, he will surely become the biggest stumbling block for our witch clan in guarding the legacy of the Father God to take charge of the flood world. Therefore, we cannot just sit back and watch his power grow, and now that the demon race's heavenly court has yet to be stabilized, it is the perfect time for us to weaken him and restrain him. Xuanhuang muttered in a small voice from the side, in the end, I still have to decapitate those two three-legged birds in order to solve the hatred in my heart. Emperor Jiang sniffed, his eyes like a torch, glaring at Xuanhuang. That stern look instantly silenced Xuanhuang, not daring to say half a word again. Zheng then said in a calm and forceful manner, we must split up and each lead the warriors of our clans to launch a surprise attack on the demon clan under Emperor Jun. Before they have established themselves in the heavenly court, we must act like hungry wolves and ruthlessly tear off a piece of their flesh to let them know how powerful we are. Yes, listen to Big Brother. The remaining 11 ancestral witches responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and resolve. They knew deep down that this battle was not only about the glory of the witch race, but also about the future of the entire flood world. After that, the 12 ancestral witches left the Pango Hall, each returning to their own tribes, and began to prepare their troops for battle in preparation for launching an attack on the remaining demon clan on the floodplains, the uncharted mountains. Rowan's figure reappeared. Since the emergence of the heavenly court of the demon race, many demon races have abandoned the tribes and caves they relied on for shelter, and have rushed into the mysterious heavenly court without any hesitation. This change was obviously not good news for Luo Wen, who was eager to hunt demonic beasts in exchange for evolution points. Just a short while ago, when Luo Wen stepped into this flooded continent, he realized that the process of collecting evolution points had become very slow. Those demonic beast clans that had once been strong and each had their own king had now mostly left their territories and were marching towards the heavenly court in groups. Faced with such a situation, Luo Wen knew that if he rashly launched an attack on these demonic beast communities, he would surely incur the retaliation of the two supreme leaders of the demon race Jun and Taiyi. With his current strength, he was not yet strong enough to make an enemy of the entire demon race. Thus, he could only set his sights on those demonic beasts that wandered in the wilderness with relatively low cultivation levels. However, even these seemingly insignificant demonic beasts were not easy to get hold of. Although Luo Wen had the help of magic treasures to lure them on the hook like fishing, he often gained very little and could only capture some small demons with mediocre strength. With this, when will we be able to accumulate enough evolution points to complete our evolution? Luo Wen was secretly worried in his heart, his brows locked, and for a moment, he was in deep thought. Just then, a dull roar suddenly came from above his head. Luo Wen jerked his head up to look, only to see a bright light in front of his eyes, and the sky above the Buzhou Mountain was covered with demonic clouds that covered the sky. A strong curiosity drove Rowan, and he quickly came closer to find out what was going on. One could only see countless demon races assembling here, forming a massive army that was marching towards the heavenly court. Even though most of these demon clans were small demons at the true immortal and Xuan Immortal levels that were still at a shallow level of cultivation, the sheer magnitude of their numbers was enough to be shocking. Luo Wen secretly calculated in his heart, if he was able to convert all of these demons into evolution points, then it would undoubtedly be an extremely sizable fortune for him. On the long journey to the heavenly court, this army of demons is steadily moving forward, not realizing that a sudden storm is quietly brewing. Kill! With black clouds rolling in and shouting, the great sorcerer interceptor suddenly appeared with 1,000,000 sorcerer soldiers. He personally led 1,000,000 men under his command, like dark clouds pressing down on them, straddling their path forward, intending to crush this demonic army in one fell swoop with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. The demon race army was obviously unprepared for this sudden change of events, and in the face of the unstoppable attack of Xingtian, they could only flee in haste, and were simply incapable of organizing an effective resistance. On the battlefield, the wails of the demon warriors intertwined with the roars of the sorcerer soldiers, setting off a bloody storm. In the end, hundreds of thousands of demon race fell, their corpses strewn across the bloodstained earth, becoming the victims of this cruel battle. Xingtian was obviously not satisfied with the results of his battle. He ordered his sorcerer soldiers to quickly collect the corpses of the dead sorcerer clansmen and prepare to bring them back to the tribe for sacrifice and burial. As for the corpses of the demons, he chose to turn a blind eye to them. After all, although the sorcerer clan feeds on the blood and flesh of the demon race, the number of demons killed this time was simply too large to consume all of them in a short period of time. Moreover, the demon race's flesh and blood contained a rich aura, but this aura was not eternal. As time passes, these auras will gradually dissipate into nothingness and turn into a pile of rotting flesh. As a result, the witch soldiers didn't bother with the corpses of the demon race that couldn't be consumed in time. However, not long after Xingtian and the others left the battlefield in triumph, a figure quietly appeared in this bloody land. He is Rowan. Luowen looked at the corpses of the demon race that were all over the ground, and a glint flashed in his eyes. These corpses contained nothing less than a sea of evolution points for him. Thus, he didn't hesitate to offer up his own magic treasure, the blood god Cauldron. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood god Cauldron shone brightly, instantly taking in all of those demonic corpses. It's a pity that we came a bit late. 70% of the demonic beast corpses have already rotted and their blood can't be used to exchange for evolution points. Looking at the sea of demonic corpses in front of him, Luowen's heart felt a little needy. In order to recoup his losses, for the next few hundred years, Luowen ran back and forth in the witch-demon battlefield of Buzhou Mountain, frantically collecting demonic beast corpses, almost filling the blood god Cauldron to the brim. Just as Luowen was only concentrating on collecting the corpses of the demon race, he didn't know that there was already a pair of eyes in the void behind him that had already set their sights on him. Who are you and what do you want to do here sneaking around? Just then, a figure with a powerful aura suddenly stepped out of the void and blocked in front of Luowen. The person who came was a female warrior of the witch race dressed in a black power suit. Her posture was as straight as a pine, her face was absolutely beautiful and cold, and her brows revealed unyielding will to fight and wisdom. Chapter 56, Battle of Ho-Tu, Shock from the Ancestral Witches of the Witch Race. Ancestral Witch of the Backlands. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Luowen's eyes slightly condensed. He immediately recognized that the uninvited guest in front of him was none other than the Ancestral Witch of the Earth of the 12 Ancestral Witches of the Witch Race, Ho-Tu. Not long ago when Hongjun was preaching, Luowen had a meeting with the other party in the Purple Cloud Palace. So its fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Luowen hurriedly made an explanation. Humph. Who is your Taoist friend? You're sneaky, you're clearly a spy sent by the demon court. Seeing this, Ho-Tu snapped and pouted, and you say you're not a bad guy. Fellow Taoist is mistaken. Hearing this, Luowen had an embarrassed look on his face. I saw that this place is full of demon corpses, it's really a pity to throw them away, that's why I put them away to avoid polluting the environment, I really didn't mean anything else. Humph. How dare you argue? Facing Luowen's defense, Ho-Tu smiled disdainfully, refusing to believe it at all. In fact, I can't blame Ho-Tu for misunderstanding. Luowen himself was a demon race. This was the time when the witch-demon war was at its most intense. For him to show up at this time is the equivalent of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and certainly seems very suspicious. I'll say it again, I'm a loose cultivator from the East Sea, and I don't have half a relationship with the demon heavenly court, Luowen continued to explain. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Stop, don't go. Ho-Tu let out a snort and said in a cold voice, stopping in front of Luowen, you must give me an explanation today. Then what do you want? Seeing this, Luowen's brows furrowed slightly, and his tone was clearly a bit impatient. Well, I'm going to do battle with you today. Ho-Tu said, directly blasting out with a fist, I'll show you the power of my witch clan's ancestral witches. The punch was powerful and heavy, directly toward Luowen's face. So strong. Feeling the immense pressure that came upon him, Luowen was violently stunned. He had clearly underestimated the power of Ho-Tu's punch. One must know that the ancestral witch was transformed by the essence blood of Pangu, and his fleshly body was extremely strong. Even the strength of the flesh of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm's Ho-Tu ancestral which was comparable to that of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. With that said, Luowen didn't rely on the power of the magic treasure, instead, he relied on his physical body alone and swung his fist out, colliding head-on with his opponent's fist. Boom! Where the two forces met, the air seemed to be torn apart, and each of the two were shaken back by the powerful force, withdrawing tens of miles away. Truly worthy of being in existence spawned by the essence blood of the great god Pangu, the strength of the ancestral witch's fleshly body truly lives up to its name. Luowen secretly sighed, and although his fist was only slightly numb, his knowledge of the power of the ancestral witch's physical body was once again refreshed. Empress Earth was equally astonished. She had not expected that apart from the other 11 ancestral witches, there were still beings who could equal her in terms of physical strength. Soon, the two men exchanged blows again, punches to the flesh, without the slightest false move or fancy. Each collision caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, although Ho-Tu had a slight advantage, it was difficult to defeat Luo-Wen completely. If I evolve to the 12th grade of fleshly body, I will be able to steadily suppress the ancestral witches in terms of fleshly body strength. Rowan secretly assessed his strength as he fought. He currently only had 11th grade fleshly body strength, and under the same cultivation level, his fleshly body strength was indeed slightly inferior to that of an ancestral witch. However, he firmly believed that once he completed his evolution again, the strength of his physical body would definitely receive a qualitative leap, enough to surpass the ancestral witch. Ow dash! Ho-Tu's finger gently raised, and a mysterious power instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. As she moved, the earth elements around her seemed to be pulled by a large invisible hand, converging towards her. With a wave of her palm, those earth elements quickly gathered together as if they had received some sort of order. In the blink of an eye, countless mountain ranges rose up from the ground, and then merged together at an astonishing speed, forming a gigantic and incomparable figure. This figure was 10,000 feet tall and stood atop the sky like a lofty mountain. It exuded a powerful aura that made people feel a sense of awe. Ho-Tu looked at the earth spirit giant in front of him and gave a slight forehead. She knew that this earth spirit giant would become one of the most powerful weapons in her hands. On the other hand, Luo-Wen's heart was slightly shaken when he saw the earth spirit giant summoned by Ho-Tu. He knew that this earth spirit giant was powerful. Not only was its attack and defense extremely outstanding, but it was also immune to divine spells such as lightning and blood-sucking, so it could be said to be stinky and hard, very difficult to deal with. However, Luo-Wen didn't feel intimidated by this. He took a deep breath, made seals with both hands, and mouthed the words. Immediately afterward, a bead with a mysterious glow flew out of his body. This bead was none other than the Chaos Bead, which contained the power of endless chaos. Once the Chaos Bead came out, a strange change occurred. It divided into two into four, constantly splitting and multiplying, and in a matter of moments it turned into 365 star beads. These star beads emitted a brilliant and dazzling light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Each star bead contained endless vitality and vigor, and they echoed each other, forming a spectacular star map. Luo-Wen looked at the star beads in front of him with burning eyes. He knew that these star beads were all transformed from the fruit of the extreme innate spiritual root star fruit tree, whose 5 elements were wood. And as wood is the opposite of earth, it can exactly restrain the earth spirit giants whose 5 elements are earth. Give me Jin! Luo-Wen let out a loud shout and changed the spell in his hand. The 365 star beads simultaneously bloomed with a dazzling light, then crossed the sky like meteors, smashing towards the earth spirit giant. The roiling star beads flew around and condensed into a single stream, slamming towards the earth spirit giant. Sensing the threat, the earth spirit giant roared in anger and waved its huge fist, trying to knock the star bead away. However, the star bead was extremely fast, as if it had turned on its spirit, easily avoiding the earth spirit giant's attack. At the same time, a star bead smashed into the earth spirit giant, making a dull crashing sound. The earth spirit giant's massive body began to tremble as a crack appeared on the surface of its body. Seeing this, Luo-Wen once again urged his spell, causing more star beads to smash into the earth spirit giant. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. The earth spirit giant continuously suffered heavy blows and finally couldn't withstand it, letting out a terrifying wail and collapsing to the ground, turning into a cloud of dust. The Great Terror. Witnessing this scene, the Queen Earth was shocked, her beautiful eyes rounded and a chill ran down her spine. She had never expected that her most proud summoning aptitude would be so unbeatable in the face of Luo-Wen. One could not dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be if this star bead were to smash on her own body. So it seemed obvious that Rowan was still showing mercy. Sorry. Taking advantage of Ho-Tu's days, Luo-Wen smiled faintly and directly turned into a stream of light and left. He didn't have that kind of free time to tangle with Ho-Tu more. After all, he was in the land of the witch clan at this time, and if he provoked the 12 ancestral witches, he would definitely not be able to eat. Once Luo-Wen left, only the Ho-Tu ancestral witch was left standing in place, dazed. How could she not believe that in addition to Emperor Jun Donghuang Taiyi among the demon race, there was still a demon cultivator like Luo-Wen who was powerful enough to crush the ancestral witches of the sorcerer race. Chapter 57 Witch and Demon Establishment, Luo-Wen's Scheming. In the heavenly court of the demon race, in the heavenly palace, the atmosphere was solemn and solemn. The army of the demon race under the command of Dijun and Taiyi had moved into this magnificent hall of the heavenly court as much as they could. However, judging from the expressions on their faces at the moment, they didn't seem very happy. Not long ago on the migration route, the witch tribe suddenly launched a fierce attack, the demon army caught off guard, heavy losses, the number of casualties amounted to nearly 10 billion huge. This huge loss made Dijun, who was the emperor of the demon race, feel frustrated. Seems to be aware of the Emperor Jun. Heart unhappy, White Z stood out, with a firm tone of persuasion, Your Majesty, although this time suffered a heavy blow, but the foundation of the heavenly court has been stabilized. This is the fundamental revival of the demon race. In the future, my demon race can be attacked and defended, only need to take time to recuperate, will be able to revitalize and restore the prosperity of the past. As one of the top 10 demon gods of the demon race, Buzhou is the powerhouse of the demon race, with the aptitude of avoiding harm and turning misfortune into good fortune, and with the ability to understand yin and yang and calculate. Buzhou is regarded as the think tank of the demon race. What he said also convinced Emperor Jun and even the crowd of demons. What Lord Buzhou said is absolutely right. The demon god Hongmeng also followed suit and concurred. Now that our demon race has occupied the heavenly court, this is a blessed place given by the heavenly Tao, and we are blessed by heaven. We should take this good opportunity to declare the establishment of the demon race to the heavenly Tao, in order to rectify the name and show the prestige of our race. Hearing Buzhou and Hongmeng's words, Jun nodded slightly, his heavy heart easing a lot. He knows that although the demon race has called itself a race, but has not yet been formally recognized by the Tao of Heaven, as when the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn race, although it has long been called itself a race, but until the time of the Dragon Han quantitative robbery, to the Tao of Heaven to declare the establishment of the race, only to be recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Thinking about this, Jun, Taiyi and the 10 great demon saints all looked solemn. They immediately took action, set up an altar, piously sacrificed to the heavens, and swore in unison. Heavenly Tao in the above, I am the demon race of the Lord Jun, the sense of the flood world. All the races out of their own politics fight endlessly. We seek to sort out the order of heaven and earth, where the hair-wearing horns wet oviposition and even the spirit of the plant animals in the form of people collectively known as the demon, the great way to identify. The demon race is established. Their voices, resounding and powerful, were full of unquestionable firmness and determination, as if they wanted to convince the entire heaven and earth to witness the rise of the demon race. Just as the demon race solemnly proclaimed the establishment of its race in the heavens and earth, the heavenly Tao seemed to sense all of this, so it immediately rained down an overwhelming golden cloud of merit and virtue as a sign of commendation and recognition. In this radiant and dazzling golden cloud of merit and virtue, 50% of the light fell accurately on the bodies of the leaders of the demon race, Emperor Jun and Taiyi. The two of them, like the pride of heaven, bathed in this endless light of merit and virtue, their cultivation even in an instant, from the peak of the Dala Golden Immortal realm, a leap to the early stage of the quasi-saint, their strength has been a qualitative leap. The other 30% of the golden clouds of merit and virtue were evenly sprinkled over the 10 great saints of the demon race. These 10 great saints were originally at the middle to late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortals, and their strength was not bad. Under the nourishment of the power of merit and virtue, their cultivation was even more watertight and broke through a small realm, increasing their strength greatly and shaking the four directions. As for the two remaining golden clouds of virtue, they sprinkled down like fine rain amongst the demons in the heavenly court. These members of the demon race, whether they were highly advanced or new to the path, after absorbing this gift from the heavenly Tao, their cultivation was enhanced to varying degrees, and the entire demon race was thus revitalized and energized like never before. In the meantime, after learning of the news of the demon race's establishment, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race, who were in the Pango Hall on Buzhou Mountain, could no longer sit still. Not to be outdone, they solemnly set up a desk outside the Pango Hall and reverently prostrated themselves. Father God Pangu in the above, now I Jiang witness the demon tribe to do chaos order does not exist, hereby establish the witch tribe, would like to on behalf of the Father God management of the flood earth to unify the 10,000 tribes. The witch race, stand. Even though the witches worship not the heavenly Tao but the great god Pangu, this reverence and remembrance of the one who opened the heavens and the earth touched the will of the heavenly Tao in the same way. Thus, the heavenly Tao once again rained down vast golden clouds of merit and virtue as a sign of recognition and commendation for the witch clan's act of establishing the clan. In this golden cloud of merit and virtue, 80% of the light was poured onto the 12 ancestral witches. They were like giants bathed in divine light, and their cultivation, nourished by the power of merit and virtue, had similarly realized a leap from the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage of the quasi-saint, and their strength was strong enough to shake the entire flood. As for the two remaining golden clouds of merit, they were sprinkled like sweet rains on the hundreds of billions of members of the sorcerer race. In this gift from the heavenly Tao, their cultivation levels all increased significantly, and the overall strength of the entire sorcerer race was once again raised to a higher level. Abbot Island, East China Sea. Rowan's figure reappeared. Collecting a massive amount of evolution points, he returned to his dojo. After greeting the White Lady and the others, he dove headfirst into the Blood God Palace and began his seclusion. He planned to use the evolution points he had just earned to complete his evolution again. Without realizing it, 10,000 years passed. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Cultivation, Peak Dala Golden Immortal. Mouthpiece, 12 items 0/30 million. Wings, 12th grade 0/30 million. Body, 12th grade 0/30 million. Evolution points, 0000. Magic treasures, blood god gun, blood god tripod, chaos pearl, white lotus of the pure world, banana fan of sea fire, banana fan of Capricorn water, 1 Hongmeng purple chi, green lotus of creation, 9 principal red lotus of karmic flame, water and fire gourd, spiritual treasure gourd, and chaos gourd. Spiritual roots, star fruit tree, innate 5 needle pine, yellow medium plum. During these 10,000 years, Luowen had evolved his mouthpiece wings and body to the 12th grade while consuming all the evolution points in his hand. Looking at the system prompt bar, Luowen's face sank slightly. 12 grades is obviously a watershed, and if you want to evolve in the future, you'll need even more evolution points. Even though he had fought and died in the eastern continent for these many years, the evolution points he had obtained were still pitifully small, only enough to raise his bloodline level to 12. The amount of evolution points that needed to be spent in order to ascend to the 13th grade was surprisingly 30 times as much as the original. Legend has it that the sorcerer and demon clans have gone through 3 earth-shattering great wars, and this right now is just the prologue to the first one. The next 2 great wars will be excellent opportunities for my bloodline to evolve. As long as I plan carefully and step by step, my bloodline will soon be able to evolve to the 13th grade or even higher. However, Luowen knew deep down that after the witch-demon quantum revelation, the witch-demon and demon tribes had been greatly wounded, with very few survivors. This made him worry about the future source of evolution points. If a man has no far-flung concerns, he will have immediate concerns. How can I, Luowen, act with only the immediate future in mind? After gaining insight into the fact that numerous powerful demon races had already been subdued by Emperor Jun's command, he had this concern and pondered on a solution. After much deliberation, he had finally found a solution that was both feasible and efficient. Chapter 58 Attempting to Open Heaven, Innate Ironwood Tree. Rowan's idea was simple. That was to establish a demonic beast farm, and ensure a stable supply of blood energy by harvesting the blood of demonic beasts on a regular basis. This not only solved the problem of collection speed, but also ensured the sustainable development of resources. However, in order to put this idea into practice, one first needed to find a suitable place to keep demonic beasts in captivity. In the middle of the floodplains, there were many crises, so it was obviously not an ideal choice. Luowen secretly thought in his heart, if there could be a magic treasure in which to open up a small world in which to keep the demonic beasts captive, how good it would be. Once this thought arose, Rowan immediately came into the spirit. The blood god Cauldron, the chaos pearl, the water and fire gourd, the spirit treasure gourd, the chaos gourd, and the white lotus of the pure world and the green lotus of creation. He immediately took out all the spirit treasures he had in his hands and launched an inventory. Among them, the blood god tripod purple yellow gourd, purple green gourd, pure white lotus creation green lotus and other spiritual treasures have a lot of space inside, but they can't be used to open up the world, much less be used to keep demonic beasts in captivity. The only thing that could be used to open up the world was the chaos bead and chaos gourd. But the world in the chaos bead and chaos gourd is still in an uncharted state of chaos, full of overbearing chaotic air currents, and there's no way for ordinary flood demon beasts to survive in it. Thinking of this, the idea of opening up a world in a spiritual treasure once again sprouted in Luowen's heart. Thinking back to the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the birth of the world of the flood originated from the god Pangu's earth-shaking axe, split the chaos, giving life to all things. At this moment, Luowen also intends to chaos pearl or that mysterious purple and black gourd, once again perform a feat of opening up the heavens and the earth, and then keep the flood demonic beasts in captivity, harvesting a steady stream of evolutionary points. In comparison, Luowen definitely couldn't be compared to the great god Pangu right now. As the saying goes, a flower is a world, a leaf is a bodhi. The chaos world within the chaos bead and the purple and black gourd, though seemingly vast and boundless, is in fact as small as dust compared to the real chaos world. The chaos world within the chaos bead is too vast, and with my current strength, it's difficult to manage. The chaos world within the purple-black gourd, on the other hand, is relatively more suitable. Luowen pondered in his heart, as long as I make all the preparations beforehand, even if I don't succeed in opening up the heavens in the end, I can still ensure that I'm safe and secure. Luowen knew that back then, when the great god Pangu opened the heavens and died, it was due to the lack of heaven-supporting objects. Therefore, if he wanted to succeed, he had to first find the treasure that could support heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Luowen paused his seclusion and went to the medicinal field behind the main hall, wanting to find if there were any heavenly treasures that were suitable to be used to hold up the sky. Master! Seeing Luowen arrive, Xuanhuang, who was tending to the medicinal field, was slightly surprised. Little Green, help me find if there are any tall and sturdy spiritual materials among the medicinal fields that can be used to make things that hold up the sky. Seeing Xuanhuang, Luowen directly spoke. For hundreds of millions of years, Luowen had traveled the flood world, scavenging quite a few heavenly treasures and planting them in this side of the medicinal field in front of him. Even he himself couldn't remember which spiritual roots were among them. The thing that holds up the sky? Hearing Luowen's words, Xuanhuang had a puzzled look on her face. The thing is like this, I intend to open up a piece of heaven and earth in the middle of a spiritual treasure, and I'm lacking the materials used to hold up the sky, so help me think of any more suitable spiritual materials. Next, Luo Wen told Xiao Cheng about his intentions. So it is. Let me think. After figuring out what Rowan meant, Xiao Cheng fell into deep thought. Ever since she became Luo Wen's attendant, Xiao Cheng spent a great deal of time almost every day in the medicinal field, tending to the spiritual roots with great care. She was as familiar with the various spiritual roots in the medicinal field as if she knew them by heart, and her familiarity even surpassed Luo Wen's. Come to think of it. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Cheng suddenly brightened up and said, I remember that in the middle of the medicinal field, there are still a few innate ironwood trees. This tree is tall and straight, and its sturdiness is comparable to that of an innate spiritual treasure, so it's very appropriate to use it as a heaven-supporting object. Following Xiao Cheng's guidance, Luo Wen quickly found 5 innate ironwood trees. With a wave of his hand, Luo Wen cut down 5 innate ironwood trees and brought them back to the Blood God Palace. With the experience of Hongjuan's sermon last time, Luo Wen had a certain understanding of the Tao of refining, which was just the right thing to use for refining the pillar of heavenly support. 990-810 days passed. The 5 tall towering, sky-supporting pillars that had condensed Luo Wen's heart and soul and wisdom were finally refined. Each of them emitted a faint spiritual light, and there were 36 forbidden restrictions engraved on them, making these sky-supporting pillars rare top-grade spiritual treasures. Luo Wen looked at the 5 sky-supporting pillars in front of him, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Everything has been prepared, it's time to try to open the sky. He carefully took out the purple-black gourd and gently uncovered the lid, then with a flash of his body, he flew into the small chaotic world inside the gourd. Buzz! As soon as he entered it, the violent chaotic air currents swept around him. Although this place was not as dangerous as the real chaos world, those raging chaotic air currents were by no means something that an idle person could withstand. Seeing this, Luo Wen immediately offered up the white lotus of the pure world, the flawless white lotus emitting a soft glow, blocking out the surrounding chaotic air currents one after another. Facing the boundless chaos in front of him, he took a deep breath, offered the Hongmeng heavenly ruler, and shouted, Open! One could only see a stern blade of chi bursting out from the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, chopping at the chaotic space in front of him. However, the air blade disappeared into the chaotic space like a clay ox entering the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. Luo Wen didn't get discouraged, but continued to swing the Hongmeng heavenly ruler, and one after the other, the air blades kept chopping into the chaotic space. After slashing out dozens of chi blades, there was finally a hint of looseness in the chaotic space, and a tiny crack appeared. Luo Wen couldn't help but have a touch of joy appear on his face when he saw this. He wielded the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler with more and more vigor, and with each slash of the air blade, the crack widened by 1 point. As if Luo Wen was a tireless machine, he kept waving the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler in his hand. That crack gradually became bigger and bigger under his efforts. As the crack widened as if it was torn apart by an invisible hand, the clear and refreshing aura in the crack rose leisurely while the heavy turbid aura slowly sank, creating a magnificent picture of the first division of heaven and earth between the two. Within this hazy boundary, the prototype of a world loomed, as if it contained endless mysteries and potential. In this fledgling world, the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire were like wild horses running wild and agitating each other in an attempt to reshape this chaos. Between heaven and earth, howling winds, huge waves, flames burning the sky, cold ice sealing the ground, a scene of doom. Chapter 59, Immortal Gourd Small World, Comprehending the Laws of the 5 Elements. Fix. Luo Wen let out a low gulp, formed seals with both hands, and offered up the green lotus of creation that contained endless vitality. The green lotus blossomed with a radiant light, instantly fixing the raging earth, water, wind and fire in the air, as if time was frozen at this moment. Afterwards, he waved the Hongmeng heavenly ruler in his hand, and each wave was accompanied by the vibration and expansion of space, and the embryonic world gradually evolved, becoming more and more real, until it became a real world. At this time, the clear and turbid chi had been divided, and heaven and earth were in their respective places, no longer in turmoil. Luo Wen looked at the world he had opened up with his own hands. His face was filled with a smile of satisfaction and joy. It was an affirmation of his own power and an infinite longing for the future. However, just as this joy had not yet dissipated, the sky suddenly shook, as if it could not bear the weight of this new birth, and had a tendency to fall. Seeing this, Luo Wen's eyes were firm without the slightest bit of panic. He had long anticipated all of this. He calmly took out a pre-refined sky-supporting pillar emitting a faint glow from his sleeve, and steadied it in the center of the world. At once, the sky was propped up, but it still looked a bit shaky. 4 poles, Jin. Luo Wen once again droned lowly and waved his hands, and 4 sky-supporting pillars with the same flickering light appeared in the 4 directions of southeast, west, north, and west, just like 4 sea-stabilizing needles, firmly stabilizing the sky. With the stabilization of the 4 poles, the entire world finally regained its peace and harmony. Success! Luo Wen looked at this world created by his own hands, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. However, he also secretly regretted in his heart because the great Tao didn't send down the golden light of merit when he opened the world in the gourd, something he hadn't anticipated. Since this world was born in a gourd, let's call it the Immortal Gourd World. Luo Wen pondered for a moment and gave this world a poetic name. The Immortal Hulk world has just opened up, and all the laws have yet to be perfected, so it's the perfect time for enlightenment. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to break through to the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. Luowen secretly pondered in his heart, then sat on top of the white lotus of the pure world, closed his eyes and began to comprehend the laws of this new world. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. During these 10,000 years, Luowen was immersed in the sense of the supreme principles of heaven and earth. He quietly watched how the immortal Hulk world slowly took shape, how the four elephants of earth, water, wind, and fire slowly evolved in the void, how they intertwined with each other and depended on each other, and how they ultimately birthed the mysteries of the five elements of the innate nature. After unremitting efforts and enlightenment, Luowen finally comprehended the five elemental laws to a profound realm above the sixth level, and his cultivation skyrocketed, breaking through the quasi-saint realm. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early sainthood. Mouthpiece, 12 items 0/30 million. Wings, 12th grade 0/30 million. Body, 12th grade 0/30 million. Evolution points, 0,000. Magic treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, Banana Fan of Seafire, Banana Fan of Capricorn Water, 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Principal Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, Water and Fire Gourd, Spiritual Treasure Gourd, and Chaos Gourd. Spiritual Roots, Star Fruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. Through 10,000 years of contemplation, I have gained a deeper understanding of the laws of the five elements. Of these, the law of fire has been raised to the 7th level, leaving the law of gold and the law of wood, which I have already comprehended, to the 3rd level each, while the law of water and the law of earth have both reached nearly the 2nd level. Luowen whispered softly to himself, his eyes flickering with light. Although it doesn't seem like the percentage of enhancement is large, the power of the laws is already more than several times of what it was before. This is a qualitative leap. Within the gourd world, everything had gradually stabilized, and that once chaotic void was now firmly suppressed by the power of the five elements, forming a unique heaven and earth. Luowen knew that it was time to leave this place of closed-door cultivation. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he slowly put away the white lotus of the pure world in his hand, then with a flash of his body, he sped towards the exit of the gourd world. It wasn't long before Luowen traversed the barrier of the gourd world and re-entered the vastness of the outside world. He looked inward through the mouth of the gourd, only to see that the outside of the gourd world was still a chaotic and uncharted scene, while the inside of the gourd world had taken shape, but it still appeared to be barren and lacking in vitality. Although the immortal Hulk world has been opened up, it is still in dire need of some living beings for embellishment. Luowen pondered in his heart, why don't we transplant some flowers, plants and trees in from the nearby islands, or speed up its evolutionary process? However, Luowen didn't intend to personally take care of such trivial matters. He opened his mouth slightly and utilized the sound transmission technique to summon the White Lady over. After receiving Luowen's voice transmission, the White Lady didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and quickly arrived in front of the Blood God Palace. She bowed and asked, Master, what is it that you summoned me here for? Luowen smiled and handed the purple-black gourd in his hand to the White Lady, saying, this gourd hides a party of the small world I just opened up. You and head to the nearby islands and transplant some flowers, plants, and trees into it to revitalize it faster. Receiving the gourd, the White Lady scrutinized it carefully, and a shocked look instantly appeared on her face. Master, did you open the small world by yourself? Yes. Luowen smiled and nodded, his tone revealing a bit of lightness. This is the result of my 10,000 years of seclusion. When the White Lady heard this, her eyes erupted with endless worship and admiration. Master, you are truly awesome. To be able to open up a party of small worlds with your own strength, this kind of magical ability is simply no less than the great god Pangu. Opening up a small world is actually not as hard as you think. After your cultivation improves, I can teach you. Luowen said easily with a faint smile. Don't look at the easy words on his lips, but in actuality, being able to open up this small world hides many unknown secrets behind it. The biggest reason for this was that this small world was skillfully birthed in the Chaos Gourd, and it was only through the gourd's natural aura and spatial laws that it was able to take shape smoothly. If he were to be placed in the middle of the real chaotic world, allowing him to open up a party of the same size out of thin air, the difficulty would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Even if his cultivation had reached the quasi-saint realm, it would be difficult for him to do so easily. Not to mention those ordinary great powers with slightly lesser depths, even if they reached the peak state of Paragon, they might not be able to successfully open up a world of such a scale. Chapter 60, Returning to the Immortal Volcano, Xuanhuang's Testament. I wouldn't dare to think of such a thing as opening up the heavens. The White Lady sniffed and shook her head slightly, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She had a clear understanding of her own strength, and such earth-shattering events as opening up the world were really out of reach for her, and she didn't even dare to think about it. The immortal Hulk world has just opened up. The heavens and earth are yet to be clarified, everything is still evolving. If you can enter it and enlighten yourself, it will definitely benefit your cultivation greatly, Luowen said in a deep voice. Many thanks to Master for cultivating me. When the White Lady heard this, a bright smile blossomed on her face, and gratitude shone in her eyes. You go down, prepare yourself well, and strive to step into a higher realm of cultivation as soon as possible." Luowen gently waved his hand, signaling the White Lady to retire. When the White Lady heard this, she respectfully bowed and then slowly exited the Blood God Palace. Looking at the White Maidens departing back, Luowen secretly pondered in his heart, "Now that I've successfully broken through to the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal, it's time to go and fulfill the promise I made back then." He glanced in the direction of the immortal volcano, his heart filled with anticipation. Back then, at the immortal Fire Mountain, he met Xuanhuang by chance and owed karma. And now that he had reached the quasi-saint realm, it was time to honor his earlier agreement. "Let's go to the immortal Flame Mountain to find Xuanhuang first, and see what exactly she wants me to do." Luowen quickly made a decision. Thinking of this, Luowen's figure shifted and transformed into a bright and dazzling golden light as he sped in the direction of the immortal volcano. After breaking through to the mixed Golden Immortal, Luowen's speed was like an arrow off a string, soaring in a straight line, and it even took only 100 years to cross the vast ocean and span the endless continents to the legendary immortal volcano. The place is covered with volcanoes, erupting fiery flames all year round, like billions of fiery dragons hovering in the sky, emitting a palpitating aura. Noticing Luowen's aura approaching, Xuanhuang, the guardian of the immortal volcano, lifted his wings from the depths of the volcano and emerged, like a flame cutting through the sky, the flickering firelight between his feathers seeming to be able to incinerate all things. "Senior Xuanhuang, Senior Luowen, I've come to fulfill the original agreement." Luowen's voice was calm and firm, his gaze looking straight at Xuanhuang as he said in a deep voice. Seeing Luowen reappear, Xuanfeng's face showed a slight surprise. She didn't expect Luowen to break through to the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal so quickly. What was even more terrifying was that it wasn't hard to tell from the majestic aura of laws calling out from Luowen's body that he had mastered more than just one of the laws of heaven and earth, the laws of fire. Xuanhuang sized up Luowen carefully, complex emotions flickering in those golden pupils for a long time before he slowly spoke. "I can't imagine that you've broken through to the mixed Golden Immortal so quickly, and you didn't break through with a single law. It's really fearful of the later generations." Luowen sniffed and a modest smile appeared on his face. "Senior is too kind. I'm just lucky. There are still many places I need to learn from Senior." Xuanhuang shook her head slightly, her tone carrying a bit of seriousness. "There is no such thing as a fluke in cultivation. The reason you were able to break through so quickly, you must have put in unimaginable hardships and efforts that ordinary people can't imagine." Then, she turned her words around and asked curiously, "Can you tell me which kinds of laws you used to break through to the mixed Golden Immortal? Although I can tell that you didn't break through with one type of law, it's difficult to peek at exactly how many." Luowen didn't hide it, he smiled openly. "I used the 5 elemental laws, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, to merge with each other and constrain each other, and eventually broke through to the mixed Golden Immortal." When Xuanhuang heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and then she smiled in relief. "Perhaps all of this is arranged by the heavenly Tao, and my bitter child is considered to be in good hands." "A bitter child? What does Elder Xuanhuang mean by this?" Luowen's brows furrowed lightly, his face filled with doubt, as if he was puzzled by Xuanfeng's sudden request. Xuanfeng's gaze was deep, glancing in a certain direction, as if reminiscing about the past, and then slowly spoke, with a hint of vicissitude and helplessness in his voice. "Since the end of the 3 clans' war, I set out on the road to the immortal volcano, but I never imagined that on the way there, I was attacked by the 5 elements of the ancestral sky, which was so dominant and extraordinary that it actually fused with me and gave birth to a life. Kong Xian. Although he was born from me, he is not a phoenix, but is the first peacock in the world, born with the 5 elements of the way to match, cultivate with half the effort. I have come here in the hope that you will accept him as your disciple, so that he can carry forward the 5 elements way under your guidance." Kong Xian? Surprisingly, it's him. Kong Xian's great name, Luowen had heard it like thunder since. In my memory, in the latter days of the Great God Sealing Ceremony, Kong Xian swept away the disciples of the hierarchy with a hand of innate 5-colored divine light, and no one was able to defeat them until Taoist Junti stepped in to bully the small by the large, and it was with great difficulty that he was subdued. It is rumored in the world that Kong Xian is the first person under the saints. Although Luowen agrees with this, he also knows that this is only limited to the records of the feudal deities. If you broaden your horizon to the entire flood world, the old man of the river Styx, Jin Yuanzi, the queen mother of the west, and other powerful people are not a match for Kong Xian. However, even so, Kong Xian's qualifications were top-notch in the flood. If he could take in such a disciple, Luowen would be more than happy to do so. Thinking for a moment, Luowen didn't respond immediately. Pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and asked, "Elder Xuanhuang, as the mother of Kong Xian, the oldest ancestor of the Phoenix clan, and being proficient in the way of the 5 elements yourself, why don't you personally teach him?" When Xuanhuang heard this, a bitter smile appeared on her face, and there seemed to be 1,000 words in her eyes that were hard to describe. "Why would I not want to personally teach Kong Xian? Just my Phoenix clan karma is entangled. If Kong Xian and my Phoenix clan is too deeply involved, I'm afraid it will hinder his future cultivation path. Though I am reluctant to give up, I can only endure the pain and hope that you can be his guide. Pity the world's parents." Senior Xuanhuang licks his calf and his blood is thicker than water. I understand your feelings very well. Luowen let out a light sigh, then he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Xuanhuang. According to the innate agreement, I am willing to accept Kong Xian as my disciple, but as a master, I naturally have to bestow my disciple with 1 or 2 self-defense magic treasures as a gift of meeting. However, in total, I have only obtained 1 Nanmingli fire and 1 Nirvana flame from your Phoenix clan, so in that case, wouldn't I be at a great loss? When Xuanhuang heard this, the corner of her mouth curled up into a warm smile. She seemed to have long anticipated that the unprofitable Luowen would have this to say. Only to see her gently raise her hand, the light flickered in her palm, instantly condensing white, green, black, and 4 differently colored, crystal-clear beads. I knew that you Luowen is not a person who was willing to take losses. These 4 beads are the treasures of my Phoenix clan's treasures of the Jin clan, and today it will be used as your compensation for accepting Kong Xian as your disciple. Chapter 61, Innate 5 Spirit Pearls, the first peacock of heaven and earth. The 4 spiritual pearls of the innate heaven. Luowen's eyes gleamed as his Yuanshan power quietly invaded these 4 spirit beads and instantly learned of their extraordinary features. It turned out that each of these spirit beads was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure possessing 36 prohibitions, and it contained the majestic power of the laws of gold, wood, water, and earth. There were originally 5 of the 5 spiritual pearls of the innate heaven, one of which, the fire spiritual pearl, was left behind during the Dragon Han cataclysm, resulting in a great loss of the spiritual treasure's power, which is a real pity. Xuanhuang sighed, not without regret. How could she have known that the 1 fire spirit pearl that was left behind was in Luowen's hands? These 4 beads, together with the innate fire spirit bead in Luowen's hand, could just make up the innate 5 spirit bead. And when the 5 spirit beads were united together, their power was not to be underestimated, not weaker than those extremely high-grade innate spirit treasures that possessed 45 prohibitions. What surprised Luowen even more was that this innate 5 spirit bead had a party of innate formations hidden within its restrictions. Innate 5 spirit grand formation. In terms of defense, the innate 5 spirit grand formation was one of the top 2 existences in the flood world. This formation contained the 5 laws of heaven and earth, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which were born in conjunction with each other and were able to derive endless changes. What was even more powerful was that if one could gather all the innate 5 square flags, they could also set up an innate 5 elements formation together with the innate 5 spirit beads. Once the innate 5 elements grand formation came out, the innate 5 square flag would occupy the position of the 5 squares, while the innate 5 spirit pearls surrounded it, and between the flow of the 5 elements, the great Tao was alive and well, and its defense was invincible. Although the innate 5 spirit formation that was only arranged with the innate 5 spirit pearls was far inferior to the complete innate 5 elements formation in terms of defense, but even so, its power was enough to make Luowen feel satisfied. Luowen carefully put the innate 5 spirit pearls into his bag, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smug smile, then he changed into a fawning expression and said to Xuanhuang, Senior Xuanhuang, although the Phoenix clan is no longer as glorious as it used to be, it has a deep heritage, so I'm sure that it is still hiding quite a lot of good things. Look, can you be more generous and grant me a few more treasures? Xuanhuang sniffed, her gaze deep, seemingly weighing something. A moment later, she gently waved her sleeve, and 2 bright rays of light flew out from her sleeve and landed steadily on the ground, which were actually 2 huge and incomparable crystals, one of which emitted a dazzling metallic luster. These 2 crystals were so large that when they landed, even the earth trembled, highlighting their extraordinary nature. Chaos Essence Gold. Seeing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Luowen's eyes, and he hurriedly stepped forward and with a smile on his face, he put the 2 crystals into his own spatial magic treasure. He knew that this Chaos Essence Gold came from the chaos world outside the flood domain. Due to being polished by the chaotic airflow for years, it was tough and incomparable, and was an excellent material to be used for weaponsmithing. Having gained benefits, Luowen was secretly happy in his heart, but his mouth was still not knowing enough. Treasure, naturally, the more the better. Senior, if there is still extra, may as well give me a few more. Senior will certainly be grateful. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Xuanhuang sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes, glaring at Luowen without any good humor, snapping, You brat, you're really getting ahead of yourself. Although my Phoenix clan is rich, it's not an inexhaustible treasure trove. Luowen hemmed and hawed, but in his heart, he was already very content. This time, not only did he pick up an exceptionally gifted disciple for nothing, but he also accidentally harvested 3 pieces of precious and incomparable treasures. It was really a big profit. Senior Xuanhuang, I wonder where my disciple Kong Xian is at the moment. Luowen turned his words around and asked about Kong Xian's whereabouts. My son Kong Xian has yet to take form at this moment. He is hidden by me in a secret realm. You will know when you go there. Xuanhuang said, reaching out and pointing. A stream of light instantly disappeared into Luowen's brow, which recorded detailed information about the location of the secret realm where Kong Xian was. Then Senior, how can I convince Kong Xian that it was you who told me to take him as my disciple? Luowen suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly asked. This is not difficult. Xuanhuang smiled faintly and took out a colorful feather from her body, handing it to Luowen. This is the true feather that I shed when I was reborn in Nirvana. Xian will believe your words as long as he sees this true feather. Very good. Carefully incorporating the true feather of Xuanhuang into his arms, Luowen said with a hint of respect in his tone, Senior Xuanhuang, if there are no other orders, I'll leave you here. Go, and be careful along the way. Xuanhuang nodded gently, her gaze revealing a hint of expectation. Luowen's figure shifted and transformed into a dazzling golden light as he sped towards the direction Xuanhuang had pointed out. Time passed, and 100 years passed. Luowen finally found where that one secret realm was near the Nanming volcano. This place was said to be a secret realm, but in actuality, it was a valley guarded by an innate great formation. Arriving in front of the innate grand formation, Luowen raised his hand and pointed. Open. It was as if that big formation had opened up its spirit, directly opening a one-person high light door, allowing Luowen to step into it. And now that Luowen's cultivation had reached the quasi-saint realm, an ordinary innate great formation was no more than a matter of minutes for him to crack. Arriving in the middle of the large formation, Luowen looked up and his eyes lit up violently, only to see a strangely shaped being standing on a boulder-strewn high cliff not far away. It was a giant bird that was 100 feet long. Its head resembled a phoenix, its feathers were variegated, especially its tail feathers were even more brilliant, and the 5 true feathers of white, green, black, red, and yellow were intertwined, just like the most splendid rainbow in the sky. This is the first peacock in heaven and earth, the direct descendant of Xuanhuang, Xian. Since Luowen did not deliberately conceal his figure, when he appeared in Xian's line of sight, Xian had also detected his presence. Who are you? What is your business here? Xian's eyes were like torches, tightly locked onto Luowen, the aura radiating from Luowen's body eluded him. Luowen smiled blandly and first introduced himself. Poverty wrote as East Sea scattered immortal Luowen is also. Afterwards, his tone was firm and straightforward. I have come here because I have been entrusted by your mother, Xuanhuang, to accept you as an apprentice disciple. Oh, how can I believe empty words without proof? Xian heard this and frowned slightly, obviously not immediately believing Luowen's words. Can there be proof? Xian questioned. Luowen smiled faintly and took out the Xuanhuang true feather from his bosom, gently unfolding it. This is a gift from your mother Xuanhuang herself. She once said that you will understand when you see this true feather. Xian gazed at the true feather, a hint of movement flashing in his eyes. This is indeed the true feather of my mother, Xuanhuang. However, his words changed, and there was a hint of challenge in his tone. However, if you want to take me as your disciple, this alone is far from enough, and you still need to see if you have the ability to do so. Luowen did not feel the slightest surprise when he saw this. He knew that Xian was arrogant in nature and would not be easily subdued. Not to mention facing himself as a quasi-saint powerhouse, even if he were to face a Heaven's Path saint, he would definitely not bow his head. Chapter 62, Subduing Xian, West Kunlun encounters the 9 heavenly maidens. Thinking of this, Luowen smiled faintly, his tone carrying a bit of confidence. Little friend Xian, you can show your means. The poor Taoist would like to see what kind of ability you actually have, and whether you can impress the poor Taoist. When Xian heard this, a blazing light flashed in his eyes, and the 5 colored true feathers on his tail feathers instantly shone brightly. However, strangely enough, just as the 5 colored divine light suddenly enveloped Luowen's body, it instantly dissipated without a trace like morning mist encountering the scorching sun. The Great Terror. Witnessing that his own proud innate divine ability was completely ineffective against Luowen, Xian couldn't help but feel an unspeakable shock rising within his heart. Little friend Xian, this 5 colored divine light of yours is really powerful, and I have already learned from it. Now, let me also show you my understanding of the power of the 5 elements. The corner of Luowen's mouth hooked into a faint smile, and when he raised his hand, a pillar of radiant and dazzling light, mixing the 5 essence of white, green, black, red, and yellow, was like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping towards Xian. Since visualizing the immortal Hulk world, Luowen had initially grasped the mysteries of the power of the 5 elements. Coupled with his own cultivation advantage, he directly formed a descending strike-like crush on Xian. Witnessing the 5-colored essence of mangoes coming from the sky, Xian's heart alarm bells rang loudly, and he hastily lifted his wings to escape. However, just as he rose up in the air, it was as if he was firmly grabbed by huge invisible hands and fell down hard in front of Luowen. Luowen wore a gentle smile on his face as he gazed deeply at Xian in front of him and slowly spoke, Little friend, do you think that I'm qualified to be your master? Xian's temperament was bratty, but he was by no means a person who did not know what was right. He knew that the strength of the person in front of him was unfathomable, and immediately fell to his knees in front of Luowen with a happy heart, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times, Disciple Xian, pay respects to master. Get up! Luowen gently raised his hand and a warm and powerful force lifted Xian up. From now on, you are my first disciple. In this jade bottle, there are 10 innate 5 elements pills hidden, right as a gift for you from my master. Luowen said, took out the crystal clear jade bottle from his sleeve, gently placed it in front of Xian, and explained in detail, these 5 elemental pills are carefully refined by my master with the fruits of the extremely high-grade innate spirit root innate 5 needle pine. They can help you to quickly condense the 5 chi in your chest, and help you to break through to the top of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Looking at the 5 bottles of spirit pills in front of him, Kong Xian's heart surged with excitement. He was already very high, not yet in shape, and has reached the top of the Golden Immortal. With this innate 5 elements of the Dan, with his qualifications, want to break through to the peak of the realm of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, but it is as easy as a slap in the face thing. It would at least save him hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation. You need to cultivate diligently and strive to transform out of your form as soon as possible. At that time, you can go to the East Sea's Abbot Island to find me. Luowen said, his finger gently raised. Buzz. A divine thought as vast as the sea surged out, and in a matter of moments, it transmitted the location of Fangjiang Island into Kong Xian's mind. I will definitely do my best to cultivate hard and live up to my master's expectations. Kong Xian's expression was solemn and dignified, his tone full of firmness and determination. I'll go too. Luowen nodded his head and immediately shifted his body, transforming into a bright and dazzling golden light that rushed away. The next target was the western Kunlun Mountains, where the Queen Mother of the West was located. Time flies like a shuttle, time is like an arrow, and 100 years pass in a flash. On this day, Luowen's figure once again appeared over the western Kunlun immortal realm. As far as the eye could see, this place was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the immortal atmosphere was indistinct, as if it was a pure land isolated from the world. Just as he was about to use his divine thoughts to probe where the Queen Mother of the West was, a figure wearing a golden wisp of jade suddenly swept in. It was a beautiful and majestic female immortal in armor, and with a questioning face, she asked sternly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Kunlun immortal realm? This is a sacred place, do not enter unless invited." "This fairy, I am the East Sea Loose Immortal, Luowen is also." Luowen introduced himself, his voice carrying an unquestionable firmness. He continued, "My trip is not an unwarranted intrusion, but in fact, I have an appointment with the Queen Mother of the West, and I have come here to fulfill it." "Luowen? You are Senior Luowen?" The white-clothed female immortal sniffed, surprise written all over her face as her gaze locked onto Luowen. "Fairy recognizes poor Taoist?" Luowen was slightly surprised and pondered in his heart, convinced that he had never met this female immortal before. Usually when he met a female immortal with a higher face value, he would be impressed and wouldn't forget it easily. "Senior Nine Heavens Xian Nu, meet Senior." The Nine Heavens Xian Nu nodded her head, a hint of awe in her tone. "Although I have never met Senior, I have often heard my master mention it." "Master?" Luowen already had a few guesses in his heart. "Your family's master, could it be the Queen Mother of the West?" "Exactly." The 9 heavenly mysteries responded briefly. "Has your master ever mentioned that there is a marriage contract between me and her? The poor Taoist is here today to consummate the marriage with her." Luowen wasn't ambiguous and said directly to the point. "So you're not a senior, you're a senior male." The 9 heavenly mysteries maiden sniffed and her pretty face slightly reddened. She didn't expect Luowen to be so direct, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Jiu Tian Xian Nu. The two were in the midst of their embarrassment when they were interrupted by the Western Queen Mother, who hurriedly arrived. "You foolish child, don't talk nonsense." Seeing her master's face showing displeasure, the 9 heavenly mysteries spat out her tongue and immediately silenced her voice, not daring to say anything else. The Western Queen Mother's gaze turned to Luowen. She realized that she couldn't even peek into his depths and couldn't help but be surprised. "You've already cultivated into the quasi-saint realm?" "That's for sure." Luowen smiled faintly, his eyes revealing confidence and composure. "Did you say I'd come to marry you once I've cultivated into a paragon? Naturally I'm going to go all out and won't dare to slow down even for a moment." Smooth talker. Queen Mother of the West sniffed, her face covered with redness. She pouted and then said, "I remember the last time we met in the Purple Heavenly Palace, you were still only in the late stage of the Dala Golden Immortal. I didn't think that in just a few tens of thousands of years of light, you have already skyrocketed and been promoted to quasi-saint. I, on the other hand, am still stuck at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm." Western Queen Mother's words carried a bit of emotion and helplessness. Mother West sighed softly, her pretty face flushed red. She knew that Luowen was extremely talented and would surpass herself sooner or later. "I just didn't expect this moment to come so quickly." Luowen wore a smile on his face and stared closely at Xuanhuang with blazing eyes. "My cultivation has already surpassed yours, should you follow your promise from the past?" Seemingly a little flustered by Luowen's sharp gaze, the Queen Mother of the West was so shy that she covered her face. Her voice was light but full of determination. "Since I promised, I absolutely can't go back on my word. I promise to become your Taoist couple." Upon hearing the Western Queen Mother's words, the corner of Luowen's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, as if he was deliberately teasing her. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, please say it again louder." "Roll. You just know how to bully me." Mother of the West was shy and annoyed, her jade hand lightly waved, gently pounding on Luowen's chest with a few pouts. Luowen smoothly wrapped his arms around the Queen Mother of the West and embraced her tightly in his arms. The power was both gentle and firm, as if he wanted to incorporate her into his body. Chapter 63, Immortal Pill of Immortality, Queen Mother of the West's Great Spending. The Queen Mother of the West symbolically struggled for a bit, but then gave up her resistance and allowed Luowen to embrace her, enjoying this rare warmth. When the 9 heavenly mysteries saw this, her face reddened to the roots of her ears. She had never seen her own master so shy, and for a moment she was so surprised that she couldn't even close her mouth, hurriedly and subconsciously turned her back, not daring to look again. It was only at this moment that the Queen Mother of the West remembered that there was a Jiu Tian Xian standing next to her. She hurriedly broke free from Luo Wen's arms and resumed her usual majesty and dignity. Luo Wen, let me introduce you, this is my recently accepted disciple, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu was ice clever and immediately comprehended her master's meaning as she respectfully saluted. Disciple has met Master Gong. She immediately changed her words. Good. Luo Wen nodded and slowly took out an exquisite jade bottle from his sleeve, which was carved with dragons and phoenixes, flowing with color, appearing extraordinary. He gently sent the jade bottle to the Nine Heavens Xian Nu and laughed. This contains 10 golden elemental pills, which are of considerable benefit in raising the cultivation level of a Golden Immortal. You are now in the middle stage of Golden Immortal cultivation, so this golden elemental dan will be useful to you, so consider it as a gift from me to you. Give it to me? When the Nine Heavens Xian Nu heard this, a trace of surprise and gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly bowed and saluted. Many thanks for the generous gift, Master Duke. Disciple will definitely remember it and live up to the expectations. She was secretly grateful in her heart. This golden elemental dan was indeed a much-needed item for her, and with it, her cultivation would definitely be able to further advance. Seeing this, Luo Wen smiled faintly and turned to look at the Western Queen Mother on the side, saying, Western Queen Mother, I'm new here and have yet to appreciate the beauty of the Kunlun immortal realm, so I wonder if you could take me on a tour? The Western Queen Mother sniffed and nodded slightly, her gaze softly looking at the Nine Heavenly Xian Maiden. You go down first, I'll take Luo Wen around. Yes. The 9 heavenly mysteries led the order and respectfully retreated. Afterward, the Queen Mother of the West led Luo Wen and strolled through the Kunlun fairyland. Here, the blue sky, cloudy, like a heaven on earth. From time to time there are white cranes spreading their wings and soaring in the sky. From time to time there are colorful deer leisurely stroll. The sound of its song is crisp and pleasant to the ear. It is refreshing. Luo Wen and the Queen Mother of the West traveled all the way around, enjoying the many beautiful sights, and finally came to the garden where the Queen Mother of the West had carefully planted her spiritual roots and plants. There were numerous spiritual roots gathered here, a dazzling array of them. In addition to the vast majority of them being ordinary Hotian innate spirit roots, there were also 2 extremely high-grade innate spirits, which appeared to be especially precious. After visiting the elixir garden, Luo Wen came to the alchemy room with Queen Mother West. The alchemy room was surrounded by light smoke, and in the center was placed an antique-colored dan furnace. There were many potion gourds placed around them, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Rowan's eyes burned as he saw this. In the flood, there were many great powers who were good at the way of alchemy. As if Laozi Tai Ching, the head of the 3 Qing, was a world-famous Dan Dao master in the flood. He possessed the Pangdu inheritance and was especially good at alchemy. The 9 Revolutions golden pill that he refined was a rare elixir in the floodplains, and it was said that it was hard to find a single pill. Like old man Tai Ching, in the lineage of alchemy, Xuanhuang was also one of the top experts. I've heard that Queen Mother of the West is good at refining pills, especially the immortal pill with the most miraculous effects. Can you let me have a look? Thinking of this, Luo Wen asked curiously. As far as I can remember, the immortality elixir that Hui, the great sorcerer of later times, went up to the western Kunlun mountains to ask for in order for his wife Chang'e to gain immortality was from the handiwork of Xuanhuang. Of course. The Western Queen Mother nodded, and with a wave of her big hand, she offered up a medicinal gourd and handed it to Luo Wen. What's contained in this gourd is the immortal pill of immortality that was refined using those 9 yellow medium plums as the material. Unscrewing the lid of the gourd, Luo Wen poured out an immortal pill of immortality and placed it in his hand, his eyes brightening slightly. Just see this, a small immortal medicine actually exudes out of the endless vitality. Shining metaphysical light will be surrounded by irradiation of bright and transparent, metaphysical and metaphysical. The immortal pill of immortality is truly magical. Seeing this, Luo Wen couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had some experience in the way of alchemy, he was still slightly inferior compared to the Queen Mother of the West. This immortal elixir contains a large number of majestic vitality. Mortals only need to smell, will be able to look ageless, youth forever, if you can eat one, but also can be immortal, with the sun and moon with the gung. The Queen Mother of the West saw this, not without pride, said, it's a pity that I only have 9 yellow plums in my hands, otherwise, I should be able to refine more, and when the Peach Festival is held in Zikanlun in the future, it can also be used to entertain the world's great powers. You're short of Huang Zhongli? Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Wen sniffed and immediately nodded his head in response. I have quite a few Huang Zhongli in my hands right now. If you need it, feel free to take it. Saying so, he made a big move with his hand and offered hundreds of yellow medium plums. And now that he had reached the quasi-saint realm, the yellow medium plum had no effect on him, so he might as well take it out and give it to the Queen Mother of the West. You actually have so many yellow medium plums. Seeing the hundreds of yellow medium plums in front of her, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't close her mouth in surprise. The yellow Chinese plum blossoms once in 30,000 years, bears fruit once in 30,000 years, matures once in 30,000 years, and takes 90,000 years at the earliest to bear 9. She couldn't figure out where on earth the other party had gotten so much from, since only 200,000 years had passed since the last time she had met with Luowen by full count. I'm now in the quasi-saint realm, the yellow mediumly is of no use to me anymore, so feel free to ask for it if you need it. Rowan smiled mysteriously and said faintly, this is a really big deal. Receiving the hundreds of yellow medium plums, the Queen Mother of the West said in surprise. One must know that the yellow medium plum was, after all, the first of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate, and if it was used to entertain guests at the Peach Festival, it would definitely be very dignified. You're my Luowen's woman, so of course you can't lose your face in front of the flood powers. Luowen smiled. Just playing the poor talker. Mother of the West looked at Luowen with an affectionate brow and pouted, hate it. By the way, can you give me a few of these immortal pills? Luowen glanced at the gourd of immortal pills and asked, what do you want it for? Queen Mother of the West asked. Luowen was now a quasi-saint powerhouse, and the immortal pill of immortality had little effect on him. I still have 2 attendant children in my Abbot Island dojo, Luowen pondered for a moment and said, I want to use this immortal pill of immortality to help stabilize their cultivation roots. The immortal pill contained a large amount of vitality, which was very suitable for stabilizing the cultivation realm. Luowen planned to take it to the White Lady and Shaoqing to help them quickly raise their realms. I see. The Western Queen Mother sniffed and nodded. How many do you want? 2 is enough. Rowan said after a slight thought. The immortal pill of immortality was made by the Queen Mother of the West by spending endless years and utilizing heavenly treasures, and 2 of them were already very precious. 2 are too few, let's give them all to you. With these hundreds of yellow medium plum fruits, I'll be able to continuously refine immortal pills. Mother West waved her sleeve and handed the entire gourd filled with immortal pills to Luo. Chapter 64 Yin-Yang Avenue, Divine Soul Dual Cultivation. Then I'll thank you for my 2 children. Having obtained the immortal pill, Luowen arched his hand and bowed. Thanks for what? What's there to be outgoing with me? Mother of the West gave Luowen a blank look and said petulantly. By the way, since cultivating into a paragon, I've gained some new insights into the way of the laws. Luowen suddenly remembered something and continued. Why don't you and I sit down and discuss the way, and exchange some insights? Good. Hearing Luowen's words, the Queen Mother of the West immediately nodded her head in response. Ever since she returned from listening to the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, she had been comprehending the way of laws, wanting to use it to break through the bottleneck of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Sparing tens of thousands of years of closed-door enlightenment, the effect was still unsatisfactory. Now that Luowen had cultivated into a quasi-saint and had comprehended the laws of fire to the 7th level, he had long surpassed Xuanhuang in the way of laws. Now, instead of discussing the Tao with the Queen Mother of the West, it is actually more like instructing her as a person who has been there before, and of course, the Queen Mother of the West can't refuse. You are best at the laws of water, while I am best at the laws of fire. You and I discussing the Tao just happens to complement each other's strengths, and it will be beneficial to everyone. Luowen smiled faintly and said, let's begin then. After that, Queen Mother West and Luowen found a cave surrounded by spiritual plants with abundant spiritual qi and sat down to discuss the Tao. The 2 of them shook their bodies, and the celebratory clouds behind them beckoned with arcane auras. The 2 celebratory clouds intermingled with each other, inspiring a metaphysical and strange colorful array of colors. In the beginning, Xuanhuang was able to calmly explain her profound realization of the great Tao of water, her voice soft and full of wisdom, as if every word contained endless mysteries. Her explanation was like a fresh spring that slowly flowed through Luowen's heart, giving him a deeper understanding of the Tao of water. But as time passed quietly, the Tao spoken by the Queen Mother of the West became more and more profound, as if it touched the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. Gradually, the dominance of the discourse shifted to Luo, who spoke eloquently about his realization of the great Tao of water, while Xuanhuang listened quietly, a light of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Not only did Luo finish speaking about his realization of the great Tao of water, he also began to expound on the mysteries of the 4 great Taos of gold, wood, fire, and earth with great intent. His words were like a spring breeze turning rain, moisturizing Xuanhuang's heart. The 5 elements were mutually exclusive, interdependent, and mutually restraining, and understanding these 4 avenues would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the comprehension of the avenue of water. Time flies like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed. During these long years, Luowen and Xuanhuang were immersed in the sea of discourse, forgetting the passage of time. When the last words fell, the 2's discourse finally came to an end. The Queen Mother of the West slowly opened her eyes, and a dazzling glint erupted from the bottom of her eyes as she excitedly cried out, my comprehension of the laws of water has already risen to the 4th level. When I digest all that you have said, I am confident that I will raise my comprehension to the 5th level. Luowen smiled and nodded in satisfaction. His 3,000 years of preaching hadn't been in vain after all. He smiled and said, no need to be polite, didn't we say that we don't need to say thank you to each other? When Mother West heard this, a warm current surged in her heart. She looked at Luowen gratefully and said, this discourse means a lot to me, at least it saved me several Yuan councils of bitter cultivation. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, complement each other, the 5 elements must be combined with Yin and Yang, and yin and yang must be combined with the 5 elements. Luowen smiled faintly and said with a deep gaze, I just finished telling you about the 5 elements avenue. How about we explore the yin-yang avenue together next? Yin-yang avenue? Queen Mother of the West showed a puzzled look. Neither she nor Luowen had ever comprehended the laws of yin and yang, so how could they explore this mysterious yin-yang avenue? However, Rowan soon answered her doubts with practical actions. As the saying goes, Lone Yin does not grow, Lone Yang does not grow. This yin and yang avenue simply cannot be comprehended by one person alone. It must be explored with the combined efforts of the two of us. Luowen smiled faintly and said in a slightly mysterious manner, so that's how it is, then I will definitely cooperate fully. The Western Queen Mother sniffed and nodded her head seriously in response. And now that she was in a hurry to break through to the quasi-saint realm, she naturally spared no effort, refusing to miss even the slightest opportunity to fully comprehend the way of the laws. In the next moment, Luowen's mind moved slightly, releasing his divine sense and slowly floating into the air. With a firm gaze and a hint of curiosity and anticipation, he wandered over to the top of Queen Mother West. The Queen Mother of the West was sitting quietly at the moment, like a bright moon, emitting a soft and mysterious light. Luowen was surprised to find that Queen Mother of the West was transformed by the first supreme yin chi in heaven and earth, surrounded by the majestic Taiyi laws. Without the slightest hesitation, he fell straight towards where the Queen Mother of the West was. However, to his surprise, his Yuanshan was not hindered in any way, as if it was gently accepted by an invisible force. All of this seemed so smooth and natural. Soon, Luowen felt a strong force of attraction coming from Queen Mother West's mud pill palace. He didn't resist it in the slightest. Instead, he followed this force and began to slowly travel through Xuanhuang's divine consciousness under the guidance of his own will. The divine consciousness of Queen Mother West was filled with thick auras of supreme yin, and these auras began to boil violently after Luowen's supreme yang aura entered, as if they were ancient forces that had been awakened and were releasing their potential. A cold and warm aura surrounded Luowen, making him feel incomparably comfortable and tranquil. Gradually, an unspeakably wonderful feeling surged through his heart, as if he was on top of the clouds, enjoying endless pleasure and fulfillment. This feeling made him a little lost, as if time had stood still. If a great power was here, he would have been surprised to find that a yin and a yang breath were playing around in Xuanhuang's mud pill palace, sometimes transforming into swimming dragons and entwining in pairs, sometimes transforming into flying phoenixes and flying high on the wings. This is precisely the manifestation of the supreme principle of heaven and earth, the great Tao of yin and yang. As this scene arose, the two auras of supreme yin and yang within the Western Queen Mother's body gradually balanced, and a mysterious aura surrounded it. Under the effect of this aura, the injuries that the Queen Mother of the West had previously sustained were also recovering rapidly, and her tightly locked brows gradually unfurled. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, Luowen woke up like a dream. He felt as if he had experienced an incomparably wonderful dream. However, while he was caught up in his epiphany, he neglected the Western Queen Mother next to him. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes fluttered gently as she slowly opened them, a complex light flickering in her eyes. In front of him, Rowan had a bit of teasing in his eyes. On the other hand, Queen Mother of the West was shy, her hands gently covering her cheeks. She slightly stomped her foot, with a few points of aggression and pouting in her voice. Luowen, you're lying. This is not a yin and yang avenue, it's clearly a male and female avenue. Seeing this, the corners of Luowen's mouth hooked up with a deeper smile. He slowly approached Xuanhuang, softly explaining, male is yang, female is yin. The way of male and female is also the most simple yin and yang theory in the heavens and earth. Therefore, the male and female avenue can also be regarded as a manifestation of the yin and yang avenue. So how can it be said to be deceptive? Chapter 65 Evolution of the Immortal Hulk World, visiting the underworld Blood Sea again. When the Queen Mother of the West heard this, the blush on her face increased, and she lowered her head and whispered, even so, the great Tao of men and women is just a small path among many great paths, and you and I, being cultivators, how can we waste too much time in this gentle land of children's and women's love? This is not true. Luowen gently held Xuanhuang's hand, his gaze gentle but firm. There are 3,000 great roads, and all of them can be certified as mixed elements. But in these 3,000 avenues, which one of them does not start from the smallest point and gradually comprehend the supreme principle of heaven and earth? Although the male and female avenues are small, they contain the mystery of yin and yang. If we can understand one or two of them, it will be very beneficial to our cultivation. Time was like running water, passing silently, and without realizing it, another 1,000 years had passed. After exploring that profound and mysterious yin-yang avenue together with Luowen, the Queen Mother of the West was deeply impressed that her cultivation had been refined by another layer, and the relationship between the two of them had deepened a lot. After completing his seclusion, Luowen bid farewell to Xuanhuang and reluctantly left the cloudy and misty Golden Immortal realm. Exploring the yin-yang avenue has depleted quite a bit of Yuanshan power. Eat an immortal pill of immortality to suppress the shock. Recalling the scene of discussing the Tao with the Queen Mother of the West, Luowen smiled faintly, looking unfulfilled, and took out an immortal pill of immortality and ate it. Then with a shake of his body, he transformed into a bright and dazzling golden light and sped towards the distant Abbot's Island. He planned to make a trip back to the Abbot Island first, fetch the Chaos Gourd, capture some more demonic beasts and put them into the immortal gourd world, so that they could flourish in it, and at the same time give the immortal pill of immortality obtained from the Queen Mother of the West to the White Maiden and Xuanhuang, to help them raise their cultivation. 100 years passed by in a flash, and Luowen once again appeared in the sky above Abbot Island. Sensing Luowen's return, White Lady and Xuanhuang were overjoyed and busily came out to greet him. "White Lady, how has the immortal Hulk world evolved during my absence?" Luowen couldn't wait to ask as soon as he opened his mouth. "Master, please take a look." With a smile on her face, the White Lady gently handed the chaotic gourd to Luowen. Luowen immediately activated the power of his Yuanshen and invaded the gourd, carefully examining it, and his eyes brightened slightly, only to see that the gourd world has been greatly changed, no longer a barren and dead, but has become vibrant and green. There are not only a variety of flowers, plants, and trees, there are also insects, fish, birds and animals in which free shuttle, but these living beings have not yet opened the spirit of wisdom, just some ordinary birds and beasts. Great job! It's really impressive. Luowen looked at the thriving scene in the gourd world and exchanged praises. He knew that the fact that the gourd world had evolved to this extent had a lot to do with the White Lady's tireless hard work over the years. "Many thanks for the compliment, Master." The White Lady was very happy in her heart at these words. Being able to receive Luowen's praise, her pretty face slightly reddened. All these years of hard work hadn't been in vain after all. "White Lady, Little Ching, your breakthrough is imminent. This is a critical moment. I went out for an adventure this time, and by chance I obtained 9 precious immortal pills of immortality, so take them and refine them. They will definitely make your foundations deeper, and lay a solid foundation for your future cultivation path," Luowen said, taking out the precious gourd containing the immortal pills and handing it over to the Snake Demon Sisters. "Many thanks for your generous gift, Master." Receiving the immortal pill of immortality, the Snake Demon Sisters spoke in unison, their tones filled with gratitude. Anticipation shone in their eyes, as if they saw the hope of furthering their cultivation. Seeing this, Luowen smiled faintly and then said, "Alright, you guys go down and cultivate at ease." After explaining everything, Luowen refused to stay. His body flashed and transformed into a brilliant golden light as he sped towards the distant flood continent. In less than 100 years, Luowen once again returned to the eastern continent. He constantly hunted powerful demonic beasts, and included them in the gourd world transformed by the purple-black gourd. These demonic beasts would become blood builders in the gourd world, providing Luowen with a constant supply of evolution points. Luowen knew deep down that although the gourd world had opened up, its roots were still shallow and its resources were scarce, and it was still far from being able to harvest. Thus, he took out the treasured spiritual liquid of creation and poured it into the immortal gourd world as if he didn't need any money, to bless the earth in all directions. In the next moment, a continuous golden moist rain fell within the immortal gourd world, moisturizing every inch of the land, and all kinds of spiritual medicines grew rapidly and vibrantly under the watering of the spiritual rain. Subsequently, Luowen carved an elaborate spirit-gathering formation on the Chaos Gourd, which was so powerful that it could introduce the rich spiritual chi from the flood world into the immortal gourd world in a continuous stream, injecting new vitality into it. In this way, the demonic beasts in the gourd world will be able to obtain a better cultivation environment, and the speed of cultivation enhancement will be greatly accelerated. Luowen probed the situation of the gourd world with his Yuanshan power and nodded in satisfaction, his heart filled with anticipation. Time flies like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed by quietly. Name, Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race, blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation, early sainthood. Mouthpiece, 12 items 0/30 million. Wings, 12th grade 0/30 million. Body, 12th grade 0/30 million. Evolution points, 85. 5 million. Magic treasures, Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, Banana Fan of Seafire, Banana Fan of Capricorn Water, 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Principal Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, Water and Fire Gourd, Spiritual Treasure Gourd, and Chaos Gourd. Spiritual Roots, Starfruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. During these 10,000 years, Luowen continuously traveled the flooded eastern continent. He traveled day in and day out and collected quite a few evolution points. However, even though he hunted and killed demonic beasts moment by moment, the evolution points he got were still not enough to evolve his mouthpiece, body, and wings all to the 13th grade. On the one hand, Luowen didn't convert all the hunted demonic beasts into evolution points, but chose to put most of them into his newly opened up immortal Hulk world. As time passed, the number of demonic beasts in the gourd world had swelled to a staggering 100,000 people. Although the cultivation of these demonic beasts is still shallow, the highest is only the Golden Immortal realm. But under Luowen's careful cultivation, they are gradually growing, adding a majestic vitality and vigor to the gourd world. Since Jun entered the demon court small world, the demon races on the flood continent have defected to his command, causing the demon races on this great land to migrate in a big way, and the demon cultivators to become more and more scarce. In this way, the difficulty of collecting evolution points is naturally increasing with each passing day. Looking at the vast flooded land in front of him, Luowen couldn't help but feel a few feelings in his heart. However, reality is always cruel. The speed at which he collected evolution points had slowed down by more than 100 times compared to before Hongjun became a saint. Luowen knew deep down that if he continued to hunt demonic beasts in the existing manner, he was afraid that his progress would be extremely limited. Thus, he made a bold decision: putting 100,000 demonic beasts in the gourd world is also enough, so let the rest reproduce on their own. As for me, I should look for other ways to obtain blood energy. After some deep thought, Luowen turned his attention to the legendary underworld Blood Sea. Chapter 66, Evolving Again, Encountering Great Opportunities. In the eyes of the flood spirit, the underworld sea of blood, which seemed to be dead, in Luowen's eyes was a treasure trove that contained infinite evolutionary points. Thus, he transformed into a brilliant golden light, like a meteor that cut through the sky, and flew straight towards the direction of the sea of blood. After a few decades, Luowen finally arrived at the palpitating underworld Blood Sea. He sacrificed his magic treasure, the blood god Cauldron, and began the long refining process. The seawater of the underworld Blood Sea was tainted by the grudges and fury of living beings, and the essence in it was severely damaged, less than 10%. Rowan had to spend 10 times as much time to extract a single evolution point from it. Such days were undoubtedly boring, and without realizing it, another 15,000 years passed by quietly. During these long years, Luowen had always stood firm on the shores of the Blood Sea, constantly refining the evolution points. Name: Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race: Blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation: Early Sainthood. Mouthpiece: 12 items 0/30 million. Wings: 12th grade 0/30 million. Body: 12th grade 0/30 million. Evolution points: 90 million. Magic treasures: Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, Banana Fan of Seafire, Banana Fan of Capricorn Water, 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Principal Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, Water and Fire Gourd, Spiritual Treasure Gourd, and Chaos Gourd. Spiritual Roots, Starfruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. It's finally done. Looking at the system tip bar, Rowan's eyes flashed with excitement. Evolution. With a thought, he sent a command to the system. Buzz. Blazing energy swept through his body like a torrent, and every drop of blood seemed to be ignited and boiling. The corners of Rowan's mouth slowly hooked up, and his scarlet eyes blossomed with radiant light. Roar. 10,000 years later, Rowan completed his evolution once again and let out a deafening roar involuntarily. This roar, like a thunderous explosion, reverberated in the vast sea of blood, setting off layers of waves. Hearing this mournful hissing, the few living beings in the blood sea of billions of miles around were so frightened that they ducked and dived into the seabed, shivering. Name: Rowan, Mosquito Man. Race: Blood-winged black mosquito. Cultivation: Early Saint. Mouthpiece: 13th item 0/100 million. Wings: 13th item 0/100 million. Body: 13th grade 0/1 billion. Evolution points: 0,000. Magic treasures: Blood God Gun, Blood God Tripod, Chaos Pearl, White Lotus of the Pure World, Banana Fan of Seafire, Banana Fan of Capricorn Water, 1 Hongmeng Purple Chi, Green Lotus of Creation, 9 Principal Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, Water and Fire Gourd, Spiritual Treasure Gourd, and Chaos Gourd. Spiritual Roots, Starfruit Tree, Innate 5 Needle Pine, Yellow Medium Plum. Looking at the data on the system attribute bar, Luowen's eyes burned. Now, my heal has reached the 13th grade, far surpassing the 3 Qings, the 12 ancestral witches, and even the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. You should know that under the heavenly Tao, 9 is the extreme of number, and 12 is the great perfection. The 3 flowers and 13 grades have already exceeded the limits of the heavenly Tao. Feeling the surging power within his body, Luowen's expression grew more and more agitated, and his eyes flashed with determination and confidence. After the bloodline completed its evolution, there was actually an additional trace of spatial law power in my body. From now on, in addition to the 5 elemental laws, I'll have to delve deeper into the spatial laws. Buzz. Luowen casually waved his hand, only to see that the space in front of him was as if it was transparent plastic paper, cut open by an invisible sharp blade, and a thin crack appeared. However, the crack only existed for a moment before it quickly healed again. This was only the most basic ability given to Luowen by the spatial origin. As his comprehension of the laws of space deepened, his control of space would become more and more powerful, and it was even possible to reach the point where he could turn the world around with the flip of a hand. It's time to go back. After completing his evolution, it didn't make much sense for Luowen to continue to stay in the Sea of Blood. Next, he was going to return to the Abbot's Island, retreat and cultivate, and wait for the second sermon of Ancestor Hongjun Dao to open. Buzz. Just as he was on his way back to Fangzhan Island, Luowen passed by an unknown island and suddenly detected a faint trace of formation spatial fluctuations coming from the mountains below. The fluctuation, though weak, could not escape his keen perception. Luowen's figure lurched and his gaze was like a torch as he looked towards the deep and unfathomable mountain belly. The clouds and mist between the lofty mountains at his feet, the strange peaks towering, the towering ancient trees swinging in the wind, as if beckoning to Luowen, waiting for a person of destiny to explore. Unable to hold back a strong impulse that welled up in his heart, he swooped downward, diving headfirst into the belly of the mountain that was full of unknowns and mysteries, and began to search for where the chance was. With his keen perception of formation space, Luowen continuously traveled through the valley. Following the source of the fluctuations, he explored deeper, and within a short time, a formation that was made in heaven and emitted a faint fluorescent light came into his eyes. This formation was like the natural laws of heaven and earth, both mysterious and solemn. Break! Luowen let out a low shout, his voice filled with overbearing pressure. This time, he did not choose to slowly crack the formation's prohibitions as usual. Instead, he directly utilized his powerful paragon cultivation and his deep understanding of spatial origin, intending to break the formation with force. Just by waving his hands, a powerful force instantly surged out, hardening and tearing a crack on top of the formation. Raising his foot into the large formation, Luowen looked up to see a strange sight before him. This place is surprisingly hiding a cave. The surroundings were filled with rare spiritual plants, green shade, and unknown spiritual beasts infested them. The most striking thing was the thick and incomparable giant tree located at the core of the valley. The trunk of the tree was thick, with a diameter of 10,000 feet wide. The leaves of the tree were small, but the size of a thumb, but showed a strange half-red and half-yellow color. On the tree, dozens of red, branded with the fire cloud pattern of the fruit in plain sight, emitting a tantalizing aroma. It's actually the innate fire cloud tree. Luowen's heart stirred, and the power of his Xuanhuang instantly invaded it. In an instant, the tree's origin, growth cycle, and magical utility were clearly presented in his mind. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and in his heart, he secretly thought, this harvest, although it is not as rich as that of the past, but after all, it is an unexpected gain, which is already valuable. Thus, Luowen carefully put away this precious innate fire cloud tree, and then once again rose up in the air, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, and sped towards the distant Hongmeng Island. 100 years passed by in a flash, and Luowen once again set foot on Hongmeng Island. Outside the Blood God Palace, White Lady and Xiaocheng had been waiting for a long time. Sensing Luowen's return, they immediately came out to greet him joyfully. Master is back. Dressed in a long white dress, the White Lady led her younger sister, Xiaocheng, as she drifted in. Their eyes were filled with awe and admiration for Luowen at the moment. Luowen raised his eyes and swept them sharply over the White Lady and Xiaocheng, his gaze like a torch. He immediately detected a powerful aura emanating from them, a huge increase from the last time he left. Especially Xiaocheng, who had successfully broken through the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal and promoted to the early Dala Golden Immortal realm. Chapter 67 Kong Xian enters the Abbot's Island, goes to the Purple Cloud Palace again. Thinking about this, the corner of Luowen's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc and said approvingly, during the time I was away, all of you have grown in your cultivation, which is really something to be congratulated. Especially little Qing, who has made the most progress. It's all thanks to the immortal fruit of immortality given by Master. It has benefited my sister and I greatly. Xiaocheng smiled warmly as she heard this, although her cultivation foundation was not as deep as that of the White Lady. Thanks to the immortal pill bestowed by Luowen, she was finally able to certify the Daladao fruit and blossomed into the 9 pieces. Her cultivation skyrocketed. Other than that, there's one more thing. Luowen gently waved his hand, and an innate fire cloud tree that emitted a fiery aura appeared in his palm. This fire cloud tree was flowing with color, especially the fire cloud fruit growing from its boughs, which was like a bright pearl, emitting a tantalizing luster. Luowen handed that fire cloud tree over to the snake demon sisters and commanded, "This is the innate spiritual root fire cloud tree that I happened to obtain by chance on my way back from this trip. I'll leave it to you to plant it properly in the spiritual roots garden." Upper grade innate spiritual root. Looking at the innate fire cloud tree in Luowen's hands, the snake demon sisters' eyes were filled with awe. It should be known that extremely high-grade innate spiritual roots are not easy to obtain, even for ordinary cultivators. Being able to have one plant is already a great blessing. As for Luowen's spiritual root garden, it had already gathered about 10 top-grade innate spiritual roots, as well as 3 extreme-grade innate spiritual roots, which were truly rare in the world. Luowen smiled blandly and continued, "It's just a top-grade innate spiritual root, what's all the fuss about?" Don't listen to the relaxed tone of his speech, but in other people's ears, it revealed an unspeakable confidence and dominance. Right. Just then, the White Lady suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth to report, "During the time you were away, Master, a young Taoist named Luoxian came to the island and claimed to be your disciple." "Oh, Kong Xian managed to transform so quickly?" Luowen heard this and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly and asked with concern, "Where is he now?" "I've already chosen a place on the island with abundant spiritual qi and a tranquil environment to arrange for him to stay." The White Lady responded truthfully. "Bring him to me," Rowan ordered aloud with a command. "Yes." Without the slightest hesitation, the snake demon sisters turned around immediately, their bodies transforming into a stream of light as they went forward to summon Kong Xian. Not long after, the snake demon sisters led a youth with a resolute and imposing face into the Blood God Palace. As soon as this young man appeared, the 5-colored divine light around him shone in a mysterious manner. Luowen immediately recognized that this person was none other than Kong Xian, who had taken human form. Disciple Kong Xian, greetings to master. Seeing Luowen, Kong Xian bowed his head, his tone filled with admiration and respect. Saying so, he fell to his knees and performed the great salute of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Luowen scrutinized Kong Xian carefully, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice low and powerful. Your essence is full and your foundation is quite solid. It is indeed rare. Remember that although the power of the elixir can help your cultivation rapidly climb to the top of Taiyi Golden Immortal, it is therefore easy to cause your foundation to become unstable. Before you break through to a great Luo Golden Immortal, be sure to concentrate on refining your foundation and strive to reach the 9th rank of all 3 flowers. Yes. Kong Xian heard this and looked solemn as he respectfully bowed his head in thanks. I will certainly bear this in mind and live up to my master's high expectations. Luowen nodded slightly and continued, you possess the Phoenix clan's inherited laws, so you don't need me to teach you divine spells. However, I am quite accomplished in the 5 elemental Tao, so if you are confused while comprehending the 5 elemental laws, you can come to the Blood God Palace at any time to ask me for guidance. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's heart welled up with gratitude and once again bowed his head in thanks. I respectfully obey the master's decree. Luowen gently waved his hand, signaling that Kong Xian could leave. Kong Xian led the way and slowly exited the Blood God Palace. Afterwards, Luowen turned his gaze back to the Snake Demon sisters. You guys can also step back, I'm going to close the door. Hearing Luowen's words, the Snake Demon sisters nodded their heads and respectfully exited the Blood God Palace. Luowen sat on the platform and waved his hand to take out the Jade Disc of Creation fragment from his storage space. Once this fragment came out, it emitted a faint glow, as if it contained the mystery of the beginning of the universe. He held his breath and released his divine sense, probing into the Jade Disc of Creation and began to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The world's great roads are like stars, each of which may become a ladder to climb up to the highest realm of the mixed world. However, in the midst of the stars, there exists an insurmountable gap between the laws and an obvious difference in strength and weakness. Among these laws, the most powerful ones were none other than the laws of time and space. The law of time, like the eternally flowing river of stars, was honored as a supreme existence. In contrast, the law of space was like the vault that embraced all things, known as the Way of Kings, leading countless cultivators to follow in its footsteps. It is like a bright pearl, occupying a pivotal position. Luowen knew deep down that if he could make a breakthrough on this path, and raise his comprehension of the spatial laws to a level that was comparable to the 5 elemental laws, his combat prowess would definitely see a qualitative leap. Years fly like a shuttle, time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the time for the second sermon of Ancestor Hongjun Dao was approaching. In the Blood God Palace, Luowen awoke violently from his state of comprehending the laws, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Thanks to the dual assistance of the spatial origin and the Jade Disc of Creation, his path to comprehending the spatial laws was as if it was breaking through a bamboo, soaring forward, and after only tens of thousands of years, he had already grasped the essence of the 5th level, and was almost on the verge of catching up with his own comprehension of the 5 elements laws. It's time to head to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao. Luowen stood up and spoke to himself in a deep voice. He walked out of the Blood God Palace and called the Snake Demon sisters to travel with him, and the 3 of them transformed into 3 streams of light and left the serene and peaceful Abbot Island, speeding in the direction of the legendary Purple Heavenly Palace. As for Kong Xian, Luowen did not bring him along this time. Although Kong Xian is now barely qualified to listen to the sermon, the seats on the futon in the Purple Cloud Palace are already full, and once the seats are set, they cannot be changed, so if you miss the first time, you will forever lose the opportunity to listen again. 1,000 years later. When Luowen and his group arrived at the Purple Heavenly Palace, they only saw that the palace was already filled with most of the seats, with cultivators from all walks of life gathered together in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The Queen Mother of the West had also arrived early, sitting on a futon with her eyes closed. Luowen and his entourage came to take a seat on the empty seat beside the Queen Mother of the West, and even though they didn't talk too much to each other, each of them closed their eyes and concentrated, adjusting their own state in preparation for the upcoming sermon by Ancestor Hongjun. Soon after, all the people who came to listen to the sermon have arrived. The entire Purple Heavenly Palace fell into a silence, the people in the silence, anxiously waiting for the arrival of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Chapter 68, the second sermon, Hongjun orders the head of male and female immortals. 100 years later. Silence everyone, the Taoist ancestor is here. In a solemn and mysterious ancient atmosphere, Ancestor Hongjun Dao seemed to slowly step out from the endless abyss of nothingness, and his figure silently stood on top of the ancient and sacred platform in the center of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Even Luowen, a supreme powerhouse with a profound understanding of the laws of space and a comprehension level as high as the 5th level, was unable to detect the arrival of Ancestor Hongjun Dao in advance. The skillfulness of Ancestor Hongjun Dao's methods was simply breathtaking and awe-inspiring. The second sermon begins. Ancestor Hongjun's voice was thick and majestic, like ancient heavenly music, echoing under the entire dome of the Purple Heavenly Palace for a long time. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see into everything in the world, sweeping over each and every living being present one by one, and that gaze seemed to contain endless wisdom and mysteries, as if he wanted to see into their hearts and insight into their cultivation and realm. Viewing emptiness is also emptiness, and is always silent. There is no silence in silence, but true constancy. The true and permanent nature is realized, and one gradually enters the true way. Having entered the true way, one is called attaining the way. Though it is called the way, it is not gained. In order to transform all living beings, it is called attaining the way. Those who can realize this can preach the holy way. Ancestor Hongjuan's words were forceful and resounding, as if they were 9 skies of mysterious thunder exploding in the great hall, echoing endlessly. As he narrated, countless visions emerged one after another. The Tao lingered. The purple heaven palace seemed to be enveloped by an ancient and mysterious power, making every living being present in awe, listening to the voice of the great Tao with full attention. 10,000 years passed by like a white horse. Along with old man Hongjun stopping his sermon, his profound and mysterious sermon voice seemed to freeze at this moment, transforming into invisible ripples that rippled throughout the sky of the purple heavenly palace, with the aftermath of his voice lingering around for 1,000 years. The masses of great powers at the bottom were still immersed in the meditative state of enlightenment. Only when they opened their eyes again, as if slowly coming out of a long and magnificent dream, their eyes glittered with an unfulfilled longing for the great Tao, and at the same time, they also showed their adoration for the teachings of the saintly old man Hongjun. If you have any questions, there is no harm in asking. Old man Hongjuan's voice was calm and deep, like the sound of an ancient bell, echoing in every corner of the purple heavenly palace. His gaze was chaotic, slowly scanning everyone present as if he was trying to penetrate their minds and hearts. "Dare I ask, teacher, what are the 3 corpses?" Laozi asked, bending down respectfully and making a bow. Hearing Laozi's words, Hongjun opened his mouth to explain. The so-called 3 corpses are actually 3 poisons of the upper, middle and lower corpses of the human body. The 3 corpses give birth to 9 parasites, blocking the 3 passes in 9 orifices. 3 corpses live in 3 passes, 9 parasites live in 9 orifices, changeable, hidden and unpredictable, so that their cultivators are difficult to achieve the avenue. "Dare I ask, teacher, how do I cut off the 3 corpses?" Next to him, Yuan Shi Tianzun continued to ask. To sever the 3 corpses, one needs to use the things of the innate nature as the basis. Hongjun responded in a deep voice. Can a Hotian spiritual treasure be used to behead corpses? Among the 3 purities, sect leader Tong Tian stood up and then asked. No. Old man Hongjun gently shook his head, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. If you want to decapitate the 3 corpses, innate objects are indispensable. In addition to innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual objects can be the medium for decapitating the corpses. Moreover, the stronger the chosen innate object is, the greater the potential contained in the 3 corpses. You and others need to know that the heavens will reward you for your efforts, and the opportunity will come to you. Inside the Violet Sky Palace, the 3,000 living beings couldn't help but look embarrassed when they heard this. Although they had mastered the method of cutting 3 corpses, none of them were innate in their hands, which undoubtedly caused them a great deal of trouble. They all bowed their heads in contemplation, trying to find that glimmer of opportunity to break through the bottleneck from old man Hongjuan's words. Just then, old man Hongjun suddenly changed his tone and said toward the bottom, East Kingdom, West Queen Mother. Disciples here. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, whose names had been called, hurriedly rose to respond, and an inexplicable stirring surged in their hearts. Although they were puzzled in their hearts, they immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Old man Hongjuan's gaze fell on them, his eyes burning. His words seemed to carry some kind of irresistible power. Nowadays, in the flood world, all beings are fighting endlessly, and the order of yin and yang is disorganized, so we need to have a living spirit to manage it. You two, respectively, are the pure yang qi of the innate heaven and the pure yin qi of the innate heaven. I hereby appoint you as the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals. May you join hands and work together to sort out the order of the flood world. Many thanks to the Tao ancestor for his favor. The Duke of the East King's face blossomed with joy when he heard this. He hastily knelt down and bowed to the ground with incomparable firmness in his voice. Disciple will do my best to live up to the high expectations of the Tao Father. Disciple will definitely manage the flood male immortals in a well-organized manner, and serve to continue the Xianmen Tao lineage. Western Queen Mother, on the other hand, appeared more composed. Although she had a lot of thoughts in her mind, she did not move on her face. She knew deep down that no matter what the outcome of this matter was, she did not have the power to refuse. Thus, she slightly owed her body and promised in a low voice, Disciple obeys the order. Disciple will definitely do her duty and command the flood world female immortals. In the ancient and solemn hall of the purple heavenly palace, Ancestor Hongjun Dao's words were like ancient heavenly tones that echoed within the empty hall, shaking the hearts of every living being. Seeing that the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were favored by the Tao ancestor and became the head of the male and female immortals, the faces of all the great powers present sank. Some are envious, some are jealous. Among these many great powers, the face of the demon clan's lord, Emperor Jun, was particularly gloomy. He was dressed in gorgeous demon race clothing, and his eyebrows revealed an unrivaled domineering aura. As the supreme lord of the demon clan, he thought highly of himself and had always believed that he was the most respectable being in heaven and earth. The decision of ancestor Hongjun to appoint the Duke of Dongwang as the head of the male immortals was undoubtedly a challenge to his position as the lord of the demon clan. However, Hongjun Daozu is the premier saint in heaven and earth, his majesty and strength has long reached the realm of people look up to, no one can shake. Even if Di Jun's heart is burning with anger, he can only hold back and bury this dissatisfaction deep in his heart. Lord Dongwang, I have another treasure here to bestow upon you, in lieu of your credentials as the head of the male immortals. When ancestor Hongjun Dao said this, he slowly took out a dragon-headed walking stick from his sleeve. A faint light flowed above that walking stick, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it contained the endless power of heaven and earth. In a deep voice, he said to the Duke of Dongwang, "This is a superb innate spiritual treasure dragon head cane, containing the chi of true yang, which can pierce through space and shatter the universe with infinite power. I hope you will use it appropriately to maintain the order of the heavenly Dao Xianmen." When the Duke of Dongwang heard this, his heart shook and he hurriedly extended his hands respectfully to receive this supreme honor. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for the treasure." Duke Dongwang will live up to his expectations and swear to serve the heavenly Dao Xian sect to the death. Chapter 69, The Raging Lord of the East. 3 immortal islands reappear in the floodlands. Queen Mother West, I have another treasure here for you. Then, ancestor Hongjun Dao nodded and took out another water purification mantle, which seemed to contain endless space and power within it, inspiring awe, as if it was able to encompass all things in the world. He said to the Queen Mother of the West, "Queen Mother of the West, this is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure water purifying mantle, containing the laws of space, which can collect all the spirits of the flood and absorb the water of the 4 seas, with infinite power. I hope you will make good use of it in order to benefit the 3 realms and guard all living beings. Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for your generous gift." A look of joy blossomed on the face of the Queen Mother of the West as she took the pure water mantle and said gratefully, "The Queen Mother of the West will definitely treasure this treasure and live up to the expectations of the Dao Ancestor to seek the well-being of all beings in the 3 realms." This move by ancestor Hongjun Dao was not only a recognition and enthronement of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, but also conferred upon them supreme power and honor. When the 3,000 great powers within the Violet Sky Palace saw this, they were all jealous and envious. Hongjun Taoist ancestor has not yet split the treasure, even the 3 Qing and other noble existence, the hands of only a few pieces of the innate spiritual treasure, see it's precious and rare. And now the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East had actually obtained an extreme innate spiritual treasure one by one. However, they also better understand that no one can change the decision of Hongjun Daozu, even if they are not convinced in their hearts, they can only choose to accept it silently. Today's sermon has ended, you return to their respective dojo, need to diligently cultivate, do not forget the original heart, only always. Hongjun Taoist ancestor's voice like heavenly music, echoing in the sky above the purple heavenly palace, said, his figure gradually from the platform above the dissipation, like a breeze, without leaving the slightest trace, only the remaining faint Taoist rhythm, lingering in the hearts of the crowd. As soon as the Dao ancestor left, the next 3,000 great powers also saluted in the direction that Hongjun had left, and exited the exterior of the purple cloud palace in order. Coming outside the hall, the Duke of Dongwang had a robust pace, and his demeanor revealed a kind of unquestionable arrogance and majesty. He walked straight to the side of Queen Mother of the West, and said in a tone that was almost commanding, "Queen Mother of the West, you are the pure Yin Qi transformed into me, and I am pure Yang Qi formed. This time, the great Taoist ancestor has even named us as the head of the group of immortals, which is a match in the heavenly Dao and the selection of destiny. If you and I can join hands to become Dao couples, build the immortal court together, and manage this vast and boundless flood world together, wouldn't it be a good story? Wouldn't it be beautiful? There's no need for that. I already have my own sweetheart, so you should stop pestering me." The Western Queen Mother heard this and a trace of displeasure flashed across her face. Her voice was resolute in its coolness, just like the first melting of ice. Besides, ancestor Hongjun Taoist only sealed us as the head of the group of immortals, but never said that we would be allowed to dominate the flood, so don't misinterpret its meaning and misuse your own cultivation. You have a sweetheart? When the Duke of Dongwang heard this, his face instantly sank as he pursued, "Who is he?" "That person you also recognize is none other than the Eastern Sea scattered cultivator, Taoist Luo Wen is also." Queen Mother West responded coldly, "Rowan, it's him again." After hearing this, the Duke of the East King's face was instantly as gloomy as water, his heart was cynical and hateful, his tone was as cold as a chilly wind piercing the bones. "Queen Mother of the West, you have to think about it, I am the head of the male immortals appointed by the Taoist ancestor, and I am destined to unite the people of the floodplains. When that time comes, don't blame me for not having warned you. No need for you to remind me." The Queen Mother of the West didn't flinch, her gaze was firm, and she responded coldly, "There are many great powers in the flood world, I advise you to weigh yourself properly, don't be greedy for greatness and misuse your own way of life. I'm afraid that you will be the one who will regret it then. Hump, just you wait and see who gets the last laugh." Leaving behind a sentence filled with threats and unwillingness, the Duke of Dongwang indignantly turned around and whisked his sleeves away. After exasperating the Duke of the East King, the Queen Mother of the West found Luo Wen and softly said, "Luo Wen, I have something to discuss with you." "I understand." Luo Wen sniffed and nodded his head in response. "Come with me to Abbot Island, I also have something in my heart that I want to say to you." "Good." The Western Queen Mother nodded slightly, her gaze carrying a few hints of anticipation and tenderness. After saying that, Luo Wen sacrificed that white lotus of the pure world and took the Queen Mother of the West as well as the snake demon sisters with him, leaving the purple heavenly palace and returning towards the flooded earth. In less than 100 years, the silhouettes of the crowd once again appeared over the eastern sea's Abbot Immortal Island. Having just arrived here, the crowd's eyes lit up with an unexpected discovery. "Master, look, the spell formation guarding Abbot Island has actually become so thin that it seems to be about to disappear," the White Lady said with a frown of unease. "The heaven-covering array is innate, not from my handiwork." Seeing this, Luo Wen nodded his head and speculated, and now along with the change of the years Abbot Island has reached the time to come out of the world, and the 10-square heaven-covering great formation guarding it sensed the call of the laws of heaven and earth and disintegrated on its own. The Abbot's Island has reappeared in the flood, and with the loss of the shelter of the great formation, the peaceful days on the island are gone. Xiao Cheng said with a worried expression on her face. "Don't worry. I'm here to guard Abbot Island, no small people will want to easily set foot here." Luo Wen sniffed, smiled faintly, and said reassuringly, "Besides, the big formation can still be rebuilt if it's gone. I'll rearrange a more powerful island protection formation. Even if there's really a strong enemy attacking, they won't want to break through easily." "Aha!" Hearing Luo Wen's words, the snake demon sisters nodded frequently and put their hearts down. "Master, you finally returned." At the same time, a soft whistle broke the tranquility. A 5-colored divine aura swiftly arrived, transforming into a figure with a powerful aura. It was none other than Luo Wen's novice disciple, Taoist Kong Xian. Seeing this, Luo Wen smiled and introduced Kong Xian. "Kong Xian, this is my Taoist partner, Western Queen Mother, don't call out to Master Mother yet." Kong Xian heard this and hurriedly bowed respectfully to Queen Mother West. "Disciple Kong Xian, meet Master Mother." "No need to be polite." The Queen Mother of the West sniffed, her pretty face slightly red. She took out a bottle of immortal pill of immortality from her sleeve and handed it to Kong Xian. "I see that you have reached the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. This immortal fruit of immortality can help you to enhance the vitality power in your physical body, so it will serve as a meeting gift from me to you." Kong Xian received the bottle of immortal pill of immortality with a heart full of joy, his gratitude overflowing. "Many thanks to Master Mother for her generous gift." Afterward, Luo Wen brought the Queen Mother of the West and the Snake Demon Sisters with him to the Blood God Palace. Kong Xian, on the other hand, chose to go into seclusion to refine that immortal pill in order to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible. "Luo Wen, Ancestor Hongjun Dao has enthroned me as the head of the female immortals, inside the palace of the Blood God," the Queen Mother of the West said to Luo Wen with a grave expression. "This matter is a good thing to say, but why do I have a slightly ominous feeling in my heart?" "Your feelings are not wrong. This matter of fortune and misfortune is not as simple as it seems." Luo Wen heard this, pondered for a moment, and responded in a deep voice. "The great trend of the flood is irrevocable, and this matter is determined by heaven's number, and has been destined for a long time." Chapter 70 Dark Tide in the Floodplains. Queen Mother of the West wants to establish the female immortal sect. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was the supreme sage between heaven and earth, and his strength was strong enough to make the entire flood world tremble. It was as if his existence was the heavenly Dao endorsement that could not be questioned. Any being that dared to challenge his authority would face a devastating blow. However, even if he was so powerful, it would be extremely difficult for the great ancestor Hongjun to make all the beings of the flood wilderness bow down to him with just a single word. This idea, like a fool's dream, is difficult to realize. That's why we have to take people's hearts by the hands of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. Thinking about this, Luo Wen looked at the Queen Mother of the West and continued, "All the beings in the flood, they all aspire to be free and easy, they have their own will and pursuit, and will never be easily subjected to others. Even with the help of the name of the Tao Father, it can only temporarily make the female immortals of the floodplain submissive, but after a long time, it is inevitable that the hearts of the people will not be convinced of the fear of backlash." Western Queen Mother nodded gently. She knew well that although power was good, if one was mesmerized by it, they would easily lose themselves. That was why she felt very approving of Luo Wen's words. That guy, the Duke of the East King, ever since he was enthroned by the Tao ancestor as the head of the male immortals, he has been presumptuous and arrogant, seeing himself as the overlord of heaven and earth. If he continues to act like this, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died." Luo Wen's words were filled with disdain. In his opinion, the Duke of Dongwan was far from being worthy of this position in terms of both strength and intellect, and it was obvious that his virtue was not worthy of his position. "I see it the same way." Mother West sniffed, a hint of contempt on her face. With a slight beat, she continued, "Not to mention other beings, that demon race, Emperor Jun, would never let the Duke of Dongwang off easily. With the strength of the demon race nowadays, if Emperor Jun personally leads a large army to attack, what would the Duke of Dongwang be able to withstand? No matter if it's strength or means, the Duke of the East King is far worse than Emperor Jun." Luowen sneered. In the end, he's just a stepping stone for Emperor Jun to use to establish his authority. That's exactly the point. The Queen Mother of the West nodded her head and asked with deep conviction, according to you, what should I do now? Luowen pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, Ancestor Hongjun Dao has enthroned you as the head of the female immortals and bestowed upon you the water-purifying mantle, which is a heavenly opportunity. If you don't do as he asks, you will definitely attract the suppression of the heavenly Dao. I think you might as well go with the flow and use this to build up a force, and in the meantime, nurture your spirit and gather the chi of heaven and earth. In this way, not only will you be able to keep yourself safe and secure, but it will also help you further your cultivation. Luowen's words were forceful and conclusive. A glint flashed in the Western Queen Mother's eyes after she heard them. She knew deep down that Luowen's words were extremely true. Only in this way could she find her own foothold in this flood wasteland world where there were so many powerful people. However, the wind will destroy the wood when it shows in the forest, and there are many great powers in the flood world, so she wouldn't dare to be the one to stand out. You have a point. After weighing the pros and cons, the Queen Mother of the West frowned lightly and asked again, but if we were to act like this, wouldn't we be following in the footsteps of that old man, the Duke of the East, and attracting the targeting of the great powers of the flood wasteland? The Duke of the East King is ambitious, relying on the name of the Dao ancestor in a vain attempt to deter the spirits of the flood with his false name, but he doesn't know that the beings of the flood have their own universe in their hearts, and won't be easily subdued by a person with an empty appearance? Of course you can't be as confused as him. Luowen's face surfaced a touch of contempt, then the words turned, then said, I mean, let you borrow the name of the head of the female immortals, open up the door to recruit the world's female immortals to be a disciple, through the dissemination of the name of the Taoist tradition of accumulating the great teachings of the Qi, so that the female immortals of the floodplains of the heart to be attached to you, rather than just rely on the name of a sham to deceive people. I understand everything you said. Mother West sniffed and frowned, but this matter is easier said than done. She knew the difficulty of the matter, and that it could not be accomplished overnight. This matter right, it's hard to say it's hard, and it's easy to say it's easy. The corner of Luowen's mouth hooked up a faint smile, his expression was calm and unruffled, as if he already had a plan. People in the world, all are driven by fame and fortune. If you want to attract the female immortals of the floodplains to take the initiative to surrender, the key lies in the word profit. As long as it is profitable, they will be pleased to take the initiative to submit to you. The Queen Mother of the West heard this and thought deeply, nodding her head frequently in agreement. Even the snake demon sisters next to them were fully concentrated and benefited from it. Luowen paused and continued, although all the living beings in the floodplains aspire to be free, when they are not strong enough, they also long for the shelter of a strong person. As the head of the female immortals, you are the strongest person who can protect them from the wind and rain. Although this name is not real, but it is enough to become a magnet to attract them. But what you need to do is to let them see your profound depth that can bring them great blessings, so that they will willingly follow you. I see. The Queen Mother of the West thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. By virtue of my status as the head of the female immortals and establishing a party of female immortal cults, I will indeed be able to lure some female immortals like the 9 heavenly Xuanhuang maidens who have deep followings to attach to me. Exactly. On top of that, there are many great powers in the flood wasteland world, and under the many wolves and little meat, cultivation resources are very scarce. Luowen's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. Over the years I've traveled through the flood wilderness, and in my hands I've already accumulated spiritual roots such as the yellow medium plum, 5-needle pine, and the firecloud tree, and coupled with the immortality immortal pill and other elixirs that you've concocted, I've amassed an extremely majestic amount of cultivation resources, and I'm afraid that to the flood wilderness beings that lack the resources, even if it's the great Luo, Golden Immortals with high cultivation, it would be difficult to resist their temptation. When the Western Queen Mother heard this, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she softly said, but these spirit fruits are so precious, it wouldn't be appropriate to give them to others so easily. You don't need to worry about this, I have plenty of spirit roots and fruits. Luowen lifted slightly and said in a deep voice, you can completely give cultivation resources based on the cultivation level of different disciples and make a reasonable distribution. His words carried an unquestionable confidence, as if everything was under his control. Then, he continued, for those female immortals below the level of Golden Immortal whose cultivation is still shallow, giving them some ordinary elixirs will suffice. As for those female immortals at the Taiyi and Dala levels who have high cultivation and great strength, if they want to obtain these fruits, they will need to perform remarkable feats in order to gain something. Hearing you say that, I am relieved. Upon hearing this, Mother West swept away the gloom in her heart and slowly said, it's really great to have someone as far-sighted as you by your side to give advice. Luowen smiled indifferently and said, this is nothing more than a show of hands for me, it's not enough. The Queen Mother of the West nodded with a firm expression, in that case, I will follow your advice. I will now return to the Kunlun immortal realm to establish the female immortal sect and recruit disciples to attract the female immortals of the flood to return to my heart. Take it easy. Luowen sniffed and gently shook his head, I don't think Western Kunlun Mountain is appropriate. Why? Hearing Luo Wen's words, the Queen Mother of the West was slightly surprised. Chapter 71, The Secret of Chopping Three Corpses, Chaotic Spiritual Treasure. Queen Mother of the West's Kunlun Fairyland Dojo, located in the ancestral vein of the Flood, is a rare heavenly paradise in the Flood. Such a top immortal holy land, Luo Wen even said that it was not suitable to be used as a dojo. His attitude made the Queen Mother of the West feel puzzled. The western Kunlun Mountains are located in the ancestral vein of the Flood wasteland, with a large landmass and abundant cultivation resources. However, this is likewise a place of right and wrong where great powers emerge and cultivators compete to plunder. If you establish a force in the Kunlun immortal realm, you're bound to get involved in even more complicated strife, and sooner or later, you'll collide with the two hegemony of the sorcerer race and the demon race, inviting unnecessary trouble. Luo Wen spoke firmly and analyzed the current situation in a clear and organized manner. After hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, obviously pondering Luo Wen's words carefully. A moment later, she pursued, then, where should I choose to establish my power? It's a way to avoid the sharp edges of these two hegemons, while also ensuring the solid development of the power. Luo Wen smiled faintly and said with confidence, back then, when I traveled the East Sea, I accidentally discovered the three immortal islands of Penglai. These three islands, in addition to the Abbot Island under my feet, there are also two equally extraordinary immortal islands, Penglai and Yingzhou. Compared to the Abbot Island, both the richness of the spiritual qi and the geographical environment are not inferior. You can completely choose one of them as your root location, and it will definitely help your power rise rapidly. After saying this, Luo Wen gently waved his hand, and a bright and dazzling light instantly disappeared into the Western Queen Mother's brow. This light contained a map of the specific locations of Penglai Island and Yingzhou Island, as well as their respective uniqueness and potential advantages. After quickly digesting this information, the Queen Mother of the West's gaze became more and more determined. She made a decisive decision. The two immortal islands do have their own specialties, and it is difficult to choose between them. However, considering that Yingzhou Island is relatively close to Xuanhuang Island and has a more secluded location, I have decided to choose Yingzhou Island as my base camp. Luo Wen nodded slightly at his words and reminded with a solemn expression, the Guardian formation on Xuanhuang Island has already disappeared for many years, and I'm afraid that I'm guessing that the situation on Yingzhou Island is similar. Thus, you must act quickly so as not to give birth to unnecessary trouble and strife. Western Queen Mother gently nodded her head and said with a firm expression, after leaving from you, I will immediately head to Yingzhou Island and start preparing to establish my power. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Luo Wen turned his words around and suddenly brought up another topic. What's your opinion about the so-called method of chopping off the three corpses of ancestor Hongjun Dao? The method of beheading the three corpses? The Queen Mother of the West nodded her head slightly as she heard this, and after deep thought, she responded in a deep voice, the Dao ancestor said that there are three methods of proving the Dao, merit, power, and the decapitation of three corpses, and of these three methods, the method of decapitating three corpses is the most convenient path. However, if a paramount saint cultivated by chopping three corpses were to add the power of three corpses, his strength would be no better compared to a cultivator of the same realm who had witnessed the Dao of laws. In a match of the same realm, a paragon who had chopped off three corpses and cultivated them into a paragon facing a paragon who had witnessed the Tao of laws might be slightly inferior due to the disparity in realm. However, once they incorporated the power of the chopped off three corpses, then the balance of victory and defeat would begin to sway and become unpredictable. A flash of aura suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West, an epiphany of some profound truth. She frowned slightly and added, besides, on the subject of the difficulty of the method of decapitating the three corpses, it's still much easier compared to comprehending the way of the laws. What you said makes sense. Luo Wen smiled, nodded his head gently, and said with a smile, however, don't forget that the quasi-saint cultivation is not the end of the line. There is still a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal Heavenly Dao Sage realm behind it. And the ultimate goal of chopping off the three corpses is precisely to return the three corpses to one and achieve the way of the mixed Yuan. Three corpses in one? It's too far away. The Queen Mother of the West smiled gently, with a bit of helplessness and self-deprecation in that smile. I haven't even chopped off a corpse yet, so how would I fantasize about the unattainable realm of three corpses coming together? That is just a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water, nothingness. Everything must be prepared in advance. Seeing this, Luo Wen's face became grave, and he said in a serious tone, if you don't plan ahead and think deeply about how to bring the three corpses back to unity, then proving the way to the mixed element will only be a mirror, forever out of reach. Because, once the three corpses are chopped off with the innate spiritual treasure, the three corpses will be fused with the spiritual treasure, and if you want to make the three corpses return to one, you must first make the three spiritual treasures return to one, and the difficulties and obstacles in this can be imagined. When the Western Queen Mother heard this, a look of sudden realization appeared on her face, and then she marveled, three kinds of innate spiritual treasures coming into one, how difficult it is. Innate spiritual treasures are already very hard to come by, and if you want to achieve the three treasures to be one, unless they are of the same origin and root, then there is a ray of possibility, but such a spiritual treasure, is it not something easy to come by? Luo Wen nodded approvingly, seeing that Xuanhuang quickly comprehended it, his heart was quite pleased. He continued, however, it is important to know that using an innate spiritual treasure with the same origin and root to decapitate a corpse is not the best choice, even though it has its own unique features. There are even more profound mysteries and mysteries hidden within it. The best way to do this is not to use 3 spiritual treasures, but to use an innate object. A single innate artifact can sever 3 corpses? The Western Queen Mother's voice carried unbelievable surprise, her eyes flickering with doubt. How is this possible? Unusual innate objects, which came into existence after Pangu opened up the heavens and earth, naturally cannot carry such greatness, whereas chaotic spirit objects or chaotic spirit treasures that existed in the chaos before the opening up of the heavens and earth are not the same. Luo Wen's tone was firm and his words were conclusive. You mean to use a chaotic spiritual treasure to decapitate a corpse? It's too difficult. A few moments of helplessness and disappointment flowed out of the Western Queen Mother's words as she gently shook her head. Trying to find 3 innate objects with the same origin and same vein is already as difficult as climbing up to heaven, let alone those unheard of chaotic spiritual roots and chaotic spiritual treasures. It's simply a fool's errand. She knew deep down that chaotic spiritual roots or chaotic spiritual treasures were nothing more than a mirror to her, out of reach. In fact, chaotic spiritual treasures are not rare, it's just that you haven't paid attention to them. Luo said in a deep voice, the jade disc of creation in the hands of Dao ancestor Hongjun is a chaotic supreme treasure, which was later shattered when the great god Pangu opened up the flood, and is still a chaotic spiritual treasure level of existence even though it is no longer what it used to be. If there is no mistake, Hongjun Dao ancestor is precisely with the help of the jade disc of creation, only then was able to cut off the 3 corpses and achieve the supreme way. I see. Luo Wen's words were like an enlightenment, and Western Queen Mother came to a sudden realization. If the method of chopping 3 corpses is so easy to succeed, Hongjun will never say it easily, otherwise the flood world is not full of saints? Chapter 72, Western Queen Mother establishes church on Yingzhou Island, small innate 5-spirit formation. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West's attitude towards the method of chopping off the 3 corpses was shaken. Originally, she thought that the method of chopping off the 3 corpses was a shortcut to certifying the way of the mixed world, but now it seemed that this shortcut was full of variables, and was not in the least bit easier than certifying the way with power. Therefore, I hope that you will give up the method of chopping off the 3 corpses and stick to the law to prove the Tao, Luo Wen said in a long and deep voice. However, the Queen Mother of the West shook her head, her gaze firm. With my heel, if I use the method of decapitating the 3 corpses, there is still the possibility of breaking through to the peak of the associate saints. If I take the path of law proof, I'm afraid that being able to raise my cultivation to the late quasi-saint stage is the limit. You don't have to worry, even though it is difficult to prove the Tao of the laws, it is not without hope. Once you and I become a couple, I will teach you everything I can, discussing with you from time to time, helping you to deeply understand the mysteries of the laws. If the path of the Tao of laws is ultimately difficult to pass through, it would not be unwise to adopt the method of chopping off the 3 corpses at that time. Luo Wen's words were full of persuasion. The chaos bead in his hand was a chaos spiritual treasure, the very best artifact for chopping up 3 corpses. This was his killer weapon, so naturally he couldn't show it easily. After all, this chaos bead was the trump card in his hand, the treasure that would allow him to surpass Hongjun and ask for the pinnacle. If in the future Queen Mother of the West encountered a bottleneck on the Tao of law proof and was unable to make a breakthrough, he would then take out the chaos pearl and help her to behead the corpse and prove the Tao. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Witnessing Luo Wen give so much for her, the Queen Mother of the West was deeply touched inwardly and nodded her head resolutely. I am determined to give up chopping off the 3 corpses and follow the path of law proof. Good. Luo Wen smiled happily as he heard this, and then turned his gaze to the snake demon sisters who stood to the side. The same goes for you, White Lady and Little Green, you should prioritize the path of law proof. In the future, when I preach and teach for the Western Queen Mother, all of you can come and listen. Many thanks, Master. The snake demon sisters were filled with joy and gratitude when they heard this. Luo Wen gently waved his hand, signaling for them to step back. You all step back for now, I still have important matters to discuss with the Queen Mother of the West. Yes. Having obtained Luo Wen's decree, the snake demon sisters slowly exited the blood god palace with light steps. What else do you need to talk to me alone about? Queen Mother West asked curiously. What else could there be? Of course it's to sit and discuss with you and explore the mysteries of the Yin-Yang Avenue. Luo Wen said, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile, his eyes flashing with a cunning light. Nasty. You're so bad. Taking advantage of me again. When Mother of the West heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she pouted. Don't. Come on. Luo Wen laughed hegemonically. Cultivating the Yin-Yang Tao is the key to proving the Tao, so of course you have to keep practicing diligently. Thousands of years have passed. The Queen Mother of the West was flushed with shame and fled out of the blood god palace unclothed. Damn Luo Wen, just knows how to bully me. The Queen Mother of the West said hatefully, talking about comprehending the Yin-Yang Tao, but in actuality, he is greedy for the ways of men and women. One had to admit that even though Xuanhuang spat on her lips, every time she explored the Yin-Yang Avenue with Luo Wen, it was still very soothing in her soul. Thinking of this, a shy blush inadvertently appeared on Xuanhuang's face, but soon, she regained her usual calmness and determination. There's no time to think about him, there are more important things to do. Queen Mother of the West secretly admonished herself, we must head to Yingzhou Island immediately, lest other great powers get there first. Her body shook, then transformed into a dazzling golden light, like a shooting star that cut through the sky. Following the guidelines given by Luo-Wen, she flew towards Yingzhou Island at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, in the Blood God Palace, Luo-Wen was immersed in the world of refining, concentrating fully on refining the innate 5 spirit beads he had received from Yuan Feng. He was well aware of the preciousness and importance of these 5 spirit beads. Each of them contained the endless power of the laws of the heavens and earth, especially the small innate 5 spirit grand formation hidden within them, which was the essence of the formation that he had worked tirelessly to explore. The years go by like a shuttle, and time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed by as quietly as running water. During these long years, Luo-Wen, with his profound attainments in formations and unremitting efforts, had finally perfected the fusion of the small innate 5 spirit grand formation and the Xuanhuang 2E formation, creating a new formation that had never been seen before, the Xuanyuan infinite grand formation. This side of the great array had infinite potential, all-encompassing and all-encompassing, fusing the great Tao of heaven and earth to the most important principles. Its greatness was not outside and its smallness was not inside. The so-called chaos-born 2 meters, the upper meter is said to be Xian, the lower meter is said to be Yuan, the beginning of the 2 meters, the pole is not extreme, infinite pole also. When Luo-Wen completed it completely, it would most likely turn into the number 1 formation in the floodplains. White lady, little Ching, Kong Xian, come see me quickly. Luo-Wen's thoughts moved and he used the secret method of voice transmission. The master has summoned me. Not long after, sensing Luo-Wen's call, the White Lady, Shao Chang, and Kong Xian arrived in the Blood God Palace. Luo-Wen sat on the platform, a faint spiritual light surrounding his body, and spoke. After 10,000 years of time and seclusion, I have realized a set of island protecting arrays, the mixed elements greatest formation. Once this formation is set up, it can protect my abbot island from outside intrusion and provide peace and quiet for 10,000 years. This time, I called you all to come here in order to lay down this side of the great formation. Respectfully following Master's decree, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The White Lady and the others responded in unison. Good. Luo-Wen gently nodded his head and slowly took out 5 bright and dazzling spirit beads from his sleeves. When these 5 spirit beads came out, they had a treasure light that flowed with golden light, as if they contained the endless power of heaven and earth. It was the innate 5 spirit beads of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that he had obtained from Yuan Feng. He took out the golden spirit bead from the 5 spirit beads and handed it to Auntie White, instructing, Auntie White, you need to go to the western part of the Abbot's Island and bury this bead deep in the ground. It will serve as the key to guarding the western position of the Great Formation, invoking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and guarding the party. I'll go now. Receiving the golden spirit bead, the White Maiden shifted into a white aura and flew towards the west of Abbot Island. Afterwards, Luo-Wen took out another vibrant wood spirit bead, which was full of green, as if it contained the vitality and vigor of spring. He handed the wood spirit bead to Shao Qing. Shao Qing, you need to head to the east and bury this wood spirit bead in the formation eye. It is the key to subduing the eastern position of the grand formation. Receiving the wood spirit bead, Little Green nodded, determination and anticipation flashing in her eyes as her body transformed into an emerald green stream of light and swept towards the east. Immediately afterward, Luo-Wen took out a water spirit bead with sparkling waves as well as a fire spirit bead with blazing flames. The water spirit beads were sparkling as if they contained the depth and vastness of the ocean. The fire spirit bead was blazing with flames leaping from it as if it contained the passion and power of the sun. He handed over the water spirit bead and fire spirit bead to Kong Xian and spoke, Kong Xian, bury this water spirit bead and fire spirit bead into the southern and northern array eyes of the Abbot's Island respectively, and it will serve as the key to guarding the north and south of the grand array. Yes. After receiving the water spirit bead, Kong Xian received the fire spirit bead with both hands, and his body instantly transformed into a fiery red light, like a fire-bathed phoenix, and sped towards the south. Chapter 73, The Greatest Formation of the Mixed Elements, Queen Mother of the West establishes the female immortal sect. After explaining everything, Rowan himself came to the center of Abbot Island. With a wave of his large sleeve, he offered the last of the innate 5 spirit beads, the Earth Spirit Bead. This Earth Spirit Bead will be the core of the formation. It will connect the 4 directions, convergence of heaven and earth aura, together cast the Abode Island formation solid as gold. Luo-Wen clenched his hands together and recited under his breath, offering a magic power to slowly drive the Earth Spirit Bead into the ground. The Earth Spirit Bead seemed to have turned on its spirit and disappeared into the earth in a matter of moments. Buzz! The moment the Earth Spirit Bead entered the formation eye, the entire Abode Island seemed to vibrate slightly as a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from all directions and converged at Luo-Wen's feet. Mixed Elements Immense Formation, activate! Luo-Wen clenched his hands together and let out a soft whistle. His voice echoed over the empty Abbot Island, as if every word contained the weight of mountains and rivers. His hands fluttered and he kept on pinching, and hundreds of millions of miles of land in a circle under his feet rose up with strange rails of light. As Luowen flicked his fingers, a complicated spell flowed through his fingertips like the brightest stars in the night sky, weaving a mysterious and unpredictable scroll. In the center of the southeast, west, north, and west, the 5 directions of aura seemed to be gently pulled by an invisible hand, surging in from all directions. They intertwined and fused in the air, and eventually converged around the Abbot's Island. These auras were like colorful ribbons that danced in the air and quickly condensed into an impenetrable shield. This shroud was crystal clear, yet emitted a faint cold light, wrapping the entirety of Abbot's Island in it, as if it were an isolated wonderland that was both hidden from the world and isolated the entire world from it. The most amazing thing was that this guardian array was skillfully hidden in the void, blending in with the surrounding heaven and earth, and it would be hard to find its traces if not for careful observation. In the meantime, the White Lady, Xiao Qing, Kong Shen, and the others had also completed their tasks and returned to Luo Wen's side. Master is amazing. Witnessing this side of the exquisite grand formation, Kong Shen and the others couldn't help but sigh out in admiration. In his heart, he was 100 times more in awe of Luo Wen. The Xuanhuang Wuji formation, its roots lie in the 5 major formations of the 5 spirit pearls of the innate heaven in the southeast, west, north, and south, and its core is the Xuanhuang Tuai formation. Luo Wen said, his eyes flashed with a refined aura, as if he was able to penetrate everything in the world. And where the eyes of the Xuanhuang Tuai formation are located are the 2 extremely high-quality innate spiritual roots on the island, the innate 5-needle pine and the yellow medium plum. They are rooted in the depths of Abbot Island, absorbing the essence of the earth, echoing the 5 spirit pearls, and together forming the spine of this great formation. The 5 elements of Qi is the foundation of the formation. They are mutually restrained, interdependent, and jointly maintain the balance of the formation, and the 2 instruments of Xuanhuang are the introduction of the formation, which can diffuse infinite changes, both defense, attack, enemy trapping and concealment, making the formation a truly supreme divine formation. Luo Wen smiled faintly and continued, now that I've only turned on the defense and concealment functions of this side of the grand formation, it's already enough to guard the safety of this island. But you guys should know that the potential of this grand formation is far more than that. It has more endless wonders. Luo Wen looked at the White Lady and the others. Next I will explain this grand formation to you in detail. You are not required to immediately comprehend its essence, but you should at least be able to operate it skillfully. Once you encounter an incoming foreign enemy, you will be able to use this grand formation to guard the safety of the island. Disciples know. White Nyangzi Kong Xian and the others nodded heavily. They were well aware of this great responsibility and responded in unison. Don't worry, Master, we will do our best to live up to our responsibilities. Luo Wen brought the White Lady, Xiao Qing, and Kong Xian to the Blood God Palace. Luo Wen sat on the podium, opening his golden mouth widely and his tongue. He began to explain the mysteries of the Xuanhuang immense array to the disciples below. Time is like running water, silently slipping through the fingers. 1,000 long, distant years seemed like a mere snap of the fingers. During these 1,000 years, Luo Wen had not only taught the essence of the Xuanhuang immense formation to all of his disciples, he had also taught alchemy, artifact refining, and other methods that assisted in cultivation. Over the past 1,000 years, I have already taught you the essence of the mixed Yuan immense formation. The next step is for you to comprehend it yourselves. After Luo Wen finished speaking, he gently waved his hand, signaling that they could retire. Yes. The Snake Demon Sisters and Kong Xian sniffed and respectfully exited the Wuji Palace. Seeing the disciples leave, Luo Wen secretly pondered the situation of the Queen Mother of the West in his heart. Since the last time the Queen Mother of the West left the abode island, 10,000 years had passed, and I wondered how things were going on her side. Just at this moment, a voice like a yellow warbler announcing out of the valley suddenly came to his ears. I am the Queen Mother of the West, and in order to promote the Xianmen Dao, I am establishing a religion today on Yingzhou Island in the East China Sea, accepting female immortals from all over the world as disciples, and the great religion is called the Female Immortal Sect. Female Immortal Sect, establish. Along with this voice of proclamation, in the direction of Yingzhou Island, the sky was filled with sudden visions. The Queen Mother of the West has established her religion. Rowan's eyes burned as he saw this. When the news of the Western Queen Mother's establishment of the religion came out, it immediately caused the flood to shake and became the center of attention for all the great powers. Thinking of this, Luo Wen decided to personally travel to Yingzhou Island to find out what was going on. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and sped towards Yingzhou Island. His speed was so fast that it was like a meteor crossing the sky, leaving behind a brilliant trajectory. In less than 100 years, Luo Wen had arrived at this legendary wonderland, Yingzhou Island. The sight in front of him couldn't help but shock him. Today's Terra Nova Island has long since changed from the way it was when he first visited it. As far as the eye can see, the immortal atmosphere is surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland on Earth. Spreading mountains and rolling hills, thousands of jade palaces seem to be floating above the clouds like a mirage. Danchan blue trees, lush green, mountain springs and waterfalls, crystal clear, like a heavenly wonderland. Various rare and exotic animals stroll leisurely through the forest, highlighting the spirit of the land. Luan, phoenix and cranes soar in the sky, exotic flowers and trees spit out a faint fragrance, Yao grass and spiritual plants sway and emit auspicious chi in the door. Looking at the scene before him, Luowen couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. In his heart, he said, Queen Mother West really didn't let me down. In just 10,000 years, she has brought about sweeping changes to this land, transforming this place into a top-notch cavernous paradise that is rare to find in the flood. Take care, Master Gong. Master Luowen. Right at this moment, a yellow warbler-like call came out, breaking the calm of the island. Immediately afterward, a white aura was like a sharp sword cutting through the sky, and it came right in front of Luowen's eyes. Once this white aura landed, it transformed into a silhouette wearing armor with a long sword at her waist. Following the sound, Rowan's eyes lit up. The visitor was no one else but the chief disciple under the Western Queen Mother's female immortal sect, the Nine Heavenly Xiannu. At this time, the Nine Heavenly Mysteries was wearing a silver helmet and silver armor, and her waist was equipped with a 3-foot green blade sword, making her look valiant and energetic. Elegantly landing in front of Luowen, the Nine Heavenly Xiannu respectfully saluted and said, Master Lord Luowen, disciple has been ordered by the Queen Mother of the West to come and greet him, please follow me. Chapter 74, The Duke of the East King establishes the Purple Mansion, Luowen preaches. Luowen nodded his head slightly, his gaze deep, and his tone carried a calm and unhurried air, lead the way ahead of you. From the moment he stepped into Yingzhou Island, he didn't deliberately conceal his movements, just because he didn't want the female immortal sect disciples guarding the island to misunderstand and avoid unnecessary trouble. The two of them shook their bodies and transformed into two streams of light, heading straight for the top of Yingzhou Island. The scenery along the way is picturesque, with clouds and mist, and exotic flowers and plants competing for beauty. Not long after, Luowen arrived in front of a grand hall. As soon as he raised his eyes, he looked at the figure of the Queen Mother of the West. She was sitting beside the alchemy furnace, her eyes closed, immersed in a state of cultivation, with a faint immortal aura surrounding her body. Age didn't seem to have left traces on the face of Queen Mother West, but her aura was even more honorable. Ever since 10,000 years ago, the Queen Mother of the West brought the 9 heavenly mysteries to Yingzhou Island and opened a new dojo on this island. It also relocated the palace in the Kunlun immortal realm and the medicinal garden where the spiritual roots were planted, and established a party of the female immortal cult. Learning of this, a large number of female immortals in the flood came to worship under the female immortal cult and became disciples of the Queen Mother of the West. Ha ha, poor Taoist Luowen, I pay my respects to the female immortal sect master. Luowen let out a tuneful laugh, pressed down on the clouds, and floated to the Queen Mother of the West. What are you here for? Mother of the West glanced at Luowen, slightly pleased, and said in a deep voice. The corner of Luowen's mouth hooked up a smile, words earnestly, there is no other thing, just the Harknesses, specially come to meet. Humph. Speaking nicely, it's obvious that you're having crooked thoughts again. An imperceptible blush swept across the Western Queen Mother's face, but she did not lose her majesty. Rowan smiled even more as he heard this, a sly glint in his eyes. Even so, it's because he has you in his heart. Don't play poor talker with me, Yingzhou immortal realm is in its infancy, there are still a lot of things to be dealt with. Blankly glancing at Luowen, Queen Mother West spoke, I don't have the time to accompany you to explore the Yin-Yang Dao. When Luowen heard this, his complexion changed slightly, and that cynical smile instantly converged, replacing it with a solemn look as he said, Of course I know what you're talking about, I've come here to see what I can do to help, and to see if you've encountered any trouble. The trouble is not there. Aside from establishing the dojo, I've taken in quite a few disciples over these 10,000 years. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth and responded, there are dozens of strong Golden Immortal realms, and more than a dozen Taiyi Golden Immortal level cultivators. Coupled with the fact that Yingzhou Immortal Realm is located in a remote area, there aren't any strong enemies existing around it, and with me sitting here, it's more than enough for self-protection. That's good. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to tell me. Hearing the Western Queen Mother's words, Luowen nodded and said, you and I are each other's neighbors, we will definitely help each other out. Mother of the West sniffed and gave Luowen a grateful glance, a warm current welling up in her heart. Right at this moment, a vision suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A loud, bell-like voice came to his ears. I am the saint-appointed male immortals of the head of the East Guangdong, today in the East China Sea Penglai Island to create a religion, called the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, embracing 10,000 fairies to come to the court, is bound to dominate the floodplains, the great Tao to identify. The Purple Mansion Immortal Court, stand. After this voice fell, only in the direction of Penglai Island, the purple chi came from the east for billions of miles. Infinite meritorious essence shone in heaven and earth. Lord Dongwang has established the Purple Mansion Immortal Court on Penglai Island. Witnessing this strange sight in the sky, Luowen's eyes burned. For the past 10,000 years, he had been in seclusion and practicing hard, envisioning the way of formations, and really had not paid much attention to the changes in the flood. Unexpectedly, just during the time that Luowen was in seclusion, the Duke of the East King had made a secret move and established a new force on Penglai Island. The Queen Mother of the West sighed softly and said without any worries, the Duke of the East King is ambitious and powerful. The immortal court he established on Penglai Island is called the Purple Mansion, and he has recruited many powerful people under the banner of the Tao Ancestor. Among them, there are dozens of cultivators at the level of Golden Immortal. This person will surely become a formidable enemy for us in the future, so we need to be careful and watch out. The Queen Mother of the West said with a grave expression. She looked at Luo Wen and continued in a serious tone, Penglai Island is not far from Fangzhan Island, and the Duke of Donghuang has always harbored a grudge against you. I'm deeply afraid that he'll be looking for trouble one day and bring you a lot of unnecessary trouble. A mere Duke of Donghuang, what's the point? Luo Wen sniffed, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint cold smile, his tone full of disdain. Although he claims to be the head of the male immortals claiming to be the leader of the party, in my eyes, he's nothing more than a jumping clown. If he really dares to come looking for trouble, let him learn about my strength. Having said that, I still can't rest assured. Queen Mother of the West sniffed, frowning slightly, still unable to hide the worry in her heart, as a big red man beside ancestor Hongjun Dao, Duke East is blessed with heavenly fortune, and his cultivation is progressing at a rapid pace. You still need to be more careful, don't be careless. Luo Wen smiled faintly and patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, I have an innate supreme treasure to protect me, unless Lord Donghuang is able to certify the path of the mixed Yuan, otherwise even if he breaks through to the peak of the Paramount Saints, there's nothing he can do to me. You can rest assured. After hearing Luo Wen's reply, the worries in the Western Queen Mother's heart finally dissipated quite a bit, and she nodded slightly, revealing a relieved smile. It's because I was concerned that I almost forgot that you possess this kind of supreme treasure to protect your body. Afterward, Luo Wen looked at Queen Mother West with concern and asked in a soft voice, how has your cultivation progressed recently? Have you encountered any bottlenecks? The Queen Mother of the West heard this and shook her head slightly and said, I have comprehended the law of water to the 4th level. Along with the constant comprehension, the speed of enlightenment is also getting slower and slower. I don't know when I can break through to the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. This path of law witnessing is really tough. No harm done. Luo Wen sniffed, smiled faintly, and encouraged, we might as well cultivate together in seclusion. I'll explain the way of the laws to you from time to time. I believe that it will definitely help you to increase your cultivation speed and break through the bottleneck at an early date. Mother West sniffed and showed hesitation, worried that it would affect Luo Wen's cultivation. Will this delay your cultivation? After all, you also need to cultivate in seclusion. Don't worry. Luo Wen gently shook his head and laughed. You and I discussing the Tao will be beneficial to me as well. Preaching for you will also help deepen my understanding of my own Tao. Alright then. Looking at Luo Wen's clear eyes, the concerns in Xuanhuang's heart finally dissipated. She nodded slightly, agreeing to Rowan's proposal. White Lady, Little Cheng, and Kong Xian, come see me quickly. After making the decision, Luo Wen called for the White Lady and the others with a thought. Yingzhou Island was not far away from Fangzhuang Island, and the three of them, all great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses, did not spend much time before arriving here. Disciple has met Master and Mother. Please command me if there is anything. When the White Lady and the others saw Luo Wen, they bowed their heads. I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time with the Queen Mother of the West. Luo Wen nodded his head and said, during the period of time I'm not here, you'll be helping the 9 heavenly mysteries to manage the affairs of Yingzhou Island, so don't be negligent and neglectful. Disciples lead the way. Receiving Luo Wen's decree, the White Lady and the others immediately answered the promise, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After explaining all of this, Luo Wen stepped into the Great Hall with Queen Mother of the West and began his seclusion. Chapter 75, Traveling to Wui Mountain, Meeting Great Opportunities Again. Time passed like a shuttle, 30,000 years passed. During these long years, Luo Wen poured out the path of laws he had comprehended, guiding Xuanmu to her lost path. Under his guidance, Xuanmu's comprehension of the laws of water had climbed upward, and had now reached the 6th great consummation. At the same time, her cultivation skyrocketed. However, that all-important 7th level, which was also the final threshold to the quasi-saint realm, was like a huge chasm in front of him that was always difficult to overcome. She knew very well that this step across, if she had not encountered a great chance, she might not have been able to complete the breakthrough even after spending hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of light. Similarly, during these long years, Luo Wen's own cultivation had also made remarkable progress. His comprehension of the 5 elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth had all reached close to the 7th level. Even that mysterious and unfathomable space law was penetrated to the middle of the 6th level by him. He knows that his own cultivation has also reached the bottleneck. Only by closed-door cultivation, I am afraid that it is difficult to make a breakthrough. On this day, Luo Wen woke up from the state of seclusion and proposed to the Queen Mother of the West, my current cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I'm afraid that it's difficult to make a breakthrough just by seclusion and hard cultivation. Why don't you go with me to the vast and boundless flood continent, and travel a bit, and perhaps gain some enlightenment? He had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, and in his heart, he was equally eager for the vastness of the outside world. Good. The Western Queen Mother nodded slightly as she heard this. It was during these 30,000 years of their seclusion that disciples such as the White Lady, Shaoqing, Kongshen, and the 9 Heavenly Mysteries took on the heavy responsibility of building Yingzhou Island. Under their efforts, many more female immortals with not bad followers joined, and now the development of Yingzhou Immortal Realm was on track, and even if the Queen Mother of the West left for a period of time, there would not be any impact. Thus, the two decided to depart immediately, transforming into 2 bright and dazzling golden lights, cutting through the long sky and speeding towards the distant and mysterious flood continent. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 2 figures appeared amidst the clouds. Dressed in a black robe with a fluttering sleeve, Luowen walked side by side with the Queen Mother of the West to Wui Mountain, a cave of heavenly bliss that was famous in the flood. Wui Mountain, like an exquisite picture scroll, layers of mountains, green trees, streams, beautiful. Wui Mountain, it's really picturesque and beautiful. Luowen sighed as his gaze flowed between the mountains and forests, seemingly searching for some hidden opportunity. In the latter part of the world, there was a famous spiritual treasure hidden in the Wui Mountain, called the Falling Treasure Money. Once this treasure is sacrificed, it can fall all treasures under the innate supreme treasure, and it can also be used to deduce heavenly chances, which is very powerful. Luowen couldn't help but feel a strong desire to explore in his heart, wanting to keep this treasure for himself. Seemingly seeing Luowen's preoccupation, the Queen Mother of the West gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, pulling people to come to this off-the-beaten-path place to search for treasures for a good reason. I see that you're trying to do something bad again. When Luowen heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, in your mind, am I even such an unpleasant person? Humph. The Western Queen Mother gave a slight grunt, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. You're just absent-minded on this journey. I'm just afraid that you're trying to explore the Yin-Yang Avenue again, aren't you? Those little wits of yours, better put them away. Luowen was a bit embarrassed by Mother West's words. He coughed lightly, rubbed his nose, and laughed. How can you blame me for this? It's only because you're too beautiful, making it hard for people to hold on to themselves. Just playing the poor talker. The Queen Mother of the West heard Luowen praising her beauty and secretly rejoiced in her heart, but her face was purposely stern as she said, it's clearly because you don't have enough determination that you indulged yourself in those illusory pleasures. Those who cultivate should be based on purity of mind and desire. How can you cultivate yourself in such an indulgent manner? Luowen shrugged and said, but every time you explore the Yin-Yang Avenue, you don't seem to be repulsed by it either, and are even more devoted to it than I am. Why do you have to be so tongue-tied and feign indifference? Disgusting. Mother of the West sniffed, her cheeks instantly turning red like ripe apples as she pouted, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. We came here this time to explore the chances of Wui Mountain, irrelevant matters must not be babbled about anymore. Seeing this, Luowen hurriedly put away his smile and said with a straight face, fine, fine. Let's go into the mountains and explore that great chance in Wui Mountain. Perhaps, we can also find that legendary Wui Immortal tea to further our cultivation. Thus, Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West stepped into the Wui Mountains together. Although Wui Mountain in the Immortal Mountain is not the top, and the Kunlun Mountain, Buzhou Mountain, compared to slightly inferior, but here the same spirit of Yuxiu, cloudy, spiritual qi compelling, is not lost as an excellent cultivation of blessed land. The mountains in this area are majestic, with treacherous views on all sides. At the top of the mountain peaks, colorful rays of light appeared and disappeared, and white clouds surrounded them, just like a fairyland. Oddly shaped ancient pines perched on top of the emerald green mountains, old trees hewing, vines twisting, adding a few more mysterious and desolate. Through the dense shade of emerald green trees, the vast green smoke surrounded the deep place. From time to time came the cries of foreign beasts. Between the pine forests can vaguely hear the cries of cranes, the voices clear and high-pitched. Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West were traveling in Wui Mountain. Unknowingly 100 years had passed. Great creation! On this day, Luowen was meditating by the stream when he suddenly felt something in his heart and violently opened his eyes. The Queen Mother of the West was closing her eyes and gazing at the flow of aura between heaven and earth, and when she was disturbed by this sudden sound, her eyebrows couldn't help but knit up slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Luowen, softly saying, what happened? Can it make you so surprised? Luowen's expression became grave as he slowly said, I perceived a subtle formation space fluctuation, which is unusually secretive but reveals an extraordinary aura. It's likely to be a precursor of a treasure coming out. Yes? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West immediately unfolded her divine thoughts and enveloped the 10,000-mile radius of the realm. She carefully probed her surroundings, attempting to catch a trace of the fluctuation. However, even though she exerted all her magic power, she still found nothing, and a few doubts could not help but arise in her heart. Why don't I have the slightest sensation? Could it be that my cultivation is not deep enough? No, no, no. Seeing this, Luowen shook his head slightly and explained, this fluctuation is extremely secretive, if not for the fact that I am proficient in the way of formations and have a rather profound understanding of the laws of space, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to detect its existence. Ever since I condensed the spatial origin in my body, my treasure hunting ability has indeed improved quite a bit. Mother of the West flashed a hint of realization in her eyes as she heard this. She has been living with Luowen for 30,000 years, and naturally knows Luowen's strength and comprehension like the back of her hand. She deeply knew that Luowen had not only comprehended the laws of space, but also possessed a precious fragment of the Jade Disk of Creation. Thinking back to when she first saw the Jade Disk of Creation fragment, the vastness of the power of the laws contained on it still shook the Western Queen Mother's heart. At that moment, she even entertained the idea of making the laws of time along with the laws of space as her major laws, but in the end, she was politely discouraged by Luo. One must know that the difficulty of comprehending the laws of space was far from ordinary laws. The Queen Mother of the West did not have a spatial origin in her body, and even with the help of a supreme treasure such as the Jade Disk of Creation, her speed in comprehending the spatial laws would definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, instead of being greedy and chewing more than one can chew, it is better to be steady and to refine one. Thinking of this, Luowen no longer delayed, he transformed into a stream of light and followed the source of that formation spatial fluctuation to seek it out. Chapter 76 Enlightenment Tea Tree Drops Treasure Money, Exploring the Yin-Yang Avenue Again. Luowen and the Queen Mother of the West set up their clouds. Along the way, the mountains were stacked up with clouds, as if every step was stepping into the void. It didn't take long for him to discover a naturally formed formation that was hidden between the mountains and forests, and it would have been difficult to detect its existence if he wasn't well versed in the way of formations. Open! Luowen let out a low shout, his voice carrying an unquestionable firmness. With his powerful cultivation of a mixed Golden Immortal and his 62% profound understanding of the laws of space, he forcibly tore a crack in the formation. The light coming out of the crack was like the first rays of the morning sun, illuminating the path ahead. Luowen's figure flickered and brought the Queen Mother of the West to step into this mysterious space together. Stepping into the large formation, the duo's eyes snapped open. This place is surprisingly hiding a heavenly paradise. It was especially worth mentioning that in the depths of that profound and unfathomable valley, an ancient and solemn ancient tree could be faintly seen. This ancient tree stood there silently, emitting a rich aura of life and profound Tao rhythms. Could this be the legendary innate enlightenment tea tree? Luowen looked at the ancient tree and his heart snapped as he hurriedly probed it in detail with his Yuanshan power, finally confirming the identity of this ancient tree. He suddenly realized that this ancient tree in front of him was the legendary top-grade innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. This tree matures every 100,000 years, and each time it matures, 108 tea leaves can be plucked, each of which contains a different Tao flavor. The most amazing thing was that although the enlightenment tea tree couldn't be used directly to enhance cultivation, it could help cultivators enhance their own enlightenment. It was especially beneficial when used to comprehend the way of laws. It was worth mentioning that at the top of the enlightenment tea tree, there was a strange copper coin suspended, which shimmered faintly in the shimmering light. This copper coin had a round square hole and a pair of tiny wings on both sides, which flapped gently and kept fluttering around the Gautama tea tree. That copper coin, it must be the falling treasure money without a doubt. The Queen Mother of the West also looked grave on the side, her gaze fixed on that copper coin, obviously recognizing its origin. On the front of the coin, engraved with the 4 words Heaven and Earth Jiankuan, the handwriting is strong and powerful, like heaven, revealing a kind of heaven and earth to the truth. Let the heart be in awe. On the back, there are 4 characters of fortune and prosperity, which are smooth and rounded, signifying prosperity, wealth and auspiciousness, and giving people a sense of peace and harmony. Falling treasure money is a superb innate spiritual treasure with 48 prohibitions, capable of falling all spiritual treasures under the innate supreme treasure, with infinite power, and regardless of the user's cultivation level, all of them can perform its power, making people's hearts yearn for it. In the world of the flood, there is a cause and effect for everything, one drink and one peck. The power of karma was extremely terrifying, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the saints of the heavens would smell it. Although the falling treasure money is strong, it is easy to be tainted with exponential karma when using it, incurring great backlash. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure that was knocked down, the greater the karma that was stained, and the more tragic the fate of its owner. In the latter days of the great god-feuding robbery, Xiao Shang, a cultivator of Buzhou Mountain, was killed by Zhao Gongming with a golden whip because he used the falling treasure money and landed on Zhao Gongming's sea-fixing pearl and dragon-binding rope, which incurred a heavenly karmic backlash. Looking at the falling treasure money suspended at the top of the ancient tree, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alas, although this falling treasure money is strong, the cost of using it is just too great. It was so hard to find an extreme innate spiritual treasure, but he didn't dare to use it at all. In the flood world, cultivators cultivate. The most fearful thing is to be tainted with karma. Thinking back to the Dragon Han catastrophe, the 3 innate tribes dominated the flooded heavens and earth, how powerful they were, and then it was because they were tainted with karma that they continued to decline and were almost on the verge of extinction. Therefore, treasures like the Chaos Pearl in Luo Wen's hand or the Yuan Tu Abi twin swords in the hands of the Old Man of the River Styx were especially valuable for killing people without touching their karma. Falling treasure money shimmered with a strange luster as the magic treasure circled and flew around the enlightenment tea tree. Looking at everything in front of him, Luo Wen nodded slightly and said to Xuanhuang, "This falling treasure money is easily tainted with karma and cannot be used easily. If it is then taken out and used at a critical moment, it can produce miraculous effects. In comparison, this innate enlightenment tea tree is much more practical. Even though the innate enlightenment tea tree was only classified as a top-grade innate spiritual root in the heavens and earth, in Luo Wen's deep eyes, its value had long surpassed many of the extreme innate spiritual roots that were sought after by all. Collect! He stretched out his right hand, and with a gentle wave of his fingertips, the falling treasure money easily fell into his palm as if it was pulled by an invisible force. Afterward, his gaze turned to the Western Queen Mother on the side, and his tone carried a bit of unquestionable firmness. This falling treasure money, I'll give it to you. Give it to me? The Western Queen Mother sniffed, her eyes flickering with surprise. You discovered both this treasure-falling money and the innate enlightenment tea tree first, so they should rightfully belong to you. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Luo Wen gently waved his hand, his tone full of openness and sincerity. As long as you like it, feel free to take it. After saying that, he didn't even give the Queen Mother of the West a chance to excuse herself and directly placed the falling treasure money into her hands. Looking down at the falling treasure money in her hand, a warm current welled up in the heart of the Queen Mother of the West. Even though this treasure-falling money was easily tainted by karma, it was still a rare and extremely rare innate spiritual treasure. Once it was taken out, it was enough to make countless living beings go crazy and set off a bloody storm in the floodplain. And now that Luo Wen had directly surrendered his hand to her, she couldn't have been more touched in her heart. Luo Wen gently plucked 2 more tender green tea leaves from the innate enlightenment tea tree and handed them to the Western Queen Mother. Let's try what magical effects this enlightenment tea leaves have. With that, the two sat down on the floor, facing each other. As the enlightenment tea leaves were slowly placed into his mouth, a power of clarity instantly surged through Luo Wen's entire body. It was as if the Yuanshan had been purified like never before, and comprehension had increased by several times. In fact, the enlightenment tea leaf could not be used to permanently enhance enlightenment. Its true effect was to strengthen the cultivator's Yuanshan power over a period of time, allowing him to have a purer mind and reach the egoless realm of a mind without distractions. 100 years passed and the two awoke from their state of enlightenment. These 106 enlightenment tea leaves, although each one only has 100 years of effect, they don't have much effect on my law's enhancement, so why don't I give them all to you? Luo Wen said, and stuffed those 106 precious enlightenment tea leaves into Xuanhuang's hands. All of it? Looking at Luo Wen, Mother of the West's deep eyes shone with gratitude. Receiving gifts from Luo Wen one after another, she felt warm in her heart. The corner of her mouth sketched out a gentle smile as she softly said, Rowan, I want to. Think what? Rowan responded with a smile as he sniffed. I want to explore the Yin-Yang Avenue with you now, the Western Queen Mother said with a pouty look on her face. Rowan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he understood. He picked up the Queen Mother of the West and gently waved his hand, sacrificing a party of great formations to cover 100 miles in a square at his feet. Surrounded by the formation, the duo's figures disappeared into thin air. Chapter 77, Kong Xian wants to prove the fruit of the Great Luo Dao, the third lecture of the Purple Cloud Palace. 1,000 years have passed in an instant. After exploring the Yin-Yang Avenue, Luo Wen and Xuanhuang lazily walked out of the big formation. With a wave of his sleeve, Luo Wen offered up the blood god Cauldron and took out the spiritual liquid of creation that had accumulated in it. He intended to use these spiritual liquids of creation to ripen the enlightenment tea tree. In the blink of an eye, another 30,000 years had passed. During these 30,000 years, Luo Wen used the spiritual liquid of creation to ripen a large amount of enlightenment tea leaves, which he used to help Queen Mother of the West understand the way of laws. Borrowing the magical effects of the enlightenment tea leaves, Luo Wen and the Queen Mother of the West gained an unprecedented increase in strength by virtue of their dedicated cultivation. The Queen Mother of the West had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the great Luo Golden Immortal and arrived at the early stage of Paragon. Not only that, she had also raised her level of comprehension of the laws of water to the 6th level. Luo Wen, on the other hand, had comprehended all 5 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to the 7th level. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the early quasi-saint realm, and with only half a step, he would be able to step through the door of the mid-quasi-saint stage. In addition, his comprehension of the laws of space had also broken through to the 6th level, and his ability to control space had taken a qualitative leap, enabling him to travel between heaven and earth as he wished. Ancestor Hongjuan's third sermon is about to begin, so I must first make a trip back to Fangzhuan Island. Luo Wen left his seclusion and said in a deep voice. And the Queen Mother of the West also lightly opened her vermilion lips and softly said, It's been too long since I left Yingzhou Island, so it's time for me to go back and take a look. Thus, at the top of Buzhou Mountain, Luo Wen and the Queen Mother of the West bid farewell, and each set off on their respective homeward journeys. Luo Wen lifted his arms and flew high, transforming into a golden stream of light as he sped in the direction of Abbot Island. On the other hand, Xuanhuang transformed into a brilliant purple light and sped forward in the direction of Yingzhou Island. 100 years have passed. Luo Wen's figure once again appeared in the sky above Abbot Island. Master, you're finally back. Sensing Luo Wen's return, the White Lady and Little Green Sisters immediately came out to greet him. Looking at the Snake Demon Sisters, Luo Wen nodded with satisfaction. During the time I was away, all of your cultivation levels have increased significantly. Especially Xiaocheng has broken through to the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, worthy of praise. He especially noticed that Xiaocheng's aura was more calm and powerful, and nodded in satisfaction. Having received Luo Wen's approval, Xiaocheng looked delighted and respectfully replied, Master's teachings, we always keep them in mind and dare not forget them in the slightest. Luo Wen smiled faintly and continued, this time when I went out, by chance, I brought back a precious treasure, which I believe will greatly benefit your cultivation. What treasure is so mysterious? The snake demon sisters sniffed and became more and more curious, and couldn't wait to ask. They can't wait to get a glimpse of it now. Look guys. Luo Wen gently waved his sleeve, and a brilliant light flashed by like a meteor cutting through the night sky, and an innate enlightenment tea tree emitting a faint fragrance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tea tree was about 3 feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, each leaf containing endless vitality and Tao rhythms, as if it was able to communicate with the heavens and earth, leading one to the peak of enlightenment. Luo Wen paused and said in a deep voice, this is the legendary top-grade innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree, which only produces 108 enlightenment tea leaves every 100,000 years. These tea leaves contain an endless amount of Tao rhythms, and can help one comprehend the supreme principles of heaven and earth, with extraordinary effects. You guys can try it out later, and I believe it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Seeing this, the snake demon sisters grumbled with some frustration, Master brings back such precious treasures every time he goes out, but I've never found any since I was born spiritually, it's really unfair. Shouldn't you also teach me some treasure hunting techniques? Don't be anxious, you guys. Luo Wen smiled, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile as he comforted, if you want to claim a spiritual treasure of opportunity, you rely on your own luck, as long as the opportunity arrives, the spiritual treasure that belongs to you will naturally appear. What you should do now is to work hard to improve your own cultivation and prepare yourselves for the day when the chance appears. The white lady in Xiaocheng nodded with conviction at his words, we will definitely cultivate harder and live up to your expectations. Little Green, you need to plant that precious innate enlightenment tea tree in the spiritual roots garden later. And if you guys need to use the enlightenment tea leaves when you cultivate, use the spiritual liquid of creation to catalyze it. Luo Wen said, sacrificed the blood god Cauldron and took out the spiritual liquid of creation and handed it to Xiaocheng. He had always been generous to the snake demon sisters, whether it was precious spirit fruits or rare spirit medicines, they were all allowed to take them and were never stingy. Many thanks to Master for the gift. The snake demon sisters sniffed, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. In order to repay Luo Wen's love, they secretly vowed to cultivate hard in order to live up to their master's expectations. Where did Kong Xian go? Luo Wen looked around and then asked. From the moment he returned to the abbot's island, he had not seen Kong Xian's figure. Kong Xian is in seclusion, preparing to break through the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The white Nyangzi replied. Luo Wen sniffed and nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. It seems that during the time I left the island, he really hasn't slacked off and cultivated quite hard. The years go by like a shuttle, and time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the day of the third sermon of ancestor Hongjun Dao was quietly approaching. The entire flood world was shaken, and countless living beings came out of their caves, turning into streams of light and surging towards the purple heavenly palace, just to listen to that supreme law and reason. 1,000 years later, Luo Wen brought the snake demon sisters and once again arrived at the purple heavenly palace. Shortly afterward, the beings who had come to hear the sermon gathered together. Among them, the 3 pristine ones, Jane, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and Fushi's cultivation had skyrocketed, and they had already managed to step into the quasi-saint realm. Since the last sermon of the great ancestor Hongjun taught the method of chopping 3 corpses, many of these great powers, with their profound cultivation and background, have already succeeded in chopping corpses and accomplished a breakthrough in their realm. The third sermon officially begins. Ancestor Hongjun's voice was majestic and solemn, echoing within the violet sky palace, instantly drawing everyone's minds to him. One could only see Ancestor Hongjun sitting cross-legged, his body radiating a faint Taoist rhythm, as if he was in tune with the heavens and the earth, and was one with all things. He slowly opened his mouth and began to talk about the more profound and subtle laws and reasoning. Every word and sentence contains endless wisdom and power, and is mesmerizing to listen to. Hongjun's sermon this time was about the most supreme way of the mixed saints in heaven and earth. Its depth and mystery are unspeakable. Inside the purple heaven palace, clouds and mist, fairy atmosphere, 3,000 great powers gathered together, they either sat or stood, different looks, but none of them did not show a difficult face, frowning, obviously extremely confused about the way of the saints. Chapter 78, Hongjun accepts disciples, distributes Hongmeng purple chi. This way of the saints was indeed too obscure and difficult to understand, and even old monsters who had practiced for hundreds of millions of years would find it difficult to get a glimpse of it. With regards to this way of the mixed saints, even Luo Wen had a half understanding and found it difficult to gain insight. The first and foremost theory is that method of witnessing. There are 3 paths to enlightenment. The first is the power to prove the way, need to rely on their own cultivation, forcibly comprehend the law, will be integrated into their own bodies, the achievement of supreme power, the second is the chopping of 3 corpses to prove the way, need to chop off their own obsessive, evil, good thoughts of the 3 corpses, so that it is united, so as to obtain the holy position. The third is the merit to prove the way, the need for the accumulation of merit, to infinite power of merit, washing their own bodies, so that the way to the saint. These 3, although there is a difference between strong and weak, but the essence is to seek the perfect fusion of the law in their own bodies, in order to achieve the transcendent into the realm of sainthood. Power to prove the Taoist, the law first, need to understand the law to the extreme, so that it into their own power, and then to the body fusion. Once the fusion is successful, it will step into the realm of that mixed Yuan Dalyu or Jingxian, transcendent into the saint, boundless power, raise their hands and feet, can destroy the sky and the earth. In the case of the 3 corpses evidence and merit evidence, there was no need to personally comprehend the laws. What they rely on is that Hongmeng purple qi. The Hongmeng purple qi, which was created by the chaos at the beginning of heaven and earth, is a perfect law in itself. If you can integrate it with your own body, you can also become a saint, but its power, compared to those who use force to prove the truth, is slightly insufficient. Therefore, the essence of these 3 methods of witnessing lies in the fusion of the laws in one's own body. To force to prove the Taoist, the fusion of their own comprehension of the law, so its power is stronger, as if the sun in the sky, shining everything. Chopping 3 corpses to prove the Taoist and merit to prove the Taoist, although the same borrowed Hongmeng violet gas, but the fusion of its method, but very different, like the moon and stars, each with its own unique characteristics. Then again, the cultivation method. Whether it's the great Luo Golden Immortal, or saints, their cultivation to enhance the way, are in death control and their own fusion of that kind of law. The power of the law, endless, if you can master it to the extreme, cultivation naturally rise, as if the river into the sea, vast and boundless. Under the saints, all are ants. The gulf between a quasi-saint and a saint was like a heavenly moat that was hard to overcome. The root of this chasm actually stems from the supreme and unfathomable control that saints have over the laws. These laws, not saints alone can easily comprehend their own strength, but need to go through countless epochs of change, draw the essence of heaven and earth, through the baptism of the vicissitudes of the ages, before they can glimpse one or two, grasp some of the fur. Because of this, the path of saints was filled with endless challenges and tribulations, and it was even more difficult to improve one's strength, as if every step required a great price. After cultivating into a saint, it was difficult to improve. In contrast, if a person who could rely on power to prove the Tao to cultivate into a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal, it would be much easier to continue to raise their cultivation level. The years go by like a shuttle, time passes by, and 30,000 years of time seem to pass by in a flash. At this moment, inside the purple heaven palace, old man Hongjuan's steady and powerful sermon voice slowly stopped, echoing in the sky above the empty palace, the aftermath curling up, unceasingly like a wisp. Old man Hongjuan's voice, as if crossing the boundaries of space and time, reached the hearts of every living being present. I am in charge of the heavenly Tao creation jade saucer, following the will of the heavenly Tao, expounding the great Tao Dharma for the living beings of the flood, and now that I have preached 3 times, I have already achieved my merit and fulfillment. Upon hearing this, within the purple heaven palace, those 3,000 living beings rose up, bowed toward old man Hongjun, and said, "We thank the Tao Father for giving us the law." At this moment, the identity of Hongjun Taoist ancestor was finally recognized by the flood beings, and he became the true ancestor of the flood metaphysics, the spokesman of the heavenly Tao. Its majesty and status, like the eternal and unchanging star, hung high in the sky, untouchable. Elder Hongjuan's gaze was deep, as if he could see into the essence and roots of everything in the world. He looked down at the 3,000 great powers below and slowly spoke. Soon, a saint will be born under the heavenly Tao, acting on behalf of heaven and taking charge of the flood's fortune. Upon hearing this, Laozi's heart stirred, as if touched by some mysterious power, and bowing, he respectfully asked, "Teacher, may I ask what a saint is? The way of the saint, and how should it be attained?" When old man Hongjun heard this, he remained neither happy nor sad, and said blandly, "Saints, whose yuanshan is anchored in the void, transcend beyond cause and effect, are imperishable for 10,000 lifetimes, and are eternally self-contained. They master the laws of heaven and earth, communicate the power of heaven, and can overthrow 3,000 worlds with the flip of a hand." Inside the purple heaven palace, those 3,000 living beings heard this. All of them were shocked in their hearts, and their eyes flashed with longing and yearning. They looked forward to becoming that legendary saint, grasping the endless power of the heavenly Tao and becoming the most powerful person in the flooded heaven and earth. However, among these many great powers, there was one exception. That is Rowan. At this moment, he sat quietly in the corner, his gaze deep and calm, as if he had long since realized everything. Instead of feeling surprised, he seemed a little distracted. When Laozi saw the crowd's reaction, he understood in his heart. He continued to ask, "Teacher, may I ask who can become a saint? How does one go about the path of a saint?" In the face of old man Taiching's question, old man Hongjun did not answer directly. Instead, he turned his attention to the 3 Qing, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. The 3 of them, who were transformed by the Panga Yuanshen, were burdened with the merit of opening up the sky and flowed with the bloodline of the Panga Yuanshen, and were the most honorable existences in the heavens and the earth. The three of you, who were transformed by Pangu's Yuanshen and are burdened with the merit of opening the heavens, are you willing to worship me as your teacher and join the way of the saints? Old man Hongjuan's voice was filled with majesty and expectation. Dao Ancestor wants to take us as disciples. When the three Qing heard this, their hearts were overjoyed, as if they saw their hope of becoming saints. They hurriedly bowed and saluted, mouthing, "Greetings, Master." Their joy was overflowing, as if at this moment, they had seen their glorious future of becoming saints. Old man Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and looked at Nuwa to the side again. She had a delicate figure and a stunningly beautiful face, as if she was the most perfect masterpiece in heaven and earth. In the chaotic eyes of old man Hongjun, a brilliant aura flashed through. "You will have a great chance and great creation in the future. Are you willing to become my disciple and explore the path of saints together?" Old man Hongjuan's words were full of persuasion and majesty. Disciple willing. Hearing old man Hongjuan's words, Nuwa was immediately overjoyed. She fell to her knees in excitement and couldn't stop worshipping. "Master is above, disciple Nuwa, pay respects to master." "Okay." Old man Hongjun nodded and gently raised his hand, offering 4 purple rays. As soon as these 4 purple rays came out, they immediately bloomed with a strange light. Like streams of light that had been given life, they drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and respectively disappeared into the bodies of the 3 Qingtai Shan Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Sect Master, as well as Nuwa. Chapter 79 Heaven's Calculations, Red Cloud's Embrace of the World. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, contains the heaven and earth supreme principle of endless subtleties. It is the foundation of your sainthood. You need to understand it well, in order to prove the mixed Yuan Dao. Old man Hongjun said, his gaze deep and distant, as if he had penetrated the boundaries of space and time, looking straight into the end of the universe. His voice was low, and every word echoed in the violet sky palace like the sound of heaven, causing people to be in awe. Just as he said, these 4 channels of Hongmeng Purple Qi, each strand contained the supreme laws of heaven and earth, as if they were the most precious treasures in the universe, which were actually the foundation for achieving the realm of saints. When the 3 pristine ones in Nuwa heard this, they both showed joyful expressions. The joy in the hearts of the 4 at this time was hard to express. They knew how valuable this Hongmeng Purple Qi was. This likewise meant that they were not far from that supreme sage realm. However, at this solemn and sacred moment, Taoist Paramount suddenly stepped forward. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees with a few moments of sadness and pleading in his voice. "Teacher, my senior brother Jian and I have traveled a long way from the Western world through thousands of hardships, only to seek the true meaning of the great Tao. I implore you to be merciful and accept us as disciples. We are willing to dedicate ourselves to the Xian sect and seek the welfare of all beings in heaven and earth." Old man Hongjun sighed in his heart as he looked at Taoist Paramount's sincere and determined eyes. He knew that Jian and Junti would definitely turn their backs on the Xianmen in the future and create their own Buddhism, rebelling against the way and joining the Buddha. In the past, in the Battle of the Devil's Path, Hongjun fought with Luo Shuhu, which led to the destruction of the Western spiritual veins and the destruction of the living souls, so that he owed the Western living souls a great karma. Awaying, Hongjun old man can only helplessly said, "Just, you too will be my registered disciple. But remember, you need to be compassionate and not to act rashly." After saying this, old man Hongjun raised his hand again, and 2 channels of Hongmeng Violet Qi swept by like streams of light, steadily integrating into the bodies of Jian and Junti. "Thank you, teacher." The 2 of them felt the surging power within their bodies and were overjoyed. They don't care about what is remembered or not, as long as they have the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Cultivating into a sage Dao fruit in the future will be the nail in the coffin. "Teacher, we also want to seek the true meaning of the great Tao. I implore teacher to be merciful and accept us as disciples." Seeing this, the other beings in the Violet Sky Palace were filled with envy and longing. They also no longer cared about their faces and fell to their knees, pleading in unison, "Teacher is compassionate, please accept us as disciples as well. We are willing to dedicate our lives to the Xian sect and seek the welfare of all beings in heaven and earth." However, Hongjun Dao Ancestor only gently shook his head and said in an unquestionable voice, "You and I have no destiny, there is no need to say more, all go down." At this moment, within the lofty hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere was solemn. The atmosphere of the entire palace became unusually subtle and complex, and an unspeakable sense of tension seemed to permeate the air. The 3,000 great powers coincidentally all focused their gazes on the 6 people, including the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa, and the 2 Western explanations. Witnessing that every one of them had obtained the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Purple Qi, the hearts of the great powers were mixed, envious and jealous. This Hongmeng violet gas is the most precious treasure nurtured at the beginning of heaven and earth, which can be used to explore the mysteries of heaven and achieve the position of supreme saint. It was then that the crowd realized that those 6 golden bushels in the front row actually represented the 6 saintly fruit positions. Thinking of this, some great powers let out sighs in succession, slapping their thighs uncontrollably, their intestines repenting. In his heart, he secretly sighed that the first time he came to the Purple Heavenly Palace, if he had been more decisive and swift, perhaps the 6 saints in the front row of the futon would have had a place for himself. The blow of missing out on the holy position was so great that it made their hearts feel like knives, and the more they thought about it, the more sad they felt, and the eyes of all the great powers were filled with loss and unwillingness. To say that among the great powers, there was no one who had suffered the greatest loss than the Red Cloud old ancestor. After all, he had sat on that holy futon once. Looking at Red Cloud, the faces of the great powers all showed a mocking look, as if they were looking at a sizable cutie. In their eyes, Red Cloud, a good old man who had always been known for his generosity, had given up that supreme holy position to others for nothing, which was really stupid. However, in the face of the strange gazes of the great powers, Red Cloud's state of mind was exceptionally calm. He is indifferent by nature, and has no quarrel with the world, knowing that the wheel of fate has long been turning, and that everything is predetermined, and cannot be forced. Although he missed out on the holy position, he did not resent anyone for it and chose to take it lightly. In contrast, the mindset of the kunai was very different. His gaze was gloomy, staring at Red Cloud with a pair of bloodshot eyes that stared at him dead in the face, hating that he could not be eaten alive. If it wasn't for Red Cloud giving up the futon to Junti, how would he, Xuanhuang, have lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a saint? This matter invariably laid the groundwork for the future death of Red Cloud. Right at this moment, the old and majestic voice of Hongjun Daozu resounded in the violet sky palace, like heavenly music that shook the heart of every living being. Under the heavenly Tao, 9 is the extreme of the number, and there are also 9 channels of Hongmeng Violet Qi. In addition to these 6 channels of Hongmeng Violet Qi, there is still 1 channel of Hongmeng Violet Qi in my hand, which has not yet been divided. As the words fell, he slowly took out a Hongmeng Purple Qi, and the brilliant light instantly illuminated the entire palace, making the entire scene even more shocking. When the 3,000 great powers saw this, their eyes shone with greed and desire. They knew that this last Hongmeng Violet Qi would determine who would become the next saint. I want it! I want it! Give it to me! The Hongmeng Purple Qi is mine, give it to me! Below the cloud platform, 3,000 great powers pleaded in unison. I implore the Honorable Tao Ancestor Hongjun to be merciful and grant the supreme Hongmeng Purple Qi to us. I hope Tao Ancestor will show mercy. Tao Ancestor, I am the head of the male immortals, and I should be a heavenly saint, so please grant me this Hongmeng Violet Qi. The Duke of Dongwang stepped forward and said. Seeing this, Di Jun also couldn't sit still and hurriedly stepped forward to grab the opportunity to say, Tao Ancestor, I am the lord of the heavenly court of the demon race, so please also grant this Hongmeng Purple Qi to me. And Hongjun Taoist ancestor sitting on the high platform slightly nodded, those deep eyes as if they could see everything in the world, quietly watching all this. His face is still not happy or sad. That's just it, everything has a silver lining. Since you and others are so persistent, let this Hongmeng Purple Qi choose its own master. After he said that, he gently waved his hand and loosened the bonds on the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Just see that the mysterious and unpredictable purple gas leisurely floated out, just like a swimming dragon in the crowd of living beings between the shuttle, sometimes hidden into the void, and sometimes show the body. Its trajectory is elusive. Seeing this, all the living beings stretched out their hands to capture the Violet Qi, but as if they were touching a phantom, they were never able to touch the substance of that Hongmeng Violet Qi. Seeing that the great opportunity to become a saint was right in front of them, anxiety and longing were written all over their faces. Eventually, as if pulled by some mysterious force, this purple Qi flew straight to the top of Taoist Red Cloud's head. Buzz! In full view of everyone, this Hongmeng Violet Qi directly drilled into Hongyun's mud pill palace and disappeared. The Hongmeng Purple Qi actually chose me. Having obtained this supreme treasure, an unspeakable joy surged in Red Cloud's heart, secretly sighing that the net of heaven is wide open, and that there is an arrangement in the underworld. He hadn't expected that he would still be favored by the Hongmeng Purple Qi even though he had clearly given up his holy position. However, he hadn't realized that just as he had obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi, several thousand pairs of eyes were staring at him behind his back. Those gazes were all filled with jealousy and hostility. Especially that Xuanhuang Taoist, who was almost spitting fire out of his eyes. Chapter 80 Hongjun gives treasure, 3 Qing disagreements. Witnessing old ancestor Hongyun obtaining a piece of Hongmeng Violet Qi, Xuanhuang gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, his hatred for Red Cloud was almost turning into substance as he said in his heart, such a supreme treasure would even fall into Red Cloud's hands. He caused me to lose my saintly position, but he himself gained a heavenly benefit. It simply infuriates me. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. I don't know whether to be happy or afraid. On the other hand, Jin Yuanzi, who was standing beside Hongyun, sighed secretly, his heart mixed. He knew that this Hongmeng Purple Qi was both a blessing and a curse, and was full of worries about his best friend's future. At this time, among the 3,000 great powers, Demon Emperor Jun stood up and asked, Dare I ask Ancestor, if there is no Hongmeng Purple Qi, is it impossible to achieve the position of a saint? There was a hint of eagerness and unwillingness in his tone, clearly indignant at the loss of this Purple Qi. Ancestor Hongjun responded blandly, the Hongmeng Violet Qi is the cornerstone of sainthood. Without this addition, it is difficult to reach the holy realm. Indeed. When Di Jun heard this, his heart sank, and he immediately developed killing intent. Red Cloud Pitbull, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm going to take this Hongmeng Purple Qi. He knew deep down that among the beings who possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi, only Hongyun was not a disciple of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, which allowed him to see the opportunity to seize the Hongmeng Purple Qi. After doing this, Hongjun waved his sleeve and took out a Taijita-like spiritual treasure. Once this spiritual treasure came out, the precious light was 10,000 feet, illuminating the entire purple heavenly palace with a bright and clear light. When the following great powers saw this, they all brightened up, and bursts of marveling sounds rose up. One could only see the spirit treasure spreading against the wind, with yin and yang intertwined and Tao rhythms flowing on it, emitting an endless mysterious aura. In the next moment, Hongjuan's gaze fell on Laozi with a hint of expectation in his tone. Laozi Taiqing, as the first disciple of my Shenmen sect, you should take up the important responsibility of teaching and educating the living beings and taking charge of the Shenmen sect's teachings. Today, I give you the innate supreme treasure, Taiji diagram, and hope that you can set an example for the disciples of Xian sect and promote my Xian sect's way. An innate treasure. When Laozi heard this, a warm current welled up in his heart, and the essence in his eyes shone. Although he was of a quiet and unassuming nature, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in the face of such a supreme treasure. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I will certainly live up to my expectations and diligently cultivate and teach all beings. He respectfully received the Taiji diagram, his eyes glittering with excitement, as if he saw his future hope of attaining sainthood. Witnessing the scene in front of him, the purple cloud palace was silent. Looking at the Taiji diagram in old man Taiqing's hands, the eyes of all the great powers were about to bleed. This is an innate treasure. You can only find 3 pieces in the entire floodplain. At the beginning of the opening of the heavens and the earth, the great god Pangu fell, and the Pangu axe in his hand was divided into 3, turning into the 3 treasures of the opening of the heavens. This Taijitu is one of the 3 treasures of the open heaven. Its power was vast and infinite, enough to calm that violent earth, water, fire and wind, transforming the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, displaying endless mysteries and subtleties. What was even more amazing was that the Taiji diagram seemed to be able to penetrate the mystery of the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and deduce the marvels of the laws of heaven and earth. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, you are also a Pangu Orthodox sect, one who carries a great fortune and a great inheritance. I have a treasure here for you as well. Hongjuan's gaze was deep, as if it had traveled through endless time and space, and was finally fixed on Yuan Shi Tianzuan's body. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand and offered up a white streamer. Buzz! As soon as that white streamer came out, it was immediately filled with precious light, with a faint chaotic aura flowing from it, ancient and majestic. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Pangu streamer. This streamer was transformed from the blade of the heaven-opening axe, and after undergoing the winds and rains of countless epochs, it has finally reappeared in my hands. It possesses the greatness of breaking chaos, reenacting earth, water, wind and fire, and the power of killing and destroying is unrivaled in the world. I hope you can cherish this treasure and make good use of its power. Many thanks to Master for the treasure. The primordial Heavenly Father received the Pangu streamer with both hands respectfully, his eyes glittering with excitement. For billions of years, he had dreamed of obtaining an innate supreme treasure, and now he had finally gotten his wish. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I will certainly live up to my expectations and use this treasure to guard this heaven and earth and maintain order and peace between heaven and earth. Like the Taiji diagram, the Pangu streamer also belonged to the 3 treasures of the opening of the heavens. This treasure is a supreme treasure for killing, and once it is offered, it kills without touching karma. Its killing power was also the strongest among the 3 treasures of the open heaven. Tong Tian, you're the youngest of the 3 Qing, you major in the sword Dao, and you have a unique comprehension and sense of the sword. I have a treasure here that is very suitable for you. Then, old man Hongjun waved his hand again and offered up 4 immortal swords along with a formation diagram. As soon as this immortal sword came out, the sword body flowed with a stern sword chi, as if it could cut through all the troubles and restraints in the world. The square formation diagram, on the other hand, emitted a faint purple light, as if it was capable of laying down the most powerful killing formation in heaven and earth. His gaze turned to sect leader Tong Tian and said in a deep voice, "This is the Immortal Execution 4 swords with the Immortal Execution formation diagram. This 4 swords paired with the formation diagram can set up the Immortal Execution sword formation, which is infinitely powerful. If a saint sets up the formation, even if the 4 saints join hands, it will be difficult to break the formation. I hope you can make good use of it." "Many thanks, Master. I will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to my expectations." When sect leader Tongtian heard this, his heart was overjoyed, as if he had seen another peak on his path of the sword Dao. He received the Immortal Execution 4 swords and the Immortal Execution formation diagram with both hands, and the heavy treasures made him ecstatic. It can't be broken without the 4 saints. The Dao ancestors' words echoed through the violet sky palace like 10,000 pounds of thunder, shocking all the living beings present. The 3 clearings were originally one, each with superior strength. And now that all 3 of them had obtained a Hongmeng purple chi and an innate treasure, their strength had skyrocketed. When the 3 became saints in the future, their strength would be even more unrivaled. The Taiji diagram and the Pangu flag were already powerful enough, and the power of this Immortal Execution sword formation was even more chilling to everyone. However, what the crowd didn't know was this. After learning about the terrifying power of the immortal execution sword formation, the same as the three Qings Tai Qing Laozi and Yuanshi Tongtian's hearts are also flooded with waves at this time. Don't look at the Pango three pure ones on the surface, they seem to be united, but in actuality there are internal animosities. This is especially true of Lord Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzun, who are often at odds over their disagreements. And now that they have heard that Tong Tian has obtained the immortal execution sword formation, Laozi Taiqing and Tianzuan Yuanshi are also wary of this. After all, this sword formation was too powerful, and once it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. When it really came down to it, even if Old Man Tai Ching and the First Heavenly Father joined forces, they would not be a match for the Tong Tian sect leaders alone. Nuwa, you harbor the laws of creation, and you are notorious for your compassionate virtue and kundi, and in the future, there will be a great merit to be done by you that will benefit heaven and earth, so I have 2 treasures here for you to have on your side. After saying that, Old Man Hanjun once again took out 2 treasures. The moment these 2 treasures came out, they immediately shone with precious light, illuminating the entire great hall of the purple cloud palace with a red glow. The light of the laws of creation emanating from above those 2 treasures seemed to be able to soothe all the wounds and strife in the world.